was a man with a bad heart. A telephone number scribbled on a cash register receipt and a corpse on the other side of town. But I couldn't see the connection between them until I realized that they were all tied together by the same long rope worth $30,000.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Long Rope.
I'd finally wound up a sour case in which I'd been kicked around, disillusioned, and shortchanged. And in my book, a routine like that calls for relaxation. So I'd spent the morning sleeping and the afternoon in a Turkish bath, being worked over on the table by Nick Takalakis, a non-talking masseur who untied knots in more muscles than I thought I had. He was trying to tear loose my Achilles tendon when the phone rang. It was for me. Nick wouldn't let me up, so I took it lying down. Yeah? Marlowe speaking?
My name is Sidney Vanetta, Mr. Marlowe. I've tried all afternoon to reach you.
Oh? Nick, what can I do for you, Mr. Vanetta?
I've already made your reservation with American Airlines. You're leaving on the 10 o'clock plane tonight, and you're taking with you a set of pearls for a certain buyer in Chicago.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Vanetta. Maybe I can...
No, maybe, Marlowe. I've checked thoroughly on you and find you entirely qualified, which is important because the pearls are a perfectly matched set in a rope valued at about $30,000. The buyer wants them, and I made up my mind just this morning to sell. The proceeds will go to my niece.
Lucky girl.
Indeed she is, particularly since I have no respect for her as a woman. She presumes to be a sculptress of all things, but she's my only heir. I'm selling the pearls simply because I know she would, and I can get more for them.
Yeah, Hey, Nick, wait a minute, will you? Why all the hurry, Mr. Vanetta?
First, the buyer is leaving Chicago tomorrow. Second, my heart may fail me at any moment. Thus the hurry, Mr. Marlowe.
I see. Well, I'll take the job, conditionally. But suppose I come out and talk with you. Telephones are deceptive.
Very well. Come to 7241 Adams, just below Western. I'll expect you in an hour, at 6, sharp. Side door will be open, so let yourself in.
Sounds like you're alone out there.
I am. I just fired my nurse, Miss Drew, and as stupid a woman as the earth was ever cursed. But I shouldn't get excited about it. I've engaged a new one, due here at 5:30, but who will no doubt be late. So as I say, Marlowe, when you get here, just let yourself in. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, Nick, you better hurry it up. I gotta see a man about a rope worth $30,000. Yeah, that's right. A rope worth $30,000. Vanetta's place on Adams was a big, fancy, and dirty gray place. 40 years ago, it had been a proud, expensive house. But now it squatted at the back end of a rundown yard like a bitter old man too tired to move. I found the side door unlocked and went in. The hallway was dusky and had the odor of moldy wool. I called Vanetta's name but got no answer. So I poked on in until I heard the snapping of an open fire. It came from the library. A big chair was drawn up in front of the fireplace, and there Vanetta sat. His chin sunk deep in his chest and his eyes closed. I coughed, but he didn't hear me, so I stepped close and shook him gently by the shoulder. All it took was a gentle shake. He sagged forward and poured out of the chair like stiff syrup. Mr. Vanetta was dead. I started for the phone to report the body, but then I heard gravel crunch in the driveway. Someone else was coming in that side door, so I stepped out into the hall and waited.
Mr. Vanetta, it's... Oh. Who are you?
Philip Marlowe. Who are you?
Steve Temple. I'm Mr. Vanetta's business agent.
Here on business now?
Yes, I am. It's all the same to you. I came to see Mr. Vanetta regarding some pearls. So if you'll excuse... Oh.
Yeah, the pearls can wait. Their owner's dead.
So it finally happened, huh?
You're taking the news very well, Temple.
I've been expecting it every day for 5 years. You found him, I suppose?
Mm-hmm. We had an appointment at 6. He wanted me to fly his pearls to Chicago. What are you staring at, Temple?
Why, this bottle of medicine here.
What about it?
For years, he's kept this stuff beside him in case of an attack. Yet, when he actually needed it, it was over here on the sideboard out of his reach. Ironic, isn't it?
Very. He fired Miss Drew, his old nurse, today and didn't expect the new one until 5:30. Say, do you happen to know her name?
No one. You mean he's engaged a new nurse?
That's right. She's an hour late already.
Yeah. Well, for once, that doesn't matter to Mr. Vanetta.
Say, Temple, are you acquainted with his niece?
Vivian Russell?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. She's a sculptress. There's a studio out on Fountain, near Bronson, I believe.
She was to get the proceeds from the pearls.
Well, I assumed that, although nothing was ever said. She's his only heir.
Where would those pearls be now?
He kept them in a wall safe behind that picture there, consistently against my advice.
Yeah, sure. Opens with a key. Where would that be?
He carried it with him on his watch chain. Why? Hey, what are you going to do?
I'll take a look at the pearls and then have them impounded. Yeah, this must be the key. Now, let's open it up.
It's there, that velvet case.
As big as an overnight bag. Must be some string of beads.
It is, Marlowe. Here, let me open it. There. Right. It's nothing but tissue paper.
Yeah. It's not too surprising. While Temple called the police and tried to keep the details straight on a natural death and an unnatural theft, I went over the room again with a new viewpoint. All that turned up without an easy explanation was, one, a cash register receipt for $1.34 with the phone number Republic 2809 penciled on the back. And two, the peculiar position of Mr. Vanetta's medicine bottle, which Temple had already noticed. I dropped the receipt in my pocket and told Temple to wait for the law. He gave me his home address and phone number, and I promised to check in with him later and left. The first stop was a phone booth where I dug into the nurses' registries and hit pay dirt on the fourth call.
Miss Drew? Yes, we have a Miss Drew.
Is she the one who worked for Mr. Sidney Vanetta but was fired this afternoon?
That's his opinion. Actually, Miss Drew quit.
All right, have it your way. Where can I get in touch with her?
She's right here where she's been since 3 o'clock this afternoon. What is the nature of your business, sir?
Never mind. You've already answered my question. But look, Mr. Vanetta hired another nurse to replace Miss Drew. Is the new girl one of yours?
Absolutely not. Mr. Vanetta will never get another nurse from this registry or from any other that I know of.
You're so right.
He's utterly impossible to please in any way, and we're through trying. Goodbye.
Well, Miss Drew was in the clear, and Vanetta began to focus as a pretty odd Johnny. But I was still trying to figure why the new nurse hadn't shown up when I reached for a cigarette and brought out the cash register receipt with the phone number on the back. So I tried it. Republic 2809. It rang, but nothing happened. I got in my car then and drove up to Hollywood and out Fountain to Bronson, where the only Vanetta heir, Miss Vivian Russell, had a studio. It was a converted double garage with a lot of north windows, so her new close-to-the-ground Hudson sat outside in the driveway. The adjoining four-room apartment looked cozy enough, if you liked wading through chunks of marble and eating off of last week's newspaper. Yeah, I was braced for a dowdy Amazon with broken fingernails as I rang the bell. That's why the dainty 118 pounds of taboo-scented blonde, who was clad in 10 chartreuse yards of whispering silk cut like lounging pajamas, caught me as flat-footed as a duck when she opened the door.
Hi. Did you want something?
Yes. Yeah. My name is Marlowe. I'd like to speak to Miss Vivian Russell.
You are. So go ahead and enjoy yourself, Marlowe.
May I come inside? I have some bad news, Miss Russell.
Oh, sure. Come on in. Now, shall I sit down or just hang on to something?
Suit yourself. Your uncle, Mr. Vanetta, died this afternoon.
Oh, his heart finally gave up, did it, huh?
Yeah, but you shouldn't go all to pieces like that, Vivian.
Now, wait. He meant nothing to me, but I'm glad his suffering is over.
The pearls are missing, too.
Well, really? What happened to them?
They were stolen. And don't tell me that means nothing to you, because you're getting the money, $30,000 worth.
What? Uncle Sidney intended to give me the money from those pearls? How do you know that?
I'm a private detective. He told me he was my client.
Oh, then you're out of a job. Say, how would you like to work for me, Marlowe? I'm serious. Now I want those pearls back, you know.
Now, for $25 a day in expenses, it's a deal. Now, you tell me something. Who did your uncle hire today to replace Miss Drew?
The nurse? Why, I didn't even know Miss Drew had been fired.
How did you know she didn't quit?
With Uncle Sidney? Try me again.
Republic 2809.
That doesn't mean a thing. You know, Marlowe, You've got an awfully good head.
Are you speaking as a sculptress or just an ordinary chiseler?
And what is that crack supposed to mean?
You didn't know you were getting the money legally. You might have taken the pearls yourself.
Oh, stop it, Marlowe.
Okay, client. Well, I'll run along. I've got work to do.
All right, but don't forget that all work and no play makes for a dull companion.
Yes, and it also makes $25 a day. I'll be seeing you. All the way down Sunset Divine Street, I kept telling myself $1's a buck, regardless. But the idea that I'd been grabbed at stayed with me. Vivian Russell had plenty of motive as a dry land pearl diver, and if that's true, she'd need a patsy just to keep her abreast of the situation. I turned north on Vine and twisted up Beechwood Drive to 2000, the number Steve Temple had given me. He had had 2 hours of playing 20 questions policeman style, and I figured it was time to check his score. Also, Temple was the man to fill in a few blanks on my new client for me. His place was dark, but I got out anyway and started up the walk to his door. I'd gone about a dozen steps into a tunnel of overhanging shrubs when I heard it. Psst.
Hey, you.
I turned as a man stepped out onto the walk and came toward me slowly. He was tall, wiry, with a thin, arrogant face that sneered out from under an expansive forehead big enough for 3 sets of eyebrows. All shaggy.
We're gonna have a talk, Mr. Temple. Hey, you're not Temple.
Now we both know that. I'm a friend of his. What do you want with Temple?
I've got a message for him, but it's personal.
Who from?
Like I say, it's personal, mister. I'll be back later.
Come here. I said I'm a friend of Temple's. If you got a message for him, I'll see that he gets it.
Well, okay, then. Tell him that some of his friends are too blasted nosy.
Go! The guy with the forehead had a great left jab and a pair of hurdler's legs, and by the time I untangled myself from the brush and got out on the walk again, he was gone. Well, I knew it was a waste of time, but I tried Temple's doorbell twice before I went back to my car. Nothing made sense, except that somebody who knew his way around had stolen a long rope of pearls. And somewhere in the city was a nurse who hadn't shown up on a new job. Beyond that, it was all question marks. Well, I drove down to the filling station on the corner and went inside to the phone. I started to call police headquarters, but instead dropped the nickel in and dialed Republic 2809 again, just on a hunch.
Lieutenant Ibarra speaking.
Ibarra? I didn't dial you, Ibarra.
What?
This is Marlowe.
Well, you got me anyway. Now, listen, Phil, I hear you're on that Veneta case.
Yeah.
If it'll help you any, the coroner says definitely he died of a heart attack. No homicide involved.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Hey, but look, where are you now?
And a flat on the corner of Union and 59th Street. Why?
Well, is that phone number there, Republic 2809?
Well, that's a great piece of deduction. You just called it.
Ibarra, listen, I found that number at Veneta's place this afternoon. What's going on down
There's a
there?
girl here named Betty Larson.
Yeah, she's a nurse, right?
No, wrong, Phil. She's a corpse. Before that, she was a waitress. Just a waitress. Somebody came to her door and killed her for no apparent reason whatsoever.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, Jack Benny will be along on CBS tomorrow night with one of his funniest shows ever. In addition to his regular hecklers, Dennis, Don, Phil, Mary, and Rochester, Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price will pay a call on Jack. And with Don Wilson still wanting a raise in pay, and with Jack still trying to starve him into talking terms, you're sure to find the situations full of the hilarity and fast-moving fun that have made CBS's Jack Benny Show the top-rating comedy of all. Yes, remember, CBS also means Catch Benny Sundays. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Long Rope.
It was 40 minutes of thick stop-and-go traffic from the time I quit talking to Ibarra until I pulled up near the 4 stories of faded, sagging tenement on the corner of Union and 59th. But even then, the crazy question that had been weaving in and out of my mind like a 2 a.m. drunk looking for the way to go home was still with me. Why was the telephone number Republic 2809 bracketed by a couple of dead people who, as far as I could see, should have had nothing to do with each other in the first place? And right there, for the 10th time running, I drew a complete and unabridged blank. But a minute later, when I climbed out of my coupe and over the bumpers of the half-dozen squad cars that were jammed into the narrow street like so many toy autos that a kid had forgotten about, I quit asking myself riddles and started looking for Detective Lieutenant Ibarra, a quiet man who always preferred fact to fancy. I found him in a cheap but clean uniform-crowded room on the second floor, standing a few feet away from the body of Betty Larson, A girl in a bathrobe who had once been something pretty in her early 20s.
Well, Phil, the coroner says she was shot twice in the chest at close range. Died instantly.
Is that where she fell, Lieutenant, there near the door?
Yeah, looks like she just gotten home and into her robe when someone she didn't know knocked on the door. The safety chain was still on when we got here, and the windows lead no place.
Those chains let a door open just wide enough for the barrel of a gun, is that it?
Yeah, but how does all this add with those missing pearls and the rest of that business over on Adams, Marlowe?
Not like 2 and 2, believe me. So far, Ibarra, the only question is the telephone number. Tell me, where did this Betty Lawson work?
Well, we haven't gotten that far yet.
So long, Lieutenant.
Yeah, so long. Right now, we only know that she was a waitress who stayed here with her brother, who was some kind of a student. They got along pretty well together. She was single, too. Lived here since... Oh, wait a minute. Tiny Bar. Oh, yeah, Mooney. Ryan's Cafe, huh? Ryan himself runs it. Okay. No, I'll check it personally, right?
Hey, is that where she worked, Ibarra, Ryan's Cafe?
Yeah, but it's funny, Phil. She lived here since early 1947. And Mooney tells me she worked that 24-hour hash house just as long, yet it's way over on the other side of town on Western.
Western and where, Ibarra?
The 2300 block. Should be near Washington.
Washington, which is only 1 block from Adams, and that starts to close the big circle.
What do you mean, Marlowe?
Well, that the Veneta place is on Adams near Western. Look, Ibarra, how about letting me huddle over a cup of Ryan's coffee before the law steps in, huh?
Oh, I got a hunch you want to check, Phil?
Yeah, that and a cash register receipt. What do you say?
All right, but play it close, fellow. Ryan probably doesn't know about this yet.
No? Unless, of course, he squeezed the trigger. Goodbye, Ibarra. I was a half hour getting over to Ryan's Cafe on Western, which turned out to be a lot of steamed-over plate glass, bragging about a 40-cent hot roast beef sandwich in 2-foot-high white chalk letters. And inside, the motif was the same. Everything that Mr. Ryan sold was a bargain. I slid onto a shaky stool opposite a cash customer who was something dirty in a torn overcoat buried deep in a handicapper's sheet and coffee. He looked up once, grinned no teeth at me, then hollered for Ryan in the kitchen, who said that he only had 2 hands and would be out in a minute. But before those 60 seconds ran out, I looked around, and over in a corner, in a collection of trash piled next to a broom, I saw a very welcome piece of paper. It was a brother of the cash register receipt that I'd found on Sidney Vaneta's desk, the one that had tied Betty Lawson's murder onto the rope of pearls. I turned back to the counter just as Ryan started toward me. He was a little bigger and a little better looking than the average ape, and on his right arm, under thick, coarse black hair that was long enough to braid, there was a tattoo of a dancing girl who, if Ryan ever shaved about his wrist, would freeze to death.
What'll it be, mister? Coffee?
Yeah, and a little information. You know Sidney Vaneta, Ryan?
That screwball with a bump ticker over on Adams? Yeah, I know him. Why? What's up?
His time on Earth, for one thing, he's dead.
Too bad. Should have taken it easier. Cream?
No, pearls.
What'd you say?
Nothing. Ryan, who brought that tray up to the Vaneta place this afternoon?
I did.
Sure it wasn't Betty Lawson?
I'm positive. None of the girls would go near that place. Vanetta was hard to get along with. Now, you tell me something. What are you, mister? Newshound, collection man, or cop?
Getting warm, Ryan. I'm a private detective named Marlowe.
I'm thrilled. Good night.
Before I finish my coffee?
Before I throw you out. I don't like too many questions.
Not even easy ones, huh? Like who murdered Betty Lawson?
Betty's dead?
Yeah. Over in her flat on 59th Street, shot twice with a .32. When'd you last see her, Ryan?
Why, a couple of hours ago when she quit for the night. Marlowe, the cops got any idea who did it?
I don't know. Right now, they're looking for a boyfriend.
You're crazy. Betty didn't have a boyfriend.
Outside of you?
Outside of me. So I'm going over to straighten them out now. Mitchie! Mitchie!
Yeah?
Get out here and take over.
Okay.
I gotta move fast.
No, you don't, Ryan. Betty's dead, remember?
Yeah, but whoever did it ain't. Now, don't try to stop me, Marlowe. You'll get hurt.
Look, Ryan, why don't you play smart and... what's the use? Go on, start running. You won't get very far. For the first time that night, I felt sure of what I was saying. Because even as Ryan had squared himself away to play bounce the private detective, I suddenly noticed a friendly face working hard over a stale donut at the far end of the counter. It was Lieutenant Ibarra. And when Ryan tossed his apron aside, grabbed at his coat, and slammed out the front door, Ibarra turned and nodded at a short man nearby who was idly picking his teeth with the end of a book of matches. At that, the man dropped the matches into his pocket and left. Then Ibarra moved over to me.
Didn't mean to crowd you here, Phil, but after you left, we found out that Ryan and Betty Larson used to see quite a bit of each other.
Don't apologize, Ibarra. Probably would have cost me a couple of front teeth if I hadn't noticed you.
Warm up your coffee, mister?
Yeah, please. You, Ibarra?
No, Phil, I gotta move now. You see, I don't think Ryan did this.
Hmm?
I told Mooney to follow him, but not to pick him up. The chances are good that Ryan's heading straight for Betty's apartment to demand that the police find out who killed his girl, so I'm going the other way, to Ryan's house. There may be another woman in this. A jealous one.
But no rope of pearls, huh?
No, Marlowe, I don't think so. Good night now.
Night, Lieutenant. Well, Mitzi, how long have you worked here?
A couple of days. But I don't know nothing about Mr. Ryan. I'm a married woman, and Hey, what do you think you're staring at, mister?
Maybe something wonderful, Mitzi. Tell me, baby, do you always wear that kind of a uniform when you're working here?
Sure. Ryan says this girl should look neat and clean. It helps business. Anything wrong with that?
No. Matter of fact, it might be just the lead I'm after.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, and if I'm right, baby, the rest of this case will be a cinch. So good night and thanks. You've been a big help, sweetheart. When I got back to the corner of Union and 59th, I took the stairs up to Betty Larson's flat 2 at a time, crossed the fingers on both hands, and prayed that Ibarra was right about Ryan returning to his girl's place. When I stepped into the room a second later, I knew that I'd never doubt the good lieutenant again because standing next to an open window and staring out at nothing was Ryan himself, numbed and red-eyed. I asked him one question, and although his answer was only a couple of words mumbled between trembling lips, it was all I had to know. Now everything. Betty Larson's murder, the death of Vanetta, the guy with the forehead and the missing pearls, the whole shebang was starting to fall together. Oh, come on, baby. Be home, please.
Hello?
Marlowe, Vivian. Look, honey, I want you to do me a favor. Get hold of Steve Temple and meet me over at your uncle's place on Adams as soon as possible. I need your help. Goodbye.
Well, Marlowe, what took you so long? I understood you needed our help and in a hurry at that.
I had quite a way to come, Temple. Is Vivian here?
Yes, Marlowe, Vivian's here, and that means that we can stop counting noses. Now, why do you need our help?
To catch someone who stole once and murdered twice?
Murdered twice?
That's right. You know, it's my guess that whoever stole that rope of pearls also moved Vanetta's medicine out of reach when his heart started skipping beats.
Can you prove that?
No, I can't. But it doesn't matter, really, because the guilty one also killed a party named Larson. And when you pay for one, Vivian, you paid for them all.
I don't follow you, Marlowe. Who are you talking about?
I'm not sure, but this much is certain. Vanetta called me at 5. When I got here at 6, he was already dead and the pearls were gone. Now, I figure that whoever took them argued with him first, which makes that person, 1, somebody who knew Vanetta, and 2, responsible for the old man's death.
Then the new nurse couldn't possibly have been the one who stole the pearls.
No, but the new nurse could have been the one who overheard everything while standing right here.
Haven't you been able to find this nurse?
No, not yet. But sooner or later, honey, I'm sure we'll catch up to him.
Him?
Yes, Temple, I said him. Nurse Larson is a male with a lot of forehead and few ethics. The person you killed was his sister Betty, a waitress. And don't move, Temple, or I'll be glad that I was forced to put holes in you.
Temple's the one? He stole the rope of pearls?
Yeah. But this Nurse Larson who saw him do it got in touch with him, right, Temple?
It was filthy blackmail.
But you were going to stop by a filthier murder, and you almost did. Because somehow or other you got the right room in the right house on Union and 59th, but the wrong party. Isn't that about it, Temple?
Yes, Marlowe. That's about it.
Oh, leave me alone, Temple.
Now, Marlowe, you don't shoot me without going through Vivian first. Dear Vivian, Sidney's precious niece was going to have the pearls all to herself. Don't move, Marlowe. It'll cost Vivian her life if you do.
I doubt that very much, Temple.
Larson.
That's right. Joe Larson, forehead and all. Now, you, Temple, step away from that girl or I'll tear you to pieces.
No, Larson, no. Now, we can still do business, like you said in that note you sent me. I'll split with you.
Shut up. You forget 2 things, Temple. First, you tried to kill me. And second, you did kill my sister. Now, why don't you run for it? Or are you afraid? Which is it? Come on, Temple, talk.
I am afraid.
Well, Marlowe, that just about winds things up.
Yep. Joe Lawson sent up for attempted extortion, and Temple...
Sent up for good.
Mm-hmm.
Say, Marlowe, when you called a while ago and said that you wanted Temple and me to help you, did you know then that Temple was the murderer?
No, I didn't, Vivian. Then I only knew that whoever had killed Betty Lawson had mistaken her for the new nurse, and that the actual nurse was Betty's brother, Joe.
Where'd you get hold of that, Phil?
Well, it started in Ryan's Cafe, Barra, just after you left. I had nurses on the brain, I guess. And when I took a good look at the waitress there, I suddenly realized that her white uniform, white shoes, and white cap could easily confuse a guy like Temple, who also had nurses on the brain.
Well, I can see a killer making a mistake about appearances, all right, but I still don't understand how it is that the telephone number of my uncle's nurse turned out to be Betty's apartment.
Because a nurse did live there, honey. Betty's brother was a medical student, part-time male nurse, and full-time bum. You see, Ryan, who brought food to Uncle Sidney, knew that he needed a new nurse, and he sold him on the idea of Joe Lawson, because he wanted his girlfriend's brother to have a job.
Oh, I get it. Say, I know what I'm going to do with those pearls.
Sell them?
To the highest bidder.
Oh, no, I'm going to break up that set.
Break up the set.
Yeah, I'd like very much to get a pair of earrings out of them. Oh, and for each of you, a set of cufflinks. Good night, gentlemen.
When Vivian got into a car, aimed it toward a collection of chipped rocks on Fountain near Bronson, and waved goodbye, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. No. After I said so long to Ibarra and started back to my apartment on Franklin, an idea hit me for the first time. A pearl is the result of the irritation of an oyster, a disease. And when you string a lot of diseases together, the result is frequently a plague. But it's from plagues like that I make a living. That's what I get for reading books. I wonder if I'll ever go any place where I can wear pearl cufflinks.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Junius Matthews, Louis Van Ruten, Fay Baker, David Ellis, Lillian Byeth, and Ed Begley. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra is played by Jeff Corey. The special music is by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
A corpse that wouldn't stay dead, a pistol with a silencer on it, and a fortune in a black satchel spelled death for the big city boys when they finally got together in Lonesome, Arizona. Population 802.
Stars light, stars bright, and that's no optical illusion. The brilliant gleaming list of stars on CBS tomorrow night. Van Johnson's the star on the Prudential Hour drama. Spike Jones will positively appear in a sketch getting the war paint off Bob Hope's latest movie. Jack Benny will have Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price as his special guests. Amos and Andy, Dashiell Hammett, Sam Spade, and Lum and Abner are the next bright stars in line. Then Helen Hayes, First Lady of the Stage, starring on her Sunday night Electric Theater, followed by Hollywood's own Eve Arden in the wonderfully comic series Our Miss Brooks. In the next to closing, another bright comedy, Life with Luigi, and the whole star lineup, topped off by the world's most brilliant addlepates, the experts on It Pays to Be Ignorant. Jack Benny's program will come to you over all of these same stations, and the others in this vast array of stars will be heard over most of them. Top writers, top directors, and top stars of American show business come to you on CBS. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When the winter moon dips low over Broadway and hides again behind the scudding mists, Broadway is numbed. The year's ending is too swift. There's too much nighttime in December, as if the dimness of the subway had moved one flight up, as if the lights were not quite lights, but yellow things that drain off into shadows. It's a time of the muffler, the hurry up, the time of the wind. The dreams are dying, and it's a long while before April comes again. The place where I was, also one flight up above the street of the tired apartment houses and hotels. The avenue leased to anybody on the premise that home is any place where the rent is cheap. Hotel Savannah. The man who walked beside me and explained it all to me.
After all, Lieutenant, after all.
What?
The Do Not Disturb sign has been hanging on the front of the door all day. And here it is almost midnight.
So?
So, a place like this, rent a room for $350, pull out the old pills, leave the world to its own sorrow. The Savannah's getting quite a reputation for... Oh, this is the room. Now, that's how I found her. Right there on the bed. I could tell right away she wasn't a suicide. That bullet hole, no gun.
Who is she?
Took the room yesterday. Registered as Mary Smith. I keep a straight face as long as the payment is made in advance. Even she didn't have luggage. So what? Quite a few of my friends have not a presentable suitcase to their names.
What about her visitors?
This is her home away from home. That's our philosophy here at the Savannah. Why shouldn't she have visitors?
Asked you, did she have any?
I don't know. People come and go. A regular little world in itself, this Savannah. I remark this to myself often as I stand at the desk. Like I was looking on into a regular little world. That's why I always
Don't say it, Mr. Burgess. I'll take it from here. And consider the place where a girl lies dead. A room of transients, a cubicle, allotted, sold to the passer-through. The mark of their passing, the scars where cigarettes were ground into the desktop. The hotel stationery, the postcards with the scenes of gaiety tinted in, ink-stained, finger-smudged, blank. The sign, please turn out lights when departing, leave key at desk. The bed, where passing sleep is sold at the current rate. And in it, Mary Smith, dead by violence. Phone it in, check other hotel personnel. Be told for the day she'd been there, the girl was quiet, discreet, no trouble at all. Visitors? Maybe, maybe not. Policy not to notice things like that. And take it home with you. Try to sleep against the image. Desolate, lonely. Not quite make it. And welcome the coming of day. Somewhere to go, someone to talk to.
You have a bad night, Danny. You have the look of someone who has slept with rocks in his bed, head to foot.
That's your morning's greeting to me, Sergeant Tartaglia?
You see? Other mornings you refer to me as Gino. But this morning... Danny, why is this morning different from all other mornings?
You got something for me, Gino?
Goes without saying. Sure, I got something. We coded that girl's fingerprints, that Mary Smith. Put them on the wire to the chums of the FBI during the night.
Had an answer?
Those chums of the FBI are veritable Johnnies on the spot, Danny.
You had an answer, huh?
On the spot. According to the info lately come to hand and now contained in my breast pocket, Danny, this Mary Smith was not a Mary Smith. Oh, no, not at all.
All right, Gino. Who was she?
A Peg Ramsey. Formerly of the Women's Army Corps, which makes her a former wife, which makes it easy for our Washington co-workers to check such things as fingerprints flying through the night. Such things as...
As what?
As the occupation of the deceased prior to sale. This Peg Ramsey, heretofore known as Mary Smith, was a member of the publishing firm, Taggart and Ramsey on Lower Madison. It brightens the morning for you, Danny, this info?
You tried, Gino. You really did. Thanks.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Get around to believing it, Mr. Taggart. Miss Ramsey was murdered in a cheap hotel named the Savannah. We want you to help us.
What was she doing there? Was she registered?
Look, Mr. Taggart...
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Let's try it this way. What did Miss Ramsey do here at your publishing house?
At our publishing house, Mr. Clover, Peg is as much responsible for the success of Taggart and Ramsey as I am. Of course, I'm directly responsible for a book club's choosing 4 of our novels. Peg only had 3, but then...
Just tell me what she did. Huh?
had final say on what we would publish and what we wouldn't, along with me, of course. Also the discovery of talent and so forth and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Friends?
Every unpublished author in the world. You must understand, Taggart and Ramsey enjoys an enviable reputation. We publish stuff that others wouldn't even touch. Of course, sometimes we take a loss publishing literature, but we make up for it. Put out a crossword puzzle book. And
Yeah, but what about special friends, Mr. Taggart?
Oh, working on the premise that special friends can be special enemies, huh? That happens in our latest mystery, Kill the Murderer Dead. It'll be released for publication in May.
Mr. Taggart.
Peg had a very special friend.
Who?
William Walter.
Who is William Walter?
A writer.
Where do I find him?
I don't know. I have no idea. Peg handled him.
What made him so special?
Well, according to Peg, he was special because he was talent. The once-in-a-lifetime talent. Personally, I've heard that phrase too many times. Last year, after such a talent, we had to publish jumbo crossword puzzle books 5, 6, and 7 in a hurry.
And that was the relationship between Miss Ramsey and this William Walter, publisher and writer.
No, I think more. I think Peg had her times to be a publisher and times to be a woman. It's my belief from observing Peg that she mixed the two up for this boy.
What else about this William Walter?
He was brought here from North Carolina.
Brought here? You mean your firm subsidized him?
A writer's dream, but no. He was brought here by a Mrs. Janice Kirk, a self-styled discoverer of talent. Knew Peg slightly, brought him to her with a couple chapters of a novel. Peg believed in this boy and gave him an advance.
Where do I find this Mrs. Kirk?
Oh, I can tell you that easily. At the Ruxton Hotel. I've had cocktails with her there. An attractive woman, the way those women from North Carolina can be. Now, will you pardon me, Mr. Clover?
And at the hotel, ask for Janice Kirk. Be told she's been seen entering the cocktail lounge. Go there. The head waiter raises his eyebrows. With an effort, tilts a patrician head slightly to the left, and that way indicates the woman sitting alone, sipping the colorless drink, sipping the colorless music, weaving its frightened way through potted palms. And on her face, the smile of acceptance for the music, for the furtive cocktail-time laughter, for the glances of men, attached, unattached.
Hello there, and all that.
Mrs. Kirk?
I saw Alec tilt his Roman coin head, and that brought you to me. Whatever the reason, I'm glad. It's been lonely.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Kirk.
You didn't have to tell me that. You could have let me believe you'd walked in here and seen an interesting face sitting alone with her lost thoughts, and you took pity in it. You could have let me believe that.
I've just come from Alfred Taggart of Taggart and Ramsey.
Alfred, you tell him I'm very disappointed in him. He hasn't asked me to cocktails in, it must be hours now. You tell him that.
He said you knew Peg Ramsey.
Miss Ramsey, I've taken notice of her. Talked to her, I remember. I wouldn't call that knowing a girl. Now, why did he go and tell you I knew her?
She's dead, murdered. She gave her name as Mary Smith and was killed in a hotel room.
Why? Didn't she have a home of her own? I didn't mean to say that. Truly, I didn't mean to be flippant over death. Not a death like that. But an empty way to die.
Taggart told me something else.
I'm sure he did. It was about the boy, wasn't it?
He told me about a boy, a young writer, William Walter.
William, sweet William, sweet, sweet William.
Maybe you can tell me more about him than Taggart did, Mrs. Kirk.
Well, I know I can. I know more about him than I know about myself. Wasn't it I that discovered the burning tree of talent in him? Wasn't it I that beat him, tortured him, soothed him till he put it all on paper? Figuratively, that is. I did that to him, figuratively. Wasn't it I that brought him here so his poetry could cry out across your metropolitan skies?
Where is he now?
I don't know.
You said that...
I said I don't know. First, William stayed here, right here in this hotel, close to me. And he took to living in all kinds of places, dismal places, dirty little furnished rooms and tenements, sordid hotels. Left me just high and dry for months, so as he could taste your city.
Then you haven't seen him
There
in
is a
something...
phone call for you, Mr. Clover. You can take it here.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
You want it, Danny, right away. Savannah Hotel.
Why, Gino?
A boy shot to death in one of the rooms. Savannah Hotel, Danny. The same one.
I hate your telephones. They interrupt just when... Something bad's happened, hasn't it? I know it from your face. Something real bad.
And
I'll tell you another thing, Mr. Clover. I should have kept my big mouth shut about the reputation of the Savannah. Right down here.
Same floor, same hallway as the last time I was here.
Not only that. Same room. There he is, Mr. Clover.
You know who?
Yeah. Registered about noon. Gave his name as William Walter. Said he was a writer. First time we ever had a writer.
And in the room of transients, yet another one, sprawled there across the bed, a boy, like a tired puppet, discarded. And the bullet hole in his temple gave him another quality, an attitude suddenly and forever caught in an instant of time, and the gun held in his dangling fist. The end of him, the death of William Walter.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A titled Englishman wined and dined at a swank Park Avenue address is then mysteriously murdered. It takes no less than Mr. Chameleon, master of disguises, to make a dent in the Hand of Fate murder case. Follow Mr. Chameleon on this engrossing police operation tomorrow. Yes, that's tomorrow on CBS Radio. Mr. Chameleon is now heard at a new time, Sundays, on most of these same CBS radio stations.
On the eve of the merry holidays, Broadway treats itself to a 10-cent sprig of mistletoe, stands under it, watches the women walk by. They hug the warm fur close. Let the December wind riffle it against their mouths, their cheeks. Let the wind breathe them away from you. And for background, the music flowing out of the tinseled metallic throats of loudspeakers. And the kids standing carefully away from the assorted street corner Santa Clauses, eyeing them, studying them, lifting great puzzled eyes to the grown-up who holds their hand. Good, huh, kid? Makes you glow, so find the coin, drop it in the pot, pay off for the year that never was. And in a room, again, the place of the dead. Be alone with it for a little while. Be alone with the boy with a bullet wound in his temple. The boy who'd come to the great city with poetry to offer, and in return had been given this, the end of searching, the end of pain. Be alone with it until Detective Muggavan comes back.
I had a little talk with Burgess, the manager, Danny, like you told me.
Yeah?
Says the boy made a big to-do when he registered.
Burgess tell you why?
Uh-huh. Seems this kid, William Walter, insisted on having exactly the same room where the girl was killed. Manager tried to talk him out of it, offered him other rooms. Kid wouldn't have it any other way.
I think I know why.
Sure. Boy was a writer. That gives him a right to emotions the rest of us aren't privileged with. That's why he has to die in a room
You through, Muggavan?
Yeah. I guess I've been in it too long, Danny.
Here's why he wanted this room. Found it in his pocket. Marriage license.
I look at it, Danny? Thanks. Issued to William Walter and Margaret Ramsey. That'd be Peg Ramsey, the murdered girl, huh, Danny?
Yeah. A place like this probably going to keep the marriage a secret.
Uh-huh.
Come over here, Muggavan. Found something else. Here on the desk.
Oh, it's written so fine. Wait, I gotta put on my glasses.
Sure, go ahead.
Peg, beloved Peg, all of it is done, finished. For you, now for me. For someone you breathed life into, then dying, took it from him. Done, finished. He wrote this, Dan?
We'll check it at headquarters. I think we'll find he wrote it.
With a gun in his hand like that, this note, how he insisted on the same room. Suicide, huh?
Call it in, Muggavan.
Danny?
Come on in, Muggavan. Been down to technical?
Yeah, for an hour, more or less. Took me that long to get out of Gordon what he knew as soon as I walked in. Now, guys like Gordon give mothers a bad name.
Gave you a rough time, huh?
Yeah, had me looking through microscopes, gave me a short lecture on the theory of spectrochemical analysis. Then when I didn't applaud, he got angry. Anyhow, gun that William Walter allegedly killed himself with also fired the bullet that killed Peg Ramsey.
Murder and suicide, huh, Markham?
I guess so. What do you think?
Take a look at this suicide note.
Well, I saw it, Danny.
No, I know you saw it, but look at it again.
It's a suicide note.
Is it?
Hmm?
Show me where he says he's going to kill himself. Show me where it says that he... What is it, Gino?
Lady outside to see you, Danny.
What lady?
Name's Janice Kirk.
Show her in.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Thanks. That'll be all, Sergeant. Well, please sit down, Miss Kirk. This is Detective Muggerman.
How do you do?
Mrs. Kirk?
I'm going to leave town tomorrow, Mr. Clover.
I see.
Yes. This is a lonely city now. I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of it because so many things, mostly...
William Walter?
Yes.
Oh, I want to say, Mrs. Kirk, how sorry we are.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kirk, one thing I'd like to ask you. Just what interest...
The way you said Mrs., the little glance that just happened between you and this other gentleman. The Mrs. means I was once married. My husband is dead.
I see.
And just what interest I had in William. He was a great writer. I said I was lonely. Now that William's dead, the world's a little bit more lonely, too. Though it'll never know it.
Just why did you come here?
I want to ask something of you, may I?
Of course.
I brought William here. I want to take him home. I want to bury him.
We've already sent notification to North Carolina to his next of kin.
But in this case, don't you see, it should be me who should take, well, call it responsibility. Call it whatever.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kirk. Until we hear from the next of kin, we have no authority.
I loved him. Is that what you wanted to hear me say? Go ahead, exchange glances again. Snicker a little bit behind your hands.
Mrs. Kirk, what the lieutenant said simply
Very
means that
well,
he...
you see, it really makes no difference at all.
And for a moment, consider her fury at being deprived of the dead boy. And understand it. Understand it because of the sudden statement of love for him. Blurt it out, bitter, explosive, no longer to be contained. But let it also open a door onto new questions. The finding out of why a boy's life must be taken. A boy of talent. A boy who was about to be married. A boy who had apparently scrawled a note against the insistent calling of death. Murder, suicide. Make sure which. Let it take you to a place you'd been before, to a man you'd talked to before. Can't tell you how glad I am you came back to me, Mr. Clover. I just can't tell you how glad. Why, Mr. Taggart? Well, this is perhaps an uncalled-for thought after those dismal doings at the Savannah Hotel. Even tragic, you might say. Peg and that boy. Just tell me, Mr. Taggart. Well, I was wondering, just a fleeting thought, mind you, did you happen to find the manuscript of the boy's novel? Did he perchance die with it there in the hotel room? No, we didn't find it. Why? Well, you must forgive me for this rather scavenger-like idea I've had, but not that we won't take care of the boy's estate, mind you, but it seems a provocative publishing stunt. You want to publish the work posthumously. A boy kills himself, leaves a novel. That will make a splash in the literary world, huh? Yes. I would have tried to put it more tastefully, but that's it, exactly. Sorry, I can't help you. Well, then I can't for the life of me imagine what else we have to talk about. The reason why I came. I'm not sure the boy killed himself. He was going to marry Peg Ramsey. Did you know that? Marry? No, I didn't. Imagine. You said you met the boy when he first came here, that you... Quickly, a quick introduction from Peg. As I said, his work impressed her, so I okayed an advance for him. That's why if you find the manuscript, I feel it rightfully belongs to me. And that's all you knew of him? The advance, Peg Ramsey's interest in him, sponsoring of that, and the money I've already expended on him. For advance publicity on Peg's newfound genius, I even hired Tonto Jones. Who? Tonto Jones, ace blurbist. The Guy de Maupassant of book jackets. Told him to stick with Walter, get to his marrow, find out everything about him, and write it in 100 words to fit the back of a book jacket. I'd like to talk to a man who knew all about William Walter. You have his address? Greenwich Village, somewhere. The girl will give it to you on your way out, Mr. Clover. You were going, weren't you? So downtown now, to Greenwich Village. Turn off 11th Street onto Bank. Past the bargain basement bars where the floor shows chuckle at the customers and the local color is prefabricated. And find an address, another basement, where the door is a painted mural of pink and satyrs with a motto in French over the brass knocker. When the door opens, the man puts a finger to his lips.
Shh. It's the last side.
Huh?
Schoenberg bought the records today. Come on. Come on, everybody's inside.
All right.
Grab yourself a hunk of floor and sit.
If you don't mind, I'll stand.
What did you bring?
What?
I told Bobette to tell everybody to bring a record. Didn't she?
I brought a badge.
Hey, who are you? Aren't you one of Babette's...
Police. I'm looking for Tonto Jones.
Why?
Where is he?
Me? What do you want me for?
A few questions, Tonto. By the way, where'd you get that name?
Well, I spent a summer in Mexico trying to write. The natives gave me the name affectionately. It stuck.
All right. Now tell me what you can about William Walter.
I was going to do his dust jacket for him.
You mean that stuff on the cover of a book that tells how good it is?
What do you mean, stuff?
Just tell me about William Walter.
I could have done it, too. Have somebody to support me. I could have written a novel.
Did William Walter finish his?
About a week ago. Pretty good, too. Oh, not that I would have approached his subject matter that way.
Then you read it?
Parts of it. Other parts he read to us.
To us?
Mm-hmm. People who drop in from time to time. We had varied opinions as to the novel's significance. Of course, if you're the type who's satisfied with sheer entertainment value...
Where is the novel?
Manuscript?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he left it here for me to look over. A couple of days ago, Janice picked it up.
Janice Kirk?
She said Willie sent her for it. I gave it to her.
Hey, Tonto.
We're disturbing your guest, Tonto. Go back to him. I'm just leaving.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover.
May I come in, Mrs. Kirk?
Well, you don't want to talk to me now. I've been crying. I look a mess.
It'll only be a few minutes.
You promise?
Yes.
Well, then, come in. You wait right here. I'll go in the next room and do my face. We can talk. Well, go on. Talk to me.
I've just come from Greenwich Village, Mrs. Kirk.
I hate it, don't you?
I spoke to Mr. Jones.
Tonto?
That's right, Tonto Jones.
You know what Tonto means?
No, I don't.
Well, I didn't either till I looked it up. It means crazy, fatuous, stupid. No one pays any attention to what Tonto says.
I do.
How do I look, better? Of course I look better. Can you tell I've been crying?
No.
Now we'll talk.
Did you like the novel?
Well, be more explicit, Mr. Clover. I'm always reading. What novel did you mean?
William Walter's novel.
You know something? I told you I loved the boy, and I did. Even after he was so cruel to me.
What about the novel, Mrs. Kirk?
Well, that's what I mean. He didn't even let me read it after all I did for him.
Maybe you didn't understand me, Mrs. Kirk. I said I saw Mr. Jones down in Greenwich Village.
Well, he's a liar.
About what?
About anything, he told you.
He said you picked up Walter's novel a couple of days ago. I don't think he lied. Nobody else has that manuscript.
And I suppose nobody will ever read it.
I suppose not. Mrs. Kirk,
Yes?
you told me how hard you worked to foster the boy's talent, how you brought him here to New York, how everything was wrapped up in that boy and his novel. Doesn't it bother you that the manuscript is missing?
Well,
Do you have it?
No, I don't.
Did you destroy it? Did you?
Well, what difference does it make?
I'm just curious to know what the novel is about, that's all.
I burned it before I read it. As soon as I got it here, I tore it up and burned it.
That was the first part of it, wasn't it? Huh?
What?
To destroy everything about the boy.
Destroy somebody you loved? How can you say that?
You loved him, all right. Only he was going to marry Peg Ramsey. Did he show you the marriage
Oh,
license?
he was never going to marry that girl. He just wanted his novel published, that's all.
I don't know. Marriage license usually means marriage. They were going to keep it secret, but they told you because you deserved to know.
Deserved to know. Do you know why they told me? To be cruel to me, to laugh at me, to slap me in the face with it.
So you killed her.
Do you know what she said to me? Do you know what that girl said to me? I'll pay you for the train fare you spent to bring him to New York. Even if I had killed her, could you blame me?
But the boy you said you loved him.
Him, sitting there when I came into the room. I was ready to forgive him everything. I walked over to him, put my hands around his back. He shrugged them off. Kept writing. Writing a note to a girl who was dead. Did you ever hear anything as crazy as that? Note to a dead girl.
We thought it was a suicide note.
And he went over to the bed and he sprawled out and put his hands behind his head and then he stared at me. He stared hate at me.
Because you killed Peg Ramsey?
He knew it and he didn't go to the police. That made me think he still loved me.
Why didn't he go to the police?
Because he knew I'd crawl back to him. He wanted me there so he could tell me how much hate he had for me. How much he despised me.
You didn't give him the chance. You destroyed him. Everything that he touched, you destroyed. The final thing to ride on a train.
And he'd be back there with the baggage, the litter, the animals.
Let's go, Mrs. Kirk.
No one's going to do that to me. What he did. Not to me. Who did he think he was?
Let's go. Night bursts open like a sudden flame on Broadway. The crowd swarm dances between the silhouettes of 1,000 buildings. Dances its fury away against the time of morning until the night soaks up the sound and pain and color and turns it into dawn. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Betty Lou Gerson was heard as Janice Kirk. Featured in the cast were Stan Waxman, Steve Roberts, and David Wolfe. Sing the praises of running brooks, babbling brooks, and he who brooks no evil. But you'll sing the praises yourself of Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, Sunday nights on most of these same CBS radio stations. As Connie Brooks, Eve Arden is sometimes running after a man, often babbling about men, and she brooks no evil that interferes with her pursuit of a man. So maybe the poets should sing her praises, too. Our Miss Brooks is fun to hear Sunday nights on CBS Radio. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy open fire on your funny bone Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Serenade Macabre. Yes, we have that story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The manuscript is on this shelf. Here it is. Serenade Macabre. The very exciting story of a circus in which the last performance was given by death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is 2:00 in the morning, and on the outskirts of the town where the tents had been set up and the red and gold wagons moored, the circus is asleep. A succession of shadows in the moonlight, quiet, peaceful. Except for the occasional roar of protest that comes from the throat of Sultan, the untrained lion that Victor Parnell had vowed he would break. And except for the movements of two people, Louise Parnell and Roy Turner.
Come on. There's the training tent.
Roy?
We'll never have to worry about Victor again when Sultan gets through with him tomorrow morning. What's the matter?
Nothing. I dropped the bottle of glue.
Did it break?
No.
Now listen, kid. You gotta pull yourself together. We'll never get another chance.
I can't help it, Roy. I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
What if we should get caught? What if somebody should see us?
I tell you, there's nothing to be afraid of.
Jim Harkness, the night watchman.
He doesn't get to this point till 3:00.
Well, suppose he should decide to change.
For Pete's sake, will you relax? I'm the owner of the circus. I set up the schedule for him.
Oh, I hate that beast.
It's going to be our best friend tomorrow. Come on. We're only about 10 feet from the tent. The whole job won't take more than a couple of minutes.
You know, it's murder, Roy.
So?
The idea of having Victor ripped to pieces by a lion.
You want to get rid of him, don't you?
I could ask him again to give me a divorce. Maybe if I keep after him.
Duck into the tent.
Roy, that's...
Get in there.
That's Jim Harkness.
Quiet.
You said he wouldn't be here until 3:00. He's going to see us, and he's going to tell Victor. Oh, he mustn't see us. If you've got to kill him, he mustn't see us.
That's all right, kid. He didn't look in.
Maybe he saw us.
Now, let's...
Maybe he recognized you and decided not to... Roy, let's forget about it.
Are you out of your mind?
Please. I've got a feeling it's not going to work out.
Do you want to marry me?
Oh, you know I do.
Then let's not forget about it. Give me the key to the training kit. The key, Louise.
There's no other way?
Not if we're going to get married, babe.
All right.
Hold the flashlight.
I took this off his key ring while he was asleep.
Good thing he was drunk tonight. Swing the light around. Ah, yeah, there's the chair. Now we get to work with the saw.
The police are going to know it's murder, Roy. No chair comes apart in a lion trainer's hand, not even when it's pawed.
Yeah, one leg off. Now we go to work on leg number 2.
They've got to be strong. The police will suspect me, Roy.
They'll suspect Tom Doyle.
He hasn't got a key to this cage.
He was mad enough to steal it. Victor gave him the whip this afternoon for not feeding the cats on time. This is simple, kid. 2 legs and a gluing job to go, and by noon tomorrow... you hear that, babe? That's Sultan telling you that by noon tomorrow you'll be a widow. There's your wagon, Louise. I'm turning off here.
All right, Roy.
I'll bury the saw and the bottle of glue under the wagon that Tom Doyle's in. And we got nothing to worry about.
I hope you're right. I love you very much.
Yeah. I don't have to tell you how I feel about you. Good night, Luscious.
Good night. Shut up, you ugly beast. Shut up. Oh, good heavens.
On the line, Louise.
Victor.
What'd you expect to find? The Maharaja of the circus?
I thought you were asleep.
I was. Put the light on.
I'm tired. I want to go to bed.
And I feel like talking. Well, Louise, will I have to get up and put the light on, or will you do it?
I'll do it.
That's better. Now, come here.
Victor, whatever it is you want to say, can't it wait?
You never ask Roy Turner to wait, do you? Of course, he's the boss. The guy who inherited a circus and doesn't know what to do with it. So he keeps busy going after my wife.
Please.
Did he tell you tonight how beautiful you are?
I didn't see him. I heard Sultan kicking up a row, so I went down to see what's the matter. Stop it, will you? I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, what's the matter, Louise? You're usually a lot calmer than this.
Well, I'm sick and tired of having you suspect every move I make.
Since when?
You can't turn your back on me without... Oh, shut up, shut up.
Is Sultan getting on your nerves, too?
I can't stand him all day and all night. That cat never sleeps. Victor, I want you to get rid of him.
Sure.
Send him back to the jungle. Kill him. Do anything, but get rid of him.
He cost me a small fortune, Louise.
I don't care. You've got other lions.
Well, he'll be great for my new act.
You'll never break him, Victor. That's one cat that'll never take orders from you.
And I say he will.
You're wrong. You've been trying for weeks and you... Listen, Victor. Kill him tomorrow morning. The first thing tomorrow morning.
I want him for my new act, Louise.
Don't do any more work on him. Don't get into that training cage with him again.
Uh-huh. This is a new twist from you.
I've never asked you to quit breaking a cat before. But this time I know. It can't be done.
Are you afraid of what might happen to me?
He'll kill you one of these days.
That shouldn't bother you.
I don't want you to die.
Well, that calls for a celebration. And a kiss.
No, Victor.
Why not?
Please, leave me alone.
I always told you had a beautiful mouth.
Let me go. Let me go.
Let's see how it looks when it's bleeding. Now, turn out that light and go to bed. I've got a big day tomorrow with Sultan. He doesn't seem to bother you this morning, Louise.
I'm getting used to him.
Doesn't take long when you start hoping, does it?
I warned you. If you ever hit me
Tell
again...
that to Sultan. He might decide to help you. Yes, who is it?
It's me, Mr. Parnell, Jim Hartman.
What do you want?
Boss wants to know if you're going to work in that lion today.
Just a minute.
Mr. Turner sent me to ask you if you were going...
Why?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Parnell. He didn't tell me. Morning, Mrs. Parnell.
Good morning, Jim.
That cat was howling all night. Sort of gave me the willies. He ain't like the other cats.
He will be. Tell Roy Turner I'll go to work when I'm ready.
Okay.
And tell him I don't want anybody in the training tent when I'm working.
You going to tackle that lion all alone, Mr. Parnell?
Oh, Roy can be there if he wants to. And Louise, of course.
But Mr. Turner don't know nothing about lions, sir. Why, if that big fella should get frisky...
You heard what I said, Jim. Now, go ahead and do it.
Okay. I'm only the night watchman. But if I was in that training cage with that cat, I'd want a lot of people all around with long sticks. Yes, sir. All around.
He's right, Victor.
I'm running my own show, Louise. Now, finish the coffee and let's get out of here.
In a minute.
Now. You can put your face on later. Roy won't mind seeing you without makeup.
I want you to stop talking about him.
Here's the gun, baby.
Yeah.
Too bad it's not loaded with real bullets, huh? Instead of blanks.
It's too bad. But maybe it won't make any difference to you.
You can take orders like the rest of them, can't you, Roy?
This is your department, Victor. If you don't want anybody around when you're working, it's okay with me. But you're a darn fool.
It's an old habit, pal. Listen to him. He thinks he's still the king. Well, we're going to show him he isn't. Aren't we, Louise?
We?
Hey.
Sure. You're still my wife, aren't you?
She's not going into that cage with you, Victor.
Here's the key, baby. Open it up.
No.
All right, then. I'll open it up. I'm ready, dear. Come on.
Get out of here, Louise. I'll take care of this lunatic. Put down that whip, Victor.
Sure, right across.
Are you ready? Put it down. You're going into that cage alone.
No.
Alone, Victor. And that's where you're going to stay. I got your keys.
Let me out of here, Roy. That cat'll kill me.
Louise, get in the Sultan's tent and open the cage door to the tunnel.
Roy.
Go on before somebody looks in here.
Louise, don't do it. You and Roy were in here last night. You spoiled something.
Roy, he knows.
The key was not where I keep it on the ring. Let me out, will you? I was only kidding about asking you to come in here with me. I wasn't going in myself, Louise.
Louise, you're wasting time.
Louise, I'll give you a divorce. You can marry Roy. I'll do anything you want. Just let me out of here.
I don't believe you, Victor. I don't believe you.
Good grief, Louise.
Victor, just you and me now.
Roy, you've got to listen.
In a couple of minutes, it'll be just you and Sultan. Grab that chair. I'm going to open the trap door.
Roy, I'll listen to reason.
Don't open that trap door. Yeah, I meant it about the divorce.
Grab the chair, Victor.
Close it. Give me a break. I'll never bother you and Louise
Better
again.
get set for company, Victor. Your friend should be here any second. Yeah, battle cry of freedom.
He's in the tunnel, and the trap door's open.
Goodbye, Victor.
The chair. Maybe I can hold him off. Maybe I can drive him back into the tunnel.
Can you keep him there?
You and Louise spoiled something in here last night. I don't know what it is, but... Sawdust. You saw the legs off the chair. He broke the chair. Roy! Roy! Get help! Help!
That's the whole story, Captain Williams. The chair broke in Victor's hand, and before Louise and I realized what had happened, Sultan had knocked Victor down.
Go ahead, Mr. Turner.
Oh, it was the most horrible thing I ever saw. That animal tearing at Victor as if...
Oh, no, Roy.
I'm sorry, Louise, but the police want the facts.
All of them, Mr. Turner. What did you and Mrs. Parnell do while the lion was working on her husband?
Well, there wasn't much we could do, Captain. Louise and I were alone in the training tent. Louise had a gun, but it was loaded with blank cartridges.
Alone, huh? I thought lion trainers never got into a cage unless there was a lot of protection around.
Well, Victor didn't like crowds.
Is that so? That's pretty unusual for a circus performer.
Well, he didn't like him when he was breaking a cat. You can ask anybody outside this office, all the people working for me.
I will, Mr. Turner, when I get around to them. How did you get that animal off, Mr. Parnell?
I opened the trap door of the tunnel, and Louise fired the blanks in her gun. The noise frightened Sultan.
No real bullets?
Lions are expensive, Captain Williams.
But lion trainers aren't, huh?
Sultan was my husband's property, Captain. Victor made the rules, and I kept them.
Uh-huh. Are you feeling better now, Mrs. Parnell?
A little.
Good. I've got a couple of questions for you. Who fixed it for that lion to kill your husband?
I can't be sure, Captain, but I think it was...
Yes?
Go on, Louise. The police and I have a right to know who you suspect.
Well, I haven't any proof, but I...
Yeah?
Roy, I think it was Tom Doyle who sawed that chair and glued the legs on again.
Oh, the man who's been feeding the lion?
Yes. You remember what happened yesterday afternoon?
Victor beat him up.
With his whip. And all because Tom didn't feed the cats on time.
Oh, but Louise, that's no reason for murder.
I'm not accusing him, Roy. But late last night, Victor came back to the wagon drunk. He'd gone to town after the show.
Oh, yeah. What's that got to do with Tom Doyle, Mrs. Parnell?
You see, Captain, there's only one key to the training cage, and Victor always kept it on a ring in his pocket.
Yes?
He was very superstitious about training the cats. He felt that anyone else in that cage at any time might bring bad luck.
That's right, Captain. There's a bug we couldn't shake out of his head.
Just keep going, Mrs. Parnell.
Well, when Victor came back from town, he was very drunk. But he was also very upset. He'd lost the keys.
He had them this morning, didn't he?
Yes. I found them last night outside the training tent.
Oh?
Victor was raving mad because he'd lost them, and I had to go out and look for them. As I got near the training tent, I saw Tom Doyle sneaking away around the tent. And I found the keys.
Oh, Louise, are you sure it was Tom Doyle?
Yes, Roy. He was carrying something under one arm.
A saw?
I couldn't tell, Captain. But I looked inside the tent. Everything was in order.
Do you think Tom Doyle swiped those keys?
Please, Captain, I'm not trying to build up a case against the man. I'm only telling you what I saw.
Come in.
Excuse me, Captain.
What is it, Ralph?
One of the boys dug up these two items, sir.
A saw and a bottle of glue.
They were buried under a wagon that 3 guys live in.
Which 3 guys, Ralph?
Joe Smith, Pete Frenzy, and Tom Doyle.
Where's Tom Doyle?
Him and the other 2 are in the wagon. Under guard.
All right, we'll go have a talk with him.
I'd like to go with you, Captain.
Sure, come along, Mr. Turner. Do you want to join the party, too, Mrs. Parnell?
Oh, I don't think you ought to, Louise. Why don't you go to your bungalow wagon and lay down?
All right, Roy.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Turner, when I got to the scene of the murder, I found you and Mrs. Parnell in the training cage with the body of her husband.
Sure. We thought he might still be alive.
How'd you get in if Mr. Parnell had the only key?
We gave it to me.
just in case.
Well, okay. Let's go, Ralph. You can come along, Mr. Turner, if you still want to. But remember, you listen while I ask the questions.
Well, Roy.
I told you there was nothing to worry about, babe.
But that Captain Williams, did he believe us?
He didn't believe Tom Doyle, kid. The perfect fall guy.
Roy.
Yeah, the Lommocks had no alibi for last night, so they took him away.
Then we're in the clear?
Without breaks. Come here, Luscious.
Why not?
You gave a perfect performance for Captain Williams. How about giving one for me?
Thank heavens I don't have to convince you.
Don't kid yourself, Toots. When it comes to love, I want all the convincing you can give.
Darling. How is that?
Great. As a sample. Now...
Don't rush me, dear. It's been only 3 hours since I became a widow.
Oh, babe, you even look better.
We'll have to be very careful, Roy.
What do you mean?
No marriage until we're far away from this town.
I had that figured out, too, Louise. So that you have to have nothing to worry about with me.
What's this?
Partnership agreement. I'm giving you a 50% interest in the circus.
Roy.
Don't crowd me yet, honey. I'm not through.
What?
You get my 50%, too, if I should die.
Oh, you darling. I don't need all this insurance. I wouldn't want it without you.
Hey, here's the catch, sweetheart. I don't expect to die.
Oh, you idiot.
Now, come here. How about some more convincing?
Okay.
Come on, Louise. I'm waiting.
Not now, Roy.
What's the matter?
Listen.
What for?
That whistling, I can't stand it, Roy, ever since last night when Jim Harkness passed the training.
Will you snap out of it?
I'm be sure he didn't see us.
He didn't tell Captain Williams, did he?
I just can't seem to get it out of my mind. Roy, we'll have to do something about Jim.
Wait a minute. He's been with the circus for years. I practically inherited.
Well, I don't want him around.
Okay. But believe me, kid, you're making a big fuss about... Come in. What do you want, Jim? Answer me when I talk to you.
I noticed the Sultan stopped complaining after he chewed up Victor. We ain't heard a peep out of him since.
Get out of here, Jim.
Well, that ain't a nice way to talk to a business associate, ma'am.
Business associate?
Shut up, Louise. What do you mean, Jim?
She knows what I mean, Roy.
I'm Mr. Turner to you.
Not anymore, Roy. I'm not working for you anymore.
You quitting?
I'm tired of being a night watchman. For a guy like me that used to be a star tumbler, keeping tabs on a bunch of tents and animals, it ain't dignified, Roy. I'm retiring.
What's that got to do with me?
You're going to make my retirement worthwhile. You and Louise.
Jim, what do you want?
Louise, I told you to shut up.
Don't get mad at her, Roy. She's only trying to keep the rope off her neck. Tom Doyle ain't no killer. But I can tell the police who is.
Now, look here, Jim. If you got any bluffing to do...
I seen you and Louise in the training tent last night and heard you working with a saw.
You don't know what you're talking about, Jim.
Maybe the cops would say different, huh?
You can't prove it, you dirty blackmailer. It'll be your word against ours.
Yeah, but whose word's going to count more? I seen where you buried the saw and glue, Roy.
Why didn't you tell that to police this morning?
Oh, were the police here?
What are you driving at?
I'm a night watchman. I work all night, and I'm supposed to sleep all day. I ain't seen the police yet.
Didn't they question you?
Well, I wasn't in my bunk all day. I just got back from a snooze in the park. You see what I mean?
He's got us, Roy. Let's find out how much he wants.
Well, you don't have to ask me twice. $50,000.
$50,000?
I want a nice, comfortable retirement, Roy, and I want to start today. Think it over, but don't take too long.
You set up the perfect crime, didn't you? Tom Doyle was going to take the rap for us. Well, Roy, is he?
Well, for Pete's sake, will you leave me alone? You've been pounding at me for an hour. I can't think.
All I want you to tell me is what are we going to do?
I don't know.
Have you got $50,000 for Jim Harkness?
I told you,
Have you
Louise.
or haven't you?
Suppose I have.
Are you going to give it to him?
Do you want me to?
I don't want him to go to the police.
It's about all the cash I have, Louise. If I give it
I don't want him to go to the police.
We'll be flat broke. We won't be able to pay salaries.
There'll be plenty of cash coming in.
But not enough to pay off, Louise. We'll be stranded.
Would you rather swing?
Maybe it'll never come to that.
Oh, don't kid yourself. If Jim goes to the police, we're through. We can't alibi ourselves out of his story, and we'll never get a chance to call him a blackmailer.
Why call him anything?
Oh, what's the matter with you? Does $50,000 mean so much to you?
Keeps us in business, Angel.
Well, it won't keep us together. Oh, Roy, darling, we want to be together, don't we?
Oh, sure.
We want to
kid.
get married like other people in love. We committed a murder to get that, Roy.
And we won't lose it, kid.
We'll never get there if we take chances now.
I wasn't thinking of taking chances, Louise.
Then you'll give him the money?
No.
Roy!
I got other ideas that'll save us $50,000 and still take care of Jim Harkness.
No.
That's right.
You want Captain Williams back here?
Let him come.
Are you crazy? Another murder at this circus, Roy, while Tom Doyle's in prison. What happens to the case against him?
Nothing. What I got in mind won't be murder officially.
Oh?
Oh, baby, you're gorgeous when your eyes sparkle.
Tell me what you've got in mind.
Come here, real close, huh? Jim's a pretty old guy.
So?
So he gets dizzy when he looks down from a height. So dizzy he falls down and gets all smashed at the bottom of a cliff.
Over by the river?
How'd you guess?
That's good, Roy. But how do we get him there?
We'll pull him with a $50,000 magnet.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you don't? Well, then I'll have to tell you because, kid, you're going to set the traps.
Jim, wake up. Wake up.
Hey, what's that? Louise.
Where are the other men who belong in this wagon?
They're out working. I was catching some winks.
I don't want them to find me talking to you. How soon are they coming back?
I never know. Sometimes they knock off for a swig. That can be any time. How about the money?
You'll have to wait until tonight.
Yeah?
Roy's got most of it now, but he's counting on the ticket sale to make up the difference.
I want a full $50,000, Louise.
You'll get it, you dirty blackmailer. Meet me in the park at the top of the hill.
What hill?
Haven't you ever been in this town before?
Oh, this is the first time. Old man Turner never played this circuit when he ran the show.
Oh. Well, there's a hill just outside of town, a public park on top. Be there at 9 o'clock.
Well, why up there, Louise?
Because Roy doesn't want to be seen talking to you.
Will you be there?
Yeah?
Okay, so will I. But if you got any notions, Louise...
Don't be a fool. I'm not going to kill you. Roy and I could do that any night if we wanted to. You're a night watchman. There's nobody around when you work.
So you thought of that, huh?
Well?
It's a date, Louise. And then, goodbye.
He's on time, all right, Louise.
Give me that package.
You got everything straight?
Yes. I want to open the package, and I'll suggest that bench over there. He doesn't know about the cliff.
Now, remember, keep his back to me.
I'll remember.
When I rush him, get out of the way. I don't want to push you over the cliff,
Now,
too.
he's pretty close, Roy. Better get behind the tree.
Now, no more talk.
Jim?
Yeah. Everything all set, Louise?
Yeah. Here's the package. It's got $50,000 in it.
Is it all here?
You can count it if you don't believe me.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Open the package on that bench. It won't take you long to count it. Come on, I've got a flashlight. Well, Jim?
I'll do that when I get back to my bunk.
Jim, you can save yourself a lot of time. There's no money in that package, just a wad of newspapers.
A trap,
There's
huh?
a cliff behind you, Jim. You're going to have an accident.
Look out, you don't have one first.
He's got a gun, Roy.
I'll take it away from him.
No.
I got nothing to lose, have I, Jim?
Stay away from me, Roy. I'll kill you.
Go ahead. I'm not staying away. I'm going to throw you off the cliff.
Maybe, but you're not making me back off.
One more step, Jim. One
You're
more
a
step.
murderer anyhow, and nobody's going to punish me for killing a murderer.
Your gun's jammed. Goodbye, Jim.
Roy! No!
Roy!
Wait! Help! Help your hand, Louise! Oh, it's too bad, Louise. You had your hand on his sweater and you couldn't hold him. Roy shouldn't have rushed at me, Louise. He should have remembered I used to be a tumbler. Well, it's a bad break for me. I just lost $50,000. I'm back again, Mrs. Parnell.
Come in, Captain Williams. This has been a week of tragedy, hasn't it? My husband's murder and Roy's death last night. It's surprising I've still got my sanity.
Let me see your hands.
My what?
Your hands.
I don't see what that's got to do with anything.
How did you break that fingernail?
Now, see here, Captain Williams.
I'll tell you. It got caught in Roy Turner's sweater when you pushed him off the cliff last night.
Have you gone out of your mind?
We found the part of the nail that belongs on the finger, Mrs. Parnell. And here's something else we found. Just read it without putting your fingers on it. It's the carbon copy of a partnership agreement between you and Roy Turner, and it gives you his share of the business after his death.
Roy gave this to me without my asking for it. We were going to be married.
Yeah. Well, we're not holding Tom Doyle anymore. We've got you. And the worst that can happen to you is that you'll be tried for one murder and be executed once.
And so closes tonight's story, Serenade Macabre. Stedman Coles wrote the radio script. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Raymond Edward Johnson played Roy Turner. Joan Tompkins was Louise Parnell. Cameron Prudhomme was Jim Harkness. King Calder was heard as Victor Parnell. Joe Latham was Captain Williams. And Brad Barker was the Lion Sultan. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. Yes, we have the very exciting story of a man who tried to cheat life and was cheated out of it. It's called The Self-Made Corpse. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for the thrilling adventure broadcast Johnny Madero, Pier 23, which follows in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now suppose we begin by calling on Mr. Holmes' biographer and friend, the genial Dr. Watson. We find him in his comfortable firelit study, leaning back in his easy chair, ready to begin his story. The fire feels good tonight, doesn't it, Dr. Watson?
Indeed it does, but sit down, Mr. Bell. Sit down and let's get on with the story.
You are in a hurry, aren't you?
Well, I suppose I am. As a matter of fact, the adventure I'm going to relate was one of the most gruesome experiences I ever hoped to encounter. Perhaps I'd better not tell it after all. It brings up memories
Oh,
that...
come now, Dr. Watson. You're not going back on us now. You promised last week to tell us... what was the name of the story?
The Adventure of the Devil's Foot, or the Cornish Horror. The very thought of it makes my blood run cold.
I can hardly wait, Dr. Watson. But first, men, I'd like to remind you about this famous modern trend in hair grooming, which is preferred among top-flight executives and America's most successful men. It's called Kreml Hair Tonic. One of the many reasons Kreml has become such a nationwide favorite is that it never plasters the hair down with sticky goo, which makes your hair and scalp feel so dirty. It never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. You see, Kreml is a very highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a unique and utterly different combination of hair grooming ingredients, which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps unruly hair so neatly in place longer, with such a handsome, healthy-looking luster. What I especially like about Kreml is that after you use it, you can run your hand back over your hair and your hair never feels sticky or dirty. No greasy film comes off on your hand. Yet Kreml hair keeps hair in perfect order throughout the busiest day, always looking so handsome and well-groomed. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the Devil's Foot or the Cornish Horror?
It was the spring of the year 1897. Holmes's iron constitution had shown some signs of giving way due to a particularly arduous and nerve-wracking winter. In March of that year, Dr. Moore Agar of Harley Street gave positive injunctions that Holmes get out into the country for a protracted rest. Well, the third week in March found us settled in a small cottage near Poldhu Bay at the further extremity of the Cornish Peninsula.
Isn't that rather a bleak country for convalescent, Dr. Watson?
Bleak is putting it mildly. I've never known such grim surroundings, but it suited Holmes admirably. He seemed to blossom in that weird and foreboding fog-swept district.
Just his natural perverseness, I suppose.
Oh, I dare say. Our little whitewashed cottage stood on a grassy headland. From its windows, we looked down upon the whole sinister semicircle of Mounts Bay, that old death trap, with its fringe of black cliffs and surge-swept reefs. In every direction there were traces of some vanished race which had left as its sole record strange monuments of stone. Holmes spent most of his time pottering round these weird ruins. Everything was going along peacefully until one morning our simple and healthy routine was violently interrupted. We were precipitated into the middle of a series of gruesome and nerve-shattering events.
Quite a surf this morning, eh, Watson? You can see the spray flung up against our windows, and we're a good 100 feet above sea level. I don't think I shall venture out today. Bad weather. Old boy is certainly lashing himself into a fine frenzy.
What do you mean, the old boy, Holmes?
The devil, Watson. The devil himself.
Oh, what are you raving about?
Didn't I tell you that the natives hereabouts refer to that seething death trap down there as the Devil's Cauldron? They think the old gentleman himself lives there.
How unsettling.
Yes, a very interesting superstition. You know, Watson, this locality is supposed to have been the last resort of devil worship in England.
Oh, really? Well?
Many scientists believe that those huge prehistoric monuments of stone were part of a temple given over to the Prince of Darkness.
Preposterous.
Oh, I don't know. It's as logical as most of the theories that endeavor to explain their existence. The superstition goes on to say that when the devil was finally driven from his temple, he took refuge in the bay down there. Yes, they claim that on stormy nights you can hear his hoofbeats as he races up and down the rocks.
Holmes, what are you trying to do? Give me a case of nerves?
Hello, what's this? What's this? Someone is running up our path, his cloak flapping about like a giant bat.
Why, it's that Tregennis fellow, the one who boards with the vicar.
Mortimer Tregennis, eh? I wonder what's happened. Face as white as a sheet. Couldn't look more upset if he'd seen Beelzebub himself. Open the door, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, thank heaven I find you at home. The most terrible thing has happened. I can scarcely believe it.
Oh, sit down, my dear fellow, sit down. That's better. Now, perhaps you can tell us what has happened.
My family, my sister, we were playing cards.
Oh, slowly now, take your time.
My family, my sister and my two brothers. It's too terrible. Why, just last night I was with them at the house. Tridanic warfare, it's called. All well and happy. We played cards, and now, without warning, I can't believe it.
Easy, Tregennis, easy. There's a good fellow.
I left them last night. My sister Brenda, my two brothers, Owen and George.
What time was that?
The clock in the church steeple over at Poldhu was chiming 10 o'clock as I closed the front door behind me. I'd left them all in the card room, laughing and in good spirits.
And?
This morning, being an early riser, I was out taking a walk before breakfast when Dr. Richards overtook me in his carriage with the news that he'd been sent for on a most urgent call from Tridanic warfare. Something terrible had happened to my family. I jumped in beside him and he whipped up the horses.
And what did you find?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, it was terrible, ghastly. My two brothers and my sister, there in the card room just as I'd left them. But what a change. What a ghastly change.
Yes?
Brenda lay back stone dead in her chair. and my two brothers sat on each side of her, laughing and shouting and singing. The senses stricken clean out of them, and all three of them, my poor dead sister and my two demented brothers, retained upon their faces an expression of ghastly horror, a convulsion of terror.
How terrible.
Yes. Dr. Richard was so overcome at the sight that he fell fainting into a chair.
Anyone else in the house besides your sister and brothers?
Only Mrs. Porter, the old housekeeper.
I presume it was she who found them this morning.
Yes. She always goes through the house in the mornings, airing it out before the family comes down. When she reached the card room, the shock was too much for her. She's had a nervous collapse. We had to put her to bed.
No wonder.
An exceptional case. Most exceptional.
That's what we thought. We could find no traces of strangers in or around the house. Nothing was stolen, nothing touched. The vicar believes you are the only one who can solve the case, Mr. Holmes. He insisted I come to you.
I shall be only too glad to handle the matter, of course. But first I must ask you a few questions.
Anything, Mr. Holmes, anything.
To begin with, Mr. Tregennis, why do you live with a vicar, separated from your family?
Well, as a matter of fact, we had a slight argument a few years ago about some property it was. But that was all settled long ago. We were on the best of terms.
Now, Mr. Tregennis, about last night. Do you recall anything at all that was out of the ordinary?
There was one thing that occurs to me. As we sat at the card table, my back was to the window. George was facing me. Suddenly, I saw him look hard over my shoulder out of the window. I turned quickly, and just for a moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of something moving.
Man or animal?
I don't quite know. My brother said he had the same feeling. It's uncanny, that's what it is. Something came into that room, and that something killed my sister and dashed the light of reason from my brother's mind. Something devilish it was.
If that should prove to be the case, I fear I shall be of very little assistance, Mr. Tregennis. But short of wrestling with his satanic majesty, I think perhaps we can solve your problem. Come, Watson. We'd best go down to Tridanic Water at once.
This is the house, Mr. Holmes.
Whose carriage is this coming down the drive with the blinds down?
There's somebody in it. Listen.
My brothers. My poor brothers. It's Dr. Richard's carriage. He's taking them to Helston Asylum. It's too awful. My poor brother.
Easy, Tregennis, easy. Pull yourself together.
I'll do my best.
Good man.
Which are the windows of the card room?
This one here.
Oh, look out, Holmes. You've upset the watering can.
Dear, how clumsy of me. Sorry, Tregennis. I'm afraid I've drenched your boots.
No matter, Mr. Holmes, no matter. Shall we go in?
Yes. I've seen all I need to see out here.
This way. The card room is over here.
Do you notice anything, Watson?
No, I can't say that I do.
This is the card room.
I see the window's still open. The housekeeper left it that way, I presume?
Yes, she says it was locked on the inside when she came in.
Quite so. I think we may close it now.
Well, I'll do it, Holmes.
No, let me. Candles quite gutted out. Yes, cards still on the table. They had not risen from their chairs, I take it, and you left at 10. That sets the hour of death at some time before 11. Fire burned out. Why a fire? Had they always a fire in this small room on a spring evening?
It was cold and damp last night, Mr. Holmes. The fire was lit shortly after my arrival.
I see. Well, that seems to be about all. No disturbance of any kind. Strange.
Oh, come along, Holmes. Come along. The room gives me the jumps. There's something about the atmosphere, as though death was still hovering in the air.
I wonder. Come, Watson. We will return to our cottage. Should anything occur to me, Mr. Tregennis, I shall communicate with you. It won't do, Watson. It won't do. All the facts are negative.
Well, do you think Mr. Tregennis's account of his actions last night was truthful?
Quite, Watson. Quite. You remember the incident of the spilt watering can? I did that to obtain an impression of his foot.
I take it you succeeded?
I did. With that print as a sample, I was able to trace his movements last night. His story is correct. He left the house at about 10, went straight back to the vicarage and did not return. Nor did anyone else enter or leave that house.
Then it must have been the man or animal they thought they saw in the bushes. He must have returned and frightened them to death.
There was no such man or animal, Watson. Last night was a dark night. Anyone who had the wish to frighten these people would be compelled to put his face against the glass before he could be seen.
Well?
There is a 3-foot flower border outside the cardroom window. But there are absolutely no footprints there.
Yes, but that means...
Mr. Tregennis' sister and her 2 brothers were alone when death struck the sister down and drove the brothers insane.
But, Holmes, that would be supernatural.
I hope not, Watson.
Look, here comes another visitor up our path. Stranger this time. Big, savage-looking fella.
That, my dear Watson, is none other than the famous Dr. Leon Sterndale.
Sterndale, the lion hunter and explorer?
Exactly.
Oh, what's he doing in this neighborhood?
Oh, I've heard he owns a little cottage about 5 miles down the coast. They tell me he lives there absolutely by himself when he isn't off on one of his expeditions. Never mind, Watson. I'll do the honors myself. Come in, Dr. Sterndale, come in.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mr. Holmes, I've come to you about the tragedy at Dannywater. The police are utterly at a loss. You have a keener brain.
Pardon me, Dr. Sterndale, but why are you so concerned in this affair?
Well, you see, during my many residences in this locality, I've come to know the family of Tregennis very well.
I see.
Their horrible fate has been a great shock to me, Mr. Holmes.
I'm so sorry.
As a matter of fact, I was on my way to Africa. I got as far as Plymouth when the news reached me this morning. I came straight back to help in the inquiry.
But that would make you lose your ship. One sailed for Africa this afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
I can take the next.
When did you last see the Tregennis family, Dr. Sterndale?
I saw Brenda, Miss Tregennis, 3 days ago, just as I was leaving for Plymouth.
Oh. So you have been in Plymouth for the last 3 days?
Yes, in Plymouth.
But how did you get the news so quickly? Surely the Plymouth papers didn't carry an account of the matter in this morning's edition?
I received a telegram.
A telegram? Might I ask from whom?
You're very inquisitive, Mr. Holmes.
It is my business, Dr. Sterndale.
Very well. The telegram was sent by the vicar, Mr. Roundcay.
I see.
And now, Mr. Holmes, have you reached any conclusions?
Conclusions? No. That would be a trifle premature. But I have every hope of bringing this matter to a satisfactory termination. Satisfactory to me, that is.
Would you mind telling me if your suspicions point in any particular direction?
I do not feel that this is the moment to answer that question, Dr. Sterndale.
And I see that I've been wasting my time. I need not prolong this visit. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Close-mouthed fellow, Dr. Sterndale, isn't he, Holmes?
He told me more than he realized, Watson. But he knows even more.
How could he if he was in Plymouth?
But was he, Watson? That statement is something for us to look into.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the strange mystery of Dannywater. But first, men, remember, if you want to keep your hair handsome and healthy looking, one of the first requisites is a hygienic scalp. So why settle for just any hairdressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of a highly specialized hair tonic like Kreml? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps unruly hair neatly in place longer with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that cheap, greasy patent leather look. It never leaves hair feeling sticky, gummy, or dirty. Your hair and scalp always look and feel so clean with Kreml. And if your hair is so dry it breaks and falls when you comb it, start using Kreml at once. Let it make your hair feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. Kreml is also fine to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. So for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp, change to Kreml at once. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic.
I say, Holmes, must you go on smoking that foul pipe? The atmosphere's so thick I can hardly see across the room as it is. Oh, dear, I feel depressed. Who knows what evil thing is stalking abroad in this neighborhood?
Light the lamp, Watson. It's the gathering twilight that makes it gloomy.
Rubbish. Look here, Holmes, what about that Dr. Sterndale? Do you think he did it?
No, Watson. I've been in communication with his Plymouth hotel. His story was correct. He had been there for the past 3 days, and he did receive a telegram from the vicar this morning.
Oh, and he couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the Turgenis tragedy last night.
Quite. I didn't think he had a connection with the tragedy. But there is a connection with... Now what?
Mr. Holmes! Oh, Mr. Holmes!
Open the door, Watson. Ah, my dear vicar, come in, come in. Dear me, you look as though you'd seen a ghost.
It's tracked him down. The curse of the family. He's dead. Dead with that same look of terror on his face.
Who's dead?
Mortimer Turgenis. In his study at the vicarage.
Great Scott.
My servant found him there, sitting beside his table, his face turned toward the window, and distorted with that same convulsion of fear that marked the features of his sister. Oh, my poor parish. Satan himself is loose among us. We are devil-ridden, Mr. Holmes. Devil-ridden. This was his study, Mr. Holmes.
Depressing atmosphere.
It was worse. I had the servant open the window. He's quite ill from shock, poor fellow.
What a terrible look on Turgenis' face, Holmes.
The whole body is contorted and convulsed in a very paroxysm of fear. You've never seen death in this form before, Watson?
No, never.
You know of no poison that would have this effect?
Good heavens, no.
The lamp is lit. It was burning over an hour. Notes the oil consumed. Yet darkness has just set in. Did anyone call at the vicarage this afternoon?
No. I was out myself, but my servant says he let no one in.
Then Turgenis was alone when he...
I wonder. The window was shut at the time of his death, but the lamp was lit. Curious. The window. Let's see. The window. Yes, by Jove, I think I found something.
What's that you're putting in your pocket, Holmes?
And the lamp. Of course, the lamp. Notice this powder which has been spilled on the base of the lamp? Red-brown powder. Give me an envelope, Watson. I must have these specks of powder.
Why are you so excited about the powder, Holmes?
Because it contains the solution of our mystery, Watson. It is the source and the solution.
Holmes, you haven't touched your supper. What a foul night. The wind's rising again.
Oh, have another cup of tea and be quiet, Watson.
I don't want to be quiet. I want to talk. I'm tired of waiting here listening to that blasted wind and the roar of the water down there below. Why did you send for Dr. Sterndale?
Because he's an authority on obscure African poisons.
Poisons? Why are you interested in poisons?
Watson, there are two striking points in common in both cases under observation.
Yes?
In both cases, the atmosphere of the room had a curious effect on the persons who first entered it. The housekeeper and the vicar's servant were both overcome, as was the doctor who was called in.
That's right. I hadn't thought of that. The room was still stuffy when we entered it.
Right. And in each case, there was combustion going on in the room. The fire in the first case, the lamp in the second, and the lamp was not necessary. It was still daylight when it was lit.
Yes, but I still don't see what...
Something was burned in each case which produced an atmosphere causing strange toxic effects. An unknown poison.
Good heavens.
I believe we have a sample of that poison in the brown powder spilled on the base of the lamp.
Well, how are you going to prove it?
I'm going to burn some of that powder and notice its effect. Just a small pinch of powder. Yes. Perhaps you'd better leave the room, Watson.
Leave you alone in here? Certainly not.
I warn you, it's risky.
Confound that wind. Come along. Let's get it on with it and get it over.
Very well. Place your chair opposite mine. Then we can watch each other for developments. If anything alarming happens, we can end the experiment.
All right. Come on. I'm ready.
Good. I put a pinch of the powder into our lamp.
Oh, I say, what a filthy smell.
Musky, subtle, nauseous.
Listen to the wind, Holmes. I'm afraid. I don't know why. That wind. I can feel my hair rising. Holmes, do you see it? That cloud bank, whirling, black and sinister. It's monstrous. It's concealing something too wicked to imagine. Holmes, it's coming nearer and nearer. Can't you smell it? Sulfur and brimstone. You hear that, Holmes? It's hoofbeats. Hoofbeats. I know what it is. I can see it. I can't stand this. It's too terrible. Holmes!
Watson, for the love of heaven, don't give in. Don't breathe. I'll smash the window. I'll smash... There. That's better. Breathe in, Watson. Breathe it in. It's good, clean air. Whew. By Jove, what a narrow escape. I had no idea it was so powerful.
I thought I saw...
I know. It's a poison that affects the nerve centers of the imagination. The strain is enough to kill a man or drive him crazy. Hello, there's someone knocking at the door.
Oh, so that's what I heard.
Air seems cleared out. Good thing there was a high wind. I'll close the shutters and draw the curtains. Watson, can you open the door now?
Yes, I think so. Phew, my knees are still shaking.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes. You sent for me?
Yes. Come in, Dr. Sterndale. Come in.
You look rather pale, both of you.
Yes. We've just been conducting a little experiment with the poison that killed Tregennis.
You?
Yes, Dr. Sterndale. Perhaps you'd like to tell us why you killed Mortimer Tregennis.
I? Preposterous. You can't prove it?
No. Let me tell you how you did it. You came over to the vicarage late this afternoon. You didn't want anyone to know you'd visited Tregennis. He was to let you in himself. But how could you attract his attention? You brought some pebbles with you, pink pebbles from a heap beside your house. You threw these at the study window, where you knew Tregennis was working. I found some of these pebbles on the windowsill. Tregennis came downstairs, let you in himself. You had a talk with him, made him light his lamp, placed a pinch of the poison powder in the flame, and left.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I did kill Mortimer Tregennis. But I'm not guilty of the other atrocity. I swear I'm not.
I believe you, Dr. Sterndale. But you know who did it. Perhaps you'd better tell us about it.
Very well. It was Mortimer Tregennis.
What?
He admitted it before he died. Mr. Holmes, I've been in love with Brenda Tregennis for many years. We were to have been married when my work in Africa was finished. I've lived so long in places where man is a law unto himself. He killed Brenda in cold blood. He killed her. I have nothing else to live for. By heaven, I'd do it again.
How did Mortimer Tregennis get hold of the poison? It was something unusual, almost unknown.
Yes, it was powdered pes diable.
Pes diable? Devil's foot, eh?
Yes, a root found in Africa. Shaped like a foot, half human, half goat-like. I have the only specimen in England.
And you showed it to Tregennis?
Yes. He came over the other afternoon when I was packing. He was interested in my African curiosities, particularly this powder. How he took it, I can't say. I thought no more of the matter until I received the vicar's telegram and learned how they died. I returned at once. Looking into the tragedy, I was convinced Mortimer Tregennis was the murderer, that he'd done it to gain control of the family fortune. There was the crime, but what was to be his punishment? What jury would believe such a fantastic story? No, I decided to take the law into my own hands. Perhaps if you ever loved anyone, you'll know how I felt.
Dr. Sterndale, what were your plans when you set out for Plymouth?
I had intended to bury myself in Central Africa. My work is only half finished.
Go and finish the other half, Dr. Sterndale. I do not feel called upon to prevent you.
gruesome story, Dr. Watson.
Yes, next to the famous Hound of the Baskerville adventure, that was the most gruesome experience that we ever had.
There's just one thing I'd like to know. What did you think you saw in that cloud of smoke?
Mr. Bell, you will have to believe me when I tell you it was too horrible to mention. Just to think of it is enough to make my blood run cold.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Girls, Powers models are famous for their beauty and charm. And one of their most outstanding characteristics is their glorious, shining, bright hair. Now, here's how they keep it so shining.
Powers models use Kreml shampoo. This amazing beautifying shampoo has been especially developed to actually glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair, revealing all its natural glossy luster.
Yes, and don't forget Kreml shampoo is wonderful for washing children's hair, too.
Of course it is, because there are no harsh caustics or chemicals in Kreml shampoo. And its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses scalp and hair of all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Girls, if you could only see how Powers model's hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights, I'm sure you'd want to try Kreml shampoo right away. You can get a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you about the adventure of the unfortunate brides.
Well, it sounds intriguing, Dr. Watson.
It was, Mr. Bell. It was indeed. Intriguing. It concerned a honeymoon in Scotland and a bridegroom who turned out to be a cold-blooded and ruthless killer.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted by Edith Meisner from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Devil's Foot. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the case of the unfortunate brides. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. For once, Mike Shayne, San Francisco's favorite detective, is in his office high up in the Rust Building attending to business. Phyllis Knight, his easy-on-the-eyes assistant, is taking notes as their latest clients, inventor William Belsey and Miss Hess, try to explain the unexplainable.
Now, let me get this straight, Miss Hess. You have been visiting your aunt in New York?
Yes, for 6 months. I wired Daddy that I would arrive Wednesday, but I managed to get an earlier train and arrived Monday.
And the house was all in order when you came home Monday at 10 in the morning?
Yes, that's right. I expected Daddy for dinner, but, well, he didn't come home.
You didn't call his office and tell him you had arrived earlier than expected?
Oh, no. Daddy hated people in the family calling him at the office.
And you weren't particularly worried when he didn't come home at all that night?
Not particularly. Daddy often stayed at the club.
But you didn't call the club, hmm?
No.
So Monday night he didn't come home. All day Tuesday he didn't come home?
Nor Tuesday night, nor all day Wednesday.
So it was only because Mr. Belsey called you Wednesday night and said your father had an appointment with him and that your father hadn't showed up. It was for that reason only that you started to worry.
No, I wouldn't say that. I worried more and more as the time passed, but you must remember Daddy didn't expect me till Wednesday night.
And his appointment wasn't with me exactly. I was going to be there, naturally, but the appointment was with Mr. Hackert and Mr. Carter.
As I understand it, you had an invention which Mr. Hess was going to finance?
Actually, he did finance it. He advanced me the money I asked for. But I saw that my estimate was wrong, so I laid the cards on the table and gave Mr. Hess the chance to withdraw.
And instead of withdrawing from the venture, he invited Carter and Hackett in on it.
That's right. And I wanted them to think it over before they accepted the deal. It's pretty much of a gamble, you know.
And although Miss Hess maintains that her father hasn't been home since Monday, you saw him at lunchtime on Wednesday.
Well, just for a second. We just happened to be lunching at the same cafe.
You reminded him of the evening's appointment?
He reminded me.
So today you both decided to ask me to investigate.
Well, the idea was Mr. Belsey's. He insisted that we do something, so I called the police, but Mr. Belsey said that wasn't enough, and so we came to you.
When did you notify the police?
About 11 this morning.
I'll get it. Mike Shayne, private detective.
Hello, Phyllis.
Oh, hello, Inspector.
Is Miss Hess still in your office?
Why, yes, but how on
Let me
earth...
talk to her, Phil.
Sure, Inspector. It's for you, Miss Hess.
For me?
Yes, Inspector. Here, you talk to him.
Hello?
Miss Hess? Can you come over to Oakland right away?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
It's important, Miss Hess. It's about your father.
You mean you found him?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Afraid? Then something's happened to him?
Yes.
Oh, serious?
Very serious, Miss Hess. Your father is dead.
Dead? You say Daddy's dead?
Yes, Miss Hess, your father was murdered.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Inspector.
Hello. Thanks for bringing the young lady along. We won't keep you alone, Miss Hess. Just a matter of identification. Of course, from the cards and his wallet and other bits of information, we're certain.
I understand.
All right, Sergeant. Yes, sir. Is that your father, Miss Hess?
Yes, Inspector. That's Daddy. Have you any idea as to who murdered him?
No, not so far. We'll want to question you later, of course, to find out, well, whether or not he had any enemies.
I'm ready to answer questions now. I'm not the hysterical type, Inspector.
So I gather.
Inspector.
Yes?
There's something different about Father. And not because...
Not because he's dead and been in the water?
No. I don't know what it is. Just different.
I see. Has the inspector asked about the possibility of your father's enemies?
He had none that I know of.
How much do you know about Mr. Belsey and the other partners in this deal, Miss Hess? Mr. Carter and Mr. Hackett?
Well, I don't know Mr. Belsey at all. I never spoke to him before he called up Wednesday night because Daddy hadn't kept his appointment.
You've known the others how long?
Ever since I was going to high school.
What do you know about them?
Well, nothing except that they seem nice. Mr. Shayne. Inspector.
Yes?
I know what it is that's different.
Oh? Yes?
Daddy's coat, his overcoat, his umbrella, and his glasses are missing.
Well, under the circumstances, glasses and the umbrella being missing is not surprising. Of course, he might not have been wearing his overcoat.
Daddy always wore his overcoat. It was one of his distinguishing habits. He never went out without an overcoat.
Do you know how many coats he had?
Well, yes, he had 3, unless he bought one while I was away.
Do you mind if we go to your house right now? We might find something there in the nature of a clue.
No, I have no objection.
Okay. Inspector?
Yes?
You take Miss Hess.
Right.
Phyllis and I will take Belsey, and I think the sergeant ought to gather Carter and Hackett, too, don't you?
The sergeant already called headquarters and asked them to locate them for us.
Good. Then we'll all meet at your place on Pacific Heights. You say, Mr. Belsey, that everything was harmonious at the meeting between you, the murdered man, Hackett, and Carter on Monday night?
Well, certainly. There was no reason for anything else. The meeting was held at Hackert's house. We were all agreed. I had the invention, they had the money, and they were willing to start right away. I just wanted them to think it over and take their time.
What happened after the meeting?
Why, nothing. It was cold, and I drove Mr. Hess over the Bay Bridge. He refused to let me drive him home, so I let him out at the Key System Depot, and he caught a taxi.
You say it was cold?
Oh, yes, it was.
Tell me, was he wearing his overcoat?
Why, no.
Was he wearing his overcoat Wednesday when you saw him at lunch?
Yes, he was.
Mike, I guess this is the house, the one with the white porch. There's the inspector's car in front.
Oh, yes.
there you are. Miss Hess is checking the closet for her father's overcoats. I said I'd show you into the living room. In this way. Hackett and Carter are on their way out, Mike.
Good.
Car just drove up outside. 2 men getting out.
Oh, that's them.
Inspector, Daddy's dark blue overcoat's missing. And so is his favorite umbrella, the one with the handle carved in the shape of an elephant.
Did you say umbrella, miss?
Yes, Sergeant.
With the handle shaped like an elephant?
That's right.
What is it, Sergeant?
Well, the headquarters just phoned. They found the umbrella and the overcoat with a pair of eyeglasses in the pocket.
Where'd they find them, Sergeant?
Washed up at the yacht club jetty in Sausalito.
What? At Sausalito? Well, that's 10 miles from where we found the body. That's funny.
It's more than funny, Inspector. It's the first clue yet. The murderer's first mistake.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and his adventures. Friends, your automobile engine gets dirty inside as well as out. As your engine operates, bits of carbon, particles of dirt, drops of water and gasoline are constantly accumulating in the crankcase. As these accumulations build up, they form a sludge which gums up valves, sticks to piston rings, and otherwise interferes with the smooth, easy operation of your engine. That's why Union Oil Company recommends flushing out your engine from time to time with Cleanse Oil, the special solvent action cleansing oil. Cleanse Oil is harmless to your motor, but it penetrates quickly to every working part, cutting sludge away swiftly and cleanly. Then, when the Cleanse Oil is drained out, the sludge flushes out with it, leaving your engine clean. And with a fresh supply of pure paraffin-based Triton motor oil, you're all set for hundreds of miles of clean, economical engine operation. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask the Minuteman for Union Oil engine flushing service. Thank you. The murdered Mr. Hess's overcoat, umbrella, and glasses have been found. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are in the inspector's office at headquarters. The sergeant enters.
Here you are, sir. Coat, umbrella, and glasses. Oh, the glasses aren't broken.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Let me see them, Inspector. Oh, wow.
What?
Pretty strong lenses.
Yeah, if he needed glasses like these, he couldn't go very far without them.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. This is the umbrella, Hey, you got a magnifying glass, Inspector?
Sure. Did you find something, Mike?
Question, maybe. Tell me, Sergeant, which pocket did you find the glasses in?
It's in the report, right-hand pocket.
I see. Inspector?
Yes, Mike?
Would you mind calling Miss Hess? Find out if her father was left-handed or not.
He was left-handed, Mike. She told me that when we were driving out to her home. I was asking about his habits and so on.
Aha, I thought so. Here. You see the finger marks on the umbrella handle?
Mm-hmm.
They're on the left side of the handle. The thumbprint is on the right.
And the glasses were in the right-hand pocket of the overcoat.
Yes?
Report from Harbor Master says that prevailing currents would never wash umbrella and coat that distance. The Harbor Master says there's a strong eddy and they were probably thrown in the water only a few yards away at most.
Thanks.
It doesn't tell us much. Only that the murderer threw the coat and umbrella into the bay about 10 miles from where the crime was committed. It only goes to substantiate murder. We already know that.
Maybe we better have in Hackett and Carter.
Okay, Inspector.
Yes, Inspector?
Send in Hackett.
Yes, sir.
Any ideas, Mike?
Yeah. Same as you had.
Added together, they don't make much, do they? Sit down, Mr. Hackett.
Thanks.
Tell us, what do you know about this business?
I don't know anything about it.
You were in on the business discussions?
Certainly, but I hardly think they had anything to do with the murder.
Well, we have to start somewhere, you know.
Well, then why don't you start with some of the men that Hess quarreled with?
Hmm?
Well, I happen to be one man with whom he never argued.
You're suggesting Mr. Carter?
So you're supposed to be the detective.
But you're doing the hinting.
And Carter wasn't the only one who hated Hess.
Well, if Carter hated Hess, why did Hess invite Carter into the deal?
Hess didn't know that Carter hated him.
Well, you're not suggesting that Carter had anything to gain in this venture. That is, by Hess's death.
I'm not suggesting anything. It does seem to me, though, that many people had plenty of reason for killing Hess. Some men hated him. They could have killed him out of anger or revenge. Why look for some financial gain as a motive?
We're not.
As far as we can see, no one gained anything by Hess's death.
Except his daughter.
who will inherit a pretty penny.
Again, are you suggesting that Miss Hess didn't get all the money she needed from her father?
She got all she needed, but not a cent more. Hess was tight. A nickel had to reproduce itself in 12 months or else.
And you can't help us any more than that?
No.
I see. Well, ask Mr. Carter to step in on your way out. Thanks.
Oh, there's an unpleasant character.
Yes, but unnecessarily so.
He pretty well removes any doubts as to what we might think about money being the motive for murder.
Oh, I'm not buying that, Inspector. In its entirety, anyway.
Oh, but nobody has anything to gain by Hess's death.
Sit down, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Tell us, what do you know about this business?
I'm afraid I don't know anything about it.
You were in on the business discussions?
Oh, yes, but I doubt if they had anything to do with the murder.
Well, we have to start somewhere, you know.
Yes, I realize that, and I'd start if I had any ideas.
Mr. Carter, did you ever quarrel with Hess?
Quarrel with him? No, I have often disagreed with him, but I wouldn't call it quarreling.
Would you say he had many enemies?
Good land, no. He was very businesslike, very brusque. Not at all approachable, if you know what I mean.
A man of opinions?
Definitely. But he respected other men's opinions, too.
And the Monday night meeting was held at Mr. Hackert's house, hmm?
Yes, Hackert's was the most centrally located. Besides, neither Hess nor I like to conduct business at home, and Hackert doesn't mind.
You get along all right with Hackert?
Certainly, I understand him. His bark is worse than his bite.
Oh.
He's really a very nice fellow.
The last you saw of Hess was at Hackert's house, huh?
Yes.
You made no future appointments with him?
No, except the one for Wednesday night. Oh, wait.
Yes?
Come to think of it, I did say as I was helping him on with his coat that I might see him Tuesday at the club.
But you didn't?
No, because I didn't go to the club. I was detained on business over in Oakland.
I see. And you can't tell us anything more?
I'm sorry, no.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Carter. We'll call on you if we need you.
Well?
Not much help.
I disagree.
What?
What?
He was a great help.
I can't see a suspect in the whole bunch.
No, nor can I. All we have is a murdered man.
You want me to prove that the murderer is one of the four?
Yes, but you can't.
One of them lied.
Which, Mike?
That I don't know, honey. If I did, we'd have the murderer. But that doesn't alter the fact that one of them lied.
Well, it is true that Hackert's description of Hess's character is very different from Carter's, but I'd hardly call that lying.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. Inspector.
Yes, Mike?
Ask the sergeant if Carter and Hackert have left the building yet.
Yes, Inspector?
Have Carter and Hackert left yet?
No, sir. They're standing talking to Miss Hess and Belzy.
Good. Tell them we've got a lead and that Mr. Shayne would like to see Miss Hess at her home alone in about 30 minutes.
Did you get that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
And see that they all hear it.
Yes, sir. Right away.
What's the idea, Mike?
The murderer has left plenty clues.
I don't know what they are, then.
The coat and the umbrella being found so far from the murder.
Yeah.
The eyeglasses in the right-hand pocket of the coat.
Mm-hmm.
A deliberate falsehood. One says Hess was wearing his coat. Another says he was not. One says Hess was argumentative. Another says he was not.
So what? They're clues, but they don't lead us to anywhere.
Right, Inspector, right. So we trapped the killer.
Go on. I'm waiting.
The killer's clever, Inspector. Very, very clever. He's covered his tracks beautifully, yet...
Yeah. Mike?
Yet, like every other killer, he made mistakes. We have found some of these mistakes, but we don't know who made them. So we're pretending that we found a lead. The killer will worry.
And try to find out what we know, thereby making another mistake. One that will point the finger at him, huh?
Right, Angel, right. Now we'll go to the Hess place in my car. I'll drive, and you two keep out of sight. In the back, lie down on the floor. I've got to have the killer believe that I'm meeting Miss Hess alone and that there are no witnesses.
Look, Mike, I don't like that.
Why not?
Well, you're practically inviting the killer to take a pot shot at you, using yourself as bait.
Mike Shayne, I didn't catch on at first. Well, you're not going to do any such thing.
Yes, I am. I'm going to catch the killer, and you can help or not. Now, come on. Out the back way. I'll drive my car into the police garage, and that way no one will see you two getting into it.
What is it, Mr. Shayne? Oh, I can hardly wait. What have you found?
Are you all alone?
Yes, except for the maid.
No phone calls?
No, not a thing. I just got here a few moments ago.
No one followed you?
Not that I know of.
Now, I'm going to look around the driveway here for a minute. Will you please go to the back door and let the inspector and Phyllis in the back way?
Yes, of course.
How about it? No soap, eh, Mike?
Apparently it didn't work.
Well, I'm just as glad. I can't see any profit in catching a murderer and losing my boss.
You expected the killer to follow you. Maybe shoot you because you said that you had found the lead.
Well, that was the idea, Miss Hess. But it didn't work.
Hello?
Inspector there?
Yes. It's for you, Inspector.
Yes?
Just got a report from the surgeon.
Yes, Sergeant.
The surgeon says Hess was killed Monday night or Tuesday morning. The body's been in the water at least that long.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Friends, just about everyone who drives a car knows that carbon is one of the prime evils of motoring. But what many people don't know is that the choice of a lubricating oil has a direct influence on the amount of carbon formed in their engine. Yes, that's right. Your selection of a lubricating oil determines the amount of carbon formed in your motor. That's because nearly all carbon comes from the lubricating oil and not from the gasoline, as so many people think. But lubricating oils differ widely in the amount of carbon they will form. For example, in a recent laboratory test made with the 7 leading motor oils sold here in the West, Triton motor oil contained 38% fewer carbon-forming elements than the next best oil, 86% less than the average. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to being a 100% pure paraffin-based lubricant, Triton motor oil gives you definite protection against carbon. That's because Triton motor oil is made by an exclusive propane solvent refining process, a process so valuable that it's been patented by Union Oil Company. You can buy Triton at all Union Oil Minuteman stations, wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Remember, Triton cuts down carbon. Mike's attempt at tricking the murderer into disclosing himself has failed. Now, Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector are walking into a well-known cafe on Geary Street.
Well, we'll soon find out whether or not that nice inventor, Belsey, was telling the truth.
My guess is that we will.
Really?
Why do you say that, Inspector?
If Belsey had killed Hess on Monday night, he wouldn't try to establish an alibi for himself by saying that he saw Hess in this cafe on Wednesday.
Why not?
You can't tell me that he's so dumb that he thinks we wouldn't check on it.
Well, we hadn't tried to check on it so far, and the only reason we are checking is because the autopsy surgeon says the body's been in the water since Monday.
We would have checked before the case was closed.
Perhaps, Inspector, perhaps. But supposing the body hadn't been found for weeks, then the autopsy surgeon couldn't have told the approximate time of death with such closeness.
Oh, that's true.
And the murderer probably figured on it being some time before the body was discovered. In fact, he came darn close to a perfect crime.
What do you mean, darn close? It is a perfect crime so far.
It won't be.
What?
Oh, I know. I laid one trap and it caught no fish, but we'll get him, Inspector.
Well, look, kids, here's the door. Now, who goes first, or do we discuss traps, fish, and Mike's failure standing on the sidewalk?
I'll lead, Phil.
All right.
There's the manager.
Yeah, I see him.
You wish a table for 3, sir?
No, thanks. I'm from headquarters, and I want to ask a question.
Headquarters? Yes, sir.
Can you recall seeing a gentleman in here last Wednesday? He'd be wearing a dark blue overcoat, carrying an umbrella.
It's got a carved handle, carved like an elephant.
Yes.
So, you do know about him?
Yeah, I even remember his name. It was Hess.
Why do you remember these details?
The gentleman was much disturbed.
Oh.
He don't want nothing we have on the menu. He used to get mad with the waiter.
But, how did you learn his name?
Well, while the waiter was getting his order.
Yes?
A young man come up to me and he said, did I hear Mr. Hess's voice a moment ago?
I see.
I said, I don't know. Who is this Mr. Hess? The young man said, he's always carry umbrella and he's wear glasses.
He did?
And I said, oh, yes, sure.
He's in the third booth, but he's in a plenty bad mood. The young man will laugh and walk down to the booth. That's all I know.
Well, thanks a lot. Well, that about fixed an alibi for Mr. Belsey.
Yes, despite the autopsy surgeon's statement that Hess was killed Monday. No jury's going to convict a man who can produce witnesses who saw them both on Wednesday. Hey, wait a minute.
What, Mike?
No, don't rush him, Inspector. That's Mike's thinking look, and it produces results.
Honey, I believe I got it. Quick, back to headquarters and have all the suspects brought in. Any results, Inspector?
Yes, Mike. The boys examined the umbrella and found 2 different sets of fingerprints.
So the umbrella had been handled by someone else besides Hess?
Oh, that's not conclusive by any means.
Why not?
A waiter or anybody could hand a man's umbrella to him, honey.
They're working on the coat now.
What about the eyeglasses?
I was holding that one back, Mike. There are 2 sets of fingerprints on the glasses,
And the 2 sets on the glasses are the same as the 2 sets on the umbrella handle?
Yes, Mike.
Then we've got the murderer.
I think so. We have to do this in such a way that the inspector can obtain a conviction. Remember what I said about the jury?
Yeah.
Yes? Send them in.
Now remember, at the appropriate moment, I'll spring my story and you 2 watch like hawks.
All right, Mike.
Sit down, all of you, please. I'm going to ask all of you for your fingerprints. It's a messy business, but nothing to it.
Why? Have you, found something?
Yes, we have, Mr. Hackett.
Daddy's murderer.
Yes, Miss Hess. Now, folks, I'll bring you up to date. Mr. Hess was murdered Monday night.
Oh, wait a minute. I saw him Wednesday.
You are going to stick to that?
Well, certainly I'm going to stick to it.
Mr. Belsey, I'll give you one more chance to get yourself out of the jam you're putting yourself in by continuing to lie about seeing Mr. Hess on Wednesday.
But I tell you, I did.
I'll explain. It's a matter of ordinary police routine to look for the person who last saw the murdered man alive.
Well, yes, I know that.
The autopsy surgeon says Mr. Hess was murdered Monday. You're insisting on putting the rope around your own neck if you continue to claim that you saw him Wednesday.
But I did see him Wednesday, and the people in the cafe can prove it.
All right, Belsey. You asked for it. Miss Hess, gentlemen, here's how the murder was committed. Mr. Hess was hit over the head Monday night and his body thrown into the bay not far from the Key System depot. The murderer kept Hess' coat, umbrella, and glasses.
Go on.
You catch on quickly, Mr. Carter. The murderer then waited till Wednesday, and wearing Mr. Hess' coat, eyeglasses, and carrying Mr. Hess' umbrella, he made a point of making himself known at the cafe. He then put the eyeglasses in the coat pocket. The right coat pocket, which was a mistake because Mr. Hess was left-handed. But he put the glasses in the right-hand pocket, and laying the coat and the umbrella on the chair, he then made himself known to the manager as himself, looking for Mr. Hess, whose voice he claimed to have heard.
Clever. Very clever.
Diabolical is the word, Mr. Hackett.
The murderer then carried the overcoat on his arm, hiding the umbrella, and later that night threw them into a different part of the bay.
But there are a few things that even soaking in the bay won't remove. Fingerprints. Right-hand fingerprints on the umbrella handle. Fingerprints on the eyeglasses. And, oh, yes, hairs on the inside of a coat collar.
Yes, Inspector?
Bring in the coat, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector.
Actually, gentlemen, all we need is the confession. We have the evidence. The hairs on the collar, other than those of Hess, are the hairs of the murderer. And I know who the murderer is.
Here's the coat. The hairs are on the report card. Thanks, Sergeant. Well, is somebody going to confess, or do we have to take all your fingerprints and specimens of your hair?
Very well. I think we'll start with Mr. Belsey. That way we won't have to go any further.
Why, you're crazy. You can't hang this on me.
Okay, Sergeant, okay. He's going to be stubborn. But take good care of him, won't you? You'll find he's the killer, all right.
You know, I've been racking my brains all the way home, Mike, hoping I wouldn't have to ask this question.
Well, what is it, Angel?
Well, all the evidence, if you can call it evidence, could have applied to any one of the suspects.
Yes, Angel.
Was it a good guess? Or were you dead sure that it was Belsey?
I was dead sure it was Belsey. Oh, I admit I guessed about his method of operation in the cafe, but it was close enough.
Well, I still don't know what single thing it was that pinned it on Belzy. That is, from your standpoint.
It wasn't a single thing, honey. It was 2 things.
All right then, Clam Shane, give.
Well, in the first place, Carter said that he had helped Hess on with his coat at Hackett's house on Monday night.
Yeah, that's why Carter was so excited in the inspector's office. He remembered that.
Correct. And Belsley lied about it. He said it was a cold night and that Hess didn't have his coat.
Ah, yes. And the second point?
Well, the second is obvious, my dear. Hess had advanced the money to Belzy. Now, if Belzy didn't go on with the invention, then Belzy was several thousand to the good.
Oh.
I doubt if Belzy's invention ever existed. The whole thing was a clever confidence trick with murder thrown in.
Well, I hope it teaches you a lesson, Mike Shane.
Why, Angel? Why me?
Oh, just the trouble hairs on a coat collar can get you into. They don't have to be blonde, either.
This is John Lang reminding you that June 30th is the deadline for the purchase of your federal auto use stamp. To help you safeguard this valuable tax stamp, your Union Oil Minuteman has on hand a supply of handsome decal protectors. These decals fit right over the stamp on your windshield. They form a neat, clean shield against traffic film and keep the stamp from peeling off. To get your stamp cover, just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask the Minuteman for a free tax stamp protector. He'll be glad to serve you. Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written and produced by David Taylor and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Just a minute. Let me through here, will you? Hey, get in line with the rest of us. What's the big idea?
Never mind what the idea is. Just let me through. I got to get in there.
Wait a minute. Who do you think you're pushing?
I'm sorry. I just got to get into that office, and I've got to get in fast. Please excuse my breaking in like this, but it's just that I got to...
Hold it there, soldier. Take it easy.
It's ex-soldier, and I want to apologize because I couldn't wait online. I know that this was the wrong thing to do, but I got to have an apartment. I got to get back to my job right away.
Well, in the case of an ex-soldier, I don't think anybody minds too much. We have a few apartments left. Of course, our building isn't up yet, and we're just renting from plans. Tom, let's have that blueprint on your desk, will you?
Right, Mr. Davidson.
We'll try to help you if we can. What's your name, sir?
Palmer, Jim Palmer, and I've got to get back...
Here you are, Mr. Davidson. The house plan.
Hey, look, that's all Greek to me, that blueprint. Just tell me, can I get 4 rooms in it?
I think so. In fact, you can have the last 4-room apartment that's left. The deposit will be $300.
Wow, that's plenty steep, isn't it? But I guess maybe I can climb it. I'll have to go to the bank first, though.
All right, soldier. But take your time. We're glad to save an apartment for you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll be back in an hour. Thanks again, Mr. Davidson.
Bye, Mr. Palmer.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Bill?
We just made ourselves another $300. And there's a mob outside just waiting to make us rich.
Well, that's great, Bill, but don't you think we've made enough?
Uh-huh. We set a goal for ourselves. We said we'd sell 100 apartments in the forthcoming Bryant apartment house to 1,000 people and then skip.
Yeah, I know, but won't Mr. Bryant get wise to us before we hit the 1,000?
Not a chance. He'll never know what we're doing till after we skip town with about $100,000 in deposit money. And then we'll leave 1,000 tenants holding their breath and Henry Bryant holding the bag.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Mary, where do you want to go? I'm taking the afternoon off and you out.
Let's leave then, Blackie, before your mind gets... Oh, that phone is what I meant.
It might be nothing.
Don't you just wish it weren't so?
I'll answer that when I get through answering this phone. Hello.
Boston Blackie?
Yes, this is Blackie.
Blackie, this is Jim Palmer.
Who?
Well, you don't know me, but I need your help.
Yeah, what is it?
Look, I'm only out of the service a short while, Blackie, and I'm being swindled.
Well, tell me about it, Jim.
I paid $300 to a couple of guys over at the Bryant Realty Company this morning. They promised to save me an apartment in a new building they're putting up.
Go ahead.
Well, I found out they've been signing people and taking deposits for days. They couldn't possibly have that many apartments, so I went in and demanded my money back.
And they wouldn't give it to you?
No, Mr. Johnson said it was another man, Mr. Davidson, who was in charge of refunds, and he said Davidson was out of town. Look, maybe everything's okay down there, Blackie, and if it is, swell. But I just can't afford to lose $300.
I see, and even though you can't get it back, you think I can.
I'm sure you can, Blackie. And don't forget, if this guy Davidson is swindling me, he's swindling hundreds of others. If this deal is crooked, I'll kill the one guy in back of it. Believe me, I will.
Whoa, take it easy, soldier. I'll meet you for a few minutes, and then, if this is a racket, I'll go down to the real estate office and make a little noise myself. Hi,
Charlie.
Oh, hiya, Bill.
How the motorists behaving on your section of the highway?
Okay. Being a motorcycle cop ain't what it used to be. Only if I had to chase a car going as fast as one last week, I'll need a propeller on this cycle of mine. Things quiet down your way?
Yeah. Only place they like to cut loose is from the top of that hill down to the bottom here. I guess it's a roller coaster effect they get when they see... Hey, Charlie, look. Look at this crazy fool coming down the hill now.
Holy jumping Jehoshaphat. He must be doing 90.
Yeah. Maybe you'll need that propeller on your cycle sooner than you think. Wow, here he comes.
You mean there he goes?
Yeah, here we go. Kick it, boy. Come on, I'm right with you.
Sure ain't slowing down any.
I'll say he isn't. He's got enough momentum going down that hill to coast from here to the state line.
He better slow down before he gets to that curve. Because if he doesn't...
He's doing it now, Charlie. Look at the sap go into that turn.
Go into it, nothing. He's trying to straighten it out. He's going to crack up.
Good night, Charlie. He'll certainly crack up.
Oh, he won't, Bill. He already has. Slow down. We don't have to chase him now.
No, but one of us better chase to a call box and get him an ambulance.
Yeah. I guess we better have a look at him first.
Yeah. All right. Oh, look at that car.
What's there left to look at? Well, no fire yet. Guess the guy must have cut his engine off just before he crashed. Can you see him in there?
Yeah, I can. This door's smashed. We'll have to pry it open.
Well, maybe if we both pull on it.
All right, we'll try. Come on now, Tuck. That's it.
Oh, sure jam.
Yeah, there. That got the door off. Now let's get this guy out.
Now, wait, Bill. There's no use moving him. He's dead.
Dead, huh? Well, it's no wonder. He cracked up going 90 easy.
The crack-up didn't kill him, Bill. He's been dead a long time. Look at those bullet holes in his head. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jones. I saw your ad in the paper the other day, and I'd like to rent an apartment in the building that you're going to put up.
So would a lot of other people, Mr. Jones. Only they were early people. Sorry, we're all filled up. Have been since the day the ad appeared.
Oh. By the way, is your name Davidson?
No, I'm Johnson, Tom Johnson. Mr. Davidson's assistant.
Well, tell your boss I'd like to see him, will you?
Well, you can tell him yourself as soon as he comes in. He went to lunch at 12. Ought to be back in a few minutes. It's after 1 now.
All right, I'll wait.
Oh, sure, have a seat.
Thanks. Say, who's the guy in the picture on the desk?
Oh, that's Davidson. The guy likes himself so much, he's got to look at his own picture all day long.
Nice-looking guy. Looks as if he might have been an athlete.
Oh, he was once. Won the heavyweight boxing championship in the Navy a few years ago. So proud of it, he has crowns and anchors tattooed on each arm.
Is that so? Big fella, huh?
Yeah, plenty big.
What do you know about his background?
What's that to you?
Oh. Cute kid, huh? I asked you a question.
And I asked you one. What's that to you, remember?
Look, Buster, I said my name was Jones. It's not. I'm Boston Blackie.
I'm so scared. Look, I'm shaking.
Maybe you weren't when you heard my name, but you are now, and I'm seeing to it. Now, what do you know about Davidson?
Let go of my coat. Let me go, or I'll plant this right on your chin.
I'll let go of something, but not your coat. There, it was just a sample. Now, get up and keep your hands where they belong, at your sides. That's better. I'm beginning to think that my friend Jim Palmer was right, that this is a racket. Now, get on the telephone and call whoever owns that building that's going up.
Call Mr. Bryant? I don't think I could do that.
No? Try thinking again about it. Come on. I've got a date with my girlfriend, and I can't wait here all day.
All right, I'll call him.
This could be a very cute setup you have here, pal. Maybe Mr. Bryant would like to know about it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bryant. This is Tom Johnson.
Yes, Tom.
Mr. Bryant, there's a man named Boston Blackie here in my office to see Bill Davidson. He insisted I call you. Is Davidson at your place?
No, he isn't. I haven't seen him all day. What's this Blackie want to see him about?
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Bryant. This is Boston Blackie.
What is it, Blackie?
Listen, Mr. Bryant, I think your Mr. Davidson here has been using your apartment house project to make himself a barrel of dough.
What?
He's swindled my friend Jim Palmer and maybe 999 others.
Oh, this is awful. What will he do?
I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I know what you ought to do.
What, Blackie?
Go somewhere and hide. You'll want to be good and lost when 1,000 people start screaming for their money. So long. Look, Johnson. Are you sure Davidson went to lunch at 12 o'clock?
Well, Blackie, when I came...
Well, Blackie, here I am.
Oh, hello, Mary. I've been expecting you.
Hi,
Hey, what's that in the paper you're carrying there? Something in the headlines about a murder. I can see part of it. What's the rest of it say?
I don't know. I just bought the paper. Something about a man in an automobile crash who wasn't killed by the crash, but by a couple of bullets in the head. That's as far as I read.
You mean you stopped reading there? Here, let me see that.
Sure, here you are.
Thanks. Oh, by the way, Mary, this is Tom Johnson.
How do you do?
Hi. But don't get to know him too well. He thinks he's tough.
Oh, you had trouble, Blackie, did you?
No, he did. I'm sure hunch happy today. You know, maybe this unidentified body is the missing Bill Davidson.
Bill Davidson? Who's he?
The renting agent here, Mary. I think he built a beautiful racket for himself and then did a fade out.
Yeah, it is funny that he hasn't come back from lunch.
Yeah, I think so, too. I'll ask you again, Johnson. You sure Davidson went to lunch at 12?
Well, I'm not positive. I went out, and when I got back at 12:30, there was a note from him saying he'd gone out at noon.
Well, then, Blackie, maybe it was Mr. Davidson's body that was found.
Maybe. Anyhow, we know what Davidson looks like, thanks to this photograph on the desk here. I'm pretty sure Davidson was killed, so I'm going to see Inspector Faraday. Only if Davidson is alive, he'll be playing an awfully dirty trick on me.
Come in.
Hello, Faraday, old pal.
Don't old pal me, Blackie. Now get out of here. This is police headquarters. Or didn't you know?
It's surprising to me that you know where you are. Faraday, old man, I have a confession to make to you. Up until now, I never thought you had the brains of a cricket.
Oh, you've changed your mind now, huh?
Yes, and I apologize for my former thoughts. I think you do have the brains of a cricket.
Well, at least you finally learned something. Now, tell me what you came down here.
What did you say? I've got the brains of a cricket.
With apologies to the cricket, of course. Faraday, I wanted...
Or whatever it is, the answer is no. Now, you and your crickets, get out of here.
All right. But then, of course, if I leave, I won't be able to identify that body that was found this morning. So long as...
Wait a minute, Blackie. Talk, but talk fast.
Okay, get an interpreter in here so you can tell what I'm talking about.
Blackie, for the last time, start talking. I'm being calm. I'm not going to lose my temper. But you're going to talk, and I'm going to sit here nice and quiet while you do.
Well, that's what I don't like about you, Faraday. You whisper all the time. But, okay. Your unidentified body is a man named Bill Davidson.
Oh, it is it? Bill Davidson. You haven't even seen the body. You can tell me it was Bill Davidson. Who's he?
A real estate rental agent who worked for Henry Bryant. I think he pulled a rather tricky swindle and tried to beat it out of town.
Oh, you do, huh?
Sure. I got a brainstorm, and I can give you a perfect description of the body.
Well?
Tall fellow, blonde hair, and an anchor and crown tattooed on each arm.
Perfect, Blackie. Absolutely perfect. Perfect nonsense. The guy we found was short, bald, and wasn't tattooed. Now get out of here and don't bother me. And the next time, do me a favor. Don't get a brainstorm. Get a concussion.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Jim Palmer, ex-soldier, made a $300 deposit on an apartment in a building yet to be erected, and Boston Blackie smells a racket. But when Blackie gets to the real estate office, the agent is not there. Then he hears of the murder of an unidentified man and thinks it is perhaps the missing rental agent, but apparently it is not. As we return to our story, Blackie, deciding to pay a late visit to the office of the Bryant Realty Company, finds someone there before him.
Now, get in there if I have to.
Good evening, Palmer.
Huh? Oh, Blackie. Hiya.
Pretty late to try to do business at the Bryant Real Estate office, isn't it?
I gotta see those guys. I gotta have my dough back.
You obviously do, but look, this office is closed. Won't be open until tomorrow morning.
Well, I can't wait until then. I gotta have my dough as soon as I can get it.
Look, Palmer, when you first called me on the telephone to say you thought this apartment thing was a racket, you threatened to kill anyone who cheated you, remember?
Yeah, well, what about it?
I still have a hunch about that unidentified body that the police have. In fact, I came down here to do some checking myself. Now, if you had nothing to do with any killing, go on home and...
Get away from me, Blackie. I'm staying here.
Soldier, don't push.
Well, then let me handle this my own way. Don't make me go to work on you, too.
No, I wouldn't want you to do that, Palmer. You might get hurt. Now, be a good boy. As long as you're on the right side, you're on my side, and vice versa. We'll go into the real estate office and look around.
Go in? We can't. The joint's locked.
Yes, but it'll be unlocked in a minute.
Oh, yeah, Boston Blackie. That's right. I forgot. You're supposed to be pretty good with locks, aren't you?
Fairly, but I don't think I'll make the headlines for opening this one. There. Open already.
Hey, Blackie, how'd you do that?
I keep that particular art of mine such a secret I hardly know myself. Let's go in and look around. Wonder if a little snooping would tell me what happened to Davidson or where he is. Wonder if there's anything interesting in this file.
Yeah, but how do you know where to look?
I don't. Uh-oh. Here's something already.
What is it?
A stack of deposit receipts for the apartments in Bryant's buildings.
Gee, that's a terrific wad of papers. Well, there must be 1,000 receipts in that stack.
Yes. There are only 100 apartments in Bryant's building. This particular one. Look here.
Huh?
Look right here, for instance. Here's apartment 9C, rented to 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10 different people. Same apartment, but rented to 10 different people. This proves your theory, all right. That's a nice racket.
Why, the dirty... Here, give me those papers.
Hey, not so fast. What do you want with them?
The names and addresses of those people. I'm going to get the whole gang of them together, and we're going to tear Davidson apart.
It's a good idea if you can find him. But I'm afraid he's made his money and has skipped out of town. See that grin on his face in the picture there?
What picture?
There on the desk. Looks like he just...
Hey, are you kidding, Blackie? That's not Davidson.
It's not Davidson?
No. Davidson is a short, bald-headed guy with a funny...
Short and bald?
Yeah.
Thanks, Palmer. Thanks very much.
What for?
For telling me that Davidson's dead. Found murdered at 10 o'clock this morning.
Dead? How do you know?
Faraday described him. But I didn't know it was Davidson because his assistant, Tom Johnson, told me the man in this picture was Davidson.
He did? Well, why would he do that?
Why, because Johnson was in on the swindle with Davidson and killed Davidson for his half of the take. He told me this was Davidson's picture to delay me. Tom Johnson's the man we want, and the man I'm going to get.
Blackie, if you come in and out of my office much more, I'm going to have him put in a revolving door.
Don't do it, Faraday. You'll have to go through it, too. You're spending too much of the time as it is.
Well, maybe I like to spin.
You do? Well, suit yourself, old top.
Yeah.
Faraday, I just got a correct description of Davidson, and it fits that unidentified body.
Correct description? What's wrong with the first one?
It was based on a picture.
On a picture? Look, Blackie, pictures don't...
I know, don't lie, but liars have pictures. And Tom Johnson lied to me when he said the picture on Davidson's desk was a picture of Davidson.
Why would Johnson lie? Sooner or later, we'd have identified that body as Davidson's.
Sure, but it would have been later. And where would Johnson be by then? Probably right where he is right now, hundreds of miles away with thousands of dollars. Can I use your phone?
No.
Thanks.
I said no.
I know. I asked you only to be polite. Too bad you couldn't be polite and say yes.
Yeah, well, I said no only because I knew you'd use the phone anyway.
My, aren't we clever with each other?
No.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Henry Bryant, please.
Speaking.
Oh, Bryant, this is Boston Blackie. Do you know where I can get in touch with Tom Johnson?
Tom? No, I don't. He called me last night and said he might be out of town for a day or two. The building's completely rented, you know, and there's not much for him to do.
No, I don't suppose there is. Well, thanks. Thanks just the same.
That's all, Blackie. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, did you find Johnson?
No, and Bryant doesn't know where he is.
Well, I suppose you do.
I have a hunch he's out of town, and if that's so, we're out of luck.
Quiet, everybody, quiet, and I'll explain why you're here. Yeah, Palmer, what's the idea of calling us out on a rainy night and getting us jammed into this dump of a warehouse? I'll tell you why. Just take it easy, take it easy. All of us gave a deposit of $100 or more to the Bryant Real Estate Company to give us apartments when his new building was finished.
All of us?
That's right. 1,000 of us paid deposit money on just 100 apartments.
You mean to say
I mean to say that Mr. Davidson and Tom Johnson swindled us out of our money. Davidson is dead and Johnson's run away with the dough.
Well, what can we do?
I'll tell you what we can do. Bryant himself is the one responsible for this. He hired Davidson and Johnson. And Bryant's rich, and we're going to make him give us our money back. Now, take it easy. He'll do it. Or he'll be an awful sorry guy. But first, I want to... Let me finish, will you? Take it easy now. Let's give him a chance to square himself. Let's go see him right now, right? Right. Well, come on, then. What are we waiting for? Let's go. He'd better come out or we're going in after him. Hey, what was that? Somebody tossed a rock through one of the front windows. That ought to bring him out.
Hey, look, the light on the porch of his house just went on.
Yeah, and the door's opening. Is that Bryant?
I don't know.
Well, we'll soon find out. He's got his hands raised. He wants to talk. Now, take it easy, everybody. Quiet. Let him talk.
I'm Mr. Bryant. Now, what do you people want with me?
We paid deposits on apartments in your new building. 100 apartments were rented to 1,000 different people. We want our money back.
Wait, please,
Quiet, everybody. Give him a chance to talk.
Thank you very much. I know just how you people feel. I just found out about this thing myself. Believe me, it came as a terrible shock to me.
We want our money.
Please let me finish.
Let him finish, everybody. Let's hear what he has to say. All right, Bryant, talk.
Listen, everybody. I'm insured against what happened to you. You'll get your money back, every cent of it.
Oh, don't give a cent.
The bank's open at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Now, be at my office, starting at 9:30, and I'll see that each one of you's refunded every cent that you gave Davidson and Johnson.
All right, Bryant. That's okay with me. Is it okay with the rest of you? Okay, Bryant, I'm coming up to shake hands on that. Let me get by here, will you? Come on, let me get through. I'm sorry, Bryant. Well, Bryant, thanks.
That's all right, son. And I won't let you down.
You hear that, everybody? Are you satisfied? Okay, Mr. Bryant. We'll see you at your office in the morning.
I'll be there, and I'll have your money, too.
Okay, let's go, everybody. Come on. All right.
Well, Tom, how did I handle that?
Ah, you were great, Bryant. The fools think we're going to give them their dough back, eh?
Yeah, they're going to be at my office tomorrow morning to get it. We'll be miles away by then.
We sure will. Say, that idea of yours having a phony picture of Davidson on Davidson's desk was great, Bryant.
Better than that. That, Tom, was you letting Davidson think that you and he were pulling a swindle behind my back when you and I were really just letting him collect the money for us.
And the cops will go on looking for Davidson for weeks on charge of swindling when they've already got his body in the morgue.
Uh-oh, someone at the door. Probably one of the mob coming back. You better get out of here.
All right, I'll go upstairs and get packed.
Good. Yes?
Mr. Bryant, I'm Boston Blackie.
What do you want?
Well, first, I'm wet and I want in.
All right. You're in. Now, what else do you want?
Oh, nothing much. You probably got rid of that crowd just leaving your house by giving them some smooth talk. But I don't want talk. I want money.
What money?
The money you swindled from your prospective tenants. Took me a little time to figure this out, but I'm sure I'm right. I'd like something else, too. An admission that you killed Davidson.
I killed Davidson?
That's right. Want to tell me about it?
Not right now. Oh, just a second. I can tell you I killed him. I killed him and put him in his car and sent him crashing down the hill. Now, what about it?
Nothing except for us to go to headquarters. Thanks for talking, Bryant. You've made this very easy.
Well, look behind you and you'll see someone who's going to make it very tough. That's the reason I didn't mind admitting the murder.
I'm not falling for that one, Bryant. Where's Tom Johnson, your assistant?
Right behind you.
Not exactly right behind you, Blackie. There's a gun between us.
Uh-oh.
So you wouldn't fall for someone behind you, huh? Genius, aren't you?
Tom, don't kill him here.
I won't. The longer he stays alive, the longer we wait till we're safe.
Well, what'll we do with him?
Well, those hands of his are tricky. Grab that cord off the drapes and tie him up. Work fast now.
All right, but keep a gun on him.
You let me worry about that. You watch his hands, they're fast.
I'm watching them. Oh. All right, Blackie, all right. Hey, you turn around and put your hand behind you.
Sure, Bryant, I'll turn around. But I'll put you in front of me.
Hey, let go of me, let go.
Sure, when I'm through using it's his shield. Now, Tom, I'm coming after you.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Go ahead. You'll hit Bryant, not me.
No, Tom. I'm in front of Blackie. You'll hit me.
I've got to.
Just in the arm, Bryant. Now I'll give you to him. Here you are, Tom.
Don't.
What, are you kidding? There. There, Bryant. That'll put Tom to sleep for a little while. When he wakes up, maybe Faraday will sing both of you a lullaby.
Mr. Bryant's safe open yet, Blackie?
It will be in a minute, Mary. There.
Gee, I hope the money's in here.
There she is, Palmer.
And there's all the money, too.
Wow, that was some haul, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, soldier. And look at it, all in cash, all ready to carry. Here, you take it, soldier. It's all yours.
With pleasure.
Why won't you feel rich for a little while?
Sure will, Miss Wesley, but I'll feel still better when I meet all those people at Mr. Bryant's office tomorrow and give them each their share.
How many people did Mr. Bryant swindle?
Some 900 odd.
Odd people, Blackie.
Yes, Mary. Bryant swindled 900 odd people. But this money and what the law promises to do to Bryant and his pal Johnson will make them even.
13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. Enclosed, you'll find enough money to do what I want you to do. Go to the Mason auction rooms and bid on an old Chinese teakwood box. I must have that box. And if you get it for me, wait for further instructions.
You get it for me, wait for further instructions. No address, no signature. Just wait for further instructions. Well, as Bobby Burns would say, the best laid plans of mice and men sometimes go wrong. And Bobby Burns knew what he was talking about.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Hot Box.
It doesn't sound very interesting, Mr. Holliday.
You never can tell, Susie. Now, suppose this teakwood box contains a million crown jewels, and suppose international jewel thieves are after them, and I get mixed up and...
Gee, go on, Mr. Holliday. That sounded wonderful. Well, what happens then?
Well, and then I... What am I saying? I must be out of my head.
Well, I think you should go. To the auction, I mean. Auctions are very interesting. I went to one once. They're like a gin rummage sale.
The gin, Susie. That's extra.
Oh.
Anyway, maybe I'll see what's in that teakwood box. You'll be able to reach me at the Mason auction rooms. Well, right there's where the plans begin to get twisted. I took a wrong turn and landed at the Mason auction rooms after the sale had started. They just sold a teakwood box. Sold it to a scared-looking little guy. He was about 55, pale, and he kept looking around the room while they wrapped the box for him. It wasn't big, that box. Maybe about the size of a cigar box. But the way the little man hugged it to him when he left, it could have been made of beryllium. Okay, so I missed the boat. Or I mean the box. But I wanted something for my trip across town, so I followed the pale little guy from the room. He looked around and saw me. I raised my hand to signal him, and that did it. He sprinted out to the sidewalk like a rabbit. I went after him. I wish I hadn't, because when he saw I meant to follow, he took a couple of wild looks around, and then...
Hey, look out!
He ran across the street against the traffic signal and right into the path of a car.
What happened here anyway?
I pushed my way through the crowd that gathered. The little guy was lying on the street.
I couldn't help it. He ran right in front of me. He ran against the light. Hey, did anybody see it? Did anybody see it? Yeah, I saw it. It wasn't your fault. No, it wasn't my fault. I was trying to stop. I wasn't going fast. I was just going to make the turn. Well, is he hurt bad?
The little man looked as though he was badly hurt. Somebody sent for an ambulance, then I remembered the box. I looked around for it. It wasn't on the street. He didn't have it anymore. I looked over the crowd. Nobody had it. Then I noticed the cab at the hack stand on the curb. And getting into it was a woman with red hair. And under her arm was the package. Before I could push my way back to the crowd, the cab was gone. But I saw its number. Okay, it'd be easy to check and find the driver's name and maybe ask him a few questions. Well, I waited on the street until the ambulance got there. The intern said it was probably concussion. But that evening I drove to the Marchmont Apartments. Yeah, that was where the driver of the cab said he took the woman. I looked at the names on the mailboxes. 9 apartments in the building. Well, one way to get in was to push all the buttons and wait for the door to click open. I went in, but as I did, I looked out the door. Oh, there was a tail on me. I caught a quick glimpse of a man's face. He hurried past, but not before he gave me a good look. Well, that teakwood box was leading to something. After disturbing 7 occupants of 7 different apartments and getting 7 nasty comments, I rang one buzzer. The name underneath was Ruth Cornwall.
Is that you, Tony?
Yes, Ruth.
Just a second. Oh,
Good evening.
who are you?
Not the full abreast man. May I come in?
Of course not.
I've come about a teakwood box.
Will you please go?
Oh, maybe you didn't hear me. I said I've come about the teakwood box, Miss Cornwall.
I don't know what you're talking about. And if you don't go, I'll ring for the manager.
All right. Ring for him. Well,
Is this a joke?
I don't know. That depends on you.
Well, Come in.
That's better.
Now, who are you?
My name's Dan Holliday.
Do I know you?
No, I don't think so. But I know you.
Oh, you do? From where?
From this afternoon, when you hopped into a cab with a package that belonged to a little man.
Oh.
If that was supposed to be a careless laugh, you need a lot of rehearsal.
What makes you think I'm the person you're looking for?
I just managed to catch sight of that beautiful red hair of yours.
Really, Mr. Holliday, I thought this was a joke at first, but it's getting a little absurd.
Oh, no, wait a
I
minute.
think you better go now.
All I want is an explanation. What's in that box? What's in that box that makes it so important?
Well, if I knew what box you were talking about, maybe I could tell you.
Let's quit waltzing, Miss Cornwall. You wouldn't have let me in this apartment if you knew nothing about all this. But you were scared enough to let me come in and talk. That makes sense?
Why should it?
Because I could swear you seem relieved about something. Maybe you were expecting someone else to come after you. Were you?
Of course not.
All right, I'll wait.
I don't think you will.
Oh.
Does this make you change your mind?
Guns always have a habit of making a man think twice.
Just think once, Mr. Holliday, about leaving now.
Well, your arguments are stronger than mine, and
Get out of here quickly.
You're getting more company.
Get out.
Now, let's see. Anyone planning to sneak up on you could do the same as I did. Ring all the buzzers, get in the building, then come up here, but
If you don't leave, I'll...
I don't think you will. You're very anxious to have me get out before this company gets up here. And you had better click that front door or you'll get impatient and go away.
If I give you that box, will you leave?
Ah, now we're getting someplace. Okay, you talk me into it.
Wait. Here it is. Now get out of here and don't come back.
What was in it?
Nothing. Now, please, will you go? For heaven's sake, please go. You got what you wanted. Now leave me alone.
Well, look,
Will you leave me alone if he sees you here?
All right, Miss Cornwall.
And please never come back. Never try to see me again.
I don't know what it was, but there was something about Ruth Cornwall that put me in sympathy with her. She needed help, wanted it, but it was as though she didn't dare tell me why. I went down the hall, ducked around a corner, and stopped just long enough to look back and see a man go into her apartment. I went downstairs, out onto the street.
Keep walking, Bub.
Huh?
I said keep walking. Right up to that alley.
Hey, what is this?
I think you know. But if you want to play 20 questions, I'll let you ask one. This give you a hint.
Oh, when you pull that gun back, take it easy. I think you've got it caught in my ribs.
Now, walk. Far enough.
Now what?
Give me that box.
What box?
Ain't you funny?
Yeah, I do card tricks, too.
That's enough. Hand it over.
It seems to be my night to play give and take. Okay.
That's better. Now, good night, Holiday.
When the alleyway stopped spinning long enough for me to catch it, I stood up on it. I looked at my watch. As closely as I could figure, the character who tattooed my head had put me out for a half an hour. See what you get when you put an ad in the paper advertising for adventure? You get it. With lumps. Well, there was nothing more I could do that night. My head felt like the inside of a bass drum in a band. And all I wanted to do was hit Betty by and let my head rest on a nice, soft pillow.
Good morning, Sue.
Oh.
Mr. Holliday, this man's been waiting for you.
Oh, you again.
Did you sleep all right, Mr. Holliday?
Like a top, I spun.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do anything, Mr. Holliday?
I wish you could, Susie.
Mr. Holliday, I know a man who wants to see you. Right now.
Uh-huh.
Can I persuade you to come along? Do you think?
Yes, you seem to have a way about you. Susie,
Yes, Mr. Holliday?
if I'm not back in 3 hours, call up the insurance company and get back that last premium I paid in advance.
Huh?
That's enough. Let's go, Holliday. Here's Holliday, Mr. Conrad.
Oh, yes. Please come in. Sit down.
What's the idea?
Funny, I was going to ask you that. Here, take a look.
Well, that's the box.
But it's empty.
So it's empty. What am I supposed to do? Fill it with Easter eggs?
Shut your trap, Holliday.
Take it easy, Jimmy. Maybe Mr. Holliday will tell us things. Now, Mr. Holliday?
Like what?
Look, I sent you the letter to bid on this box. I checked. Never mind how I found out who you were.
Oh, well, then you should know I didn't get the box at the auction yesterday.
I know, but you got it last night. From whom?
Look, that's the way I got it. Empty. What more do you want from me?
Information. Who had that box?
Does it make any difference? You've got it now.
I want what is in it.
That's the way I got it.
Jimmy.
Yeah, Mr. Conrad?
Did you see anybody take the box yesterday when that man was hit by the car?
No, whoever did got away fast.
But Holliday, you went to the Marchmont Apartments last night. When you came out, you had the box.
And that's as far as it goes.
Not quite. Where'd you get it from?
Conrad looked hard at me. So he didn't know Ruth Cornwall. I could tell him and put her on the spot. But I didn't want to do that. Not until I found out a bit more. Conrad got up from behind his desk.
I don't know what game you're playing, Holliday, but I can tell you this. You won't play long.
And I'm telling you, I got the box that way empty.
All you have to do then is to tell me who picked up that box at the accident yesterday.
Yes, and what if I don't?
Jimmy.
Yeah?
How hard is Mr. Holliday's head?
Not very.
Go ahead, then.
Wait a minute.
Hold it, Jimmy. Okay, Holliday?
What?
Look, you want what was in that box, right?
Sure.
Then let me go after it.
What are you talking about?
You didn't go to the auction yourself to bid for the box, which means that you didn't want anybody to see you get it. All right. Whatever was in that box is important to you. But if you beat me up, you'll never find out. You see, I'm the only one who knows who had it.
Oh, we could go to the Marchmont and find out.
Sure, but you wouldn't find anybody because there's nobody there now.
Smart, huh? Yeah, smart.
It was a bluff. It had to be. But Conrad was afraid to call it. If he did, he wouldn't get what he wanted, he thought. He stared at me, and then...
Okay, Holliday, I don't know how you found out how important this is, but evidently you did. All right? How much do you want?
What makes you think I want anything?
Are you kidding?
Okay. We'll decide that after I get what you want.
Bring the notebook, and we'll talk it over.
It's a deal.
But you won't be alone, Holliday. You'll have company all the way.
Oh, how nice. Jimmy has such a good face. You know, it'll do me a lot of good to be seen with him.
Yeah, if you don't come through, it could also do you a lot of harm.
Now back to Hot Box, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I could have wound up the whole thing by telling Conrad about Ruth Cornwall. But I didn't want to drag her in unless she was going to double-cross me. Okay, there had to be a starting point. And for me, it was the hospital where the little guy who had bought the box was taken after his accident.
Well, I'm afraid you can't talk with him, Mr. Holliday. As a matter of fact, there was another man here yesterday. And he frightened our patient so badly that he had a relapse.
Oh. Doctor, what's your patient's name?
Ralph Sanders. He's an ex-convict. Just got out of prison a few days ago.
Oh. Okay, thanks, Doctor. Here's my name and phone number. If I can talk with him at any time, please call me, will you? So that was a dead end. Then I got the idea that the people at the auction rooms might be able to help.
Here it is, Mr. Holliday. That box was part of lot number 509.
What does that mean?
Well, lot 509 was in storage here. For a time, we received the money to pay for the storage, and then it stopped.
How long ago?
Oh, it must have been over 60 days. We hold goods that long and then offer them for sale to pay for the storage charges.
How long did you have this lot 509?
Well, let me look at the books. 4 years.
Oh. Do you know the name of the person who owned the goods?
James R. Conlon. At least that's the name on our books.
Did you make any attempt to locate this Conlon after the payments on storage stopped coming in?
Yes, we did, but we couldn't.
I see. Oh, one more question. Did you advertise this sale?
Oh, yes, we're bound to by law.
You advertised in the papers?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Thanks very much. Well, there was one place to find out about James R. Conlon. The morgue of the Star-Times. And what I found out began to slope the merry-go-round enough to let me see some of the things a little more clearly. Then at my apartment later today. Hello?
Mr. Holliday?
Yes, who's this?
This is Dr. Evans, City Hospital.
Oh, yes.
Sanders is conscious now.
Oh, fine.
But I'm afraid that he won't live. Since you were the only person who left his name, I thought you'd want to know.
May I see him?
Well, you haven't much time.
I'll be right there, Doctor. I saw the poor little guy. He was pathetically anxious to talk. He had been Conlon's cellmate in the penitentiary. And Conlon had talked. He had to talk to someone. Tell about something he was saving up for when he got out. And it was Sanders he told about a teakwood box and what was in it. Never dreaming he'd die in prison before Sanders got out. Okay. Now it was my turn. I went outside. Hello, Jimmy. Still playing tag with me?
What's the idea, Holliday?
Oh, I'm full of ideas. But the best one of all is, let's go to Conrad.
You got that book?
Not with me, pretty boy.
You want to get your head singed?
Look, we're going to Conrad right now.
Why, I ought to poke
you. You ought to, but
you
won't. Now, let's get going. If we stand here one more second, I'll let that notebook loose where it'll do the most good. Or the most harm. And that, big ears, depends on the point of view.
Why, Okay. Okay, but you're asking for trouble.
Fine. Let's go hunt for it, shall we?
Hello, Halliday. Glad to see you back.
You're an optimist, Conrad. Here, I brought your son back with me. Say hello to Papa, Jimmy.
What's this all about?
I just got tired of having Jimmy haunt him.
Jimmy, has he got it?
Yeah.
Where is it, Halliday?
I know.
With you?
No, don't be silly.
Jimmy, you let him get it and do a fade-out on you.
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, Jimmy was with me all the way, and a more gruesome companion no man could ask for.
Stop yapping.
Okay. A while ago, I talked with a little guy named Ralph Sanders.
Sanders? So?
He was Conlon's cellmate in prison.
Go on.
It seems Mr. Conlon had a notebook filled with a lot of details that would blow you and your nice bunch right out of the window.
Where is it?
As if I'd tell you. Now, listen. You found out about the box because Sanders talked. The prison grapevine picked it up, and it got to you. You wrote me. Wanted me to bid on the box and get it for you. The joke's on you, Conrad, because I didn't have the faintest idea what was in that box before today.
How long do you think you'll enjoy this big joke on me?
A long, long time. I'm walking out of here right now with no tail on me.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Because if I don't show up where I'm supposed to, in exactly 1 hour, that notebook goes to the police.
Listen, you're smart. We can make a deal.
Oh, no. Remember, I'm walking out of here. Oh, I forgot. Good night, Jimmy. Well, his head's not very hard either, is it? Sure, I walked out all right, but I expected to feel my back pick up a few ounces of lead on the way. It didn't. I was very happy about that. There was still one more thing to clear up. Ruth Cornwall. If she had that notebook and Conrad found out about it, then I was out in the cold. I got to the Marchmont apartment as fast as I could because it could be that she was going to do a little business with Conrad herself. I got in, went to her apartment.
Yes? Oh.
Sorry I couldn't wait to be invited in.
I told you not to come back here.
Yes, I know, but I'm back.
What do you want?
Last night you gave me a box. Now I want what was in it.
There was nothing in it.
Not even a notebook with some very startling things in it? About a certain Mr. Conrad and his gang?
So you found out about that?
Yeah, but in finding out, I put myself in a wonderful spot to get acquainted with a mortician.
All right, so you know. But what good will it do you?
What good will it do you?
That's no concern of yours.
Oh, yes, it is. Put yourself in my place. Conrad thinks I've got the notebook. He also knows who I am and where I live. Now, when he finds out I don't have the notebook and can't hold it over his head, he's going to get awfully rough with me.
And that seems to be your problem, Mr. Holliday.
And you won't give me any help with it.
Why should I?
Fair question. I'll answer it. Because I don't think you want to see me get killed.
Look, I can't help you. Do you understand that? I can't help you at all.
Where's the book?
It's no use. I won't tell you anything.
Anything? Why did you put that on the end?
Mr. Holliday, the last time you were here, I was at a disadvantage. Now, our positions are reversed. I think you'll leave now without giving me any more trouble.
All right. You asked for it. You'll get it.
What do you mean by that?
I did a lot of reading today, Miss Conlon.
No. Oh, don't call me that. You don't know that. You can't know that. No. No, you can't know that.
It was a throw in the dark, but it did where I wanted it to. The clippings on Conlon mentioned something about a daughter. Not much. But enough to give me a hint that Ruth Cornwall and Ruth Conlon were the same. I watched her for a few seconds, and then...
All right. I'm Ruth Conlon. Are you satisfied now?
Not quite. What I said before still goes. Do you want me to get killed?
No. No, of course not.
And what are you doing with that notebook?
But if I tell you, what will you do?
That depends on what you tell me.
All right. I'll tell you. My father died in prison. No one knows I'm his daughter. No one. For 4 years, I've lived under another name, waiting for him to come home, waiting to help him get even with Conrad and the men who sent him to prison. Sure, he could have told things at his trial. He knew he'd been double-crossed, but he wanted to wait.
And now?
And now I don't know.
What don't you know?
I'm going to get married. You see, I didn't count on falling in love at 35. Falling in love with Tommy.
Oh, he was the man who came here last night after I left.
Yes. I had to get that notebook. Because if someone else got hold of it, all the old scandal would be raked up again. People would find out who I was, that my father died in prison. And Tommy would find out.
I see.
I waited a long time to get even with Conrad, but now I don't want to. Because of Tommy. Oh, don't you see? I can't let anyone else have that notebook. I want a chance to live like anyone else, like you or a million other people.
Yes, I see.
So, now what do you do?
I can't do a thing, Miss Conlon. It's your problem now.
Mine.
That's right. You can destroy that book and let Conrad go along his merry way. You can forget your father.
He's dead. Whatever happens to Conrad now won't help him.
That's true. But leave us out of it. If you let a man like Conrad go free when you could put him where he belongs, that wouldn't be any good, would it?
Oh, please stop it.
And maybe something you've never thought about, but
What?
someday your Tommy might find out.
Oh, no.
You've got nothing to be ashamed of. It wasn't you. It was your father. Why don't you start with a clean page? If this Tommy's a right guy, he'll understand. Well, Miss Conlon?
Hello, Tommy. Darling, I want you to come over right away. There's something we've got to talk over. All right, dear.
I'll give 10-1 on Tommy, Ruth.
Of notorious racketeer after 5 years. Dead Man's Notebook.
Forget that, Susie. Turn to the society page.
Oh, sure. Here.
Now, read that.
Mr. and Mrs. Tommy Gibson leave for Bahamas on honeymoon. Gee, the Bahamas. You must feel just like stupid, Mr. Holliday.
The word is Cupid, Susie. And I'm dressed differently.
Mr. Holliday.
Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS, ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure, Norwegian Incident, is suggested by an actual incident recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
It was quite a jump from being an associate professor at Wisconsin to the red dust of Camp Rooker. But like most of the guys, I just got used to it. I got used to the clothes, the food. If they let me lie in it a while longer, I might even have gotten used to that army cot.
Hey, Anderson. You awake? Come on, get up.
That's what I like about the army. Everybody's so considerate.
Come on. The captain wants to see you. Hey, you too, Perillo. Snap to it and get your clothes on.
Hey, what's it all about?
How should I know? Ask Private Perillo. He's the guy with all the answers.
What'd you do now, Pete?
Nothing.
The captain wants to see us at this time of the night. You must have pulled a beauty.
Oh, you're nuts. The captain's a pal of mine. Probably wants to know if I'm awake.
Gentlemen, what I'm about to say is confidential, just between the three of us. If you refuse my offer, it will not be counted against you, nor will it go onto your record.
I understand, sir.
The Office of Strategic Services has requested both of you.
Well, I accept. I've always dreamt of having an office job with a pretty whack for a secretary.
And I'm afraid you don't understand. Have a cigarette?
Huh? Oh, thanks.
You see, the job of the OSS is to disrupt enemy activity in every way possible. And one of their most effective methods is to drop men behind enemy lines.
Who, me?
May I ask why I've been requested, sir?
Well, I understand, Corporal Anderson, your parents come from Norway, and that you speak the language.
Yes, sir. I've spent most of my last 10 summers in Norway.
But, why me? I have a tough time with English.
You were a sandhog.
Well, yes, sir. In civvies, I was a demolition expert. So naturally, the Army put me in the infantry. Sir?
Yes. Now, this job is strictly volunteer. If you want me to leave you alone for a few minutes...
That won't be necessary, Captain.
I should have wised that when you give me the cigarette, Captain. Every time I get something for nothing from an officer, I end up in trouble.
Basic training turned out to be a maypole dance compared to the grind that the OSS put us through. Since we've been kids, the word sportsmanship had been drilled into us. Well, the OSS kicked it out. The other team was playing dirty pool, and we had to go by their rules. The jagged edge of a bottle, stiff fingers in the eye, a knee in the groin, the flat of a hand across the neck became close friends of ours. We slept on the flight across the Atlantic and finally arrived in London.
Gentlemen, I will outline your mission to you. As you may have surmised, you're going to Norway. Will you step over to this map, please?
What are you saying? Shut up.
A PT boat will take you out tonight.
Tonight?
In about 2 hours. You will land at this point. You know the territory, Corporal?
Yes, sir. My family came from a village not far from there.
You're going to study these aerial photographs later. There's plenty of cover. Now, here is your mission. This red line, from the north to the south, is the main line of supply. At this point, there's a bridge, which you are to blow up.
Well, that shouldn't be tough.
Blowing it up, no. However, 500 yards from the bridge, right here, there's a German company barracks. The bridge is well protected. It's up to you to figure out a way to dynamite it.
Well, how about our Norwegian contact? Who's going to meet us?
Well, when you hit the shore, take cover. At precisely 11 o'clock, a man will be strolling down the beach. Stop him, ask him how the fishing is. He'll answer, not too good in winter. From then on, you're in his hands. You, Anderson, are his nephew, and you, Furillo, are his cousin.
Yeah, but I can't speak Norwegian.
You will not say anything at any time. You will be known as the Dumb One.
What?
The reason you're called the Dumb One goes back to a childhood disease.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Goodbye, gentlemen, and good luck.
They flew us to the north of England, hustled us on a boat, and tore off for the coast of Norway. I briefed Pete on the terrain, everything I knew about the bridge. We studied the photographs and rehearsed the parts we were to play. The clothes we were given smelled of fish. They'd been made in Oslo, worn by a Norwegian, and probably picked up in a hock shop in the Bowery. Well, we felt the boat slow down, and Pete and I went topside to get our first glimpse of Norway.
Well, this is as close as we can get, gentlemen. Now, one of my men will row you the rest of the way and return with the boat.
That's just dandy. How do we get back?
According to my orders, you have 5 days to do your job. On the 5th and 6th nights, we will return at 0200.
5th and 6th nights?
You will signal us from the beach with a flashlight. You know the signal. We can stay no longer than 10 minutes.
Well, supposing we can't make it on time. What then?
I hope you can.
Where's the dynamite?
You're standing right next to it.
Those barrels are full of fish.
Yes, the top 2 layers. The rest of the fish have been gutted and filled with plastic containers of dynamite. In case you are stopped, don't worry about the fish. They were caught here last night, packed in ice and flown to England. And they're still nice and fresh.
Well, if we don't blow up the bridge, we can at least open up a fish store. Let's go.
We didn't look back as we rode to the shore. We listened to the waves hitting the beach. We listened to the stillness that seemed to surround all of Norway. We beached the boat, piled our dynamite behind some bushes, and waited.
What time is it, Andy?
It's about 5 minutes past 11.
Aunt Joe was supposed to be here at 11.
He'll get here.
Supposing he don't make it. Then what?
I've got enough rations for 5 days. We'll figure out something.
You know, they shoot guys who don't wear a uniform behind the enemy lines.
What's the matter? You scared?
Yeah. So what?
So am I.
What time is it now?
Can't be more than 10 after. You ought to... Hold it a minute. Coming down the shore.
Yeah, I see him.
You stay back in these bushes and keep me covered. I'll work his back toward you. If I get in any trouble, you know what to do.
Yeah, I studied real hard, Locke.
Thanks.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Nice night.
Dark, but pleasant. Tell me, how is the fishing around here?
Not too good in winter.
You can come out, Pete.
It is good to see you. My name is Jansen.
My name is Anderson. This is my partner, Pete Ferrello.
Welcome to Norway, Mr. Anderson, and to you, Captain Ferrello.
Say, I'm going to like this country. The promotions come real quick.
I understand you're to lead us to a place where we can hide.
Yeah, that is true. My home is safe. For the past 10 days, my nephews have been visiting me. Every night they come down to fish and return with 2 barrels. We won't have too much trouble.
What kind of trouble do you expect?
On the road back, we must pass a German sentry. 2 of them, to be exact. However, you look like my nephews a little...
Well, won't you run into trouble having 4 nephews walking around?
No, the other 2 left by sea before you arrived. They also left their wagon so that we can carry your catch.
Say, Pop, ain't you awful old to be mixed up in this sort of thing?
Well, what else can an old man do?
I've been told that the underground's very well organized in this district. Who's the leader?
I am.
There were no lights in the houses we passed. There were no people on the roads. This was occupied territory. Fear and hate filled the air. This was Norway with no songs, unless you can make music out of the heavy tread of a German soldier. We pulled the wagon up the road for about 4 miles without saying a word. Then we saw the roadblock.
Up ahead, the German sentry.
Does he understand Norwegian?
Yeah. We took him in after the last war. We brought him up and he promised to come back. They all kept their promise.
Nice guys to have around. Pete?
Your friend plays his part well. Remember, you have traveled this road for over a week. If the sentry is familiar, don't be surprised.
Hold your breath, Pete. And remember which fish swallowed the 45.
Halt! It is you, Herr Jansen.
Yeah.
Dark night tonight.
Yeah, mein Herr.
How was the catch?
We had a good catch.
Well, here, let me take a look. I'd like to know what they'll be serving us tomorrow. Out of my way, dumb one.
I wouldn't mess with the fish.
And why not?
The smell. It will stick to your uniform, and then the girls will object.
You are smart for a Norwegian. Jansen, when am I going to get another bottle of that brandy?
Tomorrow night I will bring it myself.
Dumb one, why aren't you wearing the pants with the patch? Where did you get the new sweater?
I am having them cleaned for him.
I'll bet he is going to see his girl.
Yeah.
Imagine the dumb one with a girl. He wouldn't know what to say.
It is very funny, mein Herr.
Of course it is. Move along, Jansen. The stink of fish is beginning to hang in the air. Go along now.
Yeah.
Hey, Dunbar, maybe you will introduce me to your girl. I'll bet she looks like a pig.
The guy's got a great sense of humor.
He made a move for that barrel of fish. I thought we were done.
It was close.
Close for him, too. Say, Pop, you and that German sentry were real chummy. Ain't that kind of dangerous for the head of the underground?
Yeah, for the head of the underground, but I am also the local grizzly.
Reached his house without any trouble. It had been 2 very long days, and we were beat. I managed to get my shoes off before I collapsed. And then the sun broke in through the window, and I got up. Pete and I went down for breakfast. There wasn't much to eat, so we broke out our rations and treated Jensen and his housekeeper to some real special delicacies. Dried egg and chocolate.
Oh, that was good. Real good.
Don't let the army hear you say that.
Huh?
They've dried everything up but steak.
Mr. Jensen, are we going to have any unexpected visitors?
I do not think so. The Germans very seldom come to my home. Oh, occasionally an officer will drop in, but not often. How many men will you need?
I hope we won't need any. Tonight, Pete and I will take a look at the bridge. How close can we get?
That depends.
On what?
On how much of a chance you want to take.
We've got to get right on it if possible. When we place the dynamite, it must be done fast. We can't afford to grope.
Well, you can walk across.
Just like that?
If the sentry doesn't stop you, I would suggest that you ask his permission.
Is he serious, Andy?
Very. See, if we get caught sneaking across, we're liable to be shot. If we can fool the guard at the bridge, we walk across.
And supposing we don't fool the sentry?
You get shot.
There it is, up ahead.
Yeah. Look at that hiney pacing back and forth.
Wait a second. Whatever you do, don't say a word. Even if he sticks that bayonet into you. Don't say one word.
I hope you and that guy hit it off real well.
Jensen gave me a good story. It should work. Come on. Good evening, Lieutenant.
I am a corporal. Not that I wouldn't make a better officer than most of them. What do you want?
We would like to cross the bridge.
Why?
Mr. Janssen is our uncle. We have a message to deliver about a party for the Germans who are barracked here.
For the officers, I suppose. Let me see your papers. You too.
He is dumb. He cannot speak.
He can hear, can't he? Papers. I think all Norwegians are dumb.
The party is to be for the enlisted men.
Oh. Of course, you understand I was not referring to Herr Janssen. He is a smart man. He knows which side his bread is buttered. Here are your papers. Go on now. Don't loiter on the bridge.
Thank you. Keep your eyes open, Pete. We can only make this trip once.
Yeah.
How does it look to you?
We can do it. Only it'll take us at least an hour to set the stuff.
An hour? It's an awful long time.
This is an awful big bridge.
You're going to have to do a good job the first time.
I see you got back. Did you have any trouble?
No trouble. I told him that you were going to throw a party for the enlisted men.
Yeah.
He was quite pleased.
Mr. Fairlow, you think you can do the job?
I can do it all right if I have the time.
It is very important to us. This is their main line of supply from the north. It will cripple them for months.
Now, what happens after we do this?
There will be reprisals. A few more will die.
Huh. That's a tough shake.
Yeah. There are times when it is better to die. When do you tend to blow up the bridge?
Day after tomorrow. The boat will be there to pick us up. If we blow the bridge at 12, we'll still have 2 hours.
Yeah, more than enough time.
Hey, ain't it gonna look bad for you? Your nephew's disappearing the night the bridge goes?
Yeah, my real nephews will come back on time.
We better get some sleep. Now, look, I'd appreciate if you'd have the underground give me a timesheet on the German guards.
Yes, sir, yeah.
How many, when they change, where everybody is within a mile.
I will have everything tomorrow afternoon.
Well, come on, Andy. Let's turn in. If I knew that being a spy was going to be so easy, I'd have bucked for it long ago.
Yeah, things are going easy, all right. Too easy.
Hey, where you been, Andy? I've been waiting an hour. We got a rendezvous to make, remember?
We aren't blowing the bridge tonight, Pete.
Well, don't you think you ought to let me in on your plans? It's my neck, too.
It's an opportunity we can't afford to pass up.
Look, Professor, in this game we play for all the marbles, huh? So stop talking in riddles.
According to Jensen, a troop train will be passing through here tomorrow night. The Nazis are moving south, and we can put a real crimp in their plans.
Keep talking.
Not only do we blow the bridge, but we blow up a loaded troop train.
Hey, ain't that shaving it a bit thin? Tomorrow night's the last night we can make that boat, remember?
It's up to you, Pete.
Stop making me the heavy. I'm willing to do it your way, only I want to know what I'm getting into.
That's all there is to it.
Well, just one more question. Have you figured out how we get to the beach after the blow-up?
Through the woods. They're not crawling with Nazis.
Now, wait a minute. The commander of that boat said he'd only wait 10 minutes. And supposing the woods are crawling with Nazis?
Well, we take the big gamble and try to float down the river to the sea. Hope we make it, that's all.
Yeah. Well, okay, I vote your way. Since we're here, we might as well do it upright.
It's a wonderful opportunity, Pete. Even if it is a big gamble.
I don't mind a gamble. I just hope the dice ain't loaded.
We sat for hours and watched the darkness. At 11, we looked at our watches, thought about the PT boat anchored offshore. There were a lot of ifs in our plans. If the moon didn't shine, if the Germans didn't wise up, if the train wasn't late, if the guards weren't doubled. We spent a long night and a long, long day waiting for it to get dark again, when Jensen burst into the room.
You will have to change your plans.
We can't. We're set to leave in 30 minutes.
Downstairs, a Gestapo major.
A what?
Somebody talked.
I don't know. He says he's looking for someone.
That's just dandy.
He was here some weeks ago. He met both of you. I mean my real nephews.
Come on, stop thinking, Andy. We can't walk past him with our arms full of dynamite.
Can't you get rid of him?
No. When he is in this district, he spends the night here. He sent me for you.
Oh, great.
I think you can fool him, Anderson. You resemble my nephew Arne closely, but then he dumb one, I don't know.
Yeah? Well, he better be fooled, because I'll be carrying a 45 under my shirt.
Come on, Pete. If we can bluff this through, we've got a chance.
Jansen, bottle of brandy. Oh, there you are. Didn't see you standing in the doorway. But I can see the bottle. Bring it here.
Right away, Major.
Anna, come in. I want to talk to you.
Ja, mein Herr.
I understand Norway is playing host to a couple of American spies.
Well, that is impossible, mein Herr.
Impossible, but true. However, I shall catch them and teach them a lesson.
Do you know what they look like, mein Herr?
Of course I do not know what they look like, you stupid lout. Do you think they go around singing Yankee Doodle Dandy?
Oh, no, mein Herr.
More brandy. This bottle's empty.
I will get some.
No. Send the dumb one. Go ahead, go. It's odd. I could have sworn last time I was here he was stoop-shouldered. Hey, dumb one!
First the brandy.
Well, of course, the brandy. That's what brings me back to this miserable place.
Well, I am glad something brings you back.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. You probably hate me.
Don't mind, Herr. You do me an injustice.
Oh, of course. You are one of our dear quislings. How about you, Arne? How much do you hate me?
No, mein Herr.
No, mein Herr. Yes. You were almost as dumb as the other one. Where is he?
He's right here with the brandy.
Oh. Give it to me, dumb one.
Oh. He opened it for me. Oh, nice. Thank you, dumb one. Anna, come here. Take off my boots.
Yeah, mine here.
You ought to lick them. I could send you to it. What's happened to your hair? Jansen, I thought your nephew had... What was that?
Oh, the dumb one, he dropped the tray.
Clumsy fool. Brandy should be drunk from a bottle. This is brandy, Jansen. It has been a long... Here.
Huh? I don't understand it. He could drink 2 gallons and not even get a little drunk.
Well, he's good and plastered now.
He'll be out for at least 10 hours.
I don't understand it.
Well, I don't know what the Norwegian word is, but in Brooklyn we call it a Mickey.
Just over this ridge.
We're late, Andy. That train is due in less than an hour.
Well, you'll just have to work faster, that's all. Hold it.
What now?
I got guards in the woods.
Yeah, I see them. It's going to be tough to get around them and slip under the bridge.
That would take us over an hour. We'd miss the boat. We'll have to walk the road right to the bridge.
What about the sentry?
Have to get rid of him and pray that we have time to set the dynamite before they discover it.
So we head them together?
You walk about a pace behind me. I've got to get close enough to use a knife.
It's got to be the first time, so don't mess.
Halt! Good evening.
Oh, it's you. Don't you pay any attention to the curfew? What has he got in the package? Come here and let me... Oh!
For a college man, you've sure learned a lot of things.
Now, look, you'll have to set the dynamite alone. I'll slip on his coat and stay here. Pretend I'm the sentry.
I'll set it as quick as I can.
Lock. Thanks. Andy, you finished?
Yeah. I wish I had more time, but I think this'll do it.
Let's start moving.
We can't.
What do you mean we can't?
I didn't time fuse it.
What?
We had to stay and set it off.
Why?
Look, supposing the train is late. The time fuse would miss. We stayed this long. We might as well finish the job, huh?
Where's your detonator?
About 100 yards back.
Lead the way.
Okay. I didn't have time to bury the wire.
Hope nobody trips over it.
The bridge looks like a Christmas tree, you know? More wires than American TNT.
Well, all we can do now is wait.
Yeah. Gee, wish I could smoke a cigarette.
So do I.
Might as well get comfortable. How much time we got to get to that boat, huh?
Less than 50 minutes.
Huh. Too late to go through the woods?
Too late.
Well, so is the river.
It's going to be tough. Half a railroad will be drifting with us.
Don't worry about that later. We're going to be sitting ducks when that bridge goes. It'll be like noon.
Attention! A guard has been killed!
Ah, looks like they found our friend, eh?
Hey, it's really going to get crowded here in about...
Attention!
Hey, here comes a commuter special.
That's our target.
Look at it snake along.
It's getting closer. Wait till it hits the middle and then push the plunger.
You'll take the whole bridge, you know.
Make sure you get the cars.
I know what to do.
I'll tell you what to do.
Set.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now!
Pretty, ain't it?
Hurry up, Jab. You did fine.
You should have seen what I did for graduation.
Down the slope and into the river.
Yeah, right behind you, pal.
Here's our private car. Grab a hold of that beam.
I got it.
Why, those fires make a beautiful sight.
I'm too busy to be a nature lover.
Don't let go.
The current will drag you right down. I'm holding. Good. Hey, the water's cold. This'll take us close to the rendezvous. It's real cold. Hey, Andy. Yeah? When we get back to camp, remind me to tell you about a dame I know in Brooklyn. What about her? She gave me the air for a lifeguard. Because I couldn't swim.
The blowing up of the railroad bridge in Norway cut a German lifeline and paralyzed their Norwegian forces for months. Besides the loss of military strength from the troop train, much needed ore and food was kept out of Germany. This was another blow struck toward the final invasion. And once more the report of an OSS agent closed with the words,
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Andy was Joseph Julian. Pete was played by Ralph Bell. Jansen, Raymond Edward Johnson. The German major was Barry Kroger. The guard, Jerry Jarrett. The sentry, Frank Behrens. The American captain was played by Carl Weber. The script for today's Cloak and Dagger adventure was written by David Harmon. The music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by Chet Hill and Dick Gillespie. Today's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program is produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Programs. Get your programs here. The American album of familiar music returns over most of these NBC stations next Sunday, August 27th. Designed, as always, to bring you the best in Sunday evening musical listening, the American album of familiar music will be back next Sunday. And on Sunday, September 10th, Theater Guild on the Air returns with dramatizations featuring top performers from Broadway and Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Murder on margin? Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is, Murder on Margin, by Robert George Dean. The very intriguing story of the stocks of passion and the bonds of death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It is late evening in a room of a shabby hotel in Midtown Manhattan. A trim, slick-haired man is eyeing the blonde girl sitting near him on the sofa. He watches her carefully as she pours herself a drink.
You're hitting the bottle tonight, ain't you, Joan? That's the fourth one you've had.
So what?
Nothing. Only when you start guzzling like that, it's a cinch something's eating.
I told you I was tired.
Okay, baby, okay. Come here.
Oh, please, Nick, don't.
Yeah, you are tired, ain't you?
Well, what do you expect? You know better than anyone else what a day I put in.
You've had tougher days.
Maybe I have. Maybe I'm just getting sick of being a manicurist.
Well, I can't blame you for that. I'm not crazy about being a barber, either. Joan.
What?
Maybe you'll be able to quit your job soon.
How?
You know Larry Carson, don't you?
Who?
Larry Carson, the stockbroker. You know, the guy in the brokerage house a couple of doors from our shop?
Oh, yeah, I think I've done his nails.
Sure, you have lots of times.
Well?
He's a smart trader. Knows the market inside out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's been giving some tips to Tony, who cuts his hair. And Tony's made himself quite a bundle.
So what?
So I've been talking to Tony, and he's going to pass them tips on to me.
Oh.
I'm going to start right away. Just as soon as Carson gets back.
Gets back?
Yeah. He told Tony today he was leaving town on a business trip. But he won't be gone long. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I think it's a swell idea, Nick.
You bet it is. Pretty soon I'll have some real dough, and then... come here, baby.
Don't, Nick.
Just a little kiss, honey.
Don't.
Hey, you act like I'm poison or something. I said, come here.
And I said, let go of my wrist. Let go.
Hey! You got a bracelet on under your sleeve.
You're crazy.
Am I? Come on, let me see it.
No.
Let me see it.
Oh, my...
Just a minute, sweetheart. Okay.
Give me back that bracelet.
Shut up. Diamonds, huh? Are you dirty two-time now? Who's the guy? I asked you, who's the guy?
Larry Carson gave it to me.
Carson?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, Nick. I swear I've been playing him for a sucker, that's all.
Playing him for a sucker?
Yeah, just getting all I could out of him for the two of us. No, Nick, don't!
For the two of us, huh? Come on, get up. Get up, I said. Joan. Joan.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Get out. Get out!
Okay. I'm going. So long, sweetheart.
Larry,
Yes, Ruth?
it's rather late.
I'm quite aware of that.
Well, you mentioned that you wanted to turn in early.
Still the dutiful wife, eh? Well, I have some market reports I want to study.
Oh.
Answer that, will you?
Hello? Oh. Yes, just a minute. It's for you, Larry.
For me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, Larry. This is Joan Randall.
I thought I told you never to call this number.
I know what you told me, but I had to talk to you. Tried the other place and couldn't get you.
I see. All right, what do you want?
I heard you were taking a little trip tomorrow.
Yes?
I thought we had a date.
Sorry, I meant to call you about that before I left.
Oh, you meant to, huh?
Yes, it came up suddenly. It's just a routine business trip. I'll be back in a few days.
I don't like it.
Oh, don't be silly.
I'm not. I've had the feeling for some time now that you wanted to brush me off.
What?
I want to warn you, Larry. Don't do it.
I shall do whatever I please.
Yeah? Well, get this through your head, Mr. Carson. You'll pay off or else. Hello? Did you hear me? I said you'll...
This one didn't like it either, did she?
She'll learn.
It's convenient to have a wife, isn't it, Larry? It must sound convincing when you tell them I won't give you a divorce.
Yes, I guess it does.
Larry, when are you going to set me free?
Soon.
You've been saying that for months now. Carl and I want to be married, and I want a clean start. That's why I haven't begun any action myself.
Yes?
We don't want to wait any longer. I want a divorce now.
Very moving appeal, my dear. But I confess I don't understand it. You and Carl Hamill? Why, he's strictly a lightweight.
Is he? Then why did you ask him to be a partner in your firm?
Well, it's quite simple, Ruth. I needed some money. No, I'm sorry I took him in.
So is Carl.
I don't doubt it.
Larry,
Hmm?
I heard you mention something about a business trip.
Well?
If you were to stay away a long time, it would delay my divorce.
That's quite an idea.
Yes. I've got another idea, too, Larry.
Oh? What is it?
I'm afraid I'd better keep this one to myself.
Oh, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, good morning, sir. Can I help you?
Well, yes, at least I hope so. I'd like to see Mr. Carson.
Well, Mr. Carson is a very busy man.
Oh, I know, Mr. Hamill. I've been waiting here outside his office since 10:15, and now it's 20 after.
I see. Well, I was just going in to see Mr. Carson myself. I'll tell him that you're here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Pat Barton.
Pat Barton? The private detective?
Why, yes. I want to confirm.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. Do you mind if I glance at the ticker?
No.
Thanks. Let's see. Commercial Solutions, 31.5. Say, that looks like a pretty good stock, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Might go up to 32.
Yes, Larry, I will. Oh, was that last order 29.25? Right. Oh, Mr. Barton?
Yes, Mr. Hamill.
I told Mr. Carson you were waiting. He'll see you in 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Meanwhile, I'll just keep my eye on the ticker.
Fine. See you later.
Right. Let's see. Salt preferred, 20.25. Last.
All right, Mr. Barton. I think we can go in now.
Okay, Mr. Hamill.
Oh, Larry, this is... Well, that's funny. He isn't here.
You're wrong, Mr. Hamill. Look, on the floor near the desk.
Good Lord.
Someone put a rope around his neck and pulled it tight. Very tight.
I swear I don't know how you do it, Pat, but every time there's a murder, you're right in the middle of it.
Lieutenant, really, it just happens.
Well, the way you solve them sometimes makes me wonder. Okay, forget it. Let's take another look at the late Mr. Carson.
Okay.
Let's see here. After he was strangled, he must have slipped to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But that would hardly account for his mussed-up appearance, though.
What do you mean?
Well, his shirt is half out, and his belt is twisted. Do you think that maybe he was just a sloppy dresser?
No, Lieutenant. You can see his suit was obviously just pressed. And look at the shine on his shoes.
Uh-huh.
I think the killer must have searched him.
For what? His wallet was still on him and nothing was missing from it.
Yes, but there wasn't much money in it. Did the medical examiner give you the time of death?
Yeah, probably between 10:15 and 10:30.
Uh-huh.
I suppose that tells you who the murderer is, sir?
Well, not quite, Lieutenant, but it helps.
Yeah, a lot. What gets me is how the killer got in and out. Now, there's Carson's private entrance leading to the hallway into the street, and that's locked.
Uh-huh.
And now, this door here to the main office, through which you entered. Now, you say that you were sitting right next to it from 9:45 on?
Yes, and the only one who entered was Carl Hamill.
I think I'll have a little talk with that guy. Mr. Hamill?
Yes, Lieutenant?
Would you mind stepping in here?
Not at all.
Mr. Hamill, according to Mr. Barton here, you were the only one to enter this office.
Yes?
And that was about 20 after 10, a time when Carson might have been killed.
Now, what do you mean? You know that he was alive when I left the office?
Do we?
Well, of course, Mr. Barton. Well, you were sitting right at the door when I came out. You heard me turn around and ask him about that last quotation.
Yes, I heard you, but I didn't hear him.
Huh? Oh, that's right. I remember now. He didn't answer me. He just nodded.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Hamill, excluding Mr. Carson, who had a key to the private entrance of this office?
Well, I believe Mrs. Carson had one.
Oh, she did, eh?
Yes, but surely you don't think that she had anything to do with this. Why, she couldn't...
Take it easy, Mr. Hamill. Pat.
Yes, Lieutenant?
One of my men reported that in the hallway leading from Carson's private entrance to the street is a door of a private club.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, there's a doorman posted at that door from 9 o'clock on. He'll be able to tell us just who entered this office by way of that private entrance.
Oh, good. Well, I get...
What's that? What is that?
Supply closet, Lieutenant.
Let me out.
Oh, there she is, behind the filing cabinet.
Oh.
Hey, give me a hand, will you? I can't seem to get out of here by myself.
All right. We'll just get this cabinet out of the way a bit. There we are. Okay, come on out.
Yeah, sure.
Why, Miss Randall.
You know this girl, Mr. Hamill?
Why, yeah, she's the manicurist at a barber shop a few doors down the street.
Oh, okay, Miss Randall, talk.
Huh?
She seems to be pretty drunk, Lieutenant.
Yeah. What were you doing in that closet, sister?
Who wants to know?
I'm Lieutenant Riley of the police.
Police?
Yes. Take a look at the floor near the desk.
Oh. Larry's dead, huh?
Uh-huh. You ought to know.
Me? I didn't do it.
No? How'd you get in here?
I had a key. Larry gave it to me.
Oh.
The louse was going to run out on me. I wanted to have a little talk with him.
Uh-huh.
And I got here early, before 9. Didn't want anybody to spot me coming in. I hid behind the cabinet in the closet.
How come you're so boiled?
Well, I knew it'd be a long wait, so I took a flask along. I was nervous. And before I knew it, the flask was empty. And then I passed out.
Uh-huh. Miss Randall, there's a keyhole in that closet door. Did you see or hear anything that might help us?
No, not a thing.
I see. Okay, sister. I'm going to send you home to sober up. But don't get any idea that you're out of this mess. I'm going to check on you all the way. Pat?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Get your hat. We'll start checking with the barber shop where she works. Were you Carson's barber, Nick?
No, Lieutenant. Tony took care of him.
Oh, well, where is this Tony?
Well, it's been raining all morning, and we were slow, and Tony and the others ducked out. They're probably chewing the fat in a cafeteria down the street.
Uh-huh. You got a manicurist named Joan Randall?
Yeah, she didn't show up this morning.
I don't think she'll be in today, Nick.
Huh? What do you mean, Mr. Barton?
Why are you so nervous?
Well, Joan and me, we've been kind of going around together, and if anything's happened to her...
Well, nothing's happened to her yet.
But she's in quite a spot.
You see, we found her in Mr. Carson's closet.
Yeah?
She was pickled, Nick. Now, was that a habit of hers?
Well, when she's worried, she likes a couple of shots.
Uh-huh.
Nick, it seems that Joan and Mr. Carson were quite friendly. Did you know that?
Yeah, it didn't mean anything. He had a lot of dough, and, well, you know how it is.
Yes, we know.
You don't think she killed Carson, do you?
We're not sure, Nick. But if you ask me, you're going to need a new manicurist.
For me, Lieutenant, it is unbelievable. I simply refuse to believe it.
I know, Sasha, I know. But Carson's dead. You've got to help us.
Huh? Me help you? How?
What time were you at your post this morning?
What time? Why, 9 o'clock. In all my 23 years as doorman to this club, I arrive at 9 sharp. Not before, not later.
Uh-huh. And from your post, you can see anyone who enters the hallway to go to Mr. Carson's office.
Absolutely.
Sasha, do you know Joan Randall, the manicurist from the barber shop around the corner?
You mean the blonde barishki? Sure, I know her.
Did you see her enter the hallway this morning?
No.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
She must have got here before 9, like she said.
Did you see anyone else, Sasha?
Yes. Just one person.
Who was it?
It was Mrs. Carson.
Mrs. Carson, eh? What time was that?
About 20 after 10.
And she went down the hallway to Mr. Carson's office?
Yes.
Did you see her go in?
No. The hallway turns to the left. You can't see the door.
He's right, Lieutenant.
Okay. Now, I want you to be very careful about this next one, Sasha. When did she come out?
I don't know.
Huh?
You see, a little while after she came in, I had to call a cab for a member.
Yeah?
I was outside for a couple of minutes.
In other words, she could have slipped out during that time.
Correct.
Oh.
Sasha, would it have been possible for anyone else to have entered while you were outside?
No, this could not happen. When I went out, I looked up and down the street. There was nobody near enough to sleep in.
Oh, I see. Well, Lieutenant, what's next on the menu?
A blue plate special. Mrs. Carson. Mrs. Carson, do you have any idea who might have murdered your husband?
No, Lieutenant.
I have.
Yes? Who?
You, Mrs. Carson.
Me?
Yes.
Why, that's absurd. Utterly absurd.
For your information, you were seen going down the hallway to your husband's office.
What?
Oh, come, Mrs. Carson. The identification was positive. You were there, weren't you?
Yes, Mr. Barton. But I didn't see Larry.
Huh?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, I I went up to the door of the office, and then I stopped.
Why?
The transom was open. I heard Carl, Mr. Hamill, talking to Larry. I lost my nerve and left.
What do you mean you lost your nerve?
Well, I guess I'd better tell you the whole story.
Yeah, I guess you'd better.
I'd wanted a divorce from Larry for some time. Without going into it, I can assure you I had very good reasons.
Yes, we met one of them.
Never mind, Mrs. Carson. Go on, please.
Well, I met Carl Hamill, my husband's partner. We fell in love. I told Larry about it and asked him for a divorce so that Carl and I could be married.
Mm-hmm.
Larry kept putting me off. Then last night I learned that he was taking a trip out of town. He said he'd be gone for only a short time.
Yes?
I had the feeling that he was up to something. You see, he was very spiteful. I felt that he was going to stay away to delay my divorce. I made up my mind that he wasn't going to get away with it.
Uh-huh.
This morning, I set out for his office for a showdown. I took a gun along.
A gun, huh?
Yes, but when I stood outside Larry's door and heard Carl's voice, I realized how foolish I'd been. I knew that I could never kill Larry.
Uh-huh.
I turned around and went home.
Mrs. Carson, did you hear what Mr. Hamill and your husband were talking about?
Yes. They were discussing some stock quotations.
Did Hamill mention the quotation on murder?
What do you mean? You don't think that Carl... Oh, no. He didn't kill Larry.
Of course not. He didn't. You didn't. Nobody did. Only the guy is dead, and the commissioner wants to know why.
Hello?
Hello, Ruth.
Oh, Carl. I was hoping that you'd call.
You heard about Larry?
Yes. The police have just left.
Oh.
Carl, I'm afraid we're in trouble.
What's the matter?
I did something terribly foolish. I went to Larry's office this morning.
What? But why did you...
Wait, I didn't see him. When I got to the door, I heard you talking to him.
Oh.
I heard you quarreling.
Did you tell the police about it?
No, I told them you were discussing stock quotations. Carl, is there anything you want to tell me?
Ruth, you don't think I killed him, do you?
No.
But, darling, you sound as if...
I love you, Carl. No matter what happened, remember that. I love you.
Good evening, Lieutenant. I made it as fast as I could. What's up?
I've got some more pieces for our puzzle.
You have?
Yes. Do you remember when we examined the corpse? You thought the killer had searched him?
Yes.
Yeah, you were right. And whoever it was made off with $100,000.
What?
I had a man go over the books at Carson's. There was $100,000 missing from the credit balances.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it looks like Carson was going to take it on the lam, you see? And he figured on traveling light to throw everyone off guard.
Yes, probably just an overnight bag and the money. From the appearance of his disarranged clothing, I'd say he had the cash in a money belt.
Uh-huh.
Did you speak to Hamill about this?
Yes, and he was quite upset. Not only over the loss of the dough, he said. He was worried about the effect on the firm's business.
So, is there any way to trace that money?
No, and I haven't got the ghost of an idea who could have... Wait a minute. Joan Randall. I've had the feeling that dame was holding something back.
You think she took it?
Either that or she knows who did. Come on, Pat. Let's get to her before she puts away another quart.
Maybe she's out, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Pat, but not the way you mean. She's probably hit that bottle again. Oh, there's no use. The door's locked.
I have a key, Lieutenant.
Huh?
A key that opens a lot of doors.
Oh, well, go ahead. Make believe I'm not looking.
Okay.
There we are. Now, let's see. The light switch ought to be... There, here. There. Well, I I don't smell any liquor, so maybe... Holy smoke. She really is out. Look, for good.
Yes, whoever stabbed her wasn't kidding. She must have been lying on the bed. Well, that's odd.
What is?
Well, apparently, after she was stabbed, she still had enough strength to reach down and clutch one of her shoes from under the bed.
Yeah, she probably rolled over and held on to whatever came into her hand.
No, Lieutenant. Shoes are usually placed together on the floor. And from the position of the one still there, she would have had to strain to get the shoe she's holding.
Yeah. Well, why do you think she grabbed it, Pat?
I think it was an attempt to tell us who murdered her.
Oh. Well, it's a woman's shoe. And the only other woman in the case is Mrs. Carson. Or maybe... Yeah. While I was talking to Hamill about that money, he told me he used to be a shoe manufacturer.
What?
Yeah. Well, I guess that does it.
I'm not sure.
Huh?
There's something that keeps buzzing at the back of my mind. Something that... Why, of course. Larry Carson's shoes.
Larry Carson's shoes?
Yes. Now, there's just one thing we ought to check, Lieutenant, and then I think you'll be able to wrap this case up. Better keep back out of sight, Lieutenant.
Okay, Pat. I just wanted to make sure that Sasha is still sitting on that park bench.
Oh, don't worry. I've got...
My friend, I was beginning to think you weren't coming. I thought maybe... Help!
Get him, Lieutenant. Get him.
Stop her and shoot!
Good shot, Lieutenant. You all right, Sasha?
Yes, Mr. Bart.
Good. Is he alive, Lieutenant?
Yeah, the bullet just creased his scalp. Oh. Okay, Nick, come on. Up on your feet. As a barber, you usually stand behind a chair. Well, now, we're going to let you sit in one.
Did Nick reveal where he hid the money, Lieutenant?
Yes, it was under the floor in his room.
Oh, good. It's nice of you to give me a lift home, Lieutenant.
That's all right, Pat. You deserve it. And Sasha, too.
It was nothing at all. Only don't ever ask me to do it again.
Don't worry, we won't. Say, Pat, how did you tumble to Nick anyway?
Well, there was the fact of the shoes, Carson's and Jones.
Uh-huh.
Carson's shoes were shined, and that was peculiar.
Why?
Well, since it rained all morning, his shoes should have been spotted.
Yeah, that's right.
But I failed to see the importance of that fact until Joan was killed. She died in the act of reaching for her shoe.
Uh-huh.
And then it hit me. Someone had shined Carson's shoes. Obviously, he wouldn't have done it himself. So the only other possibility was a shoe shine man.
Yeah, but where in the world?
Well, since there was no shoe shine man involved in this case, I turned to the only person who could have impersonated one.
Nick the barber.
Exactly.
Oh.
He was alone in his shop. Not only the barbers were gone, but also the shoe shine man.
I see. So Nick dressed up in the dark apron, carried the box, and got by.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Wait a minute. How did he get into the Carson's office without Sasha seeing him?
But you know, Lieutenant, there are some men who are invisible.
Invisible?
Yes. That is, they're taken for granted. Nobody observes them. Like a mailman, for instance.
Oh.
Well, a shoe shine man visiting the offices in a business building is exactly the same. You pay no attention to him, so he loses his identity.
I see.
Of course, when I brought the point up with Sasha, he remembered.
Oh, что такое? Я не знаю, что это.
What did you say, Sasha?
Never again. For the rest of my life will I get a shoe shine.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Murder on Margin, based on a story by Robert George Dean. James Erthine did the radio adaptation, Roger Bauer produced, and Jock McGregor directed. Jack McBride played Lieutenant Riley, Julie Stevens was Joan, Helen Shields was Ruth Carson, Danny Ocko played Sasha, Barry Thompson was Pat, Joe DeSantis was Nick, and Sherling Oliver was heard as Carl Hamill. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. we have the very exciting story of a package that was wrapped up by death. It's called Murder Makes a Mummy. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The makers of those increasingly popular cigarettes. Sano, the cigarette with far less nicotine. Encore cigarettes that filter the smoke but not the taste present Martin Kane, starring Mark Stevens.
What's your name?
What's that?
Don't try anything. I said, what's your name?
Thompson. Albert Thompson. Why? Something wrong, officer?
You sure this is the man?
He's the one I saw, all right. He did it. Did what? I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? I saw you running out of that store after the shooting. You killed that storekeeper. I don't know what you're talking about. What store? I haven't done anything. He's the one. I'll swear to it.
Come along, mister.
Oh, look, officer.
Behave yourself.
Officer, please.
I'll need you too.
But you're making a terrible mistake. I never saw this man in my life.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're all set on our end. Oh, no, nothing's going to happen to that witness. He's in a real safe place. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anytime you want him from the grand jury, he'll be there. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'll be checking with you right along. Right. Well, the DA's a very happy man. He's got a cinched case against Albert Thompson. Oh, what did you drop in for, Kane?
Congratulations.
Yeah? What'd you do?
Not me, it's you that rates the medals, Lieutenant. You and your department, the way you solved that murder, that's pretty good.
Well, the whole case just kind of walked in here. Fred Wallace, the guy who spotted Thompson at that bus stop, he's the one who gets all the credit.
You got anything new on Thompson?
Well, the identification looks pretty solid, Kane.
You got a smart lawyer, Ed Randall. He could beat you in court, unless you come up with more evidence, including the murder weapon.
Yeah, we're working on it. You know, Kane, the take of that robbery was about $200. When we examined Thompson, he had $207 on him.
Yeah, maybe he saved it up.
Yeah, how? His wife didn't know anything about it.
Look, Lieutenant, when a fellow's planning on buying his wife a new coat for her birthday, he doesn't tell her what he's saving up for.
Tell me, how do you know so much about Thompson?
He's Ed Randall's client.
So?
Ed Randall's a client of mine.
Oh.
He thinks Thompson's innocent. Thinks that your witness made a mistake.
He's a good lawyer.
He's smart, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh. You think the witness made a mistake, too?
I don't know. That's what I'm hired to find out.
Well, you sure picked a tough way to make a living.
Some guys climb mountains.
You won't even get off the ground. Fred Wallace made a positive identification.
By the way, I called his house. You've taken him somewhere. Why?
For his health gain.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. Thompson couldn't hurt anybody. He hasn't got any mob connections. He's just a little guy that fell in a great big hole. I want to see Wallace.
You're wasting your time, Kane, and that's straight.
You're convinced that Thompson's guilty. I can't be, not yet.
Well, I'm only about 90% convinced because we still haven't found the gun. However, Fred Wallace kind of makes up for it.
I still want to see him.
Well, you'll see him all right. But not alone. I'll be there, too.
Everything all right, Mr. Wallace?
Fine, fine.
Yeah?
Open up, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
How are things?
What did the commissioner say to this guy's food bill?
Hello, Kane.
Hello, James. Hello, Lieutenant.
Mr. Wallace. This is Martin Kane.
How do you do, Mr. Kane?
Hello, Mr. Wallace. Kane's a private detective. Right now, he's working for Thompson's lawyer.
I see.
He'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh?
Mr. Wallace, you're sure you couldn't have been mistaken in your identification?
No, sir.
What makes you so positive it was Thompson you saw running out of the shop after you heard the shots?
Why, it just was, that's all.
Tell me, was he wearing a hat?
A hat?
Yeah. Hat.
Yes, he was.
Thompson doesn't wear a hat, Mr. Wallace. Never does, never has.
Well, he could have on this job, Kane.
Do I have to talk to him?
Why not, Mr. Wallace? We're both after the same thing, aren't we? The truth?
That's just why I went after that policeman the moment I saw Thompson. It's my duty as a citizen. You think I like hanging around this hotel room, not being able to go about my normal business? Or seeing my name spread all over the newspapers? I have to testify at that trial. It's the right thing to do.
You know, Kane, most people would be afraid to stick out their necks. We could use more men like Mr. Wallace.
Yeah. Civic virtue is a great thing, Lieutenant, as long as it doesn't convict the wrong man.
Why would I do a thing like that?
Just a mistake, Mr. Wallace. A simple, ordinary human mistake. It happens all the time. Every day, just like it happened here. You couldn't possibly seen Thompson run out of that store. He was clear across town at the time.
That's what he says. I saw it.
Tell me, Mr. Wallace, what was the weather that day?
What kind of a question is that?
Would you answer it, please?
I don't see what difference it makes. I think it was a nice day. Yes, it was a nice warm day.
The man who ran out of the store, was he wearing a top coat?
He could have.
Was he?
No, I just told you it was a warm day. He wouldn't be wearing a top coat.
Your logic's good, Mr. Wallace, but your memory is bad. It was a warm day, and Thompson was wearing a top coat. The people at his office will swear to that.
He's just trying to trick me.
Now, I just want you to think and think hard, Mr. Wallace. Isn't it possible that you made a mistake in your identification?
Mr. Kane, I'm not a fool. If I listened to you and changed my story, I'd be a fool. Some people would say I was scared off. Others that I was bought off. No, sir. I said it was Albert Thompson. And Albert Thompson, it stays.
Well, convinced?
Nope. But I got a better chance of talking back the tide.
Albert's in here, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Randall.
Why don't you go right on in, and I'll wait out here for Mr. Kane.
Albert?
Hello, Helen.
You all right?
Yeah, they're treating me all right.
Mr. Randall's here with me.
He said he was coming. He's a very fine lawyer, Helen. He tried to get him to lower the bail.
He's still working very hard.
Yeah, I know. They won't do it. A guard told me that $25,000 is the lowest bail he ever heard of. For a murder.
Mr. Barnes came to see me from the office. He wanted to know if we needed any money.
What'd you tell him?
I thanked him very much. I told him we'd manage. Well, but he said all your friends believe in you.
Helen. Mr. Randall's very optimistic. He thinks this Mr. Kane is sure to find some new evidence. I may not even have to go to trial, Helen.
Oh, Albert was going to do it.
Helen, I want you to meet Martin Kane.
Hello, Mr. Thompson.
Kane, can you help us?
I don't know yet.
Have you talked to Wallace?
Yeah, I talked to him. He'll make an excellent witness for the state. How do you see it, Ed?
Well, it's not good. It's not bad. District Attorney's Office has been working just as hard as we have.
Has he got enough for an indictment?
Afraid he has. See, Albert, our main problem is your alibi. If we could only prove that you were nowhere near that store when it happened.
No, but I wasn't. I was on my way home. A dozen people must have seen me. 24.
100 people could have seen you, Mr. Thompson. Nobody ever sees you on a subway or a bus. I'm afraid you have no alibi. Ed, I'll keep right on working, mainly on finding the gun. The big job will be yours in court.
I know. I'll need everything you can get me to shake Wallace in cross-examination. Oh, now, look, let's not give up the ship. You never can tell about juries. Sometimes they go for the strangest stories.
What's strange about Albert's story? That's the truth. Well, he never hurt a soul in his life. Well, he's an honest, decent, hard-working man. Well, what jury would believe he's a murderer?
Yes, I know, Inspector. Yes, sir, I know this isn't that big, but the district attorney's been on my neck all week. Yeah. He says he's got to have the gun that killed Thompson or else. That's right. So I put all the men I could spare on it, sir. No, sir. No, sir, nothing so far. What? Well, Inspector, I think my men know their jobs. I pick most of them myself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I understand you. Yes, I certainly do. Thank you, Inspector. Good night. Want some, Kane? Warm out tonight.
Not for a private detective.
What do you want?
I want some help.
Still working for Ed Rendell?
That's right.
Well, come around and see me when you quit.
Maybe that'll be too late.
For Albert Thompson?
No, for you, Lieutenant. You want to find the gun, don't you?
What do you think? I get it, or I get fired. I don't know whether it'll be the inspector first or the DA.
Maybe neither. If you want to help me.
Hey, Kane. Are you holding out on me? Hey, do you know where that gun is?
I know where that gun isn't, and I know a little fella that doesn't know anything at all about it, Albert Thompson.
Now, Kane, say what you've got to say.
All right, you won't find the gun until you find the man who used it, and it wasn't Albert Thompson. You've already proved that.
Yeah, how?
You've had your best men out looking for the gun, and they can't find it. They've questioned every enemy, every friend that Thompson ever had. They've looked every place where he could have bought or rented a gun.
Yeah, and they're going to keep right on looking.
Well, they can keep on looking from now until next year, but they're going to come up with nothing.
Yeah, maybe and maybe not. We'll see.
Look, Lieutenant, stop wasting time.
Now, look, Kane, tell me what you want or take off.
Get me a rundown, a description of every stick-up artist that looks like Thompson.
Oh, for crying out loud.
How many can there be?
50, 100, 500, I don't know, and I can't spare a crew on the files to find out.
That storekeeper.
Yeah, well, then you find him, and while you're at it, try and find a witness who saw him do it. Meantime, I'll go along with Thompson. I got a witness for him. Lieutenant Gray. Yes, sir? Oh, she did, huh? Yeah, that's too bad. No, I didn't think of that. Well, all I can do is keep right after it. Yes, sir, of course, as soon as I get anything. District Attorney. They just took Mrs. Thompson to Bellevue. A complete nervous collapse.
Not much you can do about that, is there?
Kane, everything we've got so far says that Thompson did it. You show the DA one solid fact on the other side of the ledger, and Thompson's practically a free man.
Look, will you get me the rundown? I'll try to get that fact, and you show it to the DA.
Did you ever meet Mrs. Thompson?
Yeah.
Real nice woman.
That's right.
Sergeant, meet me in the photo gallery in 5 minutes. This better be good, Kane.
For everybody's sake.
Especially for my clients. If we miss, we get another. He doesn't get another chance, Lieutenant. This is his last time at bat.
Hello there, Mrs. Malone. A carton of your usual?
No, Hap. I've decided to make a change.
My goodness, after all these years, a change?
That's right. You see, I smoke so much, I thought I should try some of those cigarettes they claim have less nicotine. Do you know anything about them?
Well, Mrs. Malone, it just so happens that I do. More and more people are switching to Sano cigarettes for exactly the same reason that you mentioned. Oh, care to have one on the house? No charge?
Thank you. Well, from that sample, I'd say people are switching to Sano cigarettes not just because they contain less nicotine, but because they like them.
That's right, Mrs. Malone. And speaking of nicotine, do you realize that you've never seen any?
Really? But I thought the stain test showed just the amount of nicotine in a cigarette.
Ah, no, you see other substances, but not nicotine. Nicotine is absolutely colorless when it's removed from the tobacco.
Removed from the tobacco? You mean they can take nicotine right out of the tobacco even before the cigarettes are made?
That's exactly what I mean. That's the reason why there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette. The nicotine is removed from the tobacco before Sano cigarettes are made.
Well, that's really getting rid of nicotine.
Yes, indeed. The fact is there's less nicotine in the smoke of a Sano cigarette than in the smoke of any other leading cigarette. Actually, less than 1/10 of 1%.
Hap, that certainly answers my question. As I said before, I don't know when I've smoked a better tasting cigarette. You've just sold me a carton.
All right, Mrs. Malone, you'll never have to change brands again because you can stop worrying about nicotine when you smoke Sano cigarettes.
Thank you for telling me about them, Hap.
You're entirely welcome.
Well, Kane, I hope you pay your taxes. I had 3 men working on that list all night.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Only 9 names, huh?
That's right, out of about 400. We eliminated everyone who didn't correspond at least roughly to Thompson's physical description.
Only 2 possibilities.
3 are in prison, 2 are on the West Coast, 2 were in the hospital at the time, and the other 2 are right here in New York.
Carl Shaw, Larry Spencer.
With a complete rundown on each. Oh, Kane, this isn't a lending library.
If I tag one of these guys, I'll buy you a set of cast iron bookends for your birthday. You'll be hearing from me.
My first possibility, Carl Shaw was working in the garage. He told me a straight-sounding story about not being crooked anymore. He had a wife and kids now. His past was really behind him. And so on and so on. I thought he'd never stop telling me how he'd become a new man. But all I wanted to hear from him was his alibi for the time of the killing. And he had one. He was working here. The fellow at the next bench could prove it. Carl Shaw was in the clear.
What'll it be, Mr. Kane? A little information, Charlie, on a guy named Larry Spencer. Well?
He comes around.
Regular customer?
He was till a couple of weeks ago. Then last night he showed up again.
How come?
Says he was away, vacation.
He wouldn't have gone away around the day after Columbus Day, would he?
Maybe. Why?
On October 13th, the druggist was killed in a heist. Yesterday, they indicted a man named Albert Thompson for the murder. The 28th. Between those 2 dates, Larry Spencer decides he needs a vacation. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Kane.
Charlie.
I've got customers, Mr.
Yeah, I know you got customers. You got customers because you still got a license. Remember when I proved that those high school kids didn't pick up their booze here?
I remember.
What's Spencer been up to lately?
I don't know. Honest.
You got any money?
Oh, I let him run a tab once in a while. The last one had me worried.
Oh, why?
Well, when he didn't show up this couple of weeks, I figured he was gone for good. And yesterday he came in and settled up.
Okay, Charlie. Thanks a lot.
Who is it? Hi, Kane. Lieutenant Gray phoned me. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Wallace.
Well, Mr. Kane?
How are you?
What do you want?
I want you to look at a picture, Mr. Wallace.
What picture?
Well?
Who's this? Where'd you get this?
The guy named Larry Spencer. He's got a police record. He's got a hobby also of holding up storekeepers. Are you sure, Mr. Wallace, this isn't the man you saw run out of that store?
What are you trying to do to me, Mr. Kane?
Never mind what I'm trying to do to you. Think of Albert Thompson. Are you sure this isn't the man you saw run out of the store after the shooting?
No. I told you once before you're not going to make a fool of me. Not now or not on the witness stand. I'm not changing my story.
Lieutenant Gray. Oh, yes, Kane. Say, I'm glad you got my message. Listen, some of the boys down the hall brought in quite a gang of crap shooters. One of them was Larry Spencer. You want me to hold him?
I don't know. Did you get anything on him?
Nope. I was hoping to.
Well, there's no point in holding him. He won't do me any good in the tank.
You think he'll lead you to the gun, huh?
I don't know. I think he's got it stashed away in some nice, quiet place ready for another job.
Yeah, I'll buy that. How's it look?
I made a contact with a friend of his.
A hood?
No, his girlfriend. She works in a dime a dance place. I'm going over there now.
Hey, you don't care how you spend your money, do you? Let me know if it was worth it, will you?
Sandy sure forgot about Spencer fast. She's been dancing with that new guy all evening.
He wouldn't need to give me any tickets. I dance with him for free.
Well, I hope Spencer doesn't come in, that's all. Sandy'd be awful sorry. So would that dreamboat. Spencer'd kill him.
Larry Spencer kill him? Why, you kidding?
You know, I don't get it. What's a guy like you doing in this place?
Maybe I like to dance. There we go. Here.
Hey, you must own an oil well. Anyway, the next set's on me.
No, you keep him.
Well, I could use them.
You getting tired?
A little.
Want to sit down?
No. I like dancing with you too much. It's not a job. I like it. Oh, that last one was sure living it up. One ticket. Hey, Sandy's still dancing with that guy.
You blame her?
Maybe somebody ought to tell Larry Spencer about it.
Oh, mind your own business. Say they look nice together.
Make yourself at home.
Thanks.
I'll get some coffee. You're awfully nice. I'm glad you're here.
I was glad to be here, too. But all I had in mind was finding out if Larry Spencer used this flat for a gun drop.
Who's the guy?
His name's Larry Spencer.
The girls told me about him. The guy you're going to marry, huh?
I don't know. You haven't helped much.
Oh, come on, Sandy.
Now, please let me say something. You know, things happen quick. Too quick. If you want something, you have to put out your hand and grab it, or else it goes right by. Larry thinks fast. He gets things. I never wanted to know how, but you get what you want, too, don't you?
I try, Sandy.
Only maybe with you it'd be different. It'd be a chance to stop being scared.
Scared?
I try to tell him every time I see him, but I don't know. Time rushes by and there's never enough left.
What are you scared of, Sandy? What Larry done?
I don't want to talk about him.
What's
You're
he
here.
done, Sandy?
Why?
Tell me.
Well, why? Why do you have to know?
A long story, Sandy.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is someone here. Well, who told you? Hello? You can ask Larry yourself. He's coming over right now.
There is something new under the sun. A filter cigarette that lets you taste what you're smoking. Encore cigarettes. The one filter cigarette that gives you complete taste satisfaction, as well as full filter protection. The secret of this unique advantage can be found in Encore's own open-end filter mouthpiece. It draws so freely and easily. It filters the smoke, but not the taste. Yes, Encore filters the smoke, but not the taste. It gives you the protection you naturally expect, yet it does not diminish the full flavor of Encore's superb tobaccos. And since Encore's filter element is set deep within the mouthpiece, where it cannot touch your lips, you enjoy a neater, cleaner smoke as well. Get Encore in this smart, crush-proof case. You'll agree, Encore is the one filter cigarette with a flavor you can really taste.
What do you want?
I'm waiting for you.
Who is he?
Friend?
Oh. Get out. If I ever catch you around here again, I'll break your face in. You hear me?
I hear you.
Who is this guy?
Let me go.
I said who is he?
What do you want? I want you to change places with a nice little guy that's being framed for murder that you committed.
You're nuts.
Pretend I went out and came back. Go on, beat my face in.
Let me alone.
I'm going to start paying you off now.
Get the gun. Go ahead, get it. Sandy, help me.
Thanks, Sandy, for not helping him.
I couldn't. Not after what you said. I always thought Larry was small time. He killed somebody and hid the gun here. Kane, I told you, didn't I? If you want something, you have to reach out and get it. Will I ever see you again?
If you ever need me, Sandy, if you're ever in trouble. Right now, I want to start the wheels rolling for somebody who is. Lieutenant Gray, please.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. In the course of his detective career, Mike Shayne has been called upon to track down escaped murderers, to find missing jewels, to recover stolen bonds and sensational diaries. But never before has he been asked to hunt for something 3,000 years old. In his office high in the Rust Building, Mike and his lovely assistant, Phyllis Knight, listen sympathetically to a worried little man, Dr. Frederick Wakeman, museum curator.
Mr. Shayne, these thefts have been going on at the museum now for 2 weeks. Some of the losses just wring my heart. You know how today people save the baby shoes of their children, even have them cast in bronze?
Well, yes, but
Then realize what it means to me to lose the baby sandals of the Pharaoh Ramesses I. Why, I used to hold those tiny things in my hand and think back to the days when they pattered around the royal court of Egypt. Yes, 3,300 long years ago.
3,300 years? Well, why would anybody steal baby sandals 3,300 years old? Unless they were fresh out of shoe stamps.
That's the baffling part of it. The thefts don't make sense. One time it's the court robe of a Chinese emperor. The next it's the original of a love sonnet of Shakespeare or the signet ring of a Russian czar. They're famous. If the thief tried to sell them in New York or London or Bombay, it would be known they came from this museum.
In which case the thief would be caught.
Sounds like to me the work of a pretty clever thief. Dr. Wakeman, do you suspect anybody in particular?
No, how can I? It's bewildering. It's a mystery. The museum is open every day, but we have very capable guards. I believe the thefts occur at night, when only 2 watchmen are on duty.
Any signs of somebody forcing in a door or window?
No, none that we can recognize. But it's got to stop, Mr. Shayne. It's got to. I'm responsible, and there are people who will take advantage of my failure.
Even in a museum, one can have enemies, huh?
This is what I want you to do, sir. Come out and look over the museum with me. Perhaps spend a few nights there.
Well, that's quite an order, Dr. Wakeman, but I guess we're game. How about it, Phil?
Certainly we are.
All right. Then if you would meet me at the museum tonight in my office, say about 8:30.
Your office at 8:30? Okay, but it's only fair to warn you, Doctor. Every time I go out on a job lately, I seem to wind up with a corpse.
Really? Oh, then you won't be disappointed. You'll find 6 corpses.
6 corpses?
Yes, in the mummy room.
You know, Mike, there's something really ironic about tonight. For years I've worked with you, tried and begged and coaxed you to go to the museum with me, and it takes a crime to break you down.
Well, I can't think of a better reason.
Well, I'm excited about it. This case is so different. Imagine sitting up all night with Egyptian mummies and things. What atmosphere.
Well, right now I'm more concerned about the atmosphere collecting on our windshield. It's starting to rain, and I forgot to get those windshield wipers fixed.
A night in the museum. A rainy night in the museum. That's even better.
Yeah. Dr. Wakeman, to the contrary, I doubt anybody will try to swipe anything tonight while King Tut is entertaining us.
Do you think we'll have to hide in a sarcophagus or whatever they call it?
Sarcophagus, yes. Well, I guess this is the museum. Ooh, hug your coat, Angel. There's a wind with this rain.
All right. Oh, it's a spooky-looking old building at night. Only one light showing.
Probably in Wakeman's office. I ain't got nobody. Well, right on time, according to the clock in the tower.
Not very cheerful sounding, is it?
What do you want? Well, we have an appointment with Dr. Wakeman.
Oh, yeah. He told me about you. Come on in.
Thank you.
All right, follow me.
Yes, sir.
Mike, that room right ahead, that strange green light all through it.
Egyptian department, mummy room.
Oh, it looks so uncanny. Are we going through it?
Yeah, shortcut to the curator's office.
Nice layout of mummies. Reminds me of the morgue.
Ooh.
Hey, Phil, slow down.
Mike, that mummy standing up, it moved.
Oh, don't be silly. That's a god. And you talked about hiding in a sarcophagus.
Curator's office. Go right on in.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, it looks like Dr. Wakeman isn't here.
He's probably around him. Mike?
Yeah?
That big chair with its back toward us.
Yeah, tobacco smoke coming up from it. Dr. Wakeman, Oh, excuse me, sir.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I was reading this manuscript. Oh, I didn't see you, young lady. I beg your pardon, being in my shirt sleeves. I was drying my coat on the radiator here. Ought to be dry now. Yeah, just a little wet, but no matter. Good heavens, is that clock on the desk right?
Yes, it's 8:30.
I better phone Wakeman's house and find out what's keeping him. Get me Wakeman. Hello? Arthur? This is Cameron. What's holding up Wakeman? Mr. Shayne's waiting here in the office. But he told me to be here at 7:30, and I'm still waiting. Oh, yes, that's possible. All right, Arthur. That's the young professor who lives with Wakeman. Said he left for the museum at 7. He lives just across the street.
Well, he must have stopped somewhere else first.
Yeah, that's what Arthur said.
I'm curious, sir. How did you know my name was Shayne?
Oh, Wakeman told me about you on the phone. I'm Professor Cameron, one of the governors of the museum.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad to know you. And this is Miss Knight.
How do
you do? I hope you people can help poor Wakeman. He's all upset about this trouble in the museum. I suppose that's what he wanted to talk to me about tonight.
I've wanted to see your exhibits for a long time, Professor.
Well, I'm not the Egyptologist here, but antiquities have been a hobby of mine most of my life. I'll be glad to show you anything I can. Oh, perhaps this is Wakeman. No, it's Arthur.
Hasn't he come in yet?
Wakeman? Not yet. Mr. Shayne, Miss Knight, this is Professor Arthur Behrens. He's the man you want to talk to about Egyptology.
I'm glad to know you, Professor.
How do you do? I don't understand it. The guard just told me he hadn't seen Wakeman all evening. He must have gone out again.
Well, a little wait won't hurt us.
Pardon me, do we have to suffocate while we're waiting? It's awfully stuffy in here. Do you gentlemen object to fresh air?
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been smoking my pipe.
Well, I'll open the window just a crack.
What's the matter?
Good heavens. Wakeman.
Hanging behind the curtain.
Well, get him down, quick.
Wait a minute, Professor. We've got to see if he's still alive.
What difference does that make?
If he's dead, we've got to leave him there for the coroner.
He's dead, all right. Oh, how could he be so foolish, so foolish?
You think it's suicide?
What else? Of course, look at him.
I just did.
San Francisco Police Department.
Give me the inspector of homicide.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis and their adventures in just a moment. Here's a tip if you're worried about excess carbon in your engine. Just drive into any Union Oil station and ask the Minuteman for Triton motor oil. Why? Well, nearly all carbon formed in engines comes from the motor oil and not from the gasoline. Now, there's a wide variation in the amount of carbon different oils form. So it's logical to buy the oil that forms the least carbon. And that's where Triton comes in. For Triton, and this is a proved laboratory fact, contains less carbon-forming elements than any of the 7 leading premium oils sold in the West. Yes, Triton cuts costly carbon. The reason is that Triton is refined by Union Oil Company's exclusive propane solvent process, a process that removes harmful asphalts, waxes, and sulfur, leaving a pure 100% lubricating oil. An oil that will safely lubricate your car for many hundreds of miles and give added protection against excess carbon. Your engine deserves that protection. You can buy Triton at all Union Oil Minuteman stations. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Mike and Phyllis have located the missing Dr. Wakeman, curator of the museum, hanging from a curtain rod in his own office. The inspector has arrived on the scene and questions Mike and the 2 museum professors.
Now, just a minute. Mr. Shayne says it's murder. Professor Barron says it's suicide.
I can't be positive it's suicide, Inspector. But I know that Wakeman was a very morbid man and terribly affected by these museum thefts.
You mean he may be linked in with them? When he saw the things closing in around him, he chose the one way out?
No, I didn't say that.
Inspector, just so you don't fall for a phony suicide deal, take a look at that rope.
Uh-huh. See what you mean, Mike. The heads of the rope are all flattened in one direction. It couldn't be suicide.
How could that possibly tell you?
Because we make a study of such things, Professor. When a person is dead before he's hanged, the killer has to haul the body up into place. When the murderer pulled the rope over that curtain rod, the pressure going over the rod flattened all the hairs on the rope.
But who would kill Wakeman? Unless, perhaps, the thief who's been stealing from us.
Obviously. We'd better question the guards and check up on any clues of burglary.
Dr. Wakeman said he couldn't find any clues after the earlier thefts. But he made a list of stolen articles. Now, if we looked at them, we might get an idea of the type of thief.
I'm afraid you'll have to forget that. Wakeman kept the list in the big safe there. But he was the only one who had the combination.
Well, let's see.
It's unlocked.
We kept some of our most valuable items in that safe.
You and Professor Cameron better take inventory.
Everything looks in its place. A chapter from the Gutenberg Bible, the Greek medallions.
Carelessness. Wakeman never put anything twice in the same place.
What's wrong?
This papyrus, any fool can see it's a prayer scroll of the 4th dynasty, but the marker says Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Oh, he just filed in the wrong container. Here's a list of stolen articles.
May I see it, please? 2 blue porcelain vases, Ming Dynasty. Jeweled Arabian sword, gold scabbard. 2 miniatures, Napoleon and Josephine. Set of Egyptian...
Napoleon and Josephine. There's a point. Cameron, you remember how Mr. Bradley fought with Wakeman when Wakeman wouldn't sell those miniatures to him?
You're talking about Richard Bradley, the lumberman and art collector?
Yes, a creature wholly without culture who buys rare and beautiful works merely to flaunt the power of his money.
Oh.
But a man with millions wouldn't descend to stealing.
Well, I'm not so sure. Bradley offered Wakeman $20,000 for the miniatures of Napoleon and Josephine. Then he upped it to $25,000.
Yes, I remember. He was bidding against that art dealer, that Francois Lys.
Yes, and when Wakeman wouldn't sell at any price, Bradley got so furious he threatened him. He said he'd come down here some night and slit Wakeman's throat and take the miniatures anyway.
Oh, I'd discount that. Bradley is notorious for his bad temper.
Still, we can't overlook it, Mike. We got to follow all leads. Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector?
We're going to call on Mr. Bradley. Nobody is to leave this building till we get back.
So Wakeman is dead, huh? Well, perhaps now I can do business with the museum. What time did you say he was killed?
We didn't say, Mr. Bradley, but we think between 6:45 and 7:30.
Well, that's lucky for me. With my feeling toward Wakeman, you might be coming here to accuse me of his murder. But at that hour, I happened to be eating dinner at the Mark Hopkins.
May I ask why you're so bitter toward Wakeman?
Number of reasons. Do you realize I offered Wakeman $250,000 to build a new wing on the museum, and he and his board of governors turned it down? Yeah, turned it down, yes. Merely because I wanted my name chiseled over the doorway.
Would another of those reasons be, Mr. Bradley, that Wakeman wouldn't sell you 2 miniatures of Napoleon and the Empress Josephine?
Yes, $25,000 I offered him.
And I believe when Wakeman refused to sell, you threatened him. And said something about coming down and slitting his throat to get those miniatures?
Yes, I said that. Anything else you want to know?
We asked these questions, sir, because those 2 miniatures were among the articles stolen from the museum.
Well, I hope you find them. And when you do, let me know. I'd still like to buy them.
When we find them, sir, we'll have the murderer of Dr. Wakeman.
I may be able to put you in the right direction. Yeah. Let me take a look out of the window. Yeah, I can see the light in his store. It's still open. It's down just a block from this apartment.
Who?
An art dealer, Francois Lys. Yes, I think he would be a very interesting man for you to question.
Thank you, sir. If we need any more answers, we'll be back.
You know, Mr. Bradley may be a big shot in this town, a millionaire and an art collector. But his heart doesn't pump blood. It's vinegar and arsenic.
Yeah, awfully anxious to pack us off to Francois Lys.
And that alibi of eating dinner at the Mark Hopkins. I think the sergeant better double check on that.
You kiddies are a suspicious crew. Now, why would a millionaire commit a murder for 2 useless miniatures?
Well, we can continue this discussion some other time. Here's Mr. Lys' gallery.
You are looking for something, yes?
Oh, yes, we didn't see you. It's like this. My friends here and I are redecorating an apartment. It's to be in the French style, and I...
So? What kind of an apartment are you decorating? Perhaps a cell at the police station?
What?
You are Monsieur Shayne, the detective. This is Monsieur Inspector of the police and the young lady. She is Mademoiselle Knight. You have come here to ask me about my poor friend, Dr. Wakeman. Alors, it is a great pity.
But...
How did you know?
It is simple. One of the guards at the museum, Monsieur Olson, he telephoned me about the murder. So now you come to my studio to look for stolen property. Très bien. My studio, she is at your command.
Well, this isn't exactly what we expected. You see,
It is no need for apology. You will pardon if I go. I am promised to see Madame Van Allenhaven tonight, and perhaps to buy her library.
Yeah, but hold on, just a minute.
When you have searched my studio, if you will lock this front door, please. Au revoir.
Well, well, of all
You've come to my studio for look for stolen property. I am happy to have you.
Yeah, that's what's wrong, Inspector. Mr. Lease is too free. He knows there's nothing here. If he dealt in stolen goods, he was blamed careful not to store them in this studio.
Mike, let's go after him. He's going to tell us a few things.
Wait a minute, Inspector. He's already told us something. A guard at the museum named Olson telephones him that Wakeman has been murdered and tells Lease about us. What for?
Yeah. Lease and the guard must be working this together.
Maybe, but that's what we've got to find out.
And I know how we will find out, Inspector. We are going to search his studio.
For what?
I want a cardboard box, some wrapping paper, and a shipping label. Then back to the museum as fast as we can go.
The sergeant's got Olson in the next room, Mike. You ready for him?
Yes, Inspector. Yeah, now look. This is the way we'll work it. On the desk here, we've got the box all wrapped and addressed to Richard Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
Now, inside, we've planted a Chinese vase that we borrowed temporarily from the museum. We'll call in Olson. We'll tell him we found this box at Lee's studio.
And then when he recognizes it as museum property, we hope he'll get rattled and confess.
Right.
Huh?
Okay, kids, let's begin the act.
Olson, in here, please.
Olson, we just got back from a little trip downtown. In looking through the studio of an art dealer, Francois Lys, we ran across a package, this box here on the desk.
Well, what about it?
We'd like you to read the label on it.
I don't get what you're driving at.
All right, Olson, I'll read the shipping label for you. To Mr. Richard Bradley. Well, suppose we see what's inside the package, huh? Here we are. Well, very pretty.
It's a vase.
A rare Chinese vase, Olson, from this museum.
Why, how do you...
It was one of the things stolen from here, Olson.
And we know who stole it. We know. Now are you going to talk?
No, I didn't take that. He never told me anything about it.
You admit you stole for Francois Lys.
Look out, Phil!
It came through the window.
I didn't take... No. Oh.
Right through the heart, Inspector.
Sergeant, McCarthy, Cuban.
The side door, Inspector. Come on, this way. Holy jumping. It looks like it is.
Francois Lys.
No, let me go. You are wrong.
Inspector, we caught him running for his car. We got his gun. It's still warm, and one of the chambers is empty.
No, you do not understand.
But we do, Mr. Lys. You were afraid the guard would talk, and you killed him.
But you were just a little too late. He confessed that he was working for you.
All right. Yes, I admit. I killed Olson, but not Dr. Wakeman. No, never.
We let a jury decide that.
Inspector, shall I call off all the boys now?
I wouldn't do that, Inspector. This case is not closed yet.
What are you talking about, Mike?
We've caught the man who killed Olson, but the man who murdered Dr. Wakeman is still at large. We've still got one murderer to catch.
In just a moment, we'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures. Friends, the radiator on your automobile plays a definite part in the economical operation of your engine. Like other parts, it needs some attention now and then. You see, the small honeycomb cores and water pipes of a radiator are easily plugged with rust, dirt, and scale. When that happens, the water circulation is impaired, the temperature gauge shouts danger, and the engine loses efficiency. That's why, with the hottest part of summer yet to come, it's a good idea to make sure that the cooling system of your automobile is working properly. And the quickest way to do that is to have your Union Oil Minuteman clean your radiator with Union Radiator Flush. Union Radiator Flush is harmless to metal, but its special solvent action cuts scale and rust right out of choked water lines. Then, with this foreign matter flushed out, the clean water can circulate rapidly and the engine stays cooler. Remember, your Minuteman can flush the radiator while you wait. The cost is nominal, and you'll benefit with cooler summer driving. You can get Union Radiator Service wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Mike is certain that the capture of Francois Lys does not solve the murder of Dr. Wakeman. In the office of Dr. Wakeman, the inspector argues the point with Mike and Phyllis.
I'm sorry, Mike. I just don't get your reasoning. Lys admits he and Olson were robbing the museum. He admits he killed Olson to cover up. Then why do you accept his denial that he killed Wakeman?
You just gave me my reason, Inspector. Lys will be convicted for one murder. It will make no difference to him to confess the second killing. That's why I think he's telling the truth.
In other words, Mike, you think the second killing occurred tonight merely because of our investigation of the first killing.
Correct, Angel.
Okay, suppose you're right. Maybe Olson killed Wakeman. They're both dead. One murder cancels out the other.
No, Inspector, no. The murder of Dr. Wakeman was very clever. Too clever for Olson to have thought of.
Mike, you must have something in mind.
I have. I was just thinking. When we first started out tonight, we found that safe over there unlocked. Dr. Wakeman wouldn't leave it unlocked with constant thefts going on around here.
Do you think the murderer made him open it?
Well, let's have another look inside that safe, huh? There's a lot of valuable stuff in here. If we could find it... Wait a minute. That papyrus. The Book of the Dead, remember?
Yeah, sure. The professor said it was kept in the safe.
Yeah, the young one. Barron said it was misplaced.
That's what he said. Now, I'm no expert on Egyptology, but I do know that the Book of the Dead is an extremely rare old papyrus in delicate condition. Now, if you were going to steal it, what would you put it in? How would you carry it?
Well, I see a half-dozen long metal cylinders in the safe. I suppose you'd carry it in one of them.
Okay, let's check them.
All of them are labeled. Prayer scroll of Imshet Sup.
Yeah, and record of Noble's War.
Hey, here's one with no label. It's bigger. All dusty and dirty.
What? Let me see that.
Well, it's even got cobwebs on it. But the safe itself is almost antiseptically clean.
Inspector.
Yeah?
Look at these spots. They're all over the cylinder. You know what made them?
Water spots.
Yeah, water. And I'll bet you the papyrus inside this tube is the Book of the Dead. Okay, Inspector, get everybody in here.
Why, yes, Mr. Sheen, that's the Book of the Dead. We always keep it in the safe.
Yes, as I said, Wakeman must have misfiled it.
Professor Barron, you told us you were studying this papyrus just the other day. Yet now we find it in an old dusty container.
Well, I don't know why that would...
All the other papyrus cylinders are perfectly clean and bear labels. Where did this dirty, unlabeled container come from?
It must be from the storehouse, a building away out back of the museum.
Are there a lot of spiders out there?
Spiders?
Naturally, it's an old building.
All right. I'll tell you exactly how Dr. Wakeman was murdered. This evening he opened the safe for somebody who wanted to look at the Book of the Dead. The only thank you he got was to be strangled to death.
Then the killer hung the body behind the curtain so it wouldn't be discovered immediately.
The murderer needed a special carrying container for the papyrus. So he went out to the storehouse and got one and came back. Time was running short. So temporarily he tucked the papyrus back in the safe, hidden in the new container. It was almost 8:30. He knew Miss Knight and I were due in the office. So he calmly sat down and pretended to be reading. That's when we walked in on you, Professor Cameron.
Why, preposterous. I never heard of such a thing.
Professor, you told us that you came into the museum at 7:30 and spent the whole hour here in the office reading and smoking. It didn't start to rain tonight till almost 8:30. Yet when we came in, you were drying your coat on the radiator.
Well, that doesn't mean
It means everything, sir. This papyrus cylinder has more than dust and cobwebs on it. It's got spots. Water spots, rain spots. Spots that were collected at the same time you collected them on your coat when you came back from the storehouse after you killed Wakeman.
And as final proof, Professor, all four of us here can see wet cobwebs stuck to the back of your trouser legs.
Does that convince you, Professor?
Yes. Yes, I thought I was so careful that no one could prove.
That's what every murderer thinks, sir. But the murderer is always wrong. He always makes some little slip, some little mistake. Tonight you made yours.
kids. There's my car parked across the street. I'll say goodnight and thanks again.
Oh, come on, Inspector. Follow us over to Phil's apartment, huh? She'll fix us some coffee and sandwiches.
Well...
No, I'll do better than that. I'll try out a new spaghetti recipe on you.
Spaghetti?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. There goes my waistline again.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a deal. I'll meet you at the apartment.
Okay, Inspector. We'll see you later, then.
Mike,
Yes?
you know I still don't get it. Why would Professor Cameron kill a man just to own an Egyptian papyrus that he could borrow any time he wanted to? No, it seems no motive for murder.
Well, it seems silly to us, maybe. But you remember how sentimental Dr. Wakeman got about those baby sandals of the Pharaoh Ramesses?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Cameron felt the same way about the Book of the Dead. But Cameron was inherently dishonest.
Yes, I suppose so.
Cameron buried himself in his work. He isn't married, didn't play golf or dance or go to movies, didn't have any fun at all. Ah, that's dangerous for any man. Now, what are you giggling about?
It sounds like a perfect description of Mike Shayne.
Oh, no. No, there's a difference. I may not be married.
No.
May not play golf or dance. But I've got you, Angel, and I do have fun.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. Here is a message from our government. It's been a long time since there were any new cars, and naturally we're all excited about them. But let's not forget that it'll be many months before new automobiles are on the market. That means that we still have a pretty serious job taking care of our old cars. More and more cars are junked every day. That places a mounting burden on public transportation facilities that are already overtaxed. Now, a few simple conservation measures will help you keep your car rolling. Join a carpool, check your tire pressures every week, and have tires recapped in time to save the casings. Have your battery checked regularly, and make sure your car is regularly and properly lubricated. Take care of minor troubles before they become big repair jobs. Drive slowly. Speed increases wear. Remember, your car has to last till victory, and then some. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
A corpse that wouldn't stay dead. A pistol with a silencer on it and a fortune in a black satchel. Spelled death for the big city boys when they finally got together in Lonesome, Arizona. Population, 802.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Lonesome Reunion.
At 8,000 feet on a clear afternoon. You can see enough Arizona real estate to become an authority on the subject. And as I huddled around a circle of window aboard an American Airlines flagship and gaped like a 2 weeks with pay vacationer at the carpet of sand, stone, and cactus unrolling a slow inch at a time below, I was impressed. Also, I was thinking about a job which was providing both the switch and scenery and 2 crisp $100 bills, less the cost of a round-trip ticket from L.A. to the capital city of Phoenix. But then, at the thought of money, I stopped sightseeing and started to think about the work ahead and how easy it had sounded that morning in my office when Kay Gordon, who was something pretty and blonde but slightly tarnished for 28, had hired me, all in one breath.
Marlowe, my brother Joe Gordon is in a room at the Granada Court Hotel in Phoenix, Arizona. In one hand, he no doubt has his usual smelly cigar. In the other, a small suitcase filled with a mess of papers, all legal, all proper. You fly there, pick up the suitcase, fly back. For that, $200 cash. Yes or no?
Yes, on one condition. The papers, do I get to see them? If I look, I go.
All right, you look.
Good, I go. Goodbye. That was the way it had started an hour after breakfast. Lunch was alone and at the airport. Then it would wait until I'd seen Mr. Joe Gordon, a man who was willing to pay a lot for a little. My plane dropped out of the sky over Phoenix gently at 3. At 3:15, I was in room 111 of the Granada Hotel and only 36 smelly inches away from the usual cigar. The man behind it was heavy, pale, and maybe 40. And like his sister, Joe Gordon was overbearing in a hurry.
This, Marlowe, is the bag. These, the papers. Stocks, bonds, and mortgages. In themselves, worthless to anyone else. They're non-negotiable. But as information to my competitors, they're priceless. Satisfied?
More or less.
Meaning what?
Exactly what is your line, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, I'm a broker. One who bets on long shots. When they come in, I don't like to split with the boys who sit on their hand. Anything else?
Yeah. I've got some time to kill before I fly back. Do I take the bag now or later?
You take the bag now, Mark.
Okay.
And, don't let go of it until you're with my sister in L.A. I'm paying you money to stay away from my enemies, not to shop for trinkets. Oh, and, incidentally, my enemies also play rough. So watch your step and act smart. Real smart.
I still had 2 hours to kill when Gordon locked the bag and handed it to me after dropping the key in his pocket. So I decided to take a room there at the Granada Hotel, shave, shower, and stretch. The sleepy clerk in the lobby was not in a hurry, nor did he hear anything I said the first time. So when I finally got to my suite on the second floor, which had as much elbow room as the inside of a lifesaver, 30 of the idle minutes were already gone. I locked and bolted the door, checked all the windows carefully, and then peeled off my shirt, broke out my shave master, and reached for the knob on the bathroom door. But I never made it. Because as the door swung open, I caught a glimpse of a fist the size of a cantaloupe starting from my jaw.
Oh! Now stay right there, Buster. The first time I swing, the second time I shoot, and I do both good.
Equal nice, huh? Everything all figured out ahead of time.
Yeah, but it ain't very hard, Mark. Especially when the guy you're after shouts it all to a desk clerk.
My error.
Yeah, which leaves just the 3 of us. Real cozy-like.
3?
You, me, and 120 grand here in this bag.
You're way off base, brother. This bag's got papers in it, nothing more. They belong to a businessman. I said something?
Yeah, sure. Very funny. Look, Buster, Joe Gordon's no more a businessman, and his real name is Joe Gordon. So after I leave, you go back to Sam Dietrich in room 111 and tell him that Marty Stopka says thanks.
For what?
For the $120,000 I've been waiting 2 long years for. And also tell him and Gigi Ganther, who might still be around, that Stopka had it all figured. Like you say, Marlowe, ahead of time.
I don't follow you, bud.
You're not supposed to. Just turn around, face the wall, and listen carefully. You tell Sam Dietrich that I knew he'd pull something like this just as soon as he got back into circulation. You got that?
Yeah. Word for word, Stopka.
Good. Now all you have to do is remember.
When Marty Stopka said remember it, he put that cantaloupe with fingers in the small of my back and shoved hard. By the time I got to my feet again, both he and the black bag were gone. That made Joe Gordon or Sam Dietrich my best bet. So I took the stairs to the ground floor fast and raced for the end of the corridor in room 111. But when I threw the unlocked door open, I found something I hadn't counted on. A curtain flapping in the breeze of an open window and nothing more. The desk drawers, the closet, the bureau empty. And on an end table next to the telephone, a bus schedule unmarked. At that, I was beginning to get very mad at a private detective with public patsy named Philip Marlowe. Then the telephone rang, and when I answered it, the operator said that she had a long-distance call for Joe Gordon.
I said thanks. I'd take it. Hello?
Sam, this is Kay. Marlowe?
Yeah, honey. Joe Marlowe is in Brother Gordon, remember?
Oh, I can explain all that, Marlowe.
Oh, sure, baby. But not now. Later. Later, after you've had a chance to think up a few more lies.
All right. So I didn't tell you the whole story. What's the difference? Did you get the bag?
I did, but I didn't get to keep it very long. Something ugly named Stopka wanted either it or my life, so I made a quick decision.
Stopka has the bag. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, isn't it, though?
What?
One thing, baby. I'm the decoy with suitcase for some kind of shenanigan that's wrapped around 120 grand, which you and Sam Dietrich have. And there's a trio in the act. Namely, Sam Dietrich, Marty Stopka, and one Gigi Ganther.
Gigi? Marlowe, have you seen Gigi?
Have
you, Marlowe?
Maybe yes, maybe no. Now, why don't you come clean? Admit you're happy that Stopka got the suitcase from me while Sam beat it out of an open window. That my part of the job is over with. Come on, baby, talk.
All right. I'll make it short and to the point. You got $200 for doing nothing. Out of that, 60-odd went for an airplane ticket. The rest is yours, right?
Go on.
There's no need to, Marlowe. I'm finished, and so are you. So why don't you just be a good fella and keep the change? So long, sucker.
When Kay Gordon hung up, I slammed the phone down, counted 10 twice. I went back to the unhappy business of getting mad at Marlowe. But again, I was interrupted. This time, it was a newspaper, the Phoenix Herald, sticking far enough out of the wastebasket under the telephone to expose the date line, which made it exactly a week old. I picked it up and saw the 2 inches of story circled in pencil and slug. 5 released from state penitentiary. Sam Dietrich, 41 of Los Angeles, who was arrested in Lonesome, Arizona for the armed robbery of a general store in February 1947, also was released today. Now everything was beginning to add, with one high-priced exception. Very few general stores in towns called Lonesome keep $120,000 in the till, even on a busy day. So I headed for the office of the Phoenix Herald and the chance that I could learn something about the cash involved from newspapers that were 2 years better than 1 week old. 30 minutes later, I was in the back shop of the Herald receiving facts willingly supplied by a sandy-haired linotype operator with a sad face who had never heard the word forget.
That's right, mister. It was the Second National Bank and Land Company here in town. Held up at 1:10 p.m., February 7, 1947, by 3 men who took $120,000 in unmarked cans, 20s, and 50s. One was badly wounded in running gunfight, but they all got away clean.
No arrests, no suspects?
Other than the usual rigmarole of trying to pin the job on every two-bit stick-up man hauled in the next 6 months, no. Anything else?
No, thanks. I don't think... Say, wait a minute. Lonesome, Arizona, that unmarked bus schedule. Tell me, do you happen to know where something called Lonesome is? And if so, how a guy could get there if he doesn't have a car?
Sure. It's 87 miles west of here, and the bus will do the trick. But not anymore today.
Oh.
The only bus left an hour ago. Now, young fella, you tell me something. What in Sam Hill is Lonesome and a bus departure got to do with a bank robbery was pulled 2 years ago?
Where I stand right now, Dad, I can't say. But when I get to Lonesome, ask me again. I may have the answer for you. I was 30 minutes renting a car and an hour and 30 minutes getting to Lonesome. Population 802. I drove without seeing anything that could possibly be mistaken for Sam Dietrich. And I was about to turn back when I saw something that brought my right foot down hard on the brake. It was a brand new green Nash standing outside a motel. California license plate. I got out of my car and got a look at the registration card wrapped around the steering wheel. It said Catherine E. Gordon. The motel only had 3 cabins that showed any light. The first belonged to the manager and the second to Kay. Close to an open window, I saw the man Kay was talking to. He was an ex-convict and part-time broker named Sam Dietrich.
All right. So Marlowe knows he was set up for Marty Stopka. Who cares? We're here, and so far Stopka isn't. And if and when he does show, we'll be gone. But the real black bag's safe in our hands.
Yes, but what about Gigi, Sam? I told you Marlowe mentioned his name.
And I told you to forget it. Marlowe must have been swinging in the dark. Gigi can't be alive, Kay. He was badly hurt when Stopka and I got clear of the bank.
But why wasn't his body found?
I don't know, Kay. I've told you that 1,000 times. Now, look, honey, why don't you just relax and think of us a little, huh? Gigi's dead, baby. There's only you and me.
Sam, you know how I feel about that. I love Gigi. It's the only reason I'm helping you. I don't want anything to do with this money. I only want to know for sure about Gigi.
Okay. Did you get a line on Leland Mills, the name that was on that mailbox 2 years ago?
Yes. He owns the place and lives there alone. A once upon a time small ranch on the last block in town, coming apart at the seams.
Mm-hmm. What about Mills himself?
He's an old duffer, maybe 50. Lives close to the fireside, day in and day out.
Good. That means I can handle him without any trouble. And now, look, baby, it's 7 now. At 9, this town will be fast asleep, and at 10, I'll take care of everything. So, why don't you just curl up there on the couch and think about nice things?
Oh, nice things like what?
Well, like the money I hid at Leland Mills' place 5 hours after the boys and I took that bank. The $120,000 that's soon going to be back here with me where it belongs.
Dad, I took my cue and left because one Leland Mills was a man to be forewarned while 10 o'clock was still 3 hours away. I was 10 minutes finding his place, which was on the edge of town, and another 2 locating the doorbell, which was the kind you pull to start a bunch of jingling inside. It was 3 pulls later before the door creaked slowly open, and what had to be Leland Mills stood in front of me. He was shaggy, gray hair curling on the sides of his neck, a face with 1,000 crisscrossed wrinkles and dirty old clothes. Everything I'd expected with one exception. Gripped firmly in both hands and pointed directly at my head was a long rifle.
Who are you?
Mr. Mills?
Maybe.
Well, I'm a private detective named Philip Marlowe, also someone who knows that there's $120,000 in cash hidden here on your grounds.
$120,000?
To the penny, yes. 2 years ago, Mr. Mills, a Phoenix bank was robbed by 3 toughs named Dietrich, Stopka, and Gigi Ganther.
Gigi? That's a queer name.
It's not important, old man, but this is. Now, somehow or other, that stolen money was hidden here, in or around your place. And tonight, one of those men is due back to collect. That, of course, means trouble for you.
You think we should call the law?
No, not yet. If we play it smart, we can get the dough spotted first in at least one of the 3.
All right, Mr. Marlowe. If you're sure of what you're saying, I only hope you are. Oh, I'm sorry about this gun here. I don't like poachers on my land.
Yeah, we all have our pet peeves. Now, Mr. Mills, I want you to sit tight till I get back, and no matter what happens, don't open that door for anyone. Have you got that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Where are you going?
To town. To check on the only 2 things that can possibly give us any unexpected trouble. One a nasty man named Marty Stopka, and the other a guy I've never even seen. The elusive Mr. Gigi Ganther.
Let's pause here on KRLD.
Stan Freeberg here. The Radio Spirits catalog features thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. Call right now and Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog plus a 90-minute cassette featuring The Jack Benny Show, Suspense, and Dragnet. Absolutely free. Limit 1 call per household, please. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
Now back to the adventures of Philip Marlowe on KRLD.
I left Leland Mills standing in the doorway and worried my way back to town. If Stopka and Gigi Ganther had no more trouble getting to Lonesome than I did, a reunion about as quiet as a truckload of hot dynamite was due to take place any minute. I passed the motel where Kay and Dietrich had holed up and saw that her car had been moved into the stall between cabins and draped with a blanket to hide its California plates. So they were thinking along the same line that I was. At the hub of town, I parked and started to case the lively spots on Main Street, which took me all of 10 minutes at a slow walk. But a short side-of-the-mouth conversation with a couple of resident sports revealed that the local underground stemmed from the Red Dog Cafe, a warped wood 2-story wiki-up on the one side street in town. It was operated by a hard-bitten blonde, 160 pounds of Western motif, complete with Stetson, red flannel shirt, Hickok belt, blue jeans, and the name, Flora. She sat at a table at the back of the barroom, lending a cynical ear to nobody else but my old pal, Stopka. I walked up behind him, and when he turned around, I hung one on him. A good one!
Hey! Sloppy, you jackass! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry, Flora, nothing personal.
Now that's enough! Now stop it, you hear me? No rough hustle in my joint. Come on, handsome, I mean you.
Me? Why, Flora, how can you say that? I just came in to ask my old pal here some questions, that's all.
Here we go, pal. Come on, sit up in that chair.
Okay, leave me alone.
See, Flora? It's the only way Stopka here knows how to start a conversation. Bring him another beer, will you? His old one got spilled.
Sure, bright boy. And you see that you dude tore us leave your beefs outside next time.
Now, look, Stopka, I want to know what happened 2 years ago on that highway out here. You guys split up, didn't you? You better talk, Stopka.
All right, we split up. The heat was on bad, and Gigi was half dead already from a cop slug in his back.
Dietrich had all the dough, right?
What do you think? I left him and Gigi off outside of town. I took the car to try to suck the cops away from him. We were supposed to meet later.
But you kept going to save your own hide, didn't you?
Certainly. It's going to pay off, sucker. You'll see.
Uh-huh. Since the money was never found, you figured Dietrich hid it around here, and he's coming back to dig it up. Is that it?
Keep guessing, Chalmers.
Maybe we ought to loosen your jaw again, Stopka.
You too. Now try to loosen him, handsome, and by Sadie, I'll plug you.
Well, a real genuine 44. What museum just swiped that from, Flora?
Never mind. Got a legal right to defend the peace and quiet of my joint, and after 22 years in this dodge, I know how to do it. Now, I asked you nice once, now I'm telling you. You, get out. That back door there.
Hey, sure, I'll go, sister. Thanks for nothing.
Hey, wait a minute, Flora. Don't let that lug get away.
Shut up. Now, you sit down right there and count up to 50. Then you leave by the front, quietly.
Okay, you win. 1, 2, 3... Flora, look out, he's back.
What?
Sorry, Eddie.
You buzzing bait.
I'll leave this cannon on the back steps. So long, Flora. I beat it out the back door and into an alleyway between the shacks. Stopka was still in sight, but walking fast. And when I took after him, he saw me and started to run. There was a hard, flat sound, like someone striking wet sand with a hammer. Stopka faltered and lurched up on his toes as if he'd suddenly changed his mind about running. At the same instant on a wall, even with him, I saw the shadow of a man holding a pistol with a long, awkward barrel. The hard, flat sound came again. Stopka curled up on himself and fell. Then the shadow slid off the wall, disappeared. I ran for the wounded man, but by the time I got to him, there was no trace of the gunman. I rolled Stopka over. He was hit hard, slipping away fast.
Silence. Gigi always used the silencer. That punk Gigi.
He's dead, huh? You wise guys never know when to quit, do you? You're in real trouble now, handsome.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do this.
How come I couldn't hear the shots, the silencer?
Yeah, that's right. Trademark of a guy named Gigi Ganther. All I saw of him was his shadow on that wall there. Say, what kind of law have you got in this town, Flora?
None. Except the highway patrol, they stop in every night.
Okay, call him. Get him over here. This guy's Marty Stopka, wanted for a bank job, nearly 2 years old.
No kidding. Who are you, his trainer?
I'm a private detective who's got no business here, except I don't like to be pushed around. Now, listen, do you know Leland Mills' place at the edge of town?
Sure.
Well, you get the cops out to Mills' place by 10:30, do you understand? That's where the big attraction's going to be, if I can keep Gigi and his silencer from interfering again. Now, let me down, beautiful.
I won't let you down, handsome. For a city boy, you're all right.
I stuck to a back road and drove with my lights out until I was a good, safe distance beyond Leland Mills Ranch. Then I hid the car in a dry gully and walked back. The house was dark and still. I thought once of what might have happened to Mills if Gigi had gotten there ahead of me. I kept in the shadows and worked my way across the yard to the back door.
Who's there?
Marlowe, open up.
I was beginning to worry. It's pretty near 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Seen anybody so far?
No. Nope, not a soul. Been watching close, too. Did you find them men, that GG, that Stopka?
Yeah. Stopka's dead and his killer's due to show up here any time now.
Oh.
We're going to have our hands full. Wait a minute, is that a car?
Sure sounds like one. Yep. There, you can just make it out. Turned in down by the covert and stopped.
Yeah. I think a man got out. Yeah, there he goes, across the field there behind your shed. It's Dietrich. I'm going out now, Mills. You stay here.
No, I'm going too. But that fellow's heading right for my water tank.
All right, he's heading for your water tank. Don't get excited. You'll tip our mitt. I get this, Mills. You've got to stay here and watch for Gigi. He's bound to show up, and when he does, you better have that rifle of yours handy because he's a killer. Do you understand?
Yep. Sure, I understand. Don't worry, Marlowe. I'll keep my eyes open. Don't you worry about a thing.
When I eased out of the door and started across the yard, I I knew I was getting myself out on a nice, long limb. Leland Mills was about as reliable as William Tell with their hiccups, and the apple was on my head. It was too late to back up, so I skirted the barn, stayed below the crest of a low rise, and moved toward the elevated water tank until I heard a shovel biting dirt. I got a comfortable grip on my gun and headed up over the rise to where I could see. Yeah, it was Dietrich, all right. He was bent over under the tank and working on a hole as if his life depended on it. He didn't even look up until I was almost on top of him.
Who is it? Who's there? Who is it?
Me, Mr. Gordon. Marlowe.
Marlowe? How did you get here?
Wasn't easy, Sammy boy. But I had to come and apologize for losing your precious bag full of waste paper.
You sure picked a dangerous time to show, sucker. You were fired once. Too bad you can't take a hint.
Uh-huh. And being tagged as a patsy is lousy for my business, Dietrich. You should have thought of that. So just leave your hands on that shovel handle, Sam, and keep on digging. Maybe I'll let you take a peek at that 120 grand before I turn you both over to the police. Go on, dig.
No. Not so fast, Marlowe.
Mills, I told you to stay in the... Hey, that's quite a pistol.
Don't move. Neither one of you. I'll kill you if you move. You, Marlowe, drop your gun. Drop it. So this is where it's been all the time. $120,000. I've looked everywhere, every day, for 2 whole years, but I never thought of looking here under the water tank.
You mean you knew where the money was all the time? You lie. I'm the only one that knew that.
Oh, no. One night 2 years ago, I heard a noise in my barn. It was a man groaning. I looked in and I saw him. He was wounded. And I saw you when you come back from burying the money. I overheard the whole thing. You wouldn't tell them where you'd hidden it. You said you'd never tell anybody. But I was sure I could find it. And I looked everywhere except...
Yeah, Mills, everywhere except here, under the water tank, where you buried Gigi's body after you killed him. And with his own gun at that.
Oh, no, I didn't kill him. Dietrich here did. I only buried him so nobody would find out that him and Dietrich had stopped at my place. I almost went crazy looking for that money, but now I know where it is, and I'm going to have it.
Well, you fool. You don't think I'd come out here with nothing but a shovel, do you? A friend of mine is right behind you with a gun in her hand. So come on, drop yours, Rube. Come on, drop it. All right. Kay.
That's an old trick, Dietrich.
Let him have it. Shoot, Kay, shoot.
Didn't work, did it? I knew I'd have to kill you sometime anyway if you ever came back, so...
You fool, Mills. I suppose that makes me next.
Yep, Mr. Marlowe. I think it does.
Think again, Mr. Mills.
Who's that?
Kay.
You were there all the time, and Dietrich wasn't bluffing.
Oh, I love you, Kay, baby. And I'll take the gun now, Mills. Turn it loose. Come on, I'll break your arm. There. That's better. I'll look after this gun until the police get here.
And look after this one, too, Marlowe. I haven't got the courage to use it anyway. I couldn't even shoot Sam Dietrich with it. He's the one I wanted to use it on.
Why? Because of Gigi?
Yeah, because he killed Gigi and lied to me. I promised to help Dietrich only because I figured all 3 of them would show up here, Sam, Stopka, and Gigi. That way I hoped I'd find him again.
You were right, baby. All 3 of them did show up. Only this time they finished their job. For good. It was 10:30 on the nose when we got back to the house. And the highway patrol had just pulled up. So the question and answer period started, and by the time it was over, all the field work finished up. 4 hours plus had gone by. It took some fast conversation, a lot of promises to stay handy, but finally, Kay was left with me. After all, her only real mistake had been falling in love with the wrong kind of a guy. When the last patrol car drove away, the desert was suddenly very still. The stars were small and sharp in the clear sky. The air was cold. Maybe that was why Kay Gordon trembled.
Marlowe, I'm sorry about all this. I got you into it, remember?
Mm-hmm. You also got me out of it, Kay.
Well, I can forget about Gigi, now that I know for sure what happened. And all because of a jerk named Leland Mills.
No, Mills was a desperate guy, Kay. After he buried Gigi, he just about went nuts trying to find the money. When he finally realized Dietrich was the only one who could lead him to it, he shot Stopka and would have killed anybody else. Keep him from interfering with Dietrich until he uncovered the hiding place.
You know, in a way, Marlowe, it was a horrible trick of fate. They both picked the same place to bury things.
Not really. Mills and Dietrich had the same jobs to do, under the same conditions. They each had to bury something in a hurry and in the dark. So both of them picked the spot where the ground was soft and one that was clearly marked at the same time, under the water tank.
Yeah. And it... Marlowe, I'm kind of scared. I don't like this place. This spooky little town. It's the end of nowhere.
Yeah. I wouldn't be caught dead here myself. Let's go, baby. I walked Kay to a car. Started her safely on her way.
So long, sucker.
She waved once, then drove down the road and out of sight without looking back. Soon even the sound of the motor was gone. A long night, and a strange reunion. And now 2 lonely lights were the only sign of life in Lonesome, Arizona. I stood on the empty highway for a few minutes and listened to the immense quiet of the desert. Then I went back to my rented car and headed for Phoenix and a plane for home.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Joan Banks, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, Jeff Chandler, Bill Boucher, and Jack Crucian. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It was a weird racket that mushroomed in a world of gaudy canvas. And the man with purple hair, the inquisitive midget, and the lady with strong hands each played a part. But all that was only a sideshow when death got into the act.
Across the nation, communities and the parents of Boy Scouts are observing Boy Scout Week, agreeing with the boys themselves that adventure, that's scouting. Now stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now let's drop in for our weekly visit to Sherlock Holmes' friend and ours, Dr. Watson. Well, Dr. Watson, how are you this evening?
Never better, Mr. Bell, thank you. And you?
Fine, thanks. I see you've kept your promise to open your dispatch box and bring out your files in connection with the adventure of the Carpathian horror.
Indeed I have, Mr. Bell, just as I promised. And a most macabre adventure it was, too.
I'm eager to hear it.
So you shall, Mr. Bell, so you shall. But first, am I correct in deducing that you'd like to have a word with our listeners?
A most accurate deduction, Dr. Watson. Men, if you want your hair to look handsomely groomed from morning until night, use Kreml Hair Tonic. Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oil to keep hair perfectly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that offensive, cheap, greasy look. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the adventure of the Carpathian horror?
It all began with this very letter which I have here in my hand, Mr. Bell. A letter from a most prosaic firm of solicitors. Holmes and I were at breakfast one spring morning in June 1902, shortly after the end of the South African War. Holmes had been bored and restless since the conclusion of our last case. And this was the first time that I'd heard him laugh for days.
I must say, Watson, that the Morning Post has brought at least one unusual communication. For a mixture of the modern and the medieval, of the practical and the wildly fanciful, this letter is really the limit.
Oh? Why, Holmes?
Listen. 24 Gray's Inn, London, June the 4th. Re-vampires.
Re-what?
Re-vampires. The legal mind is always precise, no matter how odd the subject. The letter goes on as follows. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, sir, our client, Count Paul Romany of Grozny in Carpathia, whose trustees we are, has made inquiry from us in a communication of even date concerning vampires and demoniac possession. As our firm specializes entirely in trusteeships and chancery work, the matter hardly comes within our purview, and we trust that you will be able to take the matter in hand. We hope you will call upon us at your earliest convenience with a view toward undertaking the case. Please ask for our Mr. Atterbury. We remain, sir, faithfully yours, Wilkinson, Entwistle, and Dodd.
Scott Holmes, that's the weirdest farrago of legal jargon and sheer nonsense that I've ever heard.
I wonder, Watson. The mention of Carpathia is most significant.
Significant of what?
For one thing, that remote and mountainous section of southeastern Europe has been the stronghold for centuries of all the legends of vampirism.
Oh, rubbish.
Oh, come, Watson. Where's your spirit of adventure? After weeks of lying in the doldrums, here's a fresh breeze from the unexpected environs of Gray's Inn. Come on, it's a beautiful morning for a walk.
Where to?
Wilkinson, Entwistle, and Dodd. And then, I hope, Carpathia.
Really, Holmes, of all the forsaken spots that I've ever seen, this is the worst. Not a light in sight, not a sign of human habitation. You've dragged me 2/3 of the way across Europe on what will unquestionably prove a wild goose chase.
At least we have our fishing rods with us, my dear fellow, and we can always console ourselves with the promise of some of the best trout streams to be found anywhere. And you must admit that this mountainous Carpathian country offers some superb scenery.
I might admit it if I could see it, as it's black as the ace of spades, to coin a phrase.
Ah, there we are. Here, look out of the window on this side. There are the lights of the castle.
Cheerful-looking place, I must say. When did that fellow Atterbury say that it had been built?
The first Count Romany built it in 1410.
1410. That's given it almost 500 years in which to disintegrate. Gloomy pile of stone, if ever I saw one. Look at all those turrets, battlements. Probably damper inside than out.
Well, we'll soon see.
Aye, careful with that luggage, driver. Careful.
Here you are, my man.
Well, follow that driver. You think the devil was after him the way he drove off?
He shut up the moment he heard our destination. Evidently, the Count's local reputation is not an enviable one.
I can't say that we're getting a very warm reception. They must have heard us, driver. Well, here's the door, but I can't see any sign of a bell.
And they seem a trifle short of modern conveniences. Let's try the knocker.
Oh, I really think this is perfectly outrageous, Holmes. Why the devil does...
It's the name.
What'd you say?
It's the name.
Oh, foreigner, Holmes.
Do you speak English?
What you want? Nobody can come in. Count Romany see nobody.
Count Romany is expecting us. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
You got letter?
Yes. Here.
Come.
What did I tell you, Holmes? Look at these walls. Simply oozing dampness.
You, wait here.
There, Watson. That's better, isn't it? That fire will take the chill out of your bones.
I need something to counteract the effect of all those family portraits. Rum-looking lot, aren't they?
A remarkably interesting collection. Curious how the family likeness remains unmistakable through so many generations.
Well, judging from the looks of that fellow in the wig, cirrhosis of the liver must have been another of the family's inheritances. Hard-drinking crew, probably.
Careful, Mr. Holmes. I'm Count Romany. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you.
Thank you, Count Romany. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Dr. Watson, it was good of you to come so far. Something to drink, gentlemen?
A little something would go very well, thank you.
Good. I don't know just how much my solicitors in London may have told you, Mr. Holmes.
Very little, Count Romany. So little, in fact, that I must confess my surprise at your perfect command of our language.
Oh, well, my father had me educated in England.
Very sound, sir. Couldn't do better.
Sit down, gentlemen, sit down. I hardly know where to begin my story. The whole thing so horrible.
Perhaps it'll make it a bit easier for you if I tell you that Mr. Atterbury showed me your letters to him.
Then you know that I believe I'm going mad. Or worse.
Oh, Dr. Watson will bear me out, Count Romany, when I tell you that people who really are on the verge of insanity never think it of themselves.
Oh, no, that's quite so, quite so.
I wish I could share that belief. But you see these portraits of my family. There have been strange legends coming down through the years of occasional weird and nameless horrors that have taken possession of each fourth generation. The fourth Romany died mad. The eighth lived out his life in a locked and guarded tower of the castle. And I am the 12th Romany.
All old families have legends. That's hardly a basis for any fear.
I quite agree with you. But some months ago, my father died, and I became the 12th Count. A few weeks later, I retired to bed one evening after reading quietly here in the library, only to undergo a dream of such vividness that I shall never forget it. I dreamt of brightly colored corridors, their length stretching endlessly into the distance, their walls echoing with strange, unworldly music. In my dream, I hurried from empty room to empty room, through floods of brilliant, varicolored light. I saw no people, no living thing, only the rooms of ruby and gold and jet and sapphire and emerald. At times, the music seemed to be far away, thin and cold, as though coming from the depths of interstellar space. And then again, it would seem so near that I was certain I would find its source in the next room that I entered, in my endless search for I knew not what. At last, after aeons of time, I awoke to find myself in my own bedroom.
Oh, but my dear fellow, a vivid dream's nothing unusual.
It wasn't a dream, Doctor. It was what I saw upon awaking in my room. My door was still locked, but the rug bore the imprint of wet and naked feet. And across the foot of my bed there lay, still dripping, some strands of weed from the moat of the castle.
Surely there's a natural explanation for that.
Yes, my boy. Are you by any chance subject to walking in your sleep?
No, Dr. Watson. And even if I were, I could not have walked through a locked and bolted door.
And the windows?
The windows of my room give on a wall of the castle that drops sheer for 60 feet. Nothing but a fly could go up or down. Well, Mr. Holmes, the next morning, a dog belonging to one of the local woodcutters was found dead in the castle moat. And with no blood left in his body.
And the next time, Count Romany, I'm certain there must have been repetitions to bring you to your present fear.
The next dream came a few weeks later. Again, I saw the brilliantly colored rooms. Again, I heard the unearthly music.
And when you awoke?
I was in my bed. And for a moment, I thought that nothing was wrong. Then, when I turned up the lamp, I saw streaks of gray across my bedspread and grayish footprints upon the rug.
Dust?
Dust, Mr. Holmes. And a moment later, I received horrible confirmation of its source. For lying beside me on the pillow was the heavy, ancient, wrought-iron key which unlocks the burial vaults of the Romany.
Extraordinary thing.
Since your action in sending for me shows that you don't lack for moral courage, Count Romany, I'm certain that you paid an immediate visit to your family vaults.
Quite right, Mr. Holmes, quite right. In the company of my cousin Peter and several of the servants, and with torches to light our way, we visited the subterranean vault which is cut into the mountainside under the castle.
And you found?
We found that the coffins of the 4th and 8th Count Romany had been opened, their lids shoved aside, and the bones of my ancestors tumbled out upon the stone. Lord.
Here, my boy. Here. Drink this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, now you understand, Mr. Holmes, why I sent for you.
I do indeed.
I consulted doctors. They gave me pills to make me sleep when sleep was the one thing I dreaded. The local priest spoke learnedly of exorcism and its possession by the devils, but he could not put an end to my dreams. The servants have run away in superstitious fear. Oh, except old Anton, who admitted you. The peasants flee at the sight of me. Only my cousin Peter Hallish, who stayed bravely and loyally at my side, still remains with me. Mr. Holmes, am I mad? Tell me, am I mad? Or am I cursed by some fearful family taint?
All that I can tell you at the moment, Count Romagny, is that the priest was not mistaken when he said the devil has been at work here.
I must apologize, gentlemen, for our limited cuisine. But with all of the staff gone except old Anton, our meals are rather scratch affairs.
Oh, my dear Count Romagny, your wine cellar more than makes up for it.
You know, if you would take my prescription, Paul, and get out on a horse every day for a few hours of hunting, you would have a better appetite.
My cousin Peter is quite a materialist, gentlemen. He believes that all the evils of the flesh and the spirit can be cured by enough exercise.
And I will wager that Dr. Watson agrees with me, eh? And Doctor?
Well, there's a good deal to be said for your theory, Mr. Hallish. Mens sana in corpore sano, you know.
Your cousin is, of course, familiar with the events you described to us earlier, Count Romagny.
Of course, Mr. Holmes. I've no secrets from good old Peter here.
And what is your opinion of these strange events, Mr. Hallish?
Too much reading, too much thinking, too much brooding about the sins of our ancestors. I only hope that you and Dr. Watson can persuade Paul that all these dreams of his are just a lot of nonsense.
Well, I hope so, too, I assure you. And now, gentlemen, I imagine you're ready to retire. You've had a long and wearying trip. A ring for Anton.
Should there be a recurrence of your dreams, Count Romagny, please call me the instant you awaken.
Well, damp walls or no damp walls, I shall have no trouble sleeping tonight.
I'm afraid you will, Watson.
Huh?
I intend that one of us shall keep the Count's door under observation all night.
For heaven's sake, why? There's no doubt in your mind the poor chap is definitely unbalanced, is there?
Is that your opinion?
Well, certainly. Curious cake of delusions I ever heard. Poor chap's absolutely certifiable.
Nevertheless, Watson, we shall keep watch. I'll take the first, and I shall call you at midnight. What's the matter? Watson, wake up.
What's up?
I thought you were on watch.
Oh, I must have dropped off. I can't understand
That
how.
can wait. What is it?
The Count. Come quick.
Look, Mr. Holmes, my cousin. There in his bed.
Good heavens, Holmes. There's blood smeared all over his hands and on the bedclothes.
But no sign of a wound.
Just a minute. I can feel his pulse. He's only fainted.
Now, what happened?
I heard him cry out. Ran down to his room. The door was half open and Paul was lying across the bed. Just as you see him now.
It is the curse of the Romagny.
Anton, stop that nonsense.
No nonsense. Priests say my master possessed by evil spirit.
What's that? Sounds like someone riding hard.
Coming this way. I will go to the door.
You were right, Holmes. I can't find any sign of a wound on his body. I can't imagine where the blood came from.
I very much fear that I can.
What do you mean?
Holmes.
Count Romagny.
My dream, Holmes. My dream. I had it again tonight. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
That's the police inspector from Grozny. A young girl was murdered tonight.
Oh, no.
And the prints of a man's naked feet led directly here to the castle.
In just a moment, we'll find out what happens next in the strange case of Count Romagny. Men, when you buy a hair tonic, get your money's worth. Enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic. No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. But Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. You simply can't beat Kreml to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so alive and invigorated. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most successful men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, What happened after Count Romagny's third and most terrible dream?
Well, Romagny was in such a state of profound shock over the horror that had taken place that I thought it best to administer a strong sedative. Leaving Anton to watch over his master, Holmes and I, with Mr. Peter Hallish to act as interpreter, drove down with the police inspector to the home of the murdered girl.
Ask the inspector to bring that lamp a little nearer, will you, Mr. Hallish?
Jose Deo Lempat.
Shocking, Holmes. Simply shocking. Her injuries look as though they'd been done by a wild animal.
You're quite right, Watson.
My poor cousin.
No court could hold him legally responsible. He'd have to be put away, of course. Hello, what's all that shouting outside?
It's the peasants. The news must have spread. They're shouting, "Tuicha fellow Koshte, burn the castle. Polalo vampira, death to the vampire. Hakasuksel, hang him."
Well, Holmes, we'd better drive back to the castle immediately. That mob's in an angry temper. They mustn't be allowed to wreak their vengeance on that poor mad boy.
Quite right, Watson. I've seen all I wish to hear. Come, Mr. Hallish, we'd better be getting back to the castle just as fast as we can.
As a medical man, Dr. Watson, do you think that there's any chance that my cousin, under proper treatment and care, might eventually be brought back to normality?
Well, I'm afraid not, Mr. Hallish. In fact, these cases generally grow progressively worse. Well, here's the poor fellow's room. He's probably still asleep from the effects of the sedative that I gave him.
Ah, Anton. Is the Count still asleep?
Well, speak up, man. The bed, it's empty. He's gone.
Gone? Gone? He gone where you never find him. My master no wait for you to lock him up like animal.
What shall we do? Where has he gone? Those peasants will be here in an hour.
Holmes, what are you looking for?
For something that should be here on the desk. Something the Count showed us last night. The key to the Romagny burial vault.
But why should he take that, Mr. Holmes?
Gone right enough. Bring that lamp, Watson. We may yet be in time to avert the final disaster.
Careful, Doctor. Steps ahead here. The floor is very slippery.
This passageway must have been cut out of the very heart of the mountain.
It was. Very deep in the rock itself.
If all these twistings and turnings haven't confused my sense of direction, we must be almost under the castle.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. The burial vault.
You heard, Watson?
Yes, my feet simply went right out from under me. Just broke the lamp, I'm afraid.
I know the passageway. Not much farther to the burial chamber. We will have to go slowly, though.
Make what speed you can. I'll keep my hand on your shoulder. Watson, do the same with me. I only hope it hasn't occurred to him to lock the door of the vault after he entered it. If it did, we're beaten.
Careful now. The passage bends sharp to the right. Just a bit farther along.
Oh, wouldn't it be more merciful, Holmes, to let the poor fellow take his own way out? After all, the best we can save him for is a living death in a madhouse.
Ah, there's a glimmer of light just ahead.
The door to the vault. It's ajar.
He must have a lamp inside.
Let me go first.
The light's so faint, I can't see much. What are all those big, bulky shapes?
The stone coffins of our ancestors.
There's something moving over there in the shadow behind that stone pillar.
It's the Count. He's got a knife.
Look out, Robin!
Be careful, Holmes. He's mad.
Let me go. Let me finish it. Oh, you want to stop?
Drop that knife.
No.
Give me a hand here, Watson.
I've got it. Oh, you're wounded.
Oh, it's nothing. Just a scratch on my hand.
Why did you have to interfere? I'd be better off dead.
Come, Paul. You mustn't talk like that.
Take the lamp, Mr. Hallish, and lead the way. I want to get your cousin back up to the castle at once.
It's against my rule to take a drink before breakfast, but this morning I'll break that rule. Thank you, Anton.
Sit here, Count Romagny. And you, Mr. Hallish, over there. Anton, lock that door and remain in case I should need you.
Oh, what is the use of prolonging the agony, Mr. Holmes? If you'd let me finish things down there...
We haven't much time left, Count Romagny. The peasants from the village may be here at any moment.
Well, then turn me over to them and let them do what they want.
You know we would never do that, Paul. We will protect you no matter what happens, and no matter what you may have done. After all, you weren't responsible for your actions.
I'm afraid I must correct you there, Mr. Hallish. Count Romany is and has been fully as responsible for everything he has done as any other sane person.
What sort of riddle are you asking us, Holmes? Are you attempting to deny Count Romany's dreams, the episode of the dog, the burial vault, and the horrible death of that girl?
I'm not offering a riddle, Watson, but its solution. Your dreams, Count Romany, had one feature which immediately led me to suspect their unnatural origin. You spoke of brilliant colors, of unearthly music, of a distorted sense of space and time. All characteristics of the dreams, or more properly, visions induced by the drug cannabis indica, more commonly known as hashish.
Good heavens.
And since you showed none of the signs of the habitual drug taker, it was at once obvious to me that your dreams were being induced by someone else. Someone who administered the drug to you in your food or wine on those occasions when they desired you to have one of your hallucinations.
But last night, that girl, the blood...
The blood stains were the final confirmation, if I needed any, that you had not committed the crime. The real killer slipped badly there. It did not occur to him when smearing the blood upon you and the bedclothes that during a 4-mile walk from where that poor girl was killed, the blood would have dried upon you and not come off upon the bedclothes. Peter Halash, have you ever seen an execution in this country?
Why do you address me? What have I to do with all this?
Who but you would inherit the Romany title and estates?
No.
In the early hours of dawn, the prisoner is led out, his hands tied behind him, the priest walking in front and the jailers on each side.
Mr. Holmes!
He's led to the stained wooden block in the center of the prison courtyard, where there stands a giant figure in full evening dress, his hands covered by white gloves, his face masked. It is the executioner.
Stop it!
Then, as the wretched man is bent forward on the block, the executioner raises his gleaming axe high into the air for the final blow.
I've had enough.
Have you ever seen that, Peter Halash?
No. I am innocent. I swear it.
Do you think a judge will believe you?
No, he did not do it. He speaks true. It was I. You shall do nothing to harm him.
Anton, you... This is impossible.
I do it for my master and for revenge, but you never take me alive.
Open what's in the window. No need to look out of the window. It's a drop of 100 feet to the courtyard below. Perhaps it was best it ended that way.
But, Holmes, I still don't understand.
It's not difficult if you study the facts.
Poor Anton. But why did you accuse me, Holmes?
Anton's fanatic plot to drive the Count to madness or suicide and to see you in his place almost succeeded, Mr. Halash. When his sleeve slipped upward and I saw the cut he'd made on his arm to supply the blood, I knew that he was the girl's murderer. But there was only one way by which I could force the truth from him. And I suspected that his devotion to you was so strong that only an accusation against you would unseal his lips.
A hatred that Anton must have nursed since childhood. I knew that my father had wronged his family, but... Well, I thought that was all dead and buried history.
Not to a fanatical Carpathian peasant, Count Romany.
Mr. Holmes, you've given me back my life, my sanity.
There was never any question of your sanity, Count Romany. I saw that from the moment you first told me about the story of your dreams.
Nevertheless, I don't know how I can ever thank you properly.
If you and your cousin will introduce Watson and myself to some of your famous local fishing, I'll consider it thanks enough. And that reminds me, Watson, would you mind taking down a telegram for me? This little cut momentarily precludes the use of my right hand.
Telegram? Of course,
Oh, you'll find the pen and ink on the table there.
All ready. Who's it to?
Messrs. Wilkinson, Entwistle and Dodd, Gray's Inn, London, England.
How do you spell Dodd?
2 Ds, Watson. Vampires. Gentlemen, I take pleasure in informing you that I've brought the matter of your client, Count Paul Romany, to a satisfactory conclusion. Trusting to be favored by you with any further such commissions that may arise, I remain your obedient servant, Sherlock Holmes.
Now, friends, here especially transcribed for you is a famous celebrity, that great authority on feminine beauty, the king of glamour, John Robert Powers himself. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Joe. Well, that was quite a send-off. I thought it might be of interest to our audience tonight if I brought along one of my Powers girls. As you know, these lovely Powers girls appear on magazine covers. They star in exclusive fashion shows and very appropriately are called long-stemmed American beauties. So tonight I'd like you to meet Miss Maria Morton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a very attractive spring hat you're wearing, Maria.
Like it?
Yes, very much. But how about removing it so we can see those lovely shining locks?
Why, of course. I'd love to.
Maria, your hair certainly looks like $1 million.
Thanks to you, Mr. Powers.
To me?
Yes. The first advice you gave me when I became a Powers model was to always wash my hair with Kreml shampoo. And I must say, never in my life have I used any shampoo that left my hair more radiant.
Yes, I'm completely sold on Kreml shampoo. You see, Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair to reveal all its natural brilliant luster.
And don't forget to mention the built-in oil base.
And that's what helps keep the hair from becoming dry and brittle. The Powers girls tell me that after Kreml shampoo, their hair holds a wave and curl much better. In fact, I certainly recommend Kreml shampoo, not only to the Powers girls, but to every woman who wants to bring out the radiant, shining beauty in her hair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers, for this beauty tip. And many thanks to your beautiful model. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, next week I think I should tell you about the strange death of a young Sussex schoolmaster and how Holmes solved one of the most bizarre and most terrifying mysteries that we ever encountered. I call it The Adventure of the Lion's Mane.
Tonight's adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Sussex Vampire. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Lion's Mane. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Yes?
Package for Mr. James Grant.
For me?
You Mr. James Grant?
Yes?
It's for you. Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow. But it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right.
Here's a package. Well, don't be scared of it. Can't be a bomb. It's too skinny.
Say, there's a note attached to it.
That'd come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. Here. There you are. And this is for you.
Say, thanks, Mr. Grant. You didn't look like you were going to be good for more than a dime. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it has a phonograph record in it. It is a phonograph record. Note says play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Label says Tommy Way and the orchestra. Ought to be good. Well, now, let's hear what this sounds like. It
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
What the
red leather one there in the center of the room. Hope you took my advice. Because, you see, I want you to be comfortable. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. This record lasts just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Sometime within that 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you're going to die.
What?
Please don't get up from the chair. It won't do you any good.
Oh, I'm going to get out of here.
Don't run for the door.
I'll
It's
get out through the
locked.
window.
Not the windows, James. How terrible to fall 18 stories to your death when you can die so comfortably in that nice, big, soft, red leather chair. What's the matter, James? You unhappy about something? Why be unhappy?
Oh.
What's so terrible about the knowledge that you're going to die? Going to die. Going to die. Going to die. Going to die.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
719, Blackie. Here's Miss Helen Martin's house.
Well, Mary, I certainly didn't expect any help from you after we got past the 100 block.
Oh, I can read numbers, if they're big enough.
Want to come in with me?
After what I've heard about Miss Helen Martin, I think I better.
All right. But you don't really think she needs protection from me, do you?
I think you might need protection from her. And that's my job, self-appointed.
And who's going to protect you?
Don't you worry about me. I can't solve Inspector Faraday's murder cases, but I do know how to handle a beautiful girl.
You probably practiced on you.
Blackie, did that come from you?
It was just a bribe, so you'll behave yourself when we meet Miss Martin. Here we are.
Hey, you certainly found that doorbell in an awful hurry. You been here before?
No, but I've rung doorbells before. I'm an experienced man, you know.
Yes?
Miss Helen Martin?
Yes. And you must be Boston Blackie.
Well, it isn't exactly a must, but it's my name. This is Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
How do you do?
Won't you come in, both of you?
Thanks.
You'll have to excuse the looks of my place. It's practically a one-room affair.
Oh, for goodness sakes, it's
I'm
all right.
really sorry the place is in such a mess, but I've been dressing. This is my dressing room, bedroom, and living room. Sit down if you can find an empty chair.
Oh, thank you. We aren't late, are we?
Oh, good heavens, no. Dinner isn't until 8:30, and it's only 8 now. It's only 10 minutes to Jim's place. My fiancé has told me so much about both of you.
Not too much, I hope.
You might think so. Jim raves about you. I've been after him for months to have you over for dinner so I could meet you.
Well, he phoned me this morning, and here we are on our way to dinner. That is, as soon as you're ready.
Oh, I won't be long. You know, I never really believed he knew you two.
Well, I've met him only once or twice.
And I haven't seen him in months. Are you about ready, Miss Martin?
I should be. I've been dressing for 2 hours. I'll be right with you.
All right.
Hey, did it suddenly get a little darker in here, or am I seeing things?
You're not seeing things, Mary. And what you're not seeing is the lighted bulb in the dressing table lamp right there. Because it just went out.
Oh, I feel better.
There's an extra bulb on the bookshelf there, Blackie. Would you put it in the dressing table lamp, please?
Sure. Mary, get that bulb on the bookshelf there, will you, for me?
Sure.
You see it?
Couldn't miss it. It's the only thing on the bookshelf that doesn't have a publisher's name on it.
Funny girl.
I'm a smart girl. I just don't get a chance to prove it when you're around. Here you are. Catch.
Thank you. Now, off with the old. On with the new. Miss Martin, the new bulb is in.
And I'm ready to go.
Swell. Let's be off to dinner and a pleasant evening at the home of Mr. James Grant. Well, Jim, here we're... Faraday.
Blackie.
Inspector Faraday. Did Mr. Grant invite you to dinner, too?
Quiet, Miss Wesley. Blackie, can I ever go anywhere
Get down on the
without...
floor. It's Jim.
It was James Grant. He's been shot to death.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
No, it
All right,
can't
now,
be.
the three of you. I want to know what you know about this. Well, who's this woman?
She's Helen Martin, Grant's fiancée.
Jim, I can't believe it.
Oh, now, Miss Martin, come on over here on the sofa and sit down and don't worry.
All right, Blackie. What are you doing here?
I intended to eat here, Faraday, but I can tell you I am not going to now.
What do you mean, eat here?
I mean, Mary, Miss Martin, and I were invited here for dinner tonight.
By who?
It isn't who, Faraday, it's whom.
All right, whom invited you?
In that case, it isn't whom, it's who.
Who? Who cares? Did Grant invite you to dinner here?
Yes, he phoned me this morning about 9 o'clock. And you know, I'm amazed. Grant has been dead less than 12 hours, and you're already working on the case.
A little more talk like that, and I'll be working on you.
Look, let's forget our differences for a minute. Grant was a friend of mine. Got any idea who killed him and when?
I have no idea who killed him, but I do know when. He was shot about 25 minutes ago. A tenant in the apartment across the hall heard the shot and called the police.
Just 25 minutes ago? And you're here already? Faraday, you're not only on the ball, but someone's rolling it. No suspects, though?
One. Grant's brother, Bill Grant. I understand he was seen coming into the building a few minutes before the shot.
Well, where's Jim's brother now?
I don't know. He's disappeared. But I got a police dragnet out for him. We're watching every train, bus, and plane. That's the best I can do. I'll find that brother.
Maybe. Anyhow, I'm going to look around the building. So you got yourself a suspect. Bill Grant, huh? Oh, brother.
If he isn't in this car, Rollins, he's not even on this train.
Then he'd better be in this car, Smith. Look, Smith.
Huh?
That seat over there.
That's Bill Grant, all right.
All right, let's grab him. Come on, the train's starting to move.
Quick, he sees us.
Yeah, but he doesn't see us soon enough.
Hold it, Grant.
Huh?
Won't do you any good to run.
What do you fellas want with me, anyhow?
You know what we want. We're from police headquarters. And we want to talk to you about the murder of your brother. And why you decided to leave town all of a sudden.
I didn't kill him, honest, I didn't.
Nobody said you did. Get the conductor, Smith, and stop this train. We're taking this guy to headquarters.
Mr. Matthews, I'm Boston Blackie. You're the superintendent of this building?
Yes, I am, Blackie.
You have any idea who killed one of your tenants this evening? You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I'd be a fool if I said I didn't. You mean Mr. James Grant in 6G?
Yes. Look, Matthews, I happen to know a little something about you the police would like to know. A friend of mine named Shorty told me that you have a strange habit of leaving apartment pass keys where they can be found by some friend of yours.
Huh?
Don't play dumb, Matthews. You know what I'm talking about. The apartments of this building of yours are being robbed. You're not robbing them, but you're giving the pass keys to a person who is.
What are you getting at?
I'm trying to make a deal with you. You tell me what you know about Jim Grant's death, and I won't tell the police what I know about your little racket.
Okay, Blackie. It's a deal. Only, I can't talk here. I'll get in touch with you if you'll take care of me.
You'd better, or I'll take care of you. All right.
Oh, hello, Jack.
May I come in, Helen?
I guess so.
I hope so. I just heard on the radio that your boyfriend, Grant, is dead.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Great thing, radio. Now, maybe you'll come back to me.
Jack, please, I don't feel like...
Look, honey, with Grant out of the way, we ought to celebrate.
Jack.
Sure we should. You wanted to be Mrs. Jack Adams a few months ago before this guy Grant threw you off your trolley. Well, now we can go ahead with our plans.
Jack, please, I don't want to.
Look, baby, you don't have to put on the old act in front of me. We wanted Grant out of the way, and now...
Get out of here.
What's the matter with you?
I said get out of here.
Why? Because I'm glad Grant's dead? Well, so are you. You didn't want to marry him. You wanted to marry me.
Get out of here and leave me alone. You've got to believe I love Jim Grant.
Do I? I'm sorry, Helen. I don't love you enough to believe that.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Where are you?
In my apartment.
Oh, good. You all right?
Am I all right? Sure, I'm fine.
Yes, but something's the matter. What is it?
Nothing much. It's just a dead body lying across my bed.
What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, my gosh. Who is it?
This will surprise you, Mary. It's the Uh-oh. There's someone at the door.
Who?
Well, it won't be the killer, I'll guarantee that. I'll call you later, Mary.
Yes, but Blackie, just a minute. Be careful, will you?
Sure. Don't worry. I'll call you back in just a little while.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yes, what are you...
All right, Blackie, come along.
Rollins, I'm glad to see you.
Maybe you won't be, Blackie, when you know why I'm here. Faraday wants you at headquarters.
All right, but first I'd like to...
First, you nothing, Blackie. Look, I've got 6 men here with me. 6 men, count them, 6. And Faraday said not to let you say anything, do anything, or get anything before we brought you in.
But, Rollins, there's
a nothing, Blackie. Come along nice and quiet now, or you'll be sorry.
All right, Rollins, you win. I'll come along nicely and quietly. But you're the one who's going to be sorry.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Jim Grant invites Blackie, Mary Wesley, and his own fiancée, Helen Martin, to dinner. When the trio arrives, they find Grant has been shot and killed.
Grant's brother is later picked up by the police while trying to get out of town. Matthews, the crooked apartment superintendent in Grant's building, tells Blackie he might name the killer, but later Blackie returns to his apartment and finds a dead body across the bed. Before he can tell anyone about it, he is hauled off to headquarters. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
All right, Blackie, read this. And Rollins, get ready with that recording machine.
All set, Inspector Faraday. What's this all about, Faraday? Say, I've got something to tell you.
Later. That stuff I want you to read is a copy of what we found on a phonograph record in Grant's apartment. It's a voice telling him he's going to die.
Smart voice.
Yeah, and it's got to be the killer's voice. So I'm looking for a voice to match it. Because when I found a voice to match it, I found my killer. Maybe it's you. You ready to read?
Ever since the 3rd grade, Faraday.
All right, Rollins, turn on the machine. Let's make a regular Blackie's voice.
All set. Start reading, Blackie.
All right, here goes. Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. Formal fellow calls him James.
Just read what's on the paper, Blackie.
Oh, but I want to give a performance. Sit in that chair. The red leather one in the center of the room.
That's enough. That's enough, Rollins.
Okay.
We'll play it back later.
Am I the first to make one of these auditions for you, Faraday?
No, you're the last. I haven't played them back yet. But I had Grant's brother, Bill, and Matthews, the superintendent, and Jack Adams, Miss Martin's former boyfriend, all make records.
My, your list of suspects has grown. Too bad your brain hasn't. Listen, I've got some more news for you. Now...
Quiet, Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the record we found in Grant's apartment first.
Yes, sir. All right, here it is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. The red leather one there in the center.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Now let's hear Blackie.
All right, here's Blackie, Inspector.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Kill it. Blackie's not the one we want.
I'm not, Faraday? Well, in that case, let me try one of my other voices. Sit in that
That's enough,
chair.
Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the brother's record now.
All right. All right, here you are.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
No, that's
red
not
leather
the right
one
voice.
in the center of the room.
Turn it off, Rollins.
All right, it's off.
And so are you, Faraday.
Quiet. Rollins, let's have Harry Matthews' voice.
All right, here he is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's it.
The red
That's
leather
it. Rollins, turn it off.
Yes, sir.
That's the voice, all right. Exactly the same as the voice on the original record. I let all 3 of the suspects go. But, Rollins, you go out and pick up Matthews. If you can find him.
Never mind, Rawlins. I can tell you where you can find Matthews. And I don't think you'll have any trouble picking him up either.
Why?
Because I've been trying to tell you for 10 minutes that Matthews is lying across a bed in my apartment. And he's dead.
Something I can do for you, sir?
This is Jack Adams' office?
Yes.
I'd like to see Mr. Adams, please.
Who's calling?
Bill Grant, James Grant's brother.
Well, just a minute. I'll see if he's in.
Yes?
Mr. Bill Grant here to see Mr. Adams.
Bill Grant. Tell him I'm not in, Madge.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, but Mr. Adams isn't in.
But I know he is.
But I...
And this gun in my hand says I'm going in to see him. You too, sister. You're coming in with me, so you won't have a chance to call the police.
But I...
Come on, get going.
Of course. This way.
That's better.
This door here.
You open it and walk in ahead of me.
All right. Mr. Adams, this man...
Madge, I told you...
Keep me out, I know, Adams, but this gun told her differently.
All right, you're in. What do you want?
You, for killing my brother.
I didn't kill him.
You had reason to, didn't you? He took Helen Martin away from you.
Sure he did. But if I killed everybody who took a girl away from me, I'd have a string of murders to my credit long enough to...
Say, there's nobody outside, so... All right, you put down that gun. Put it down, I said.
Hey, what are you... Thanks for knocking that gun out of his hand, mister, whoever you are.
I'm Boston Blackie. Are you Jack Adams?
That's right.
There's no one outside, so I thought I'd just step in here when I heard voices. Who's the fellow who had the gun on you?
Bill Grant.
Oh, you're Bill Grant.
Yes, and this fellow Adams killed my brother Jim.
You think Adams killed him, huh? Well, the police thought for a while that maybe you'd killed him.
Well, I didn't.
You were in his apartment just before the shot was fired.
Yes, I was in the library when I heard the shot. I ran in and found Jim dead, and then I got out of there.
Odd you didn't call the police.
Well, I didn't dare. I knew the police would find out that Jim and I weren't too friendly. I thought it best to just disappear.
Tell me, Grant, Did you know Harry Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in your building?
Yes.
Did you know it too, Adams?
Who's Harry Matthews?
Never mind. That answers my question. Grant, how long have you known Matthews was involved in those robberies?
Not long. About 2 weeks, I guess. Helen Martin, Jim, and I were talking about it the other night. Helen said we ought to turn him in. Jim said no. I said we should stay out of it, too. Not get involved.
Your brother's apartment was never robbed, was it?
No.
I didn't think it had been.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Grant. Nothing at all. Miss Martin, I stopped in to tell you I think I know who killed Jim Grant.
You do, Blackie? Who?
His brother, Bill.
Oh, no.
Yes, since the death of Matthews, the superintendent, I think Bill Grant is the only one who could be guilty.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, Jim and Matthews were killed by the same person, I'm sure of it. Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in his building. Someone who knew that killed Jim and forced Matthews to make the murder recording.
Oh, it was Matthews who made the record.
Yes, the police proved that with auditions.
Well, why couldn't Jack have killed them?
Because Jack didn't know about Matthews' little racket, so he'd have nothing to threaten Matthews with.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were suspected, you know.
What?
But you couldn't have killed Jim. You were here getting dressed at the time Jim was killed.
Why, you know where I was, Blackie. I imagine I'd been here dressing for, well, I think it was almost 2 hours.
Yes, so you said. And Jim had been dead only 25 minutes when we got to his place.
Yes. And we were here for some time together, remember? You had to change a light bulb for me.
Yes, I remember. Oh, say, I just thought of something.
What?
When I went into my apartment, Matthew's hat and coat were in my living room, and his body was in my bedroom.
So?
So, I don't know why I never thought of this before. There's a home recording machine in my bedroom. Matthews was probably in my bedroom making a record, confessing everything, and naming Jim's killer when the killer came in. Or he might have made the record already, and his killer didn't know it.
Then the record would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes. And I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm going downtown, pick up Faraday, get up to my apartment, and get the record that's going to get Bill Grant.
Look, Blackie, how much longer do we have to sit here? Your apartment's bad enough with the lights on, but in the dark
It's a perfect trap for Helen Martin, Faraday.
I think you're crazy, Blackie. If she came up here and killed Matthews, she'd know you didn't have a home recorder in your bedroom or anywhere else.
She came up here looking for Matthews, not for furniture, Faraday.
Well, maybe so. But I still say I shouldn't have come up here when you telephoned. She's not the one.
I say she is. She said she'd been dressing for 2 hours when Mary and I arrived. I don't think she'd been there for 5 minutes.
Why not?
I told you why not. When I changed the light bulb that went out, it wasn't even slightly warm. I didn't think of it at the time, but a bulb that's been burning for 2 hours is going to be red hot.
All right, Blackie, but...
But nothing, Faraday. It's only 10 minutes from Miss Martin's house to Grant's apartment. She could have killed him, been at her house when we arrived, and then gone back to Jim's with us, all inside of the 25 minutes time between the shot and when we arrived.
Well, maybe so, but that's cutting the...
Shh. Here she comes. Quiet.
All right. That's not a woman.
Shh.
Who is it?
I don't know yet. But whoever it is heading for my bedroom.
Let's grab him. Snap on the lights.
All right.
All right, you stop where you are.
Who's there?
It's Jack Adams.
So, Jack Adams couldn't have been the killer. But Helen Martin had to be, huh, Blackie?
What are you talking about?
You know what he's talking about, Adams. Wish I did. I had you figured innocent. I don't know why. But it looks as if you killed Jim Grant and Harry Matthews.
You're crazy. I didn't kill anybody.
Then why are you here?
I can't tell you.
Well, I can tell you. You're here to get a record off the recorder in my bedroom. A record that will convict you of murder.
No, I was here to get a record, but I didn't know it had anything like that on it. I didn't kill anyone, I tell you. I just came up here to get that record for Helen.
Helen Martin?
Yeah, she told me what to do, but she didn't tell me why.
I'll tell you why later. I'll tell you now, though, that when Helen Martin made an errand boy of you, she almost made a chump of me. Yes?
Package for Mr. Boston Blackie.
For me?
You Mr. Boston Blackie?
Yes.
Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow, but it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right. Oh, say there's a note attached to it.
That'd come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. There you are. And this is for you.
Hey, thanks. One more tip like this and I can retire. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it's a phonograph record. Strangers should feel like that because that's what it is. Huh. And the note says, play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Wonder what this is, anyhow. It might be,
Sit in that chair, Boston Blackie. Sit in that chair.
It's Mary.
Yes, sit in that chair and be comfortable. Because you are about to die. You are about to die of shock. Because I don't have to ask you any questions about this case, because I know all the answers. Helen Martin killed Jim Grant because he found out who she really was. She was really Mrs. Harry Matthews, and she was the person who was actually robbing the apartments in Jim Grant's building.
Uh-huh.
And Helen killed her husband because he made the record thinking it was just to scare Jim Grant. Actually, the record was to make the police think that a man killed Grant. When Matthews found out Jim had actually been killed, he came to your apartment to tell you about his wife. She killed him to keep him from telling and raced back to her apartment so we could be her alibi. Don't you think I'm smart, Blackie?
Brilliant.
And don't you think so, too, Inspector Faraday?
No. You just got all that information from reading Helen Martin's confession.
Oh, Inspector, you promised you wouldn't say that. Now you spoiled everything.
Why?
I wanted Blackie to think I was so smart that no matter how hard a problem was to solve, I could never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines, knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's adventure,
Operation Sellout,
is the story of an American OSS agent who went into German-occupied France to locate Nazi submarine bases, and is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
I knew something was up when Colonel Palmer met Tom Barnes and me at the dock that night. He hadn't come down from London just to wish us bon voyage. There wasn't time for such formalities in the OSS, even when a couple of its agents were embarking for the coast of Nazi-occupied France. The minute the Jeep pulled to a stop, the Colonel stepped into the faint glow of the blackout light.
Captain Dagger?
Yes, sir.
This is the radio operator, Captain.
That's right, sir.
I'm Barnes, Lance Corporal Barnes, Sussex Guards.
You men are all set?
Yes, sir.
You shove off in 20 minutes. That'll put you ashore below Saint-Nazaire just before dawn. After you've been landed, you'll move inland exactly 6 kilometers. You'll be met there by an agent of the Marquis. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, men.
We got a lecture then, Tom and I. We didn't need it.
I understand how vital it is.
We knew our mission was important.
This mission is terribly important.
German submarines had been hitting our convoys in the Atlantic. Hitting them hard.
At 0100.
Shipping losses had to be cut.
Timings of the
And the best way to cut them was to blast the Nazi sub-pens along the French coast.
You understand?
It was my job to locate the biggest pens.
Moving in.
It was Tom's job to radio the information back to England, so the Allied Air Forces would know where to lay their eggs.
Now then...
No, we didn't need any lecture on how important it was.
Daggett. You're not listening.
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. I heard it all in London 2 days ago, sir. I was wondering why you came down here to say it again.
I may have had another reason for coming down.
That's what we figured, sir. There's been a change in plans?
Slight one, yes. Originally, you two were the one to take this mission alone. I've decided now to send a third man with you.
Oh? Who is he, sir?
I'd rather say nothing about it till you see him. He'll be something of a surprise to you, perhaps.
A surprise, sir?
Yes, though not too unpleasant a one, I hope. Your reaction to him may well determine the success of your mission.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Colonel.
You will in a minute. He's already on the boat. Come along.
Tom and I followed the Colonel out on the dock. A British Navy torpedo boat that was going to take us across the channel lay in the water. A black shadow in the black night. We climbed aboard, stowed our gear on deck, and moved toward the forward cabin. Tom and I exchanged looks. Neither of us liked this slight change in plans.
Your new man is in here, Captain.
Well, let's have a look at him, Colonel. For a moment, the bright lights of the cabin spilling out on the deck blinded me. Then I saw him. First, I thought it was a gag, until the guy turned. Until he made a stiff bow from the waist. Until he said...
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Lieutenant Karl Müller of the German Reichswehr.
Then I knew it wasn't a gag. He belonged in that uniform he was wearing. It was all his, every Nazi stitch of it, right up to the death's head insignia on his left shoulder.
Herr Miller, this is Captain Link Daggett, and this is Corporal Barnes of the British Army on detached service with the OSS.
It is a pleasure to meet you, gentlemen.
Is it? Colonel Palmer, may Barnes and I speak to you alone?
All right, Daggett.
I will go out on deck.
Well, Daggett?
Well, do we have to say it, sir? You must know how we feel about this.
I'll say it, Link. Sir, I don't like the idea of taking a Jerry with us into Nazi territory.
Well, do we have to do it, Colonel?
You volunteered for this mission, Barnes. You don't have to do anything.
Yes, but Daggett and I can do the job, sir, without a Jerry.
You can do it faster with him, Corporal. And we've got to start hitting those sub-vents as quickly as possible. Miller will be valuable to you in obtaining information from his former fellow officers.
You must have a lot of faith in this Nazi, sir.
He's not a Nazi. He's a German.
Is there a difference, sir?
Yes.
Even when he was an officer in one of Hitler's pet divisions, Colonel?
Through no choice of his own, Daggett. Miller was captured by the British in North Africa 2 years ago. He's been working as an interpreter for the OSS for 18 months. He's been thoroughly screened. We have faith in his story that he's always been opposed to Hitler.
Well, he could have been lying to you, sir, just waiting for a chance like this, a chance to get back to German territory.
He could have been, but we don't think he was.
Yeah, but if he was, Sir Barnes and I are a couple of dead ducks. He'll sell us out the minute we get across the channel.
That's quite true, Daggett. And that's the chance you'll both have to take.
Well, we could have backed out, but we didn't. You never do. So we headed across the channel. One Englishman, one American, and one German. I don't know what the German was thinking. He didn't say much. But the Englishman and the American were thinking it was going to be a one-way trip. Just before dawn, the torpedo boat put us ashore below Saint Nazaire. We stood listening to her motors die away. And I turned and walked up to Lieutenant Carl Mueller. I lifted his Luger out of its holster, and he didn't say a word. I broke the gun open. There were 12 rounds in the clip and 1 shell in the chamber. I dropped the clip in my pocket and handed the gun back to him. The shell's still in it.
Danke, Herr Kapitän.
Mueller, I left you 1 shell. If anything goes wrong, you may need it. That is, if you're on the level.
I will use it on myself rather than fall into the hands of the Nazis.
Yeah, I know you will. If you're on the level. If you're not, though, you'll think twice about using it on us. You see, you couldn't get both of us with 1 shell. You understand?
Ja, I understand, Herr Kapitän.
It was just a phony gesture, of course. He knew as well as I did that it didn't mean a thing. The country was occupied by 500,000 of his countrymen. He could wipe us out like stepping on a bug. If he wanted to. Dawn was breaking when we left the beach. We started inland to keep our rendezvous with Philippe Martin, the Maquis agent who was to set us up with a base of operations. He must have made quite a picture. 2 men dressed as French peasants trudging along behind a Nazi officer. We kept to the fields and moved along hedgerows as much as we could. Then we came to a highway. A German army lorry rumbled by while we squatted behind the hedgerow and held our breath.
Looks all clear, darling.
Yeah, we'll cross one at a time. You first, Mueller.
Ja, Herr Kapitän.
He got over the hedgerow and out onto the highway. It was halfway across. Tom and I straightened up to follow him, and we saw it. We dropped down again. A German reconnaissance car swinging around the bend in the road. It stopped a few feet from Mueller. He looked at the Nazis. They looked at him. We looked at both of them through the hedgerow and waited.
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
It was in the lift of his voice. It was in the smile on his face. There was no mistaking it. Carl Mueller was back with his buddies. Carl Mueller was home.
Link, let's get away from here. Make a run for it along the hedgerow.
For what? If he tips off those krauts, we won't get 10 feet.
Yes, I guess you're right. Well, if we go, I'm taking Jerry with us.
I'd had the same idea. I'd already sneaked my revolver out of my coat. We drew a bead on that stiff Prussian back, and we did some more waiting. Crouching and waiting until...
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! right, Herr Captain. It is safe for you to come out now.
We went out, but not before we'd exchanged another whisper. Not before Barnes said what we were both thinking.
Maybe the colonel was right, Link. Maybe the jetty is on the square. Or maybe he's just smarter than we thought.
What do you mean?
Smart enough to use us for bait.
That was it, bait. Why get rid of us so fast? We weren't that important. He could get rid of us whenever he wanted to. And he'd only want to after we'd served his purpose. After we'd jeopardized the French Marquis by exposing them to him. Yes. And after we'd sent a lot of Yankee and British flyers to their death. We joined Mueller and continued on to our rendezvous point. There was nothing I could do about it. Mueller had been assigned as a member of the mission. So far, he'd acted like one. Don't knock off a fellow agent unless you're sure.
All right, Link. We're just 6 kilometers east of the beach now.
Yeah. Yeah, this patch of woods must be the place.
What do we do now, Herr Captain?
Nothing. Just wait.
Wait for what, monsieur?
He'd stepped out from behind a bush as silently as a shadow. But shadows don't carry Tommy guns.
You were expecting someone, monsieur?
Yeah. A man named Philippe Martin.
I am Philippe Martin.
Well, then you know who we are.
I'm afraid not, monsieur. If there were 2 of you, I would know. But not 3.
There was a last-minute change of plans.
A very great change, since it made room for a Nazi officer.
Look, not all men who wear Nazi uniforms are Nazi officers.
True, monsieur. But all Frenchmen know a Nazi when they see one in or out of uniform. Why is this man here?
That Tommy gun was shoving into Mueller's chest. I had to talk fast. I explained who the German was. I said the OSS trusted him.
The OSS may trust him, monsieur, but I trust no German.
Well, that makes no difference. My orders are that Mueller's a member of this mission. Now, let's get going. You hear me, Martin?
Very well, monsieur. Follow me.
Where are you taking us?
To my farm. You will set up your radio in my barn.
Is it safe?
Safe? Why don't you ask your friend, Herr Müller?
2 hours later, Tom had his transmitter set up in the loft of Philippe Martin's farm, a few miles outside Saint-Nazaire.
With your permission, Herr Captain, I will leave now.
Yeah. You know what you're to do, Mueller?
Yeah. With these forged orders Colonel Palmer gave me, I will be able to secure all the necessary information about submarine pens in the Saint-Nazaire area.
If you want to.
I hope, Herr Captain, I will be able to prove to you that I do want to.
We hope so, too, Mueller.
All right, get going. We expect you to contact us daily. If we don't hear from you...
Link. Someone's at the door.
Who could that be, Philippe?
Philippe? Philippe?
It is all right, monsieur. It is my sister, Marie. She is also a loyal member of the Marquis.
Marie Martin wasn't just a loyal Marquis member. She was a beautiful one, too. I wouldn't have had to look at her to know it. I'd only have had to look at Tom Barnes, as her brother introduced her.
This is my sister, Marie, monsieur. Marie, Captain Daggett, Corporal Barnes, and Herr Lieutenant.
Herr Lieutenant? A German? Here?
Lieutenant Mueller is a prisoner of war, mademoiselle, working for the OSS.
He is a Nazi.
An ex-Nazi, mademoiselle.
The only ex-Nazis are dead ones. Philippe, throw this pig out of here.
Now, wait a minute, mademoiselle. Your brother and I have had all this out. Philippe has agreed to...
He has no right to agree. This is as much my farm as it is his. I will not have a Nazi on it.
All right. Inasmuch as Mueller's just leaving for Saint-Nazaire on a mission...
You are sending him on a mission? You must be out of your mind, Captain.
I think...
Your brother and I have had all this out. Philippe has agreed to...
He has no right to agree. This is as much my farm as it is his. I will not have a Nazi on it.
All right. Inasmuch as Mueller's just leaving for Saint-Nazaire on a mission...
You are sending him on a mission? You must be out of your mind, Captain.
I think she has a point, Link. You remember that little discussion we had back on the highway about bait?
Yeah, I remember it, Tom.
And I'm pretty sure now that we were right.
We have no more proof now than we did then.
I would rather he would stay here, Capitan, than see him go on a mission.
Well, Herr Kapitän?
Get going, Mueller.
Blink, you're making...
Shut up, Tom.
You will hear from me, Herr Kapitän.
You will hear from him. Through the Gestapo.
I wasn't sure she was wrong. And Tom Barnes was sure she was right. But then Tom's judgment wasn't to be trusted. Not where Marie Martin was concerned. Well, Tom, where you been?
Oh, I took a walk with Marie down by the brook.
You take a lot of walks with Marie, don't you?
Oh, why not? There's nothing to do but cool our heels until we hear from Mueller. And quite frankly, old man, I can't think of anybody I'd rather cool my heels with.
And then we heard from Mueller. We heard quite a lot from him. And not through the Gestapo either.
You must copy these maps immediately, Herr Kapitän. I must get them back to the Nazi headquarters before morning. You will find on them the location of the Nazi sub-pens from Saint-Nazaire to Dunkirk.
I copied the maps and deciphered the code symbols. Turned my report over to Tom to transmit to England. But Tom was stubborn.
How do you know those maps weren't fake, Link?
I don't.
Maybe Mueller's using us just the way we thought he would.
Well, maybe he is.
Then why on earth send that stuff out?
Because those are my orders and I'm going to obey them. Now send it, Tom. We'll see what happens. Well, we saw what happened. That night off in the distance, 1,000 searchlights stabbed the sky. There were black puffs and smoke everywhere. The crowds were throwing up a curtain of flak that no air force in the whole world could penetrate. Next day, Mueller came back to the barn. By then, Tom had received the box score from England.
20 planes! You hear that, Mueller? We lost 20 planes last night.
I do not understand, Herr Corporal.
Oh, no, you don't understand it at all, do you? They knew we were coming. They were waiting for us. But you don't understand it.
You are implying, of course, that I betrayed you. But I give you my word.
His word. The word of a Nazi.
Marie, please.
Bien, Capitan Daggett. Are you perhaps convinced now?
I told you we should have listened to her, Link.
Easy, Tom.
It is too late, of course, to save those 20 planes. It is not too late to stop other raids.
Yes, of course, she's right, Link. I'll radio Colonel Palmer this minute.
Herr Kapitän.
Well, Mueller...
I have another map, if you wish to look at it.
All right. Let's see it.
I would prefer to show it to you alone.
Alone? Why, you pig of a German!
Filthy scum. Are you suggesting there's anyone here but yourself who can't be trusted?
Look, Mueller, you're in no position to make such a request. Have something to show me? You can show it to me here.
Very well, Herr Kapitän.
He had something to show me, all right. A detailed chart of the biggest sub-pens along the whole coast. I knew it was worth any risk to try to smash those pens. But Tom Barnes didn't know it. He needed a lot of convincing. He insisted that chart was bait, just bait. It turned out he was right. The next week was a nightmare. 8 planes at Ostend, 6 at Cherbourg, 9 at Le Havre. Everywhere we struck, the Krauts were waiting. Operation Sellout, Tom and I called it. We had a name for Lieutenant Mueller, too. Tom wasn't around the night I reached a decision. I went looking for him. Down by the brook, of course. It was a bright moon. I saw 2 figures as I approached. Then, the 2 figures became one for a moment.
I love you, Marie.
Oh, mon cher Tom, you must not say it. In France today, there is no place for the word love.
Maybe not, my darling. But when the war is over, I'm going to ask you to marry me.
Tom.
Link, what are you doing here?
Get back to the barn. Why don't you radio Palmer to call off the raids?
At last, you have come to your senses, Capitan.
What about Mueller, Link?
We'll forget Mueller. It's almost a week since we heard from him. We don't even know where he is.
But we can guess, no, Capitan? He is in Berlin, probably, receiving a medal from his Führer.
Tom and I had to work fast. Once it dawned on the Germans that there'd be no more raids, they'd be after us. We radioed the colonel canceling the raids, telling him we thought our mission was over. 6 hours later came the answer. The colonel thought otherwise.
Good Lord. We can't be serious, Link.
Yeah, he's serious, all right. He still wants to smash those sub-pens at Saint-Nazaire. Since they couldn't do it from the air, they're going to do it from the ground with a commando raid. Yeah, commando raid. A hit-and-run attack where coordination and split-second timing were everything. And Tom and I were to be the inside men. A big job, yeah. But this time we didn't have 2 strikes against us. No, because this was one clambake that Carl Mueller wouldn't know anything about.
What do we do first, Link?
Contact the local leader of the Maquis. We'll let him know what's happening, and he'll give us a safer place to roost.
But how do we contact him?
Oh, Philippe will know him.
Oh, Philippe's in Rouen. Wait a minute. How about Marie? She might know, too.
Right. Go get her. He went to find Marie. I packed up the radio and the other equipment. I heard the door open. I thought he brought her back. I was wrong.
Good evening, Herr Captain.
Mueller. I didn't expect you to show your face around here again.
I heard in Saint-Nazaire that the raids have been cancelled. I was afraid you and Corporal Barnes might be on your way back to England.
We're packing now.
Oh. I am not to go back with you then.
There's only one place you're going, Mueller.
So, put your gun away, Herr Captain. You do not need to kill me. Since you are leaving me here, I shall make use of the one shell you so kindly left in my revolver.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you will. You couldn't bear to be left behind with your Nazi pals, could you? They weren't from my gun, those shots. I didn't know where they were from. I didn't wait to find out. I hit the floor, dragging the candle off the table with me. The barn went black. I lay there for a second. And then from outside, I heard...
Let's have some light, Link. I think I got him.
Tom had fired the shots. When I'd lit the candle again, I saw he was wrong. The doorway where Mueller had been standing was empty. Mueller was gone.
I was sure I hit him, Link.
All right, never mind. We got something more important to think about than Mueller. You told Marie?
Oui, Capitan, he told me. You wish to see the local Maquis leader?
That's right. Can you take us to him?
Mais oui, Capitan. I will arrange for you to meet Monsieur Etienne.
She said it would take until the next evening to arrange it. Tom and I cleared out of the farm and holed up in the patch of woods where we'd first met Philippe. Of course, it had to start raining. Just before dark, Marie showed up in the woods.
It is done, Capitan. Monsieur Etienne will be waiting for you at 8 o'clock. The room behind the village cafe.
Good work, Marie.
You're going there with us, aren't you, darling?
No, mon cher. I must return to Monsieur Etienne. But I will be waiting for you at the cafe.
She was standing in the doorway when we got there at 8. She led us around the back into a small, dirty, dimly lit room.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
He rose from his chair and stood behind the table. Monsieur Etienne was a small, dark man. His eyes were shifty and calculating. The kind of eyes you often find in a head that has a price on it.
My apologies, monsieur, for not seeing you sooner. I was at my headquarters in the hills. I had to walk down. The roads were wet and muddy.
No apologies necessary, monsieur.
Merci. Mademoiselle Martin informs me you wish the assistance of the Maquis.
We need plenty of assistance. British commandos are planning a raid on the port of Saint-Nazaire.
A commando raid on Saint-Nazaire.
Those eyes of his grew wider. They grew bright. He stepped from behind the table. But he shouldn't have, because that was when I saw his boots. They were clean and polished. There wasn't a speck of mud on them. And yet he'd walked through the mud from his headquarters in the hills. He said...
Is something the matter, Captain?
He knew something was the matter, all right. He knew what it was, too. He saw my eyes on his boots, and he understood. His hand went under his coat, but it never came out because that was all I needed.
Link, for the love of heaven.
One shot did it. He grabbed at his stomach, and he slumped to the floor.
Good Lord, Link, what's the idea?
He's dead!
Yeah, that's one collaborator less.
Collaborator?
Sure, that's all he was, Tom. Nazis planted him here to find out about our new mission.
Yes, but they didn't know we had a new mission. You said Mueller thought we were packing up to go back to England.
That's right, he did.
Well, then who could have...
I started to tell him, but I didn't have to. He saw it for himself.
Marie?
The look on her face confirmed it. The look on his face is the kind of thing you don't like to remember. That was all she needed. She bolted for the door and threw it open. I took one wild shot at her, and I missed. Before I could fire again, she was gone.
She knows about the raid, Link. We've got to stop her before she gets to the Germans.
There's no telling which way she went, Tom. We'll split up. You go that way, and I'll go... Good Lord.
It was she, Link. It was Marie. Come on.
We ran down the dark alley behind the cafe. At the end of it, we found her, lying face down in the mud.
She's dead, Link.
Yeah.
But who shot her?
I did, Herr Corporal.
Mueller.
I'm so sorry, Herr Barnes. I know how you felt about her. But she was our enemy. She had to die.
Yeah, but how did you know Mueller?
I finally found a Frenchman who trusted me, Herr Capitaine. His name is Monsieur Etienne.
You mean that was his name?
You see, he thought that I was a Nazi, too. He confided in me.
I say, Mueller.
Yeah, Herr Corporal?
Look here, I ought to tell you. What I mean is, I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry I didn't trust...
Do not say it, please. I understand. Herr Captain.
Yes, Mueller?
I have used that one shell you left in my revolver. Well, I wonder if you would permit me to have one more.
No, I won't.
No?
Not one more, Carl. I'm giving you back the whole clip. That same night, we contacted the real leader of the Maquis. 2 weeks later, the commandos struck at Nazaire. They wiped out that sub-pen. When they went back to England, Tom Barnes and I went with them. And so did our friend, Carl Mueller.
And once again, the report of another OSS agent closes with the words...
Mission accomplished.
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on...
Cloak and Dagger.
Paired in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Captain Daggett was Carl Eastman, Tom Barnes, Ian Martin, Carl Mueller, Louis Van Ruten, Marie, Louise Erickson, Etienne, Raymond Edward Johnson, Martin, Arnold Moss, and the Nazi, Carl Weber. The script was written by Ken Field, and music was under the direction of John Garth. Sound effects by Manny Siegel and John Powers. Engineering, Don Abbott. Today's OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program is produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. This scissors got you all fouled up in a murder, baby. You'll fry for it.
Senor Rogue, I don't know anything about a murder. Tippy killed him. He killed Max. Conchita knows nothing about it.
Stop being chumps, will you? You're both in this with me. You help me frame Rogue for it. With Max and Khan, I'm the biggest operator in town. All we have to do is kill Rogue, and we got the world by the tail.
You'll all go to the chair for it. You can't get away with killing me.
I'm going to kill you, Rogue, right now. If you've got anything to say, say it, because here it comes, fall guy.
CLOAK speaking. This afternoon, I found a little case in my crime gallery that brought back memories. You just heard a little of it, enough to know that I was framed for murder. I call the story Little Old Lady, and I'll tell you all about it in just a minute. But first, here's Jim Doyle, who's going to tell you men how to get a fast, clean shave without having to scrape and slave.
You bet I am, Dick. Men, the simple, sure way to a comfortable shave is Fitch's No Brush Shaving Cream. The instant you apply this grand cream to your face, the 3 important shaving ingredients contained in it go to work. They smooth down the flaky top layer of skin and soften up the beard. This makes it easy for your razor to cut whiskers close and clean without nicking or scraping. Among the important ingredients in Fitch's No Brush is a special skin conditioner. This conditioner gently lubricates your skin, protecting it from irritation and burning. After your shave, it gives your skin a cool, refreshed feeling that will linger for hours.
For those who prefer a lather cream, there's Fitch's Brush Cream. It gives a swell, hurry-up lather that stays moist and washes off quickly and easily. It, too, contains the special skin conditioner for sensitive skin.
Ask for either Fitch's Brush or No Brush Shaving Cream. But for a solid comfort shave, be sure it's Fitch, spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Thank you, Jim. And now I'd like to go on with my story.
Okay, here's Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in another personally conducted tour through Rogue's Gallery.
I was looking at the world through azure-colored glasses that afternoon. I was as low as a centipede's hangnail and just about as irritated. A couple of lush cases I'd been working on had blown up without paying off, and the girl I was madly in love with that week was madly in love with some other guy. I needed some money, I needed a vacation, and I needed a new love interest. When the door to my office opened, and in walked a Latin-type panic who made my heart beat in a rumba rhythm that would have made Cougat sound like Spike Jones. I just sat there trading my blue thoughts in on a lot of purple ones while she closed the door behind her and walked toward me.
You are Richard Rogue, the detective?
The celebrated detective, yes. What can I do for you?
I need your help, Senor Rogue.
Okay. What's your name?
Conchita Morales.
Oh, the singer, huh?
That's right. I'm in trouble, Senor Rogue.
You know, I sort of suspected that was why you came to see me. What's your difficulty?
Well, it's hard to explain, but there is a man in this town who is threatening me.
Well, that's not hard to explain. You're the sort of a girl who is liable to be threatened.
What do you mean by that, Senor Rogue?
That you are beautiful and extremely desirable and, well, pardon me, Miss Morales. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just in a kind of an impolite mood today, I guess.
Then you don't really think I am beautiful or desirable?
Don't let that glassy look in my eyes fool you, Conchita. I can see, and what I see pleases me, if you go for understatements.
Then you will help me.
You know, beauty's a wonderful thing, Mexican type, but so is money. My time's for sale.
I have money. I will give you $250 if you will help me.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to get some letters back for me.
Oh? Why?
Because I write them when I'm very young and foolish to a man I think I love. I do not love him. I hate him. I want to marry someone else, that man I love, but I cannot because of these letters.
Oh, here. Slow it down to a gallop, Conchita. I'm getting a little confused. Who has the letters?
Frank Maxon is his name. He's no good. He is what you call a poor loser.
Uh-huh. And who is this man you love at the moment?
Tippy Tyler. We will be married soon.
Oh, you will be married, so... Well, in that case, let's make this strictly business. What do you want me to do?
I'm having dinner with Frank tonight at the Club Cuba. I want you to meet us there. I want you to tell him he must give me back my letters. If he knows that I have employed you to help me, he will give them up. He is without courage. Don't see how I ever think I was in love with him.
Frank is considered quite a ladies' man, or was, before you went up on that income tax rap a couple of years ago. Yeah, I understand the boys in his mob are giving him a little trouble since he got out. Where's that $250 you mentioned a while ago?
It is here. Just a moment.
That's a retainer. If the case gets tough, it's going to cost you plenty more, Conchita. You know that?
I do not care. I must have these letters. Here is $250.
Thank you. And now, what time do I meet you at the Club Cuba?
Be there at 9. And I'm warning you, Mr. Rogue. Come prepared for trouble. Oh, hello, Senor Rogue. You are late.
Sorry, I was held up in traffic. Oh, hello, Frank.
Well, what are you doing here, Rogue?
Conchita invited me.
Sit down, please.
Thank you.
What is this, a surprise party on me, Conchita?
Mr. Rogue is working for me, Frank.
Yep. I came down to help Conchita recover some letters from you. How about it?
Nice of you to be interested, Rogue, but Conchita and I can take care of our own affairs without any outside assistance. Goodbye, Rogue.
No, I like it here. Where are the letters, Frank?
You bore me, Mr. Rogue. I wish you'd leave.
I can give them to you, Richie Rogue.
I want those letters, Frank. You ever hear of blackmail?
I'm not blackmailing anybody. Those letters are mine. They came to me through the mail. If I want to keep them, I will.
But you're threatening me with them. That is illegal, isn't it, Mr. Rogue?
Sure. It's especially illegal for a guy who's out on parole.
Who's going to call the cops in on this deal? You, Conchita?
Mr. Rogue will handle it for me.
Look, sweetheart, it's no go. See? You and I'll just have to work this out our own way.
Hit him, Mr. Rogue. Kill him.
No. Now, there are ways of handling petty larceny pasties like Frank that you never heard of, Conchita. Look, Frank, you know you've got 2 strikes against you. Are you going to play ball with me?
Conchita's mine, and she's going to stay that way, Rogue. She's not getting away from me with your help or any other way. Oh, I've asked you 2 or 3 times to get out of here, Rogue. Are you leaving?
No.
I'm sorry about this. I always liked you, Rogue. Oh, Smitty.
Yes, Mr. Maxon?
Will you ask the boys to throw Mr. Rogue out, please?
If your thugs lay a hand on me, I'll break your neck, Maxon.
We'll see. Throw him out, boys.
It occurred to me as I hit the sidewalk with the back of my head, among other things, that Frank owned a piece of the Club Cuba and that it was a bad place to start a beef with him. I got up piece by piece, counted my arms and legs, and waited a while for Conchita to come out. She didn't. So I felt in my pocket for that $250. It was there. I went home. The next morning, I went to the office and tried all forenoon to get in touch with my Latin-type client at her swank apartment hotel. The Mayflower couldn't locate her. I had a late lunch, and when I got back to the office about 3, there was a little old lady waiting there for me. A lovely little old lady with rosy cheeks and twinkling eyes with a lot of laugh crinkles in the corners of them.
Mr. Rogue?
That's right. You waiting to see me?
Oh, yes, I was. I've been waiting for quite a while, Mr. Rogue. I just had to see you.
Oh, I'll have a chair. Don't tell me you're in trouble.
No. Oh, yes, Mr. Rogue, I am. I'm in trouble because my son is...
Oh? Tell me about it.
Well, there isn't really very much to tell, Mr. Rogue. I know so little about what Norman has been doing. He's always been a little wild, but a few weeks ago he quit his job. And he's had much more money than he ever had before. I know that he's been doing something wrong, Mr. Rogue.
Well, now, Mrs.
Stam.
Mrs. Stam, have you tried talking with him? And
I haven't told you the worst yet, Mr. Rogue.
No?
Last night he came home for the first time in 10 days. Oh, I've just been worried to death about him. And when he came in last night, he was so pale. And I tried to talk with him, but he went right to his room.
Yeah?
He called me after a while, and I went in to see him. And, oh, Mr. Rogue, he had been shot through the shoulder. He was bleeding badly.
Oh, I see.
I asked him to let me call a doctor, and he wouldn't. I know that he'd been shot while he was breaking some law. I took care of him as well as I could, and I think he's going to be all right. I want you to come and talk with Norman tonight, Mr. Rogue.
Well, Mrs. Stam, I'm working on another case right
if you'd
now.
just come out and talk with him, you could advise him what to do. He won't pay any attention to me, and I have to get him straightened out, Mr. Rogue. I have a little money, and...
Where do you live?
In the southwest part of town, at 2673 Spring Lane. Would you come out with me and talk with Norman? I'll pay you for your time, Mr. Rogue.
I'll go with you, Mrs. Stam.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's perfect, all right. But please don't plan on me performing any miracles. If your son was shot during a robbery, he's going to have to go to jail. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know. I only want him to do what's right, Mr. Rogue. I don't want him to do anything foolish.
No, of course you don't. You have a car?
No,
Well, we'll take mine. Come on. Well, you certainly have plenty of privacy out here, Mrs. Stam.
Yes, it's lonesome. But my husband bought it many years ago. He thought then that it would build up out here, but it hasn't.
Did your son know you were coming in to see me?
Oh, no, I didn't tell him. He's right here in the front bedroom, Mr. Rogue. Oh, please try to understand Norman, Mr. Rogue. He's a very sensitive boy.
Oh, all right. I'll take it easy with him.
He's gone!
There was the bed with blood on the sheets where a man's shoulder would have been lying. There was no note. No sign of the wounded boy I'd made the trip to see. The little old lady was almost hysterical. I finally got her calmed down. She made some tea, offered me a cup.
I should never have gone away and left him. I should have known better. He was frightened, Mr. Rowe.
Now, drink your tea, Mrs. Stam. Don't cry. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything for you. We'll find him.
You will help me, won't you, Mr. Rowe?
Oh, of course.
Please drink your tea. Don't you like it?
I love it, yes. It's, it is a little bitter.
It's a special kind my oldest boy sent me from China.
Well, I'm feeling a little woozy.
You are? Well, that's right. That's the way it should be.
You poisoned me, you...
That's right, Mr. Rogue. I did.
My body dissolved before it hit the floor, and a warm breeze wafted me upwards, gently, like a spark out of a chimney. I was drowsy and happy when I hit cloud number 8. I was at peace with the world until I heard that nail-file laugh of my alter ego.
Well, Rogie, that little old lady kind of put you away, didn't she?
Oh, shut up. Let me sleep, midget.
Don't you think you'd better get downstairs and see what's going on?
Why?
Oh, there must be some reason why Mrs. Stam, if that's her name, gave you those knockout drops. Look at you, knocked out by Lavender and old Mickey's. Bright boy.
Why do you suppose she did it, Pest?
Oh, I don't know, but you'd better find out. You're in a jam, Rogie.
Oh, I'll bet that Conchita dame fits in here someplace.
Get out of here, Rogie.
Okay. Don't push, Ugor. You're my friend.
Going down. Going down. Next stop, planet Earth. Last car just leaving.
Cut it out. Oh, look out. Oh, here I go again.
Goodbye, Rogie.
I came to in my car. My gun was gone. I looked for my money. It was still there. I looked at my watch. It was 9:30. I drove to my office, opened the door, and stopped dead in my tracks. There was a dead man lying there in the middle of the floor. He'd been shot at close range through the head. My gun was lying a foot from the body. The gun that had been stolen from me while I was knocked out. I closed the door and leaned up against the wall to think. I was still leaning there when the door opened.
Hello, Rogue. Who's your friend?
Oh, hello. Hello, Lieutenant Urban. What are you doing here?
I got a call telling me you just killed a man.
Yeah? Well, that's Frank Maxon, that defunct character there.
Your gun?
Yeah.
Looks to me like we're going to have to hold you, Rogue. For murder.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. But first, we'd like to remind you that in Marie Antoinette's time, hairdressers stood on ladders in order to dress towering hairstyles. Today, the trend in hair fashions is simplicity, a style that requires shining, immaculately clean hair. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo is ideal to keep your hair looking its loveliest at all times. Made from pure vegetable and coconut oils, it protects the hair from drying and becoming harsh no matter how often you shampoo it. Just a little Fitch's saponified shampoo makes swirls of cleansing, fragrant lather that whisk away every bit of dust and dirt. And the special patented rinsing agent contained in the shampoo ensures the removal of all lather and other particles from the hair, so you won't have to bother with additional after rinses. For a shampoo that assures praise-winning results every time, use Fitch's saponified shampoo. You can have a professional application at your beauty or barber shop, or ask for an economical bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo, 6 full ounces, 50 cents. Now back to Rogue's Gallery. Dick Powell, as Richard Rogue, is telling our story.
What started out to be a very quiet day brought Conchita Morales, the Mexican singer, to my office. She wanted to get some letters back from a Frank Maxon. I went with her to meet Maxon in a cafe, and we had a brawl in front of plenty of witnesses. After I made a few threats, I got thrown out. Next morning, I tried to find Conchita and couldn't. That afternoon, a little old lady came to my office, told me her son Norman Stamm had been wounded in a holdup, and I went with her to her home. When we got there, her son was gone. I drank a cup of tea, which was sweetened with knockout drops, and, I woke up in my car, drove to my office, and walked in to find Maxon, the man I'd threatened, shot to death with my gun. While I was standing there wondering what to do next, Lieutenant Urban of Homicide walked in.
Looks like we're going to have to hold you, Rogue. For murder.
Oh, I didn't kill him.
You threatened him in a cafe last night. Plenty of people heard you.
Where do you get all your information?
The little bird that told me he was dead. That you'd killed him.
Oh, but I just got here. I'd been gone since about 3:30 this afternoon.
Yeah? Maxon looks like he's been dead since about 7. Where were you at 7?
An old lady came in here this afternoon to see me, and I went out to her home with her.
You mean you've got an alibi?
Well, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You either got one or you haven't.
Well, I went out to see this woman's son. He wasn't there when we got there.
So you came back here and killed Maxon. Look, Rogue, somebody phoned Maxon at 6 o'clock and told him to be here at your office at 7.
How do you know so much?
We've been on the case since 7:30, Rogie. Looks like you went a little too far this time.
Look, Urban, I was doped. I've been out of the picture since about 5:30. And while I was out, somebody lifted my gun.
Rogie, just put yourself in my place. I find a guy you threatened to kill dead in your office, shot with your gun.
Yeah.
Then instead of an alibi, you give me a fairy story about wicked old witches and knockout drops. Where does this old lady live? This one that kidnapped you?
Out southwest on Spring Lane. Let's go out there and talk to her, Urban. Okay?
Okay, Rogie. We'll just ride in the squad car, just in case, eh? lights on. There's nobody home. Think we'll go in, Rogie. As long as you say there's a wounded man in here, I don't have to have a warrant. Try the door.
Oh, well, it's unlocked. Come on.
Turn on the lights.
Oh, they don't go on. You got your flashlight?
Yeah. Look, Rogie. The furniture's all covered. There's nobody living in this house.
Urban, come over this way. Let's look in this bedroom.
Are you sure you're all right, Rogie?
Sure. Come on, over here.
Well?
Well, there's not even any furniture in this room.
That's right.
But there was a bed with blood-stained sheets.
I'm sorry, Rogie. They seem to have disappeared with the old lady and your alibi. This house hasn't been lived in for months. Why'd you kill him, Rogie?
Look, Urban, you know me better than to think I'd pull a dumb rub out like that in my office.
Yeah, but there are no fingerprints on that gun but yours, Rogie. And he was killed in your office, and you don't have an alibi. What am I supposed to do? I'm a cop. I've got to believe the evidence.
Oh, sure, I can see it that way. Well, I've been framed by an expert.
Have any ideas?
Some vague ones.
Well, I'm gonna pull up here and get some cigars in that cigar store. If you're not here when I get back, I'll expect you at headquarters in an hour.
Thanks, Urban.
Good luck, Rogie.
Well, hello, Murphy. How's my favorite house detective?
Oh, hello, Rogue. What are you doing here at the Mayflower, huh?
I want to talk with one of your guests, Flatfoot. Do you owe me any favors?
Maybe. What do you want me to do?
Give me the pass key to Conchita Morales' apartment.
You want me walking the streets?
Now, just give me the pass key. And if you hear any shooting, come up.
What's the deal, Rogue?
A little murder. Is she in? Do you know?
Oh, Conchita isn't in. The old lady's up there, though.
The old lady? Look, Murphy, what old lady? I'm looking for an old lady.
Huh? Oh, you mean Conchita's mother? Yeah, she's...
Conchita's mother? Hey, a little old lady about this high. Eyes with lots of laughs in them.
Yeah.
White hair, plump. That Conchita's mother?
Sure it is. Her name's Shay. So's Conchita's.
Huh?
Her real name's Ellen Shay. She's no Mexican dame.
No kidding. Hey, give me your rod and a pass key. No, don't get up. Please, Mrs. Shay. Just keep your seat.
Oh, Mr. Rogue.
Yeah, surprised to see me?
Yes, I am. A little.
I can understand that, Mrs. Shay. You figured me for a murder rap, didn't you?
Please don't point that gun at me.
For some reason or the other, Mrs. Shay, I don't trust you. No. Where's Conchita, or whatever your daughter's name is, that Latin from Manhattan, that phony Mexican...
I won't have you talking that way about my daughter.
What do you expect me to call her? After the two of you framed me for murder.
Murder? Who said that before? What do you mean?
Are you going to drop that act? Murder, I said. And murder's what you framed me for. Now, sit down. Where's Conchita?
I'm expecting her any moment.
Drop that gun, Rogue.
Oh, Tippy, where have you been? I've been waiting for you to come in. He keeps talking about a murder.
I said drop that gun, Rogue.
And why should I drop the gun?
Because if you don't, I'm going to pull the trigger on this one. And it's resting at the back of your neck. Come on, drop it.
Oh, well. Where did you come from?
I was in the kitchen mixing myself a drink, fortunately.
Tippy Tyler, huh? I suppose you're the man Conchita's in love with at the moment.
That's right. They're going to be married, Mr. Rogue.
In the death house, I hope.
It's wishful thinking, Rogue.
The two of you killed Frank Maxon, didn't you?
Killed him? Killed Mr. Maxon? Oh.
No, Rogue. You did, according to the cops and all the evidence.
You were Frank's right-hand man before he went up, weren't you, Tippy?
Mm-hmm.
He kind of took over while he was gone.
Go on, talk, Rogue. I'm just figuring out what I'm going to do with you.
Oh, Conchita.
Hello, Mama.
What are you doing here, Senor Rogue?
He's making things difficult, Angel. I just dropped in for a little chat about a house out on Spring Lane and a wounded man who wasn't there and a murdered man in my office. That's all. It was a very nice job of framing me, Conchita, Ella, and Shay. And you can drop that broken-down accent.
Okay, Mr. Rogue, smart guy. What happened? Who was murdered?
You ought to know. You helped to plan it.
I did not. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been arranging things for us, Conchita. Frank Maxon is dead. Your mother helped arrange it.
I didn't know what I was doing, Conchita. Honest, I didn't know.
That's a lie, and you know it. You and your daughter end this thing too far to get out now unless you smart up fast.
There's too much talk going on in here. Maxon's dead. He was found dead in Rogue's office, shot with Rogue's gun. Rogue's as good as burned for it.
Mama, did you kill him? No, I didn't, Conchita.
Look, sweetheart, everybody heard Rogue threaten Maxon last night. It was our chance to get rid of him.
Conchita, listen to me. This Chisler's got you all fouled up in a murder, baby. You'll fry for it.
I don't know anything about a murder. He killed him. He killed Max. My Conchita knows nothing at all.
Stop being chumps, will you? You're both in this with me. You helped me frame Rogue for it. With Maxon gone, I'm the biggest operator in town. All we have to do is kill Rogue, and we've got the world by the tail.
You'll all go to the chair for it. You can't get away with killing me.
I'm going to kill you, Rogue, right now. If you've got anything to say, say it. Because here it comes, fall guy.
The little old lady picked up my gun and let Tippy have it right between the eyes. He never knew what hit him. The house dick came charging in, and she told him the whole story. Tippy owned that house she took me to. He framed it with the old lady to get me out of the way, giving her some cock-and-bull story about wanting to search my apartment. She pleaded guilty to giving me the knockout drops, but denied, knowing that he was framing me for murder. And as long as she saved my life and gave me an alibi for the time of the murder, I believed her. The judge let her off with a suspended sentence at my request. Conchita was very grateful to me. And when Conchita, she was grateful, oh, the angel she sing. Oh, brother. This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Don't I meet some lovely people in these stories? They love murder like Richard Rogue loves money, and it makes a very happy combination. Ray Buffum wrote the story, Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. But don't forget, you've got a date with us all next Thursday night. We've got a story for you about blackmail, intrigue, and sudden death. We call it Eve and the Apple. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time. Oh, and by the way, be sure to see Dick Powell in his newest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. And as I was saying, don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Removes dandruff the first time it is used. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is the only shampoo whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance companies. This statement can be made by no other shampoo. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet's good counter, barber, or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Ralph Dean, Johnny, mono guarantee.
Oh, hiya, Ralph. How are things?
Rough. My wife could kill me, Johnny.
For the insurance?
No, just for kicks, because she's mad, because she wanted a mink coat.
In short, she's a woman.
I couldn't buy her a mink. I don't make that kind of money. You know how it is in the insurance game.
Oh, sure, I know, Ralph. You're down to your last yatch.
So what happens yesterday? I lose 80 mink coats, silver blue, worth $100,000. Gone, snatched, disappeared.
Warehouse robbery?
Check. Bandley Furriers out in Los Angeles. My wife's about to blow her stack. She says if I can't afford one fur coat for her, then how come I can pay for 80 of them that I haven't even got? How do you reason with a woman, Johnny?
I never try. Usually I just send flowers.
I've already done that. She ran them through the garbage disposer. So now what do I do?
Buy some more flowers.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, 4312 Spring Street, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Silver Blue matter. Item 1, $152.40, telephone and incidentals and transportation to Los Angeles. I called the Mono Guarantee agent out there before I left and got a brief rundown on the case. Among other things, I learned that a man I'd known and worked with before, Detective Lieutenant Raymond Garcia, had been put in charge. And with Garcia on hand, I knew I could count on cooperation by the police. But I still wasn't expecting quite as much as I got.
Flight 12 for Las Vegas, Salt Lake, Minneapolis, and Chicago, now loading at...
I knocked over the fur joint myself, Johnny.
Garcia.
The only way we get to see you.
How have you been?
Overworked, underpaid, frustrated, disillusioned, unappreciated. In other words, fine. Got your luggage yet?
It's coming right there.
Good. We ought to get moving. I've got a squad car outside.
What's all the rush?
We've got a guy downtown in the hospital I figured you'd want to talk to.
Well, he'll wait, won't he?
He'd probably like to, if he had any choice.
He's dying?
Kind of looks that way. He's one of the 2 night watchmen the gang slugged when they broke into the warehouse. And he's our big one, Johnny. He's all we've got.
Has he been able to talk?
A couple of sentences during the night. He's got to talk.
What do you mean?
He's the only one who got a look at them.
When he did talk, what did he say?
Gibberish, mostly. He did say one thing, though. They were kids. Just a gang of kids.
Oh, that's going to make it rougher.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
What do you mean?
You'll find out later, Johnny. Come on, let's go.
We took the freeway into town with the accelerator floorboarded and the sirens screaming. Racing against time and against dying. Weaving in and out through the four-wheel madness that Los Angeles calls traffic. And then the other side of the coin. The solemn quiet of hospital corridors. The calm voices of the nurses. And the blank hardness of sterile white walls. We sat there beside a bed and waited for a man to talk or to die. But the slow minutes passed, and he still did neither. So we waited.
Guess that shot the doctor gave him is not going to have any effect.
Apparently not.
It's a crazy world, Johnny.
No, just the people in it.
I mean, yesterday, we'd never even heard of this guy.
I still don't know his name.
And 24 hours later, here we are. A couple of strangers. Sitting around watching him die.
It's here on his chart at the head of the bed. Albert Christman.
Strangers. Not even family or friends. He didn't have any family or friends. He lived alone in a furnished room. Worked alone, too, except for one partner. So, a gang of punks jump him and bust his head open. I'm a bad cop, Johnny. I get sentimental about things like this.
How'd they work it, Garcia?
It's a warehouse district. The streets are practically deserted at night. A police prowl car checks the street once about every 40 minutes, and they hit at 1:10 a.m., 3 minutes after the police had passed.
Sounds professional.
No, just a smart bunch of kids. The only fur they seemed to know was mink. They passed up a dozen or so chinchillas worth twice as much.
How'd they get in?
I don't know. Chrisman hasn't been able to tell us. They must have tricked him into opening the door.
What about Chrisman's partner?
He was making his rounds. They slipped up behind him, slugged him. He didn't see them. He didn't know what hit him.
And nobody outside in the street saw anything? Saw them leave with the furs or anything?
Nope. Or if they did, they're not saying anything. Oh, it's a rough one, Johnny. We haven't got a thing to go on.
Except Chrisman here.
The shape he's in, that's only a straw.
If he recognized any of them, if he lives long enough to identify...
At least the poor devil can groan.
I don't know. I think he's closer to being conscious right now than he's been in the last hour.
Maybe you're right.
Chrisman?
Water? He wants a drink.
Here you go. That enough? You want some more?
Who are you? This is Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator from Hartford. I'm Lieutenant Garcia, L.A. Police.
Warehouse. The kid.
It's all right now. You're in the hospital now. It's going to be all right.
My head.
Do you feel like answering a few questions, Mr. Chrisman? It won't take long. Those kids, how did they get in?
Telegram.
Telegram?
He showed me the telegram through the window.
Yes.
When I opened the door, one of them hit me.
Did you get a look at the boy who showed you the telegram?
Yes. I saw him.
Yeah?
18, 19.
What did he look like?
5'9", 10. Dark skin. Black hair.
How was he dressed?
Dark jacket. Hard to think.
Any scars? Anything unusual about him?
No. My head.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes.
Any of the others?
No. The only one. There was a mark on his arm.
What kind of a mark?
My head. Oh, my head.
What kind of a mark on his arm?
Hurts too bad.
Well, that's that.
Yeah, he's passed out again. Well, we got a description.
Only one thing wrong with it.
What?
Right in that area, there are about 50,000 kids who fit it.
I talked with Mr. Banley, owner of the Furs. Then Garcia and I went down to the warehouse. It stood on the fringe of the river bottom section, fronting the railroad yards, and backed up by block after block of weather-beaten slum shacks. We looked through the warehouse, at the racks where the furs had hung, watchman's office where the gang had entered, but knew while we did it that we were only going through the motions. The police technicians had already been over the place inch by inch, and they'd found exactly nothing. Finally, we stepped out the door into the street. A drab gray street, cluttered with things cast off and discarded. Dusty and hollow.
There's the story of this whole district down here, Johnny. Right there in that stuff.
Yeah.
It's a backwash, a service yard. It's something you need but don't like to look at, so you shove it out of sight. People you need but don't want around. It's the same with them.
You grew up down here, didn't you, Garcia?
Yeah, I grew up down here. That's why they gave me this case. I know this section inside out. And that's why I told you this one was going to be tough.
I think I get the general idea.
Those kids came from that slum there to the east. One gets you 9 on that. The people who live there aren't on our side, Johnny.
If they do know anything, they won't talk, is that it?
They wouldn't tell a cop the time of day. I don't mean they're criminals. Most of them aren't. It's just that they always put themselves on the other side.
What about juvenile gangs? Do they operate around here?
There are dozens of them. And there's another thing. A few of these gangs are pretty rough, and people who might talk don't because they're scared to. Oh, it's a great setup, Johnny. A fine place to look for $100 grand in furs.
You know, I've been thinking about the fact that they knew exactly the time to hit. They must have staked out here somewhere.
Sure, and probably right in the place you're thinking.
Hey, that lunchroom across the street?
Well, they had to be inside, or the prowl car would have seen them. That's the only place open at night.
Did you shake it down?
Like I told you, Johnny, they won't give us the time of day.
Uh-huh. What about me having a go at it?
Yeah, maybe they wouldn't smell cop on you quite so strong. The owner's name is Red Wellers. He was on that night. See what you can get out of him if you want.
I think I will.
By the way, Johnny, I know you insurance guys make deals sometimes, no questions asked, just to get the loot back.
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, before you make any deal on this one, you better remember one thing. Chrisman may die.
What do you say, Mac?
Save your money.
What do you want? Coffee?
Yeah, I guess so. How's business?
$1.02 a day. Farther in the hole. Want cream?
No, I'll drink it black.
Want a sinker with it?
No, thanks. Are you Red Wellers?
So that's it.
What do you mean?
You're in that fur case, ain't you?
Maybe.
I thought you was the same one, but I couldn't be sure seeing you across the street. You come up with that cop Garcia a while ago, didn't you?
That's right. I'm an insurance investigator.
Well, you come to the wrong address, mister. I don't know nothing about nothing.
Who was in the lunchroom here just before the robbery?
I don't remember.
Any young kids here?
No. It was all old men with long beards.
I see.
10 cents for the coffee.
Yeah, they got you real scared, haven't they? Haven't they?
I don't know any days.
All right, look. You know Crispin, the watchman over at the warehouse.
He comes in.
He didn't know any days either.
What about it?
Nothing. Except he's dying. I'm at the Wilkins Hotel if you change your mind. Room 312, Johnny Dollar.
Sorry, I don't see no use of me dying, too. Follow me, Mac?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, fear stalks the streets, closing the mouths of a sullen and suspicious people, terrifying a lonely girl, and bringing death in a dusty alley. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Red. Red Wallace, remember?
Sure. You run that lunchroom across the street from the warehouse that was robbed last night.
Yeah, that's right. Now, look, Dollar, supposing I tell you what I know about it. What's going to happen to me?
Nothing. As long as you weren't mixed up in it yourself.
No. I mean the papers and the cops. If it gets out I talked to you, I won't last 24 hours.
I think I can take care of that. What do you know about it, Red?
That depends on what it's worth to you.
I see.
I'll have to sell out, get away from this section, so I'll need some dough. You follow me?
All right. I'll see you taken care of. Now, just what is it you got?
No, I ain't safe. I'm talking from a booth. You stay right there at your hotel. I'll see you in a half hour.
Right.
Just you. No cops. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Beck.
Mr. Beck?
6 quarts of milk and 2 pounds of butter. Sure, right away. Thanks, Mr. Beck. Goodbye.
Hello.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To the Home Office, Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silver Blue matter. Expense account continued. Item 4, 20 cents. A phone call to my friend Lieutenant Garcia of the L.A. Police and a call to Queen of the Angels Hospital. Albert Chrisman, the night watchman who was slugged by the gang of teenage hoodlums during the warehouse robbery, was still unconscious. And Chrisman, unless Red Weller was ready to talk now, was the only lead I had toward finding $100,000 worth of silver blue mink coats. I waited 2 hours and a half for Red Weller, but he didn't show. Item 5, $2.85. Taxi to the warehouse district at the south end of the railroad yards. It was night by now, and the area was almost deserted. A lost, lonely district, shabby and worn even in the softening darkness, and haunted now by fear. The only lights in the block were those shining from the windows of the warehouse office and from Weller's lunchroom across the street. Good evening.
Hello. What would you like, sir?
Cup of coffee, I guess.
Oh, you're lucky. I just made some fresh.
Good.
Would you like some cream?
No, thanks. No, that'll be fine.
Is it foggy out?
Yeah, a little. Not bad, though. Hey, this coffee's all right. You're a good cook.
Thanks. The boss always has me make it when I'm here. He says I do it better than he does.
I'll bet you do. Is the boss around, by the way?
No, he called me and said he had to go out. That's why I'm working. I'm on in the daytime mostly.
Do you have any idea where he might be?
No, he had to go somewhere, I guess. What'd you want to see him about?
He wanted to see me. Do you know where he lives?
Well, he's got an apartment over on Marina. It's about 8 blocks from here.
Think he'd be there?
No, he wasn't going home. He was going out somewhere. He acted kind of strange. I don't know what he was going to do. May I ask just what business you're in?
Insurance.
Oh.
I'm a special investigator.
What do you mean?
I'm working for the company that insured those furs.
Oh.
The furs that were stolen the night before last from the warehouse across the street. Something wrong?
Oh, no. No, of course not. I don't know what you mean.
Oh? Can I help you gather up that silverware?
Oh, no, that's all right. I don't know what happened. Just careless, I guess.
Yeah. Do you live around here somewhere?
Well, yes, on Dalton, 3 blocks up.
What's your name?
Carla Monte. Why are you asking?
How long have you worked here, Carla?
About a year.
Do many teenagers hang out here?
What do you mean?
Kids, 17, 18, 19. Do many of them come in here for coffee, hamburgers?
Well, sometimes, yeah. I've never noticed much.
Know any of them?
No. I don't know any of their names.
Are you sure?
I don't ask them their names. Did I ask you your name?
It's Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
Well, I still didn't ask you. If you want to tell me
What are you scared of, Carla?
Nothing. I'm not scared.
You're not?
Of course not. Why would I be scared?
For the same reason your boss is, Red Weller. He was scared when he talked to me this afternoon and when he phoned me later.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. That's why he didn't come to my hotel. He was afraid to. And why did you drop that silverware when I told you who I am? Because you're scared half to death.
No.
What's the matter with you people down here? What are you doing, crawling into a hole because a half-grown gang of hoodlums starts throwing their weight around?
You don't understand.
Then suppose you tell me about it. Do you think that's any kind of an answer in the long run? To pull the covers up over your eyes and let them do as they please and just keep hoping they'll leave you alone? All you're doing is making things worse.
Oh, you don't know how it is. You don't have to live here.
No, I don't have to live here, but I know how it is. Because I've seen it in other places where the mobs manage to take over. And if you let it happen here, then you'll really have something to be scared of.
Maybe they've already taken over.
Oh, a bunch of kids with a gripe on running in packs so they feel safe? Is that the kind of mob you mean, Carla?
No.
They're not a mob yet, but they will be if they're not stopped. It seems to me you'd have some sense of responsibility to them, if nobody else.
Maybe if other people had a sense of responsibility, kids wouldn't have to grow up in a place like this. Have you ever thought of that, Mr. Dollar?
Yeah, I've thought of it. But it doesn't hold water.
You'd think so if you lived here.
All right, so it's a slum district. And sure, these kids start out with a strike on them. But that's a pretty weak excuse for joining up at criminal bands and terrorizing a whole neighborhood, for slugging people and looting warehouses.
Yes, I know.
Most of them find other answers. It's only a small minority that turns to crime. But if you let them get away with it, others will join them and they'll grow until finally it's too late. Well, Carla, still nothing to tell me?
I can't. I just can't.
I see. Well, there's a quarter for the coffee. Keep the change. Good night, Carla.
Wait.
Yeah?
Mr. Dollar. Suppose I knew someone who might be able to help you. I mean, who might know something about the robbery. Innocently, of course. If you talk to this person and they agreed to help you, could you keep them out of it?
Depends on the circumstances. I do all I could, that much I promise.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
You're not sure of what?
Of you. Oh, I know better when I stop and think, but I've lived in this neighborhood too long. Lived with these people and...
I'm bound by the law like any other citizen, and I won't break it to help somebody cover up a criminal act. But I figure it's up to me sometimes to decide whether a thing is a criminal act. And if a person seems to deserve it, well, I can be pretty lenient.
You promise? What you just said?
Yes, I promise.
I've got to trust you. I've got to trust someone.
Do you know such a person, Carla?
Yes.
Do you know where to find them?
I think so. Well, I'm sure they'll be at one of 2 or 3 places. Not very far from here.
And who is this person?
Someone who grew up around here. A boy. 19.
What boy?
My brother.
Expense account item 7, $2.70, taxi. We went first to Carla's apartment where she lived with her brother, but there was no one there. Then we checked out a drive-in a few blocks away, a teenage hangout. No luck. Finally, we tried a pool hall down south of the yards, just off Alameda Street. It was our last hope.
I know he comes here. It's not a good place for him, but a lot of the other kids do, too. And he wants to belong.
Yeah, sure. Everybody does, in one way or another.
Oh, gosh, it'd have been different if our folks had lived, but well, our boy just won't take orders from his sister.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead.
Thanks. Let's see. Well, if he's not here, then I just don't know where he... Oh, wait. There he is. Down near the corner. The one with the dark curly hair.
All right, come on. Take it easy. Just tell him I'm a friend of yours and you want to talk to him. We'll get him off to one side.
Oh, whatever you say. Eddie.
Yeah? Oh, what are you doing here, Carla?
Eddie, this is Mr. Dollar, a friend of mine. I wonder if we could talk to you for a moment.
What about?
Well,
you know better than to come in a joint like this.
But I want to talk to you, Eddie.
You can talk to me at home. Now, go on, get her out of here, will you, mister?
It might be a good idea if you listen to her first.
I thought it was her that wanted to talk to me. Go on, get her out of here.
All right, if you'll go with us.
What for? I like it here. It's a nice place.
Yeah? At least it's better than San Quentin.
What are you talking about?
A warehouse robbery, $100,000 worth of furs. I understand you may know something about it. Innocently, of course.
I thought you said this guy was a friend of yours.
Well, that's right, Eddie. He's just...
Who is he?
He's an insurance investigator.
Oh, so that's the pitch.
She's promised to help, Eddie. If you'll tell him whatever you know, he'll protect
Knock
you.
Knock it off, Carla. Now, look, mister. I don't know nothing about nothing. I never even heard of no fur robbery. So take her with you and get out of here.
This may be your last chance to get off before the boat sinks, Eddie.
You're not leaving, huh? All right, then I'll leave.
Eddie!
Let him go. We can't force him to talk.
I don't know, Mr. Dollar. I don't understand him.
I do. Item 8, 10 cents. Phone call from the pool hall to Lieutenant Garcia at police headquarters. He said there was no change in Albert Chrisman's condition yet. He was still holding on, and he still hadn't talked. But there had been another new development, a big one. And when I joined Carla in the taxi outside, she knew it by the look on my face.
What's wrong, Mr. Dollar?
Now, look. How sure are you that your brother wasn't mixed up in that robbery?
Well,
I want the truth.
I'm afraid he was mixed up in it.
Then brace yourself, Carla. Your boss, Red Weller, who was going to tell me what he knew about it, was found murdered in an alley an hour ago.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a lonely, broken-hearted girl, a blood-stained shirt, and a fight with a cornered rat. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Wake you up, Johnny?
Oh, Garcia. No, just finished breakfast.
Oh, you special investigators do live. Suppose that insurance company of yours could put me on expense account?
Maybe. If you found that $100,000 worth of stolen furs.
Just a matter of time, Johnny.
Now you're talking like a police lieutenant.
How soon can you come down here to headquarters?
What's up? Has the watchman talked?
Chrisman? No, he's still in a coma. But I want to know some more about that kid you mentioned on the phone last night.
Eddie Monty.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That was told to me in confidence.
Look, Johnny, I'm going to talk to you like a policeman for a minute. A man named Weller was knifed to death last night. You told me yourself his death is probably tied in with that warehouse robbery. Another man is dying at Queen of the Angels. So, confidence or no confidence, I want to know about that kid.
All right, Garcia. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To the Home Office Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silver Blue Matter. Expense account continued. Item 10, $1.45. Taxi from my hotel to the police headquarters office of Lieutenant Garcia. The early morning fog was starting to lift, and the city sprawled beneath a slate-gray sky. The filtered sun should have softened things, but didn't. Gray sun, gray world, drab and dreary, and a case to match. Teenagers, not a gang of hardened criminals. A bunch of wild kids who'd broken into a warehouse and stolen 80 fur coats, silver blue mink. A night watchman had been slugged and lay dying in the hospital. And a lunchroom owner named Red Weller had been stabbed to death the night before. So it couldn't be called kid stuff. That term doesn't apply to murder.
Run those 4 cards through, Joe. See what you can make on them.
Thanks.
Come on into the office, Johnny. This madhouse out here get you frazzled before you know it.
Oh, you police detectives have it pretty soft, Garcia.
That's news to me.
Teletypes, photo files, record cards, crime labs. How'd you like to try working alone?
On your expense account, I could suffer the hardship. Now, let's go in here. Have a seat, Johnny.
Thanks.
Yeah. Did I put the fear of the Lord in you on the phone?
You were real impressive.
Well, the chief was breathing down my neck.
Then I'll stop trembling.
Kidding aside, Johnny, I've got to know just how that Monte boy figures in this.
Did I say he even figured in it at all?
No. You just wanted some information on him. But he figures all right. You didn't come out here from Hartford to look up the nephew of an old friend.
Oh, I've done crazier things at times.
He's got a record. You know that?
No.
Petty stuff. No convictions. Gang brawls, auto pilfering, vandalism, intoxication. Interrogative attitude, sullen, hostile, antisocial. Yeah, that's quite a nephew you've got, Johnny.
Black sheep of the family.
What's the story? How did you get onto this kid?
Look, amigo, I made a promise on this. I hate to break it.
It's murder, Johnny.
This kid's sister worked for Red Weller in that lunchroom across the street from the warehouse. Her name is Carla Monty. She's 5 years older than he is. They live together. Their parents are dead.
So?
So I put some pressure on her, and she told me she thought her brother Eddie might know something about the robbery. She took me to a pool room to meet him.
How was he supposed to have known about it? Hearsay?
No. She admitted later that she suspected him of being mixed up in it himself. Things he'd said, the way he acted. She asked me to help her try to keep him out of trouble.
I think he's already in trouble, Johnny.
Yeah, so do I. And I think she does, too.
What did he have to say when you talked to him in the pool hall?
Several things, but they added up to 2 words. Get out. When I wouldn't, he did.
Why do you think Red Weller was killed, Johnny?
Well, I think those kids used his lunchroom as a lookout post to spot the prowl car that was patrolling that area. As soon as it passed, they pulled the job.
It figures all right.
I think Red realized it when he thought back and knew who the kids were. I think that's what he was going to tell me.
So they found out what he was up to and knocked him off to shut his mouth.
Yeah, it adds up, Garcia.
Oh. Now, tell me about her.
Carla? What's to tell? She's just a girl, like millions of others. Decent, hardworking, and real sweet. But there's something about her, something special. I don't know what, I don't know the words to use, but... Well, it's there. You feel it. And she's kept it somehow. In spite of everything.
I guess I know what you mean.
Do you?
I told you once, Johnny, I grew up in that district. I know how rough it is.
Well, maybe it's even worse for a girl.
It is. I know. I had a sister.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She was a lot like this girl Carla once. Then the district got to her, and she got to be more like Carla's brother.
What happened to her?
1 to 5. Possession of narcotics. A couple of other pretty rough charges. She died in Tehachapi prison 7 years ago.
I'm sorry, Garcia.
Yeah. I don't want to see this girl Carla hurt any more than you do, Johnny. Maybe the hurt will break her, make her lose that something special. But I've still got to pick up her brother and bring him in for questioning.
Expense account item 11, $1.90. Taxi to the Weller lunchroom to see Carla Monty. Lieutenant Garcia had a police detail checking known fences and borderline dealers specializing in furs. But so far, none of those contacted had been approached by any member of the warehouse gang. Albert Chrisman, the night watchman who had been slugged during the robbery, was still in a coma, unable to talk. So Carla remained my best, in fact, my only lead to the case. The lunchroom was closed. I paid off the taxi, walked 3 blocks to Carla's apartment and house, climbed the stairs, and knocked on her door.
Yes? Who is it?
Johnny Dollar. I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, all right. Just a moment. Come in, Johnny.
What were you expecting? A major invasion?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm expecting.
Easy, Carla, easy. It's not the end of the world.
Eddie didn't come home last night.
Oh?
I tried, Johnny. I tried to be a mother and father both to him. What did I do wrong?
Well, that's the kind of question that doesn't always have an answer. Have you got a drink in the house?
Have I what?
Got anything to drink?
Well, there's some brandy, I think.
All right, get it.
Well, I don't know if it's a good brand or
It
not.
doesn't matter. Bring 2 glasses. Pour out a couple of stiff ones.
No, I don't
Go ahead and pour them, 2 of them.
All right.
Is this a snapshot of Eddie when he was younger?
Yeah. He was in junior high school then. It was taken at summer camp when he won a medal for swimming. And that was the only year I could afford to send him. Here you are, John.
Thanks. All right, here's a go.
Oh, I don't think
Now drink it, all of it.
All right.
Good. You needed that.
Where do you think he is, Johnny? What's happened to him?
Carla, you're going to have to face it sooner or later, and I kind of think now is the time.
What do you mean?
You've been worried sick for fear your brother would get into some kind of trouble. And you had reason to worry. It's finally happened.
No.
He's in trouble, all right. Plenty of trouble. You're not the only one looking for him.
Who else is? Who do you mean, Johnny?
The police. There's an APB out. They want him for questioning in connection with the robbery and with the murder of Red Weller.
Oh, no. Eddie wouldn't kill anyone.
Maybe not, but somebody did. Some member of the gang that robbed the warehouse. And it looks very much as if Eddie is a member.
Yes. I suppose he is.
Now, look, Carla. Is there anything you haven't told me about the robbery, I mean?
No. I was just suspicious, that's all.
Because if there is, let's have it. It's too late to protect him now. The sooner he's taken into custody, the less likelihood of his getting any even deeper.
He was out that night. He didn't come home until almost morning. I was worried about it, but I knew it wouldn't do any good to ask him.
Do you know who was with him that night?
No.
Who would be the most likely ones to go along on a deal like that?
Any of them. Any of those he's been running around with lately.
Any idea where they hang out mostly?
Well, just those 2 places I took you to last night. That drive-in and the pool hall.
Look, if they did pull that robbery, where do you suppose they take the furs?
Well, I don't know.
Does Eddie have a car?
No, but some of the other boys do.
Uh-huh. Carla, would you mind if I looked through Eddie's room?
No, I don't mind. It doesn't matter. I guess nothing much matters now. It's gone so far that...
Wait.
It's Eddie. He has his own key.
All right, take it easy now.
Be careful, Johnny.
Sis, you're gonna have to... What the devil are you doing here?
Looking for you, Eddie.
Yeah? What for?
I think you know.
Eddie, you've got to give yourself up.
Shut up. Because I got you to thank for this jam. This insurance dick comes around, romances you up a little, and you sell me right down the river.
That's not true.
How'd you know you were in a jam, Eddie?
I got friends in this neighborhood. They keep me posted.
Did the same friends tell you Red Weller was about to make a deal to talk?
You're whistling in the dark, Dollar.
Maybe. I imagine Garcia will find out, though, when he gets you down to headquarters.
Get your hand off that phone.
Oh, so you've got a gun.
Eddie, don't. Please.
Keep out of this. Move back against that wall, Dollar. Put your hands flat against that wall. You keep them there. Give me some clothes, Carla. Come on, make it fast.
What are you going to do, Eddie?
I say give me some clothes.
All right, Eddie. You're wrong, though. You're making a big mistake, Eddie. It's no use running. You'll only... Eddie.
What's the matter?
Down there in the street. A police car just pulled up.
You're lying. Stay where you are, Dollar. I'd kill you, Carla. You're the one that brought him here. Trying to let him trap me. I think I'll pull a bullet in you before I leave.
You fire one shot and you won't have a chance. They'll be in here before you can get out of the hallway. You better make up your mind, Eddie. Well, you've still got time.
Stay where you are, Dollar. I'll try to come after me.
Eddie, please. Give yourself up, Eddie. Stop him, Johnny.
I'm afraid it's a little late.
Why did you let him go?
There was no choice, Carla. He'd have killed you if I'd moved. Well, you'd better give me that list of his friends. The police will want it.
Heaven help him.
Yeah. That's about all that can help him now.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a police net tightens and traps a frightened rat. A boy sobs in a jail cell. And an innocent man dies quietly in his sleep. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Garcia, Johnny. Are the boys in the police car still there?
There are 3 police cars here now. They've searched the apartment house from top to bottom.
Any luck?
No, Eddie got away. I didn't dare make a move to stop him. He was going to shoot his sister.
Well, we'll get him, Johnny. Don't worry about it.
I don't intend to. My job now is to locate $100,000 worth of stolen furs, not to go after Eddie Monty.
It's the same job, isn't it?
Probably. Did you see that list of his friends Carla gave me?
I just put out an APB to bring them in.
Good. They weren't all in on that warehouse robbery, but some of them were.
If they were, we'll tag them. We've got an interrogation room down here to sort the sheep from the goats.
Yeah, I know. But first you gotta catch your goats.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California. To the Home Office, Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silver Blue matter. Expense account continued. Item 12, 2 cents for the way I felt. I hung up the phone and walked to the window, stood there looking out into the street. The police were leaving the apartment to carry their search for fugitive Eddie Monty into wider territory. And Eddie's sister, Carla, sat huddled in a corner, forlorn, beaten, broken-hearted. From the window, too, the view was anything but cheerful. Dirty, cluttered streets lined by row on row of sagging tenements, drab and gray in the weakening light of late afternoon. This was the slums that had spawned Eddie Monty, raised and nurtured him, made him into a member of a gang, and had now sent him fleeing from the police with a gun in his hand. And the same slum had bred the others of the gang who'd robbed a warehouse of 80 silver blue mink coats, slugged night watchman Albert Grisman into a near-death coma, and had murdered a man who'd tried to give them away.
Why, Johnny? What got into him? Why is he ending up this way?
I wish I could tell you, Carla.
I did something wrong. That's it, of course, but what?
Forget it. You did all you could.
It wasn't enough.
Well, sometimes nothing is enough. And nobody knows exactly why.
I loved him. I never thought of him as just a nuisance of a kid brother, the way a lot of girls do.
Now, look. You did more than anybody could expect. You were a pretty young kid when your folks died. Too young to have to take on the responsibility of raising a teenage brother.
But I tried. I tried hard. And I thought I was doing all right until lately. But now there's...
So it didn't work. And what's happened is breaking your heart. Well, that can't be changed. But just remember this one thing. You did the best you could. And that's all anybody can do. So don't blame yourself.
Tell me something, Johnny.
Yeah?
You're wearing a gun. I don't think Eddie knew it when he ran from here. Maybe you couldn't have used it to disarm him.
Not when he was on the verge of killing you.
But you could have drawn it and killed him. He was careless. He gave you several chances. Why didn't you?
I don't know.
Thank you, Johnny.
I'd like to look through Eddie's room, if you don't mind.
All right. I'll go with you. This way. It's down the hall.
Thanks.
Oh, somehow I still can't believe it. Not the killing, at least. Eddie is just not that kind.
Well, a kid gets under pressure sometimes and gets pushed overboard. Maybe we'll know more when they pick him up.
What if he tries to resist arrest?
You know the answer to that.
Oh, I hope he doesn't. Well, here it is. This has been Eddie's room since he was 13. It ought to tell something.
The main thing at the moment is to find something that tells where he might go to hide out. And I've also got $100,000 worth of furs to locate.
You go ahead and look around. Whatever you want.
Okay, thanks.
I'll be in the living room. You call me if you want me.
For the sake of company, I switched on a beat-up record player in the corner. And I looked at 6 years of a boy's life, accumulated in one room. Comic books, hot rod magazines, school mementos, knickknacks, photographs. Junk mostly to anybody but the owner. I went through all of it, then through the drawers and chests and through his clothes. Nothing. I looked over the photographs stuck in the mirror tacked on the wall. Some of the names on the boys' pictures were the same as those on the list Carla had given to the police. There were a few pictures of girls and a lot of pictures of hot rods. I picked up an envelope of loose photographs lying on the dresser. They were views of a second-hand panel truck, and in all of the pictures, Eddie was standing beside the truck with obvious pride of ownership. One of the views showed the front license plate. I turned the envelope over. The film had been developed less than 2 weeks before. I called Carla back into the room and asked her about it.
No, I didn't know he had a car, or a truck, rather.
It may not be his, but I'll lay odds that it is. That look on his face is a dead giveaway.
I don't know. He sure kept it a secret. He never brought it here once.
Do you recognize the background in those pictures?
No, I don't. It looks like a storage yard or an industrial place of some kind, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd call it that. Do you mind if I take these with me?
Of course not. But why?
The gang had to use something to haul those furs away from the warehouse.
But if Eddie was keeping the truck a secret from me, it was because he was planning to use it for the robbery.
That one or some other one.
Johnny, he was in on it all along.
Look, Carla, I've got a hunch Eddie is the leader of that gang.
Oh, no.
I think the truck was used in the robbery, and I think when we find it, we'll find the furs and we'll find Eddie. See you later, Carla. Expense account item 13, $1.85. Taxi fare from Carla's apartment to the police headquarters office of Lieutenant Garcia.
Come in. Oh, Johnny, I've been trying to locate you.
Oh, what's up?
We picked up 2 of those kids on Carla Monte's list. Friends of Eddie's.
Wow, that's a start.
Not with one of them. He's in the clear. Perfect alibi. We have something on the other one, though. Want to help me talk to him?
Yeah, sure. Oh, say, here are some photographs I picked up in Eddie's room a while ago. We should take a look at them, Garcia.
All right, let's see them.
The pictures were taken about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Now, if this truck is his sister doesn't know about it.
Yeah, he sure got that owner look on his face.
Yeah, he sure has. That second one there shows the license number, see?
Yeah, I see it. You think they might have used this in the robbery, Johnny?
It's a possibility. And we're not exactly swamped with angles. I was wondering, too, if you happen to recognize that background behind the truck.
No, but it looks like it might be down in that area somewhere, the warehouse district.
Look, why don't you get some copies made, circulate them, and see if any of your boys can tag the place.
Oh, you insurance dicks do get ideas sometimes.
Oh, you'd be amazed.
All right, I'll do it. And now let's go down and talk to that kid.
Interrogation room 519 was on the 5th floor. Bare walls painted gray, a businesslike room without a doorman or compromise. Furnished only with a necessary table, chairs, and lights. We stopped in the anteroom and looked in through the one-way glass window. The boy waited alone at the interrogation table, trying to put up a tough, defiant front, but failing by the tremble of a lip and the occasional flick of his eyes.
Well, let's go in. Get it over with.
The kid stiffened when he heard the door open, but he didn't turn around. He just sat there at the table, braced and waiting.
You can take that chair at the side, Johnny.
Okay, thanks.
What's your name?
You already know it.
I said, what's your name?
Mario Santoris.
That's your right name?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Roxman Place, my aunt.
Ever been arrested before, Mario?
No.
Hey, you've got kind of a bad memory, haven't you?
Why?
September of last year. Arrest made by Officer C.J. Barton. Charge, possession of stolen articles. Hubcap, 2 autoradios, 1 camera.
I wasn't convicted.
I asked if you'd ever been arrested. Not convicted.
It was a frame-up. I didn't have any evidence.
No, apparently not. Witnesses for the prosecution refused to testify. Case dismissed. Here. What are you going to claim this time, Mario? Another frame-up?
I don't know why you brought me in here. I don't know anything about anything.
That bad memory again, huh?
I just don't know what you're talking about.
It's lucky for us that Eddie Monty had such a good memory, isn't it?
Yes.
What about Eddie? Huh? What do you mean?
Is he a friend of yours?
I know him.
He's got a fine memory, that boy. Too bad you can't remember things the way he does.
What are you talking about?
Oh, that's true, all right. Eddie remembers everything that happened. What he did, what Mario did.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, that's because of your bad memory, Mario. Why, Eddie remembers the name of every boy who was in on that job and just what each one of them did.
What job?
That warehouse robbery. Have you forgotten about that?
I don't know anything about any robbery.
Well, there's been a lot of talk. At least you've heard about it, haven't you?
I don't know anything about it.
Maybe you've just forgotten.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When did you see Eddie last?
I don't remember.
Have you seen him since the robbery?
No.
How can you be sure? You said you hadn't heard of any robbery.
I haven't.
Still, you haven't seen Eddie since the robbery.
Well,
Come on, Mario. Tell us about it.
I guess maybe I did hear about it.
So?
Well, why shouldn't I hear? It was in the papers. Everybody's been talking about it, so what if I did hear it? I don't prove anything.
But you said you hadn't heard.
So I forgot. Guy can forget something, can't he?
Yeah. If he's got a bad memory, he can.
Mario's got a real bad memory, Johnny.
Not Eddie, though. He remembers how you guys loaded those furs into his truck. How you waited across the street in Red Weller's until the prowl car passed. How you slugged the night watchman, Albert Chrisman.
That's a lie.
How do you know it is, Mario? You don't even remember it. Eddie does, though. He even remembers the next night. When you stabbed Red Weller to death to keep him from coming to me.
No. No, I didn't do that.
Of course you did. You don't think Eddie would lie, do you?
It's not true.
Makes sense to us.
Is Eddie here? You pick him up?
How would we know what he remembers unless we picked him up? Now, how do you think we got your name? Out of the telephone book?
It's not true what Eddie says.
Well, if you've got anything to say, we'll listen to it. But I don't think it's necessary. Do you, Johnny?
No, I think Eddie remembers everything. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
He's lying! You listen to me. I'll tell you the truth.
I'll get a stenographer.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a cautious search, an ambush, bullets and tears. And the end is violence. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar speaking, Lieutenant Garcia's office.
Johnny, you're the one I was trying to reach. This is Carla Monte.
Oh, I was going to phone you later.
What's happening? Have they found Eddie yet?
Not yet, but the police picked up one of his friends, Mario Santoris.
Oh, Mario, I know him. Well, he's been to the apartment lots of times. Was he in on the robbery?
Yes, he just made a statement admitting it.
And what did he say about my brother?
He says Eddie is the one who planned the whole thing.
He must be lying.
No, Garcia and I are pretty sure he's telling the truth. I'm sorry, Carla.
I'm coming down to headquarters, Johnny.
There's no use. There's nothing you can do here.
At least I can be there when they bring him in or whatever happens.
It won't help. You're better off at home. Now,
No, Johnny.
please.
I raised him. Some of the fault must be mine. I can't desert him. I'm going to be there if he needs me.
Okay, Carla.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Los Angeles, California, to the Home Office, Moto Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Silver Blue Matter. Expense account, final page. $100,000 worth of fur coats, silver blue mink, stolen in a warehouse robbery and still missing. A night watchman slugged during the robbery by one of the teenage gang, still lying in a coma, unable to speak. And Red Weller, a man who tried to speak, lay in the county morgue, stabbed to death in a dark alley. But now one of the gang had been arrested, a 17-year-old named Mario Santoris, and he'd finally talked. Sitting in Garcia's office, I read Mario's statement through for the second time.
Well, what do you think, Johnny?
I think the kid was telling the truth. Eddie Monte scraped up enough money to buy that second-hand panel truck and then talked the other kids into knocking over the warehouse.
That ties in with what Eddie's sister said, that he kept the truck a secret, hadn't told her about it.
And also the fact that Eddie seems to be a born leader type. They even mentioned it in one of his former records of arrest.
Yeah, I think we can buy it that Eddie Monte is the leader of the gang.
Yeah. All right, they picked their night. They cased the place from Red Weller's lunchroom across the street. And as soon as the prowl car passed, they made their move. They got the watchman, Albert Crisman, to open the door by showing him a fake telegram through the window.
That's another thing that checks out Mario's story, Johnny. Mario claims he's the one who showed the telegram.
That's right. Crisman kept saying, kid with a mark on his arm, and Mario's got a bad scar on his left wrist.
That's what I mean. It checks out. Mario didn't know what Crisman had told us.
All right, so they got inside, and then, according to Mario's version, it was Eddie Monte who slugged the watchman.
Probably true.
Then they jumped the other watchman in the dark and started hauling out the furs, loading them into the truck of Eddie's. They knew they had 45 minutes before the prowl car came back through. By that time, they'd finished and split up, Eddie driving the truck away alone and the others disappearing on foot.
Yeah, I think that's about the size of it. And I think Mario's telling the truth when he says neither he nor any of the others know where Eddie planned to hide out the truck.
And Red Weller, according to Mario, was murdered by another gang member. What was his name?
Chuy Morel.
Yeah. Well, if that's true, Eddie Monte is at least clean on the murder charge.
If it's true.
All you can tag him on is robbery and assault on that watchman.
I'm kind of glad of it, Johnny. I feel sorry for that sister of his.
So do I. She's a good kid. And she's carrying a real load of guilt. Thinks that she's responsible in some way.
Oh, she was only 19 herself when their folks died. How could she be expected to hold him in line?
And especially in that district.
Yeah.
She's on her way down here, by the way.
Carla Monte?
Yeah. I tried to talk her out of it. Oh, maybe she's as well off hanging around here, though, as she is waiting alone in that apartment.
It's a rough deal for her, no matter where she waits.
Well, at least we can tell her brother's not in quite as deep as we...
Excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
Garcia speaking. Good. Well, who's the other one? Yeah. Bring them on in and book them. I'll talk to them later. And now we... What? When? All right. Keep in touch with me. The boys just picked up Chuy Morel and the other two.
That leaves us one to go.
Yeah, the big one. Eddie Monte. And he's even bigger now, Johnny.
What do you mean?
That watchman Eddie slugged. Albert Krisman.
What about him?
He just died.
So it was a different thing we had to tell Carla when she arrived at headquarters. Not that her brother would probably get off on a lesser charge, but instead that an APB was out, that every officer in town had been warned, be on the lookout for Eddie Monte, age 19, armed and dangerous, wanted for murder. Expense account item 15, $12.50, rent on a hired car. One of Garcia's boys was certain that the background appearing in the photograph of Eddie's truck was somewhere in his district, but he couldn't tag the exact spot. So I decided to cruise that area street by street. Carla Monte, Eddie's sister, went along with me.
There's an alley off to the right, Johnny. It might be worth a look.
Yeah, it runs back toward a lumberyard there. That could be a lumberyard in the background of that photograph. Well, we'll give it a try.
This isn't it, Johnny. Sally makes a right-angled turn there before it even gets to the lumberyard.
Oh, we may as well check it on through. It seems to run clear on down to the railroad yards.
Please let us find him. If it's the police, he'll fight. And he'll kill someone else. Be killed himself, maybe.
It's out of your hands now, Carla. It's got to work itself out in its own way. There's nothing much anybody can do to stop it or change it.
I know, Johnny. I keep trying to fool myself. All the time I know.
Well, all you can do is hope.
Look! That fence ahead of us there. Next to the railroad yards.
Yeah, that could be the fence in these pictures.
Looks the same.
And that storage shed there at the right, that's in one of the shots.
Yeah.
And that pile of oil drums. This is it, Carla. This is where those films were taken. The truck was parked right at the corner of that shed. Well, it looks as though that off chance paid off.
I'm scared, Johnny. Now that it's so close, I'm scared.
Don't be. By off chance, I meant just finding the place. He may not have come back here since the day those pictures were taken.
You don't believe that, and you know it.
Look, Carla. That house back at the corner has a phone. There's a wire running in from the pole. Go back there and use it to call Lieutenant Garcia. Give him the location and tell him to hit the radio and have this whole area blocked off. Got it?
Yes.
Tell him to cover the railroad yard, too. Sew up this whole section tight. And tell him to make it fast.
Johnny.
Yeah. Eddie may be watching us from around here somewhere right this minute. I waited until she'd gone. Then I got out of the car and walked toward the shed and the sagging wooden fence that bordered the railroad yards. It was nearly dark now. The high floodlights had been turned on above the crisscross network of gleaming steel tracks. Shadows play tricks at such a time of evening, and I got sudden movements now and then from the corner of my eyes, but yet nothing really moved. And the only sound was the sound of my own footsteps. I stopped several times and stood watching and listening, but nothing moved. There was only silence. I reached the door of the long wooden shed and found it padlocked. But looking in through a broken window, I could see the lock didn't matter. The shed was empty and long abandoned. Between it and the fence was a drive leading toward the rear. And behind the shed in a loading area, I found Eddie's truck. And in the back of it was $100,000 worth of furs.
All right, Dollar. Get your hands up.
Eddie, you're in a rut. That's the first thing you said to me the last time we met.
I ought to killed you there in that apartment.
Isn't one killing enough? I don't suppose you know it, but Albert Chrisman died this afternoon.
I know. I got a radio in the truck there.
That's where you've been hiding out all the time?
Look, if I wanted to answer questions, I'd go turn myself in.
You may be better off in the long run if you do.
Now get... You here alone?
No, your sister's with me.
Oh, for the love... What does she want to do? Watch me get it?
Why don't you give me that gun, Eddie? It's only a matter of time. You know that. You don't have a chance.
Oh, I figure I got a pretty good chance right here in my hand.
Chance at what? To break Carla's heart? Smash her into the dirt, kill her, maybe?
Shut up.
What more do you want to do to her before you're through?
I'm not planning to be through.
Oh, that's great. But the police are doing some planning of their own.
They gotta find me first.
I found you, didn't I?
And I ought to kill you right where you're standing.
Is that all you got to think about, Eddie? To kill somebody and go on killing until one of them kills you?
Shut up. Let me think.
Think about Carla if you want to think about something. Think about the things she's done for you, the years she's worked for you, worried about you.
That dame was born to worry.
Nobody's born to worry. They inherit worries, like you were inherited by her.
I didn't ask her to do it.
Life didn't give her any choice. But it's too late now to talk about that. It's all over, Eddie. This is the wind-up. Come on now, give yourself up. You haven't got a chance.
Oh, and I would have if I gave myself up? Don't you hand me that stuff.
The police have got this whole section surrounded. Carla went to call them 20 minutes ago.
If I thought you were trying to hand me... Keep your mouth shut.
Eddie, you don't have a chance.
Johnny, Lieutenant Garcia's here.
Be careful, Eddie's here.
You dirty...
I hit the dirt and rolled into the truck and came up on the other side with my gun in my hand. I could hear Eddie running away, but I couldn't tell where he was.
Johnny, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Eddie went over the fence into the yards.
Where are you?
Here, the corner of the shed. Come on, let's go after him.
He can't get through. I've got men working this way from the other side.
Where's Carla?
Back there somewhere. Come on, we can get through the fence here.
Carla, stay where you are. Don't follow us.
There he goes, Johnny, behind that line of freight cars.
All right, come on. He can't get too far that way. There's a train coming.
There he goes.
He's going to try to beat it. The crazy Eddie!
Santa Maria! I don't know, Johnny. There must be better ways to die.
Expense account item 16, $300.60. Hotel and miscellaneous in Los Angeles and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $541.25. End of account, end of report. Remarks? Well, I guess Carla made the remarks for me.
I don't know, Johnny. Those 80 fur coats, they'll go back into stock now. And they'll be sold to women who'll wear them to parties and dances and nightclubs. And they'll be happy in them. And they'll never know about Eddie or about me or what happened here tonight.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, The Matter of the Medium, Well Done. And a seance or two that I think you'll like. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Lucille Meredith, Edgar Barrier, Victor Perrin, Jack Crucian, Tommy Cook, and Richard Crenna. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Found it, Larry. Found it.
You're not kidding, Bill. Are you sure?
Positive. Don't get so excited you stop pumping air to me down here.
Keep your helmet on. I'll keep pumping. You sure it's the sunken ship we're looking for?
We were looking for the Argus, weren't we?
Yeah, but make sure it has the gold in it before we get too excited.
Okay. There. Give me a little more line.
Yeah.
There's a big gap in her side I can look into and see right into the hold.
Okay, but be careful. Don't get caught in the current and lose your footing.
Just keep my lines tight, and I won't. Keep pumping air.
I'll pump you enough air for a month if you found that gold.
Just enough for now, will do.
Well, Bill, what goes? You see anything yet?
See anything? I can see everything. Larry, there's more gold here than I thought was in the whole world.
You found it, huh?
I sure did, Larry. We're rich.
You mean I'm rich?
What are you talking about?
You'll know in a minute. Pull on your tow line.
Huh?
Pull on it, Bill.
Okay, but... Hey, Larry, it's loose.
Sure. I got it loose.
What's your idea? What...
And here goes your airline, too, Bill. I'm cutting that.
No, Larry, don't. No, you can't.
I can't, huh? I already have.
Oh, Larry, don't.
I'm pulling out of here, but fast. As soon as I cut this phone line.
Oh, Larry.
So long, Bill, old pal.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I know just how you feel, Sarah. Your brother was a swell guy. And believe me, there was nothing I could do to save him.
I'm sure there wasn't, Larry.
Honest, there wasn't. I was pumping air to Bill when all of a sudden the phone went dead. Then I saw bubbles on the water, and when I pulled on the tow line, it was limp.
Something underwater must have cut the lines.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's what it was. Sarah, I want you to remember that Bill and I were partners. And Bill's death doesn't dissolve that partnership. You're in if I ever find that gold.
No, I wouldn't want it. It'd remind me too much of Bill. I think you'd better go now, Larry. I think I'd rather be alone right now.
Yeah, sure. Anything you say. Well, so long, Sarah. And I'm sorry.
It's all right. Bye, Larry.
Hey, goodbye.
Bye, Larry. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, sure, kid. So long.
What are you bawling about, sis?
Bill.
Yeah, me all right. Came in the back way so nobody would see me. Thanks for feeling so miserable when Larry told you I was dead. It's very complimentary.
Bill, it really is you. You're alive.
Yeah, sure am, sis. And that was some story Larry told you about how I died.
He thought you did die. What happened?
What happened? Larry tried to kill me, and I'm alive now only because I'm a smart diver. I'm going to be just as smart a killer.
Bill, don't talk like that.
Why not? As far as anybody knows, I'm dead. So I'm going to kill the guy who tried to kill me. I'm going to get away with it, too.
Yes?
Boston Blackie?
Yes, again.
May I come in?
Yes, with a capital, why not?
Thank you. Blackie, I...
Don't tell me. You're in trouble. Oh, you know someone who's in trouble, and you've come to me for help.
Yes, Blackie. It's my brother.
Well, what's he done? Swindled, embezzled, or murdered?
He hasn't done anything yet, but he's going to kill a man.
He is? When?
As soon as he finds him. And he's going to get away with it, too.
That's a popular misconception, Miss...
Bronson. Sarah Bronson. My brother's name is Bill.
Bill Bronson, the diver?
Yes.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Bronson. Your brother died this morning. I heard it over the radio not an hour ago.
My brother's very much alive, Blackie. And it's because everyone thinks he's dead that he thinks he can get away with murder.
Well, I have a hunch he's right, up to a point. Who was he going to kill?
Larry Matthews, his partner. That wasn't an accident under the water this morning. Larry tried to kill Bill by cutting his lines.
Uh-huh. So Bill wants to stay dead and get his revenge. I think you'd better go to the police, Miss Bronson.
No, I don't dare.
Why not?
Bill's gone almost crazy after that experience this morning. He said he'd kill me if I went to the police. But he didn't say anything about going to you.
I see. Well, I'll see what I can do for you.
Whatever it is, you'll have to do it fast. Bill is...
Excuse me. Hello.
Hello, Blackie. This is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, hello, Charlie. I'll call you back in just a minute.
Nothing serious, Blackie. I'm just keeping a promise I made to you.
What promise?
You know about never jumping into a new business deal without telling you what I've done?
Well, tell me about this one some other time, Charlie, will you? I've got to keep a man named Larry Matthews from being killed.
Did you say Larry Matthews?
Yes.
He's going to be killed? Good heavens, no. I won't have anyone murdered in any of my offices.
What?
He's downtown in my manager's office right now, and they just closed a deal for $100,000.
What kind of a deal?
A salvage job. I bought half interest in $2 million worth of gold Matthews and Bronson, that dead diver, found. I saw the chart myself.
Look, Charlie, phone your manager and tell him to hold Matthews there. Bronson isn't dead. Matthews tried to kill him, and now the diver is out to kill Matthews.
What? Well, I don't understand.
Never mind what you don't understand. Phone your manager, tell him the whole story, and tell him to hold Matthews there. I'll get there myself as soon as I can.
So that's what the score is, Mr. Matthews. Oh, excuse me. Sure, Mr. Walton. Walton speaking.
Oh, Henry, this is Charlie Kingston.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kingston.
Look, is Larry Matthews there?
Yes, he is.
Good. Keep him there. And don't let him leave your office under any circumstances.
What's the matter?
His life is in danger. Somebody's looking for him to kill him. Boston Blackie will be down there in a few minutes to take over. Now wait for him.
All right, but I don't understand.
Don't try. Wait till Blackie comes and then get that chart from Matthews. I want that chart.
Don't worry, Mr. Kingston. I'll get it for you. Bye.
Goodbye. Anything wrong, Mr. Waltham? You look a little pale.
Nothing much is wrong, I hope, Mr. Matthews. That was my boss, Mr. Kingston. He wants me to keep you here in my office until Boston Blackie gets here.
Why?
Why? Because your life is in danger.
Huh?
Mr. Matthews, do you know of anyone who's trying to kill you?
No. No one in particular. But I'm not surprised my life's in danger. Yours would be, too, if you owned something as valuable as that chart of mine.
Yes, I suppose so. Well, we'll own it soon. Mr. Kingston asked me to be sure to get it from you.
Well, you've given me your check. Come on down to my house at the waterfront, and I'll give you the chart.
Mr. Matthews, I can't let you leave this office. Mr. Kingston's orders.
Well, if you want that chart, you'll come and get it now. I want to close this deal and get rid of that chart.
Aren't you afraid to go out on the street?
I'll take my chances. I got a gun right here, see? Come on, I want to get this deal over with.
All right. I'm going with you. Just a minute.
Hey, what are you taking out of that drawer?
My gun, Mr. Matthews. If you're in danger, I'm in danger, too.
Here's my house. Wait till I unlock the door, Walton.
Sure. Well, so far, so good. We haven't seen anyone who even looked as if he wanted to kill you.
That doesn't make me a bit unhappy. Now, come on in. Oh, wait, I'll turn on the light. There. Now, come on in. I'll get you the chart.
Okay.
I never had enough money for a safe, so I always hid anything valuable under the floor.
I see.
This loose board here is my safety deposit vault. Here. Here's your chart right here. I'll see if I can get anything else now. Let's see how do you turn out the light. Oh. You dirty double-crosser, Waltham. You got me, but maybe one of my bullets got you, too.
Hi, Blackie.
Hello, Mary.
You know, I've been waiting in this office for you for 1 hour.
Well, I got here as quickly as I could, but I wasn't worried. I knew Matthews would be safe as long as you were here.
Well, I'm here, but Mr. Matthews isn't.
What?
I hope I won't have to tell you a dozen times. Mr. Matthews went out with Mr. Waltham.
But didn't Kingston phone here and tell...
Excuse me. Kingston Enterprises, good afternoon.
Well, this is Mr. Kingston. Let me speak to Mr. Waltham again, will you?
Mr. Waltham's out, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, I see. Oh, did he leave with Mr. Matthews and a Boston Blackie?
Boston Blackie? No, sir, I don't even know him.
I'm Boston Blackie. If that's Kingston, I'd like to talk to him.
Oh, Mr. Kingston, Blackie wants to talk to you.
Oh, by all means.
Here you are, Blackie.
Thanks. Hello, Charlie.
Blackie, what's the matter down there? Where's Waltham and Matthews?
Well, that's just what I want to ask you. Didn't you phone Waltham and tell him to keep Matthews here?
Yes, the minute I was through talking to you.
Well, he isn't here now.
What happened to you?
And I hate to think what's going to...
Well, wait a minute, Blackie. Here's Waltham now.
Good. Matthews with him?
No. Good heavens, Blackie. Waltham's wounded.
Badly?
Just a minute. Waltham, what happened to you? Here, sit down here. I've been shot. I went with Matthews. I got shot.
Charlie.
Look, sit down. Yes,
Charlie.
Blackie, yes.
If Waltham can talk, put him on the phone, will you?
All right. Just a minute. Can you talk, Waltham? Yes, I think so. Good. Here, I'll hold the phone for you. It's Boston Blackie. He wants to talk to you.
Waltham, can you hear me?
Yes, Blackie.
Where's Matthews?
dead, I guess. I don't know. It happened too fast.
Who shot you?
I don't know. I couldn't see. It was too dark down there.
Down where?
In Matthew's house. We went there to get the chart showing where the gold ship was located. We were in the house when the lights went out. There were shots from the darkness. Matthews fell. I was hit, but I got away.
Where's Matthew's house?
On Wharf Street.
Okay, I'll go down there and see what happened. Matthews still has the chart?
Yes. Yes, he has.
Well, maybe I can find it. Maybe I can find him. One thing, I promise you, I'll find something. Well, I can say one thing for Wharf Street, Mary. It's not pretty, but the sea air is wonderful.
Smells fishy to me.
So there's this little situation we're in. Well, the man at the fruit stand said this is Matthew's house, 219.
I don't see any signs of excitement. Maybe Mr. Waltham dreamed up his story about being shot.
If he did, he dreamed up a bullet hole, too, Mary. And that's awfully realistic dreaming. Let's go in and see if we can find anything.
All right.
The lights are on inside. Let's have a look around.
Okay.
We've searched downstairs. There's nothing here. What's with you?
Hey, Mary, that's Faraday.
Hey, who was that? Keep looking, Rollins. I'll go out and see who it is. Blackie. You.
Yes, Inspector. Me.
And me, too.
Don't remind me. Blackie's bad enough.
Bad enough, Faraday. You mean good enough, don't you?
Good enough for what?
To tell you what happened here.
A guy named Larry Matthews was killed. That's what happened here. We found his body inside. I suppose you know who killed him.
Sorry to disappoint you, Faraday, but yes, I do know who killed Matthews. It was his ex-partner, Bill Bronson, the diver. Ho-hum. Want to hear more?
Keep talking. You don't know how stupid you sound. Listen, Bill Bronson's sister came to see you today, didn't she?
Yes.
And you told her to come to see me, didn't you?
Yes, but she wouldn't do it.
Well, she changed her mind. Women do that, you know.
So?
So, Blackie, you think Bill Bronson killed Matthews, huh?
I know he did. How do you like that?
Well, an hour before Matthews was killed down here, a cop arrested Bill Bronson uptown, and he's been in jail since. How do you like that?
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Bill Bronson, diver, found the sunken ship with its long-lost cargo of gold, his partner, Larry Matthews, cut his air hose and lines and left him for dead. But Bronson miraculously lived and swore vengeance on Matthews. The diver's sister, knowing of her brother's plan, came to Blackie for help. But before Blackie could get to Matthews, someone else got to him with a gun. And it wasn't Bronson, because Bronson was in jail. As we return to our story, Henry Waltham, who was with Matthews when he was shot, is having a bullet wound dressed by a doctor.
Still hurt, son?
Yes, it does, Doctor.
You're lucky you're still alive. That bullet just missed puncturing your lung.
Yeah?
Yep. You'll have to take it easy for a while. Yeah. That dressing will do for now.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Doctor.
Well, let's see how you respond to treatment before you thank me. Here we are. What's your name, son?
You have to know that?
Yep.
Okay. It's Waltham. Henry Waltham.
Henry Waltham. Mm-hmm. And how did you get that bullet in you?
I told you when I came in. It was an accident.
I know. Now suppose you tell me the truth.
Look, what's it to you how I got shot? You're a doctor, not a policeman.
I know, but I have to report this to the police.
You've got to report it. Oh, no.
But it's the law. I'd lose my right to practice if I didn't.
Well, you're going to lose a patient if you do.
Lie down, son. You're still too weak to
I'm not too weak to get out of here.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. Here's something. Steady your feet.
Come back here, you. Come back.
Oh, no.
Operator, get me the police.
Wonder when that diver's going to signal us, Blackie. He's been down there long enough to have found $10 million in gold.
Well, I wish he'd find Waltham while he's at it, Charlie.
Blackie, do you think Mr. Waltham killed Mr. Matthews?
I don't know, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston.
Yes, Captain Arnold.
The diver's found something down there, Mr. Kingston. Wants to talk to you.
Well, thank you, Captain Arnold.
All right.
A couple of extra earphones, Blackie. You and Mary might like to listen in.
Thanks, Charlie.
Oh, I'd love to. Just wait till I get mine on. Okay then.
This will be a great moment if he's found that gold. Hello down there. This is Charlie Kingston.
Sorry, Mr. Kingston. No luck here either.
But Captain Arnold said you'd found something.
Yes, but not a ship full of gold. Just the end of the sandbar. The drop-off so deep, my light won't hit the bottom of it.
Well, I guess we're in the wrong place again.
I'm afraid we are, Mr. Kingston. I wish you'd had a better look at that chart. I can't make many more dives today.
I realize that. Well, come up and try just once more, will you?
Sure. Once more.
Oh, Captain Arnold.
Yes, Mr. Kingston.
Have your men bring the diver up. We still haven't found the right place.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Let's bring the diver topside. If he only brings down there, worth bringing up. Come on.
I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you get that chart to find your gold, Charlie.
But I may never get it, Blackie. Remember, I only had a quick look at the chart.
Oh, look, they're cranking the thing that brings the diver up. I'm going over there and watching him come out of the water.
Well, don't try to help anyone, Mary, or they may have to pull you out of the water, too.
Okay, I'll be careful.
I think we'll try looking for the gold over there a few hundred yards.
You're just wasting your time looking for it without that chart, Charlie. And I'm wasting my time out here, too. I ought to be looking for Waltham.
You think he killed Matthews, do you?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'd hate to think that Walton killed Matthews. You know, he said a third person entered the room just as the shooting started.
I don't believe that story completely. That's why I want to find Waltham.
All right, men. The diver's broken the surface. Come aboard. Come on, you better step aside, lady.
Oh, I'm sorry, all right.
Better come over here by us, Mary.
Oh, shucks. I wanted to watch him take the diver's helmet off.
He's going to go down again in another spot, Mary. Maybe you can watch then.
Well, you can see him from right here now, Mary.
Well, it isn't as good as being close, but... Oh, look. He's up on deck now. He looks like the man from Mars, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
All right, men. Stop the pump. They got his helmet on.
Well, Mary, you saw them take the helmet off.
Blackie, look. Look, there's an awfully big launch, and it's heading right toward us.
Good night. The fool doesn't see us.
Can't start our engines in time to get out of his way. Captain Arnold! Captain Arnold!
I see him, Mr. Kingston. Gonna crash into us.
Hold on to me, Mary.
Back. Blow the whistle. Time to have that funnel ticket to the bridge. What do we do? Yell, everybody. Until that time is swerve off.
Yes, he's not right here. Come here, Mary. Stay close to me.
All right, I will.
Is everybody all right?
Well, I'm all wet.
I think I'm all right. You all right, Blackie?
Yes. I'm okay, but look, we're 5 or 6 miles from shore. I don't like this. See if anybody can grab a plank or something from the boat.
Good idea. All your men all right, Arnold?
Yes? Yes, Mr. Kingston. And here comes a launch. It looks like a police boat, too.
Say, it is a boat.
Hello there. Hello.
Save your breath, Charlie. They see us.
Thank you.
They're swinging around to pick us up. Here they are. Here come the lifelines. They're ready to grab them.
Okay.
That's it.
Here, Mary. You take this one.
Oh, thanks.
Well, look who's playing paupers. If it isn't Boston Blackie.
Faraday.
Haul him in, boys. All but that good-looking one there. He looks undersized to me.
Haul me up, Faraday, or I'll haul you in here with me.
What? When you know I can't swim?
That's why I'd like to have you in here.
Here, Blackie. I'm aboard now. Take this rope of mine.
Thanks, Charlie.
You ready?
Ready.
Come on. Out you go. Come on. There you are.
There. Oh, wow. Thanks, Charlie. You all right, Mary?
Oh, sure. Just dripping a little, that's all.
Well, there's some blankets in the cabin there, Miss Wesley. Better get into one right away.
All right, I guess I better, thanks.
I don't know what brought you out here, Faraday, but I'm glad something did.
Well, I came out here just in time to see that guy Waltham ram your boat.
Well, how did you know it was Waltham, Faraday?
Well, because the doctor reported treating his wound and told how Waltham slugged him and skipped out. Then the next report I got on Waltham was that he was seen getting into a power boat in the harbor.
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins, what is it?
Just got a radio message from shore, Inspector.
Yeah, so what?
So we don't have to look for Waltham anymore. He walked into the 18th Precinct Station and gave himself up.
So you think Waltham rammed us, Inspector?
Okay. I was wrong. I suppose you know who rammed you.
I have a rough idea, and I think if I see Bill Bronson, I can smooth it out.
Bill Bronson? What could he have to do with this? He's still in jail.
Good. Let's go down and see him before he's released.
What makes you think he's going to be released?
You're going to release him. He still doesn't know that his ex-partner Matthews is dead, and, Faraday, before you let him out of jail, I'm going to let you in. I have some bad news for you, Bronson.
I'm in jail, Blackie, and you say you have some bad news for me. That's funny.
Yeah, but this isn't, Bronson.
Hey, Faraday. You and Blackie got awful long faces. What's the matter?
Your sister's dead, Bronson.
Huh? Sarah's dead?
Yes. Killed by the man who tried to kill you.
Wait, that dirty Matthews out.
Wait a minute. That won't do any good, Bronson. All we want you to do is give us all the information you can. We found your sister's bodies in Matthew's house. Do you know any reason why she would be down there?
Yeah, I know a reason, Blackie. I guess I'm it.
What do you mean, you're it?
Well, what am I in jail for? Because I said I was going out to kill Matthews for trying to kill me. Well, I guess this went down there to kill him just to keep me from doing it.
Only Matthews shot first.
Yeah, the low-down...
And that's enough of that, Bronson. Now, look, your sister's dead just because you wanted to take the law into your own hands. Now, if you've learned your lesson, I'll let you go free.
Yeah, I've learned my lesson, Inspector.
All right. Go home and be a good boy, because I don't want to have to teach it to you again.
Who is it?
Who's that?
It's me, Sarah. What's the idea? Bill, they let you out.
Sarah. They told me you were dead.
What?
Yeah. Said Matthews killed you. I told him you went down there to kill him for me.
You idiot, you stupid...
Now, look, you don't have to get sore. I had no way of knowing that...
I didn't have to get sore. I ought to kill you for what you've done to me.
What have I done?
What have you done? Because of you, you stupid fool, the police are going to be after me for murder. And why did I kill Matthews? For you.
You did not. It was your idea to kill him for the money and the charge.
All right, it was my idea. And it was also my idea not to get caught.
But you aren't caught yet, and I was tricked into saying that...
Saying enough to send me to the electric chair. And everything was perfect, absolutely perfect, till you had opened your stupid
Now,
mouth.
look, don't blame me all for this. Your plan wasn't perfect.
Oh, wasn't it? Who'd ever guess I killed Matthews? Didn't I go to Blackie and warn him that you were going to kill Matthews? Didn't I go to the police and have them arrest you to keep Matthews alive?
I know all that.
You know all that. Well, I know a lot more. After I took Matthews' shot, I risked my neck to keep Charlie Kingston from finding that gold. I rented a launch and rammed his boat. I did all that for us. And what did you do for me? Fall for a stupid
Now,
trick.
look, I'll go back to the police and tell them I was lying about you wanting to kill Matthews.
Well, just tell us now, Bronson. We're right here. Come on in, Blackie.
Police.
Stand where you are, Bronson. Rollins, go revive Miss Bronson. She's fainted.
Yes, sir.
Well, Faraday, happy now?
Yeah, I'm happy, Blackie. I've got my killers.
Sure you have. I made sure you would. Well, Inspector, you might as well take Bill Bronson downtown. He's so used to being underwater. Let's see if he's getting used to being under arrest.
Hello down there. Any luck, Diver?
I'm coming to the hull of a ship now, Mr. Kingston. I'll let you know in a minute.
Good. Well, we'll know in a minute, Blackie, if Inspector Faraday got the right shot from Miss Bronson.
Right. Waltham feeling okay, Charlie?
Yes, fine, but he feels like a fool for losing his head and running out on that doctor. He doesn't know what made him do it.
Oh, I suppose he was afraid the police wouldn't believe his story about how Matthews was shot.
Hello there, Mr. Kingston.
Oh, it's the diver. Yes, Diver?
I found it, Mr. Kingston. There's plenty of it.
Oh, you found the gold?
You bet I have. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. Blackie, Mary, he found the gold.
Wonderful.
That's fine, Charlie.
Well, aren't you excited? It's $2 million in gold. I'm a rich man.
You've been a rich man for years, Charlie. Just how rich can you get? After all, what difference does $2 million make to a man who already has 20 or 30?
Do you know something, Blackie?
What is it, Charlie?
I never thought of that.
13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Speak a little, Miss Jordan. To Box 13, care of the Star Times. I need your help. I dare not go to the police for reasons I'll explain when you see me. Please come to my office in the security building.
Please come to my office in the security building, signed Douglas McIntosh. Not much of a letter, but then, as the proverb says, great oaks and little acorns grow. And before this was over, the acorn grew into a large, large oak.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, 3 to Die.
Douglas McIntosh. That's a Scotch name, isn't it?
Ah, you can smell the heather, Susie.
Wonder what he wants.
Well, if this man is the same McIntosh I looked up, he's building that new tunnel under the river.
Gee, maybe he wants you to be a hedgehog.
No, Susie, they're called sandhogs.
Oh, what will they think of next?
Well, I think I'll see what Mr. McIntosh has on his mind. I'll be at the security building, Susie. Security building? Huh. It was the only security I was to know until the whole thing was over. Anyway, I went to McIntosh's office. I was shown right into an oversized man who looked as big as the Washington Monument in tweeds. He didn't waste much time.
So you're the man, eh?
Yes, I'm the man.
All right. You call me Mac. What's your name?
Holliday. Dan Holliday.
All right. Now, Dan, I am in trouble.
Trouble gets around.
Fast. But look here, I'll tell you quick. I'm a contractor. I bid on this new tunnel. Got the bid and posted my bond to finish the tunnel on time.
So far, everything's clear. What now?
Dan, I'm not going to finish in time.
Well, why not?
Now we get to the point, and a sharp point.
You say you're running into trouble?
Aye. Sabotage.
Well, why don't you call the police?
I can't, man. There'd be publicity. Unfavorable. I can't risk it.
Oh, then what's my problem?
Find out who's doing this to me.
You suspect someone of doing it?
Now, look, man. Accidents like we've been having don't just happen. They're made. Broken air hoses, emery in the compressors, hundreds of delays, little things that add up to hours.
Oh, I see.
Another thing. So far, the men working for me think these things are accidents. But the moment they suspect somebody's doing the dirty work in that tunnel, they'd walk out. Sandhagen's dangerous enough itself.
In short, somebody's trying to ruin you.
Exactly. It would ruin me. The contract would go to someone else. They'd not get another contract for years.
What can I do? I'm not a detective. You see,
I beg your pardon, Mr. McIntosh, but...
Can't you see I'm busy? What do you want?
Telegram. I thought you ought to see it right away.
All right, read it.
Well,
Oh, it's all right. You can talk in front of him. Dan, this is Fred Harris, construction engineer. Harris, Dan Holliday.
Funny, glad to know you.
Now, what about that wire?
The last shipment of concrete we ordered was derailed about 200 miles from here.
What? Well, don't just stand there. Get every truck out of the road. Get that concrete here. You ought to have enough sense to think of that without coming to me first. Go ahead, get it down.
Yes, sir.
You see what I mean, Dan? Another delay.
Who's this Harris?
He thinks he's going to be my son-in-law. Also, he thinks an engineering degree makes him a great man, that it takes the place of 15 years of experience.
That's an argument I'd rather watch from the sideline. Well, go on with your story.
Well, we have to finish in 3 weeks or I'll forfeit my contract.
McIntosh told me everything he knew. It wasn't much. Only that whoever was doing the dirty work, causing accidents, delays, had to be working in the tunnel. So we went to the tunnel. But first, before I was taken down into the workings, I was given khaki coveralls and a fiber helmet. And a little metal tag to hang around my neck. Mac explained the tag.
Every sandhog gets one of those. It's got his own number on it.
Well, what's it for?
Ever hear of caisson disease?
Oh, the bends?
Aye. On one side of the tag, it explains the man is a caisson worker working under pressure.
Oh, so if the disease hits him on the surface, he can be given proper treatment.
That's it. There are 6 places in the city where that can be treated. The man is put into a chamber, pressure increased, then gradually decreased.
Like a diver. If he comes up too fast, the nitrogen in his blood is forced into his tissues, causes pain.
And sometimes worse. You seem to know a lot about it, John.
I'm a writer. A writer has to know a little about everything.
Then I hope you'll be able to tell me more about what's going on down there. All right, ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Together, Mac and I rode one of the hoists down into the workings. My ears began to pop from the pressure. I swallowed hard to keep them open. Then we came to the bottom of the shaft, about 150 feet below the surface of the ground. Mac looked around for a minute, and then...
Angus! Angus! Here, come here.
A short, powerfully built man walked over to us. He was grinning as he said to Mac,
What brings the boss into the trouble?
Angus, meet a friend of mine, Dan Halliday. Dan Angus Campbell, my foreman. Best man in the world in his line.
Aye, the best beside yourself. How do you do, Dan?
How are you, Angus?
First rate. Except we had another little rumpus today, Mac.
What?
Another break in the air hose at the shield. The hose whipped around.
Anybody hurt?
Aye, Phil Evans. Hose got him right in the middle. He's done for this job. Won't work for a month. Broken ribs.
Another one.
Aye. You visiting us here, Dan?
Well, you might call it that.
Dan's a writer. Doing a story on sand hogging. Wants atmosphere.
You'll get it here. You want to see the works?
Show him around, Angus. And be careful of him.
Don't you worry, Mac.
Good. I'll go back to the office now. Come back there when you finish, Dan.
Oh, sure.
It's got him worried, Dan. And little wonder. Every penny he stands to lose. Every penny.
That bad, huh?
Worse. And if I ever catch the one that's doing it, I'll whip him around with me bare hands.
You and Mac seem to be good friends, huh?
I started together 30 years ago in Scotland.
Uh-huh. Well, time's fleeting. Want to show me around?
Sure. Let's get going.
I followed Angus into a big airlock. It was a reinforced concrete compartment with double steel doors. As one door closed behind us, the pressure was built up to equal that in the tunnel. It built gradually. But I knew what would happen if it went down fast. Caisson disease. A terrible, racking pain. Brother, I had a lot of respect for the men who worked down there day after day, taking risks, big chances every time he descended into the workings. Then he opened another steel door, and Angus and I were in the tunnel itself. As soon as my ears became used to the noise, Angus guided me through a small flat car. We got on and rolled down narrow gauge tracks to the center of the tunnel.
If you can hear me, this car runs down by gravity. But the handbrake on it to slow it or stop. There's a motor for running back up. Saves time on a job like this.
How long is the tunnel?
This side's about a half mile long now.
This side?
Aye. They started on the other bank of the river the same time we did.
Oh. Did you have any trouble over there?
No, only on this side. But we're keeping up with them. I'll keep driving till this thing's finished, accidents or no accidents.
How much time have you got?
3 weeks.
Think you'll make it?
We've got to, or Mac stands to lose every minute. Look, there's the end of the track.
I looked ahead. A tremendous scaffold rose into the air. Men covered it like ants, working with pneumatic drills, shovels, wheelbarrows. Dump trucks ran back and forth, filled with the mud and shale dug out of the wall of earth that lay ahead. I looked up, and I felt a little funny when I realized that right over my head was the river, and lots of clean, fresh air, while down here was nothing but the deafening noise of the hammers, and the thought that death worked right next to every one of these men. Angus noticed me gazing up at the scaffold.
First time you ever saw anything like this, eh?
Yes. What holds all that mud back?
That shield and compressed air.
Air? Just air holding back the river?
Aye. You see, compressed air here in the tunnel is built up to a pressure equal to the pressure that's shoving down from above.
Oh, in other words, if the pressure outside this tunnel is Well, 45 pounds per square inch. That's the pressure in here.
Right.
This may not be a good question, but what happens if the pressure in here gets less?
We'd be crushed to jelly.
Nice thought.
That's no all. There's always the danger of a blowout.
What's that?
Sometimes we hit a weak spot in the riverbed. The bed won't take all the pressure we got in here.
And you get a blowout, like a tire blowing out.
Aye. The men, machinery, equipment all blown to the surface of the river and into the air.
Has that ever happened?
Aye. And once, only once, mind you, a man lived to tell about it.
Angus, I take off my hat to you boys down here. 1 million people drive through tunnels every day. Yet maybe not one in 100 stops to think how the tunnel was built. And what it costs. Not only in money, but in injury, in death.
When a man takes to sand hogging, he takes to the danger, too, wouldn't he?
Only what?
We've only got the half crew working today.
Oh? Why?
2 men have been killed. Nobody wants to be the third.
Superstition?
Maybe. But lots of the men are staying home until the third. Well, what I said.
Angus showed me the whole thing. Oh, there were a million ways in which someone could sabotage the works. Break an air hose, tamper with compressed air gauges, lots of ways. Then later, Angus took me to a complicated affair. It was like an elevator case. In fact, it was an elevator, as Angus explained.
This is the latest thing. Combination elevator and decompression chamber. Hop in, we'll go back up. We go up slow, Dan. As we go up, the pressure in here is decreased until it's equal to that of the surface.
Oh, then there's no danger of caisson disease.
Not if we go up slow enough. And the pressure's reduced. I set the gauges to do it for us.
Oh, I see.
Well, did you see enough to write your story?
No, I don't think I have. Not yet.
So, you didn't see anything, Dan?
Of course not, Mac. How could I?
I was hoping you might get an idea.
Yeah, but I didn't.
You going back again?
What could I find?
Try it, man.
Oh, but I don't think I could find any.
You advertised to adventure. You couldn't get it in a better place.
Yes, I know, but how could I explain myself down there?
You're a writer. Use your imagination, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, suppose I went back there as a worker.
As a sand hog, you mean?
Mm-hmm, that's it.
But you don't know anything about it.
I can handle a hammer, a shovel,
You'd get dirty and tired. Every muscle in your body'd hollow out loud at you.
Well, I can always say I'm doing it for my art. Be a sand hog, see how it feels, then write about it.
By Harry, man, you've got it. All right, then. Starting tomorrow, you're a sand hog.
Oh, that was the way to do it. But when I got home that evening, I thought about it. That huge scaffold. Men scrambling over it, the pressure within the tunnel holding back the tons and tons of mud and silt ready to come in and crush everyone. What if that pressure failed? What if they hit a weak spot in the riverbed and there was a blowout? The more I thought about it, the more inclined I was to... Yes?
Telegram.
Oh. Shove it on the door, will you?
Right.
Oh. And what a telegram. It read, save for the fact that I don't want more bloodshed, you'd have gotten yours today. Stay away from the tunnel, or you'll be the third to die.
And now back to 3 to Die, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I showed Mac the telegram the next day, and what he said filled the air with dark blue color for 10 minutes. Then...
We could check to see who sent this.
No dice, Mac, I did.
And?
It was sent from a pay phone booth.
I guess you'll be changing your mind about the job now, eh?
What makes you say that?
Well, he's after you, whoever it is.
Yes, I know.
You can back out if you want to.
And what would you think if I did?
Does that make a difference?
No, but there are a lot of men in that tunnel who stand to lose their lives. Mac, you've got to get the police.
I can't, man, I can't. The publicity would ruin me.
All right. Fix it up for me to work down there, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so I became a sandhog. For 3 days, I used muscles that thought they'd gone on a permanent vacation. Well, I woke them up. And they woke me up in the middle of the night, aching. Then one day in the tunnel, I was talking with one of the sandhogs.
You know, Dan, you've done pretty well, considering you're new at this.
Oh, I ache, Joe. I ache all over.
Hey, you'll get used to it.
I don't think so. But, Joe, tell me something.
Sure, what?
What about these accidents down here?
Oh, Dan.
What about them?
Well, maybe they're just part of the job.
Well, what do you think?
Well, some of them weren't just like accidents, that's all. I mean, well, like a hose break. 2 guys been killed.
Now what?
Look out! Hey, you all right?
Yeah, okay. You?
I gotta show you, Dan. That car would have clipped you in half.
Yeah. Look. Into the decompression chamber, huh?
Well, Harris? Yeah, Harris.
Oh.
See what I mean? That car didn't look like no accident.
Thanks, Joe. And this is one time I can honestly say I was glad I was shoved.
That's okay. You know something? You were almost as safe as I.
Before leaving the tunnel, I ran down to the spot where that car hit the stop bump at the end of the track. It was wrecked. But in the wreckage, I found something. One of the tags, like the one I had. This one had the number 57 on it. I slipped it in my pocket. Maybe one of these sandhogs had dropped it. Then, just as I was about to step into the decompression chamber, Angus Campbell came up to me and...
Your shift's going off, Don?
Yeah, I'm finished for the day. Almost in more ways than one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come on, let's get in. I want to get back up.
All right. Tired?
I'm worried.
I can guess why.
Huh?
Look, I know you're no writing a story on Sandhagen. I know why you're down here.
Oh, you do?
Aye. Max doesn't. I want him to call the police, but he won't.
How did you find out about me?
You've been nosing around, then?
That obvious, huh?
Aye, but be careful, lad. Be careful.
Yeah, I will be.
Joe told me about the car that almost got you.
Somebody sent it down the tracks.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye?
You've been with Mac a long time. 30 years.
30 years. Good ones, bad ones.
And yet you stay with a job.
I could have a top job on the surface.
I see. Angus, got any idea who's doing all this?
No.
Harris?
Huh? Why him?
Mac doesn't like him.
Ah, no sense there. What point in Harris's ruining his own father-in-law?
Father-in-law to be, Angus.
Still no point?
Then how about the protection insurance to cover the completion bond?
Eh? You mean Mac might be doing this himself to get the insurance?
Yeah, this could be.
No, lad. The insurance wouldn't have covered the lot. No, that's no it.
And why?
I wish I knew. Competitors, do you think?
Who are they?
Brill and Company. But no, they wouldn't. They'd be too easy to find out. Men got a habit of talking. And talk gets around. No, Dan, that's no them.
And then who and why? And why did someone try to kill me today?
You got the answers to those things, Dan, and you'll have the whole thing. Well, we're up at the top.
I'll walk to the shack with you.
No, I'm going back June.
But I thought you were through for the day.
I've still got lots to do. See you tomorrow.
What Angus said made sense. Couldn't be Mac's competitors, because I checked. They'd been in business a long time, had plenty of money behind them. Had gotten a bid for another job upstate. And Harris? It didn't make sense either. If he was going to be Mac's son-in-law, it just didn't wash that he'd be sabotaging Mac. So I changed clothes, thought a lot, and then went home. Went out to get some dinner when it hit me. First a twinge, and sudden cramps that made me bend over as if someone had folded me inward with a baseball bat. The building started to spin, twist. Then it got all nice and dark.
There you are. You're all right now.
I know this isn't very original, but where am I?
Take a deep breath. That's it. Feel better?
Lots. What happened? Couldn't have been anything I ate.
You had the bends.
The bends?
Mm-hmm. The tag around your neck tipped us off you were suffering from caisson disease. So we put you in the chamber. Come on, get up. We may need this chamber for someone else any minute.
You make it sound as bad as the housing situation.
Yes, it is, but you're all right now. Next time, don't come up so fast.
But I didn't come up fast.
Yes?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Thanks a million, Doctor. Well, it had me. Good. I knew I came up slowly. Angus had been with me. Oh, but that couldn't be. Not Angus. The next day I went back to the job. I had just put on my coveralls when an idea hit me. I searched in my pocket.
Lose something, Dan?
Huh? Oh, no, Joe.
It's easy to drop something out of these coveralls.
What's the number of your tag, Joe?
Tag? Oh, the one we all wear in case we get the bends on top?
Yeah.
502. Why?
Got it on?
Sure. Always wear it. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
Why? What are you getting at?
I don't know. Listen, I'm going back for something I forgot. I'll be a little late on the job. Tell the section boss for me, will you?
Sure. Where you going? You're all hepped up.
Yeah. I guess I am, Joe. I'll be back. I went to see Mac. Told him he'd have to go to the tunnel that day and supervise operations. He thought I was crazy.
Me? What for?
To force your opponents into the open where we can get a shot at them for a change.
I don't get this.
Look, they're going after you, but by accidents. Things like that.
So?
But if you're in the workings, they might be tempted to wreck the entire tunnel with one stroke.
You mean by going after me?
That's it.
You want me to lead with my chin like that? I'll call the whole thing off first. Lose the contracts. Money isn't everything. Exactly.
You're right. But men have been killed down there. You've got to think of their lives, too.
I do.
Then get on with me. End this once and for all. Force them into the open.
You're going to?
Yeah, because I've got an idea. But I can't prove a thing until we see the last play. I was leading with Mac's chin, and I knew it. But mine was plenty sore, too, and that made me feel a bit better about it. Mac knew he had no choice, and so he decided to go with me into the tunnel. I went to my job, and it was a ticklish feeling knowing that any minute something might happen. Something that would make Joe, Mac, Angus, any one of us the third to die. Or worse. Then...
Hey, Dan. What was something funny?
Funny what?
I could have sworn the mud down here wasn't this deep before.
What do you mean, Joe?
Look. Stand still. Look around. The mud's coming up. It's getting high.
Yeah, it is. Joe, the pressure in here must be going down.
Yes. Dan, if it gets too low, that wall will come in on us. The whole river will be in our lap.
Come on, let's get to the gauges.
Dan, what's the matter?
Pressure's going down in here.
Come on.
There's nothing wrong with the gauges. They read the right pressure.
But they can't. The mud's getting higher.
Look, the men are coming in. They've seen the mud coming up.
These gauges.
Hey, there ain't no air being pumped in. The gauges are stuck. Jammed. Somebody jammed them so anybody reading them will think the pressure was okay.
Get to the emergency compressors.
Pressure's dropping fast. Get to the compressors. Get them on.
I got them.
Watch the gauges.
We're getting pressure now.
What's the matter? What happened? Angus, somebody jammed the pressure gauges to make it look like we had enough in here.
Jammed? Well, save for those emergency compressors, we'd have been done for.
What did you say, Angus?
I said the emergency compressors.
You said save for the emergency. Save for. Funny way of putting it, Angus. Either in words or on a telegram.
What's the matter with you?
Where's your tag?
Huh? Right here?
Yes, with a new chain. So is your tag I picked up in that cart yesterday. The cart that almost killed me.
You're crazy.
And you weren't anywhere around a minute ago.
I was coming in here.
Then what you trying to say?
There's your saboteur.
Man, you're crazy. Stop raving crazy.
Yeah? And you went back down yesterday to decompress yourself after I left the chamber. You didn't turn on a decompression valve for me on the way up.
You're crazy, man.
I'm crazy, Angus, because you were the only one who could have played that trick on me. Get me out of the way by failing to turn on the decompression valve. You and I were the only ones in that chamber.
Hey, he's running back to the shield.
Get him. Get him before he gets the compressors. You'll wreck him.
Cut him down.
Good.
Dan, I never can thank you enough. But to think that after 30 years, Angus would ever do a thing like this.
Mac, don't waste time even thinking about it. Let's go finish this tunnel instead.
Gee, what was the matter with him, Mr. Holliday?
Jealousy, Susie? You see, he'd worked with Mac as a foreman. Then he saw Mac rise from a foreman to the owner of a big company. For 30 years, every day he'd go into the tunnel just an employee, while Mac stayed on top, the big boss.
And it kind of made him, well, jealous, huh?
To put it mildly, yes.
Golly. Well, that makes up my mind for me, Mr. Holliday.
Congratulations, Susie.
Huh?
What do you mean?
I quit.
Huh?
In about 29 years.
Oh. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. Three to Die is an original story by Mr. Sandville, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the Carnival Caper, when robbery rode the big show train, until police officers found a mysterious passenger and stopped murder on the Carnival Midway.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Victor E. Anderson, United States Attorney in Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Mr. Anderson, you told me that the crime in tonight's case was one of the most extraordinary in modern times.
That's right, Don Gardner. It was never ascertained exactly in the jurisdiction of which state the criminals finally got their hands on the loot they sought.
Well, do you mean that they got the loot in midair, so to speak, Mr. Anderson?
You'll see, Don. Suppose we start one spring afternoon a few years ago in the city of East St. Louis, Illinois. A flashily dressed, slightly built man in the middle 30s walked toward a second-floor door in an old but nicely kept apartment building. He set on the floor what looked like a brand-new suitcase, then knocked with a rhythm.
Boy, this'll set him back. Madam, let me introduce myself. I have here the...
Yeah? Oh.
Madam, I have here...
Come on in, Crookie.
I have here the finest kitchen utensil ever put on the market.
You have what?
It saves you 93 steps a day plus 116 separate and distinct motions. Hiya, May.
What's this all about?
What's it all about? Ain't it obvious? I got myself a keister and $3 worth of potato peelers, and I'm a businessman. How do you like the keister?
Oh, Cookie.
Look, you press a button and legs pop up.
Yeah.
See? Ain't that some gimmick? You see a crowd gather, you go over. Boom, you make the pitch. And the potato peelers ain't bad either.
Who needs a potato peeler?
Well, if you fixed a meal around here once in a while, one would come in handy.
Oh, yeah?
Look, I was walking down Broadway this afternoon. I see a grifter giving his pitch to a bunch of women standing there with their mouths open. The dollar bills was rolling in, and the junk he was passing out wasn't worth a dime. Not a nickel.
What do you need the keister for? Carnival gets rolling in a week. You got a good job waiting for you.
Look, that's just the idea, May. I decided I ain't going on the road with the show this season. Here, you want to try one of these potato peelers?
No.
The Atomic Super Skinner, it's called. Great moniker, huh? Lots of sell.
Oh, this morning you were hot to get back with the show. This afternoon you got a keister and Atomic Super Skinners. Why the quick switch?
Well, baby, I figured 5 months without you, that's too much for me.
Cookie, you're such a big liar. They ought to put you in the freak tent.
No, honest, May, I'm nuts about you. I couldn't stand it.
Why aren't you going out with the show?
That's the truth.
Yeah?
All right, I ran into Vince Beggs, and we had a couple of beers.
Well, what's he got to do with it?
Well, Vince has got an idea. He and another guy, Walt or something, you know him?
No.
Well, the idea is, since the show's a big moneymaker, the safe in the office wagon ought to be loaded. He figures they could knock it over like that in some jerkwater town we're playing.
So, you're leaving the show?
May, you know how Vince is. If I went out with the show, he'd make me promise I'd do the finger work. Well, I ain't going out with the show. I'm through being a rotten Connie. I got a keister and I'm a businessman.
You could have just said no to Vince.
Who, me?
Yeah.
To Vince? How can I say no to Vince? Look, May, once was enough. I don't want to get jammed up again. I like the fresh air. I don't want to see the inside of no jailhouse again.
Cookie.
So I'm through with the show.
How much do they keep in that office wagon safe?
I don't know. At the right time, maybe 30, 40,000. Look, May, I ain't getting involved.
Cookie, don't you love me?
What's this got to do with love?
Cookie, think of all the things we could have.
Yeah, stripes I could have. And about 10 years to wash them off.
You got the easiest part of it.
I know, but... Look, May, don't start pounding it in two, will you?
I think you ought to go out with the show and do it for Vince. And for me.
Oh.
After it's over, we'll have the time of our lives. Just you and me, honey.
You really think it's okay?
Sure, it's okay, honey. Now, just forget about that keister and those potato peelers. You're going back with the show and treat him to the biggest stunt that Carnival's ever seen. Hello, Vince.
Well, May?
Cookie got himself a keister and some potato peelers. He told me he wasn't going out with the show.
Oh. Sit down, baby. Didn't you talk to him?
Sure, I talked to him, Vince.
And everything's okay?
He leaves Tuesday.
May, you're a wonder.
Because Cookie does handstands for me, that makes me a wonder?
Baby, you're a wonder because I say so.
Okay. Now, what's in this deal for me?
Figure out what's in it for me, and that's what's in it for you.
You sure must think a lot of me, Vince, making me keep Cookie happy.
That's business, baby. After Cookie goes out with the show, that's when our pleasure starts. With Cookie in there pitching with the information, it ought to be as simple as driving down Main Street on Sunday.
Let's hope so. You've got more faith in Cookie than I have.
Cookie's job is easy. All he's got to do is pass along the dope and keep his mouth shut.
That's easy, keeping his mouth shut?
Easy enough. After I have a nice long chat with him.
Who's this Walter somebody? What's he in the deal?
A working man. An artist. One of the slickest guys with a safe dial and combination I know.
And he's going to take a big slice, huh?
He's worth it. You want a drink, babe?
No, let's get out of here.
How about your place?
No, thanks. Cookie's home.
Okay. I can think of some place he isn't. Let's go, baby.
Honest, May, I don't want to go out with the show.
If he missed the season with the carnival, he dies. Isn't that right, May?
Yeah, come on, get on the train, Cookie's going to pull out.
Well...
Your eyes open, Cookie.
Yeah, Vince, sure.
Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, goodbye, Cookie.
I'm going to miss you, May.
Don't forget to change your socks.
Oh, May.
Keep those letters coming, Cookie.
Yeah, I'll keep them coming. So long. So long!
There he goes, baby. There goes our meal ticket.
Knock the little lady off her perch and into the water.
Well, you get to see that beautiful golden-haired creature take a bath. 3 balls for a quarter. Here you are, bud. Hey, Vince. I don't expect to see you in Minneapolis until tomorrow. 3 balls for a quarter. Knock the little lady into the drink.
It's a big deal. We decided to spend a little more time on the job.
Look, don't make yourself so obvious around the lot, will you? 3 balls for a quarter. How about that, fella? 3 balls for a quarter.
I got Walter at the Hotel Henry. Meet me there tonight after the show closes.
3 for it. Listen, Vince, I don't want to go through with this deal. I've been out with the show long enough. I want to go back and see May.
Is that so?
Yeah. 3 months away from her is enough. I got to go back home and see her.
Meet me at the hotel, Vince. There's a little surprise waiting for you.
What kind of surprise?
I knew how much you missed May, so I brought her along.
You're kidding?
She's at the hotel.
Oh, Vince, you're a pal, a real pal.
Come over after the show's closed.
After it's closed, I'm coming now.
Stick on the job, will you? The big day's soon. I don't want you to do nothing but cause talk.
But May... Okay. 3 balls for a quarter, gents. Come on, 3 balls for a quarter. Knock the little lady off her perch and into the water. What's the prize? Did you say what's the prize? Why, you get to see that beautiful golden-haired creature take a bath. 3 balls for a quarter. 3 for a quarter.
I asked you, Vince. I asked you not to tell him you brought me along.
So I told him. He's got to be kept happy. Isn't that right, Walter?
Oh, no.
Well, I didn't come all the way to Minneapolis to keep Cookie happy.
Look, I'm just a mechanic in his deal, but I say we're all in this for the dough we can get out of it. I don't care who's happy. Well, is this Cookie guy?
He'll be here, Walter.
When? It's nearly 2 in the morning.
What are you, an early riser?
Strangely enough, yeah.
All right.
Safecracker who's an early riser.
There he is.
Let him in, May.
Why me?
I'm that glad to see him.
Yeah, I'm tickled to death. All right, take it easy.
May, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Cut it out.
May, I'm so glad to see you. It's been like being a year back in stir.
Well, I'm glad to see you, too.
Come over here, Cookie.
Hi, Vince. Come on, baby. Gee, it's great seeing you.
Yeah.
How you doing, Cookie? Hi, Walter. What do you say we all go out and get a few drinks, huh?
No. We got a lot of talking to do, Cookie.
Talking? We can talk anytime. Let's just...
Cookie.
Oh. Okay. Talking.
The show breaks out in Minneapolis Saturday night. What's the schedule, Cookie?
Well, the show train gets loaded Sunday morning. Pulls out later in the day. We open in Wichita, Kansas, Tuesday.
What about the stops?
Well, the first one's scheduled for Farmington.
Farmington? Where's that? Still Minnesota.
They gotta water and feed the menagerie. I guess the train will lay on the side in a couple hours.
Does the office wagon still ride on a flat car up near the front?
Didn't I write to you, Dead?
They could have changed it sometime during the season.
Well, if they changed it, I wouldn't have written to you. Wouldn't I, May?
Yeah.
All right. We'll be in Farmington when your show train pulls in. That all right with you, Walter?
Any place all right with me, just as long as I got room to cut a hole in the bottom of the office wagon.
You got plenty of room. The wagon rides on top of a flat car, like I told you.
Okay. That's it. Walter and I'll drive out there today and locate a good spot for us to wait. We'll let you know where to meet us, Cookie.
Meet you? For what?
It's a 3-man job, that's for what.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing, we need you.
This is my part of the deal, the information. I didn't bargain for nothing else. Ain't that right, May?
Don't look at me. I don't know what kind of deals you made.
You'll be there to give us a hand. And after it's over, you go back to the show and stay with it the rest of the season.
Do I have to?
Sure, you have to. You leave the show after the job and you look suspicious.
Yeah, but I got to spend some time with May.
You'll have all winter with me, Cookie. All winter.
We'll let you know where to meet us in Farmington. Okay, Walter?
Looks like a soft touch to me. An awful soft touch.
So, Don, as soon as the train got underway, these criminals planned to saw a hole in the floor of the Carnival office wagon, which was loaded aboard the flat car. The escapade looked like a certain success, until another train brought an unwanted passenger.
Now back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, United States Attorney Anderson, that burglars planned to board a flat car of a Carnival train on which was loaded the office wagon of the show.
That's right, Don. And it was their intention to saw a hole in the bottom of the office wagon as the train rolled through the dead of night and open the small safe in which the funds of the show were kept. Late on the night of September 7th, the train had pulled onto a siding at Farmington, Minnesota to water and feed the menagerie as Cookie said it would. In the high weeds near the spot where the office wagon car had stopped, The other two conspirators were waiting.
Murder that Cookie. I'll kill him for not showing up.
The two of us can manage, Rince. Don't look so tough after all.
When I tell him to show up, I want him here.
Better keep your head down in the weeds. One of them trainmen liable to spot us. Looks like you got finished up back there.
Okay. Grab the tools. Got him. Let's go. Okay. Get on. Give me your hand. Come on.
Okay, I'm okay. That's the signal to pull out.
Lay low. Here comes the guy with the lantern.
Forward! All aboard! Forward! All aboard! All aboard!
I'll say we're all aboard.
Shut up and let go.
Hey, that Cookie punk doesn't come in for a full cut.
We'll see.
He didn't show up for the job, did he?
I'll take care of Cookie. Let's get busy on the floor, boys.
Hey, Cookie. Did you hear about it, Cookie?
I hear about what?
There's FBI guys all over the lot. Some from St. Paul, some from Kansas City. Come here to Wichita special.
No kidding.
They got an idea it was an inside job.
Well, sure it was an inside job. Where'd anybody get the dope on the office wagon unless it was an inside job?
Are they questioning you yet?
Me?
Sure you. They're questioning everybody on the lot, everybody, from Mr. Signer checks all the way down.
What do they want with me?
$3 for a quarter. How about it, fella? $3 for a quarter?
What do they want with you? What do they want with me? I was on the grill for an hour nearly.
No kidding.
I told you, there's FBI's all over the place.
They'll never get a line.
I ain't too sure they ain't got a line already.
Huh? Who are you, J. Edgar Hoover?
It's okay. I got information.
Yeah?
Yeah. The rides foreman told me he had it from the ticket boss who got it right from Mr. Signer checks himself. The FBI's on the right track, and they'll wrap the whole thing up before the show breaks Wichita.
$3 for a quarter. Here you are, fella. 3 for a quarter.
And he said it's somebody right here on the lot. That's who they're after, somebody right here on the lot. Fact of the business is they know who it is already. They're just waiting for him to make a move before they haul him in.
Go on, Joe. Get back to your stand before somebody hauls you in.
Here you are, gents. $3 for a quarter. Knock the little lady off for purchasing the drink. Knock her into drink and see that beautiful golden-haired creature take a bath. See her take a bath right before...
No, Vince, cut it out. I have to finish packing.
There's lots of time for packing, baby. We could stay in East St. Louis for another week. Come here.
Vince.
Tell me how much you miss Cookie.
Look, I really have to finish packing. You wanted to make Hot Springs the first night.
So we won't make Hot Springs.
And it'd be much nicer if we didn't have to drag that Walter along.
Walter's good for a lot of things, May, baby. He,
What's the matter?
Somebody's putting a key in the door.
I'll bet it's Cookie.
Oh, you're crazy. He couldn't be here.
May, are you...
Hey, what are you doing back here?
What's it look like I'm doing? I came back to see May. Hi, sweetheart.
Well, Cookie, you shouldn't have come.
Who wants to stick around that show any longer? Things are getting hot.
I told you to stay out the season. Why didn't you show up to do the job?
I'll tell you why. Because I played it smart. That's why. The FBI was around questioning everybody where they were the night of the job.
They didn't talk to you.
Sure they did. I was on the back end of the train setting up all night, playing pinochle. I had 7 witnesses. Counting kibitzes.
You should have stuck out the season like I told you.
Yeah, well, you'll go back and work that lousy midway in my place. I came home to see my May, and I was going to... Hey, where were you counting on going?
What do you mean?
What are you packing your bags for? That's what I mean.
She was going to catch the train tonight for Wichita to meet you.
Is that right, May?
Sure, Cookie. Where else would I be going?
You better get back to the show, Cookie. Tell them you were picked up for being drunk or something, but get back today.
I told you I'm staying right here, me and May. And while we're on the subject, which we ain't, where's my cut of the dough?
Walter and I haven't talked it over yet.
What's there to talk over? You take it and you cut it 3 ways.
You think you're entitled to a full share?
Shut up, May. Whose side are you supposed to be on, anyway? I asked what there's there to talk over.
You didn't show up for the job. That entitles you only the tipsters end. 10%.
What are you giving me 10%? I spent a whole summer on the job. You 2 guys spent 1 night. I don't settle for no 10%.
You're getting a little tougher than you used to be, Cookie.
Why shouldn't I get tougher after I see a few of the things that's going on around here? Packed up, huh? Going to Wichita, huh?
Yeah, I was going to wire you, Cookie.
Yeah, you were going to wire me. Anyhow, Vince, what about my dough?
We'll meet Walter tonight and talk it over.
Okay. I'll meet Walter. But I'm getting my full share. Where'd you put that keister of mine, May?
Keister?
Yeah, and the potato peelers.
Oh, in there, in the closet.
Much obliged. I'm going in the potato peeler business this afternoon, which is what I should have done 3 months ago.
Well, what are we going to do now?
So we leave tomorrow instead of today.
He's not going to sit still, Vince.
I've been taking it easy with him, baby. I didn't want him to cause us any trouble. Not until we're set. But tonight he gets the law laid down. About his cut. About you.
I'm Joe Carey. They said they want to see me in the office wagon.
Yes, I want to see you. I'm Special Agent Smith, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, how you?
Sit down, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. You know, another one of you FBI guys talked to me yesterday.
I know. It's about something different today.
Look, I didn't have nothing to do with the robbery, if that's what's on your mind.
I know you didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh, that's good. Had me worried for a minute.
You know that your friend Cookie left the show?
He did?
Yes, he did.
Well, that's funny. I was talking to him just last night. He didn't say nothing about leaving.
He didn't say anything to anybody. He just left.
Say, you don't think he had anything to do with... Oh, not Cookie.
Well, let's see. He gives an East St. Louis, Illinois address. Do you know whether that's where he lives?
Yeah, that's where he lives, but you're barking up the wrong tree, mister. Anybody but Cookie.
We'll have to check up on him anyway, leaving the show so suddenly doesn't make it look too good for him. Now, I'm going to ask you a few more questions, and you give me the best answers you can. All we're trying to do is clear this thing up, and we intend to.
Now back to Gangbusters.
Look, Vince, I ain't satisfied with no 5,000.
Get it down, Cookie. There's people in the joint.
I'm telling you, 5,000 is more than you're entitled to, Cookie.
And it's final. Oh, yeah, Walter? Well, now let me tell you guys something. All I got to do is peep one little word, see? Just one little word.
Cookie.
Don't cookie me, May. I know what you've been trying to get away with behind my back. How stupid do you think I am?
5,000 is all, Cookie.
Yeah? And who are you counting on peeping that one word to? To who do you think? To the law, that's who.
Oh. That's not a very good idea, Cookie.
You could get some sense, will you?
Shut up.
Take the $5,000, Cookie, and be glad you got it.
You don't take it and keep quiet. You're looking for trouble. Trouble, huh? What kind of trouble could you give me?
Okay, Waller.
You sit still, Cookie. There's a gun in my lap. It's pointed right at your gut.
You see, Cookie?
You guys can't bluff me. Give me my 30 and I'll get out of here.
Sit still, jerk. We ain't bluffing.
Let's just imagine he was going to make trouble for us. After all, $5,000 is $5,000. Now, look, fellas, all right, I'll take the $5,000.
You're a little late, Cookie. I think you'll take a nice swim in Horseshoe Lake.
May, to talk to him, huh? With a rock around your neck. May, tell him I was kidding, huh? I'll take the $5,000.
I got no influence, Cookie.
Now, get up and walk for the door.
Vince, get on, he said. Now, look, fellas.
Now, walk for the door.
May, do something for me, will you, May?
Shut up.
Do something, May, please. After what we've been together, May.
Had to get tough, didn't you, Cookie, huh?
May.
All right, hold it.
What?
Hey, watch what you're doing. FBI, don't move.
Hey, listen, you...
Stand still.
Oh, brother, am I glad to see you.
We're glad to see you. Now get over, all of you. Walk out that door and don't give us any trouble. Because we just welcome trouble from guys like you. Now walk.
That, Don, was how agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation rounded up this gang whose crime might be called clever if they got away with it. But they didn't. The principal members of the gang were found guilty of theft from an interstate shipment and sentenced to a term of 8 years in a federal penitentiary. The other conspirator was given a term of 3.5 years.
Well, thank you, United States Attorney Anderson, for this most interesting case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to the federal agents who rounded up this troublesome gang of criminals. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by William Sweets, with Bill Smith and Gene Ellen in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Excitement and danger are the salt and pepper in Mike Shayne's recipe for life. But at this particular moment, Mike seems fresh out of spice and seasoning. Life is very dull for our detective friend. So dull, in fact, he almost yawns right in the very pretty face of his secretary, Phyllis Knight.
10 minutes to 4. You've had that poetry book propped under your nose since lunch.
Well, certainly. If I'm going to write poetry reviews, I've got to read them.
Exactly. 3 people have walked through that door today. 1 bill collector and 2 guys asking where they could...
Mike.
Where they could comb their hair.
3 + 1 = 4.
You, sir, are Monsieur Michael Shayne, the private detective?
If it's all right with you, ma'am.
I am Madame Jelaine Toulot.
Once again?
Madame Jelaine Toulot. But of course, I shouldn't expect a detective to know and the...
Jelaine Toulot, the opera star, of course. Won't you have a chair, please?
The other one, Phil. It's strong. More comfortable.
Young man, I weigh 230 pounds. If this chair won't hold me, I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
A big voice means a big body. Did you ever hear a voice from one of those little musical comedy whiffets? No? No more voice than a sick grasshopper.
Madame Toulot, you wish to see Mr. Shayne about some problem, a case?
Of course. What did I come here for? It's in my purse. Here, read this letter.
Thank you. Madam, this is your last warning. If the book is published, you will not be here to enjoy the pain it causes. That's all. It's unsigned.
This is the second one I've received in the past 2 weeks.
Well, what on earth does it mean, the book?
My memoirs. Oh. Everybody knows I am writing them. A lot of famous people will lose sleep when they read what I, Madame Jelaine Toulot, has told about them. But I want to live to enjoy it.
You wish me to investigate who's sending you these notes?
I do.
I'm sorry, madam. I'm not a press agent. Writers have tried this publicity stunt before.
Why, you young cochon. Very well. I'll go to a good detective.
I wish you luck, madam.
I like you, young man. You talk back to me and don't apologize.
Only in months spelt with an R.
I admit I like publicity, Mr. Shayne. I love to see my name in print, but not in the obituary. If you will take the case, I'll give you the names of the people that might have written these notes.
Go ahead, Mike. We wouldn't want anything to really happen to Madame Toulot.
Thank you, my dear. What is your name?
Phyllis Knight. I remember hearing you sing Carmen when I was a little girl.
You're older than I thought. You like opera?
Oh, I love it, yes. I've got record albums at home of Aida and Carmen, Rigoletto, Cavaliere Rusticana. Wait a minute. Didn't I see in the papers that you were singing that tonight? The benefit series.
Yes, my 5th farewell appearance.
Coming back to business, madam, you were going to give me some names.
Yes. The first one is Roderick Mackenzie of the Newport Mackenzies, an old suitor of mine.
Would he threaten to kill you?
He's come clear out to the coast just to keep his name out of my memoirs. He wants to buy his letters back from me.
Oh?
My dear Jelaine, he says, I was a wild and foolish boy, but that was long ago. There is my family, my circle.
You're writing this down, honey?
Yes.
Then there's my ex-husband, Edwin Buck. He's got political ambitions which my book might sour. And Leonora Baril, Madame Baril. To think I have to sing tonight with that Hungarian hoot owl. Oh, and one other. Savadal, our maestro.
They're all in your memoirs?
Any others?
Yes. Savadal, our maestro, he hates the air I breathe because I won't let Helen marry him.
Helen?
My secretary, Helen Smith.
Oh.
The girl thinks she's in love with him. She's too young, too good for him.
You might add the secretary to the list, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Helen? Impossible. She couldn't. She's... No, never.
Well, we've got 4 names here. Now, where do I find these people?
Come to the opera tonight, the Figaro Theatre. I will have them all there for you.
Figaro Theatre, okay.
It's a double bill. Pagliacci, then Cavalleria. I sing in the second half. Let us meet in my dressing room during the intermission.
One thing more, madam. Do we have to listen to the opera itself?
Of course. Someday you can tell your children you heard Madame Jelaine Torlot. You will never forget tonight.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm afraid of.
I wanted to hear the end of Pagliacci.
Yeah, so do I. It can't end quick enough.
Oh, you're just being childish. You like music and singing.
Yeah, sure, darling, but when guys get up on the stage and insult each other, I want to enjoy it in English.
Oh,
Yes?
Oh, we thought this was Madame Turlot's dressing room. I'm sorry.
It is. Madam has no come here yet.
Oh, well, we were to meet her here in her dressing room. Can we come in and wait?
I am waiting to see her.
Okay, we'll make it a threesome. The names are Miss Knight and Mike Shayne.
So? I am Savadell.
The maestro? But I thought you were conducting the...
Cavalleria only, madame.
Oh.
Diavolo, she's late. Excuse me. Hello? Madame, the time. I wait. So? See, they are here. You, Mr. Shayne. She wants to talk.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Mrs. Shayne, I am going to be late. A certain person has been here at the house trying to tear up my memoirs.
What? Who?
I'll tell you when I get to the theater. Come back to the dressing room after the performance. Au revoir.
Goodbye.
I want to talk to her.
I'm sorry, Maestro. She hung up.
Oh, that woman, that pig. I will not stand to this. I warn her. No, we're doing it.
Do what? Hey, just a second there.
That, my dear, is what we artists call temperament fortissimo.
Yeah, well, I've got a plainer name for it. Come on, darling. Let's go back to our seats and join the other sufferers.
Mike.
Hmm?
Hey, that man conducting the orchestra, he doesn't look like Savadell.
Yeah, you're right. It's the same bald head who umpired the first opera.
Yeah, but Savadell said he would. Wonder what it means.
Don't ask me, darling. The only thing I know about grand opera is the price of our tickets.
Hey, that's awfully funny.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last part of the prelude, and right now the tenor's supposed to be singing off stage.
The curtain's going up.
There's nobody on the stage.
Somebody's coming out from the wings now.
It's Savadell.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Quiet.
Please. I am regret to announce there will be tonight no Cavalleria Rusticana. I have to announce there is a tragedy. Our soprano, Madame Turlot, is dead.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Many motorists blame poor mileage, sluggish pickup, and inferior engine performance on wartime gasoline. Now, it's true that all civilian gasoline must be restricted in quantity and quality due to government regulations. But if you've been having trouble with a rough motor, or your gas coupons don't seem to go quite as far as they used to, ask yourself this question. How long has it been since my spark plugs were checked? You see, spark plugs have a lot to do with engine performance. If they're old or burned or dirty, they won't fire properly and they waste gasoline. In fact, engineering tests show that defective plugs can waste 1 tankful of gasoline out of 10. Now, there's no reason why anyone should put up with this condition when it's so easy to have your Union Oil Minuteman check your spark plugs. Union Oil spark plug inspection is scientifically performed. The condition of each plug is carefully measured on a special machine, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and adjust them. The cost of this service is only a few cents per plug, and you'll soon save that in extra mileage. You'll find Union Oil Minuteman ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. The sudden death of Madame Turlot has been announced from the opera stage. It's a few minutes later. Mike and Phyllis are at the home of the dead singer. As they hurry through the entrance hall, Inspector Faraday is explaining.
Well, for once, Mike, I beat you to the scene. Yeah. The old lady started to phone the police, but never completed the call. One of our operators heard gunshots over the phone.
So you hightailed it right over?
Yeah, when somebody at the opera phoned for her, I gave him the news. Well, this is the living room. The bodies, well, you can see for yourself.
But Inspector, there are 2 of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As bloody as Grand Opera itself.
Oh.
And when she came to our office, I thought it was a publicity stunt. Mike Shayne, you're a hero.
Oh, Mike, you couldn't possibly know.
I haven't had time to identify the other body. It's a woman of, I'd say, 25 or 26.
That's probably Helen Smith, the secretary. If only we knew who was here with Madame Turlot when she telephoned you at the theater.
Yeah. The somebody who had just tried to destroy her manuscript.
So that's what it was, a manuscript. One of my boys found a pile of paper over there in the fireplace. A lot of it was burned up.
Uh-huh. Looks like some old photographs and letters, too.
Oh, maybe that's the coroner. Be right back, kids.
Okay.
Look at these, Mike. Here, these pages didn't burn.
Chapter 5, My Husband. There never was a more dashing, gallant figure of a man than Edwin Buck. There's something screwy here. She's giving him a gold-plated Oscar, unless it's supposed to be sarcasm.
Her desk looks as if she'd been working on a manuscript, Mike. A lot of typewriter paper and carbon sheets. Only used a couple of times.
Oh, good. You know what to do with them.
Mike, what are you staring at?
Bloodstains on the carpet. They trail from the phone over here to the piano where she died.
Oh. Well, she must have clutched at the music rack as she fell. There's music all over the floor.
Uh-huh. She's got a couple of sheets crumpled in her hand. Looks like they were torn out of something.
Let me see. That's part of an opera score. An aria from Rigoletto.
Court I.G. on I. Valrazzi.
Mike. Corsiani Vilrazzi. It's a baritone aria.
I thought she was a soprano.
Oh.
Helen, Mamma Mia, Helen.
No, Sabadell, no, don't touch her.
I don't know who these men are, but they all insist they're special friends of Madame Turlot. What's your name, sir?
Edwin Buck. I was once her husband.
And you?
Roderick Mackenzie. I've known Ghislaine for, a long time.
I was supposed to meet all 3 of you gentlemen this evening about certain threatening letters sent to Madame Turlot.
So I understand.
Have you got those letters, Mike?
I have one, Inspector, here in my purse.
Maestro Sabadell, when we were in the dressing room with you, you blew your top about Madame. You said you had warned her, and now you would do it. Do what, Maestro?
I was a meaning for Helen. Madam, she say we cannot marry. I'm say Madame Turlot have no right to stop us. Tonight I'm decide. No more talk. We do it.
And where did you go when you slammed out?
First I go for a walk. Get over my temper. Then I phone Madame. She's very late. They say she's dead.
Mr. Buck, you came here for some reason, but you're very quiet.
Yes, it's so horrible. And
how long ago were you divorced from Madame Turlot?
About 18 years.
I understand you have political ambitions. Is that right?
I hope to run for Congress.
And what your ex-wife wrote about you might do your opponents more good than you.
Why, no. From all Ghislaine told me, she wrote rather well of me.
From all she told us, that wasn't her idea.
Can you tell us, Mr. Buck, where you were during the past hour?
Why, certainly. At the opera to hear Ghislaine.
Mr. Mackenzie, I believe you made a special trip here from New York to keep your name out of these memoirs.
There's no crime in that.
You tried to buy your letters back from Madame.
I did. I have my family to think of, my social standing. Some of my letters were, full of youthful enthusiasm. I was afraid Jelaine would distort them.
Mr. Mackenzie, where were you during the past hour?
I was at the opera.
No, that is one a lie. He was here. I see him.
All right, Mackenzie. Drop the innocent act. What were you doing here?
Well, if you must know, I came to talk to Jelaine's secretary.
And?
I was going to bribe her to steal my letters for me, but nobody answered the door. I never got in. You can't prove anything on me.
Except that you're a poor liar, sir. That goes for all of you. Any one of you three could have sneaked up here from the opera and killed these women. Inspector?
Yes, Mike.
Madam has some of the musical score in her right hand. I want to borrow it for an hour or so.
But, Mike, that's evidence.
Nothing's going to happen to it, Inspector. And, honey, if you'll give me the keys to your apartment, please.
What? I'll go with you.
No. I want you here to sort of observe proceedings. Mr. Shannon, please. I want to talk with you. It must be private. Inspector Faraday will be glad to hear anything you have to say, Maestro. I'll be seeing you, children. Oh, Angel, you dropped your handkerchief.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Mr. Sabadell. What was it you wanted to tell Mike?
No, it's like I say, it's a private.
Okay, I suppose it's private why you came here earlier and saw Mackenzie.
I'm all ready to tell. I come to see Helen and say to Madam that we get them married. But nobody's opened the front door. They're already dead.
Inspector.
Now what?
This isn't my handkerchief. It's got the initials L.B.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Leonore Beryl, the singer. Her name was on our list, too.
Then she must have been here. We're knee-deep in suspects.
Well, maybe this one is the fish we're really after. See you later, Inspector.
Hey, Phil, where you going?
Where do you suppose? Right, Inspector?
I hope you will excuse my appearance, but I am so unstrung from this shock.
Yes, I understand, Miss Beryl.
Jelaine and I we were such good friends. She was like a mother to me.
Yes. Did you see her today?
Today? Oh, no. Oh, my eyes. Mascara.
Oh, here, use this hanky.
Oh, thank you.
You buy very expensive handkerchiefs, Miss Beryl.
What?
That handkerchief. It's yours. You dropped it in the living room. Jelaine Turlot's living room.
Oh.
You did see her today, didn't you? In fact, this evening.
How did you know?
I didn't. It was a shot in the dark. I see you use a typewriter.
What are you doing?
Just checking something. Will not be... Yep, it's the same.
It is the same what?
The letter E on your typewriter, exactly like the E in the note threatening the life of Jelaine Turlot.
All right. I was trying to scare her. She had me in her memoirs. I am trying to get my husband back. But if Sabadell reads the malicious way she twisted things...
Sabadell? He's your husband?
And our divorce became final last month. But I am going to get him back.
Oh. He was going to elope with Helen. So you got rid of the girl, then you had to kill the other woman.
Get out of here. Get out of here!
Gladly. I think you've told me all we need to know.
Trouble with women. They tell her too much.
Oh, Sabadell.
How did you get here?
The inspector, he's to turn loose everybody but Mr. Mackenzie. Now, I talk to you.
No, you don't.
You stay. Sabadell want to talk.
You let go of me.
Diavolo, she bite.
Stop her. Stop her. She's getting away.
Sister, I am away. She was lying every minute of the time because everything that she said...
Please, Angel, please give it to me slow. I can't get it all at once.
Well, listen, all right. Faraday has turned everybody loose except Mackenzie. He's holding the wrong man.
Well, it could be, but Inspector Faraday must have his reasons.
But the handkerchief. Leonore Beryl admitted she was with Madame Turlot tonight, and she was married to Sabadell.
So you said.
Well, doesn't all this mean anything to you? Sabadell tried to keep me in that apartment.
Mm-hmm. Men try that occasionally.
Oh.
By the way, did you check Madame's carbon paper?
I did not. I found more important things to do.
Phyllis, I told you
Mike, stop fiddling with that phonograph and listen to me. Leonore Beryl sent those threatening letters. She wanted Sabadell back, but he was going to elope with Helen. Don't you think Leonore would be mad enough to kill her and Jelaine Turlot?
If you think that, why were you so scared of Sabadell?
Because they're in it together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, honey, have you got some extra phonograph needles? This one's getting scratchy.
Oh, Mike.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Yes, you. Huh? I beat my brains out trying to help you on this case. You just stand there gawking at sheet music and phonograph records.
Excuse, please, but the doorbell.
That's the apartment phone, stupid. Down by the mailboxes.
Oh, I'll get it. It's probably Inspector Faraday. Hello?
Please, Mr. Phyllis Knight.
Well, who is it and what do you want?
Senor Sabadell, I must see her at once.
Look, mister, look, this is Mike Shayne. And if you come around here to pester Phyllis, I'll punch you...
No, please. I want to talk to both of you. It's a secret. I have an idea.
Hello? Hello, hello? Hello?
Mr. Shayne.
Yeah?
The aria. Oh.
Sabadell. Sabadell, what's wrong? Sabadell!
In just a moment, we'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures. A few minutes ago, we mentioned some of the reasons why clean spark plugs are important to the efficient performance of an automobile engine. Now, while you're having your spark plugs checked, it's a good idea to ask the Minuteman to look at your ignition cables, too. These cables are the small, fine wires which deliver electricity to the spark plugs. If any of them are broken or frayed or the insulation damaged, even brand new plugs won't help your driving. You see, old or damaged ignition cables leak electricity, so that by the time the charge gets to the spark plug, there isn't enough juice left for the rich spark needed for instant firing. So to get full power out of old engines, ask the Union Oil Minuteman to check both spark plugs and ignition cables. Then you'll be sure of more power and better mileage. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Ignition Service. Thank you. For the second time tonight, a phone call has been ended suddenly by a revolver shot. It is minutes later. Mike and Phyllis are standing on the sidewalk outside Phil's apartment house. Two men in white are lifting a limp body onto an ambulance stretcher.
Mike, do you think he'll live?
Well, the doctor says he will if they get him to the hospital quick enough. Even so, we won't be able to question him for days, and that may be too late.
Not a soul in this crowd saw who did it.
Somebody decided Sabadell shouldn't talk to us.
Yeah.
Oh, if I had only listened to him when he tried to tell me something at Madame Turlow's. Or you at Leonore Barill's.
Well, if we just knew what he wanted to tell us.
I think I have a sneaking hunch, honey.
You have?
Yeah. Well, come on, Bright Eyes. We're going to phone Inspector Faraday and send out the invitations.
Invitations?
Mm-hmm. To a midnight reunion at Madame Turlow's. The guest list will be very select and slightly dangerous. Good evening, Inspector.
Hello, Inspector.
Did you round up everybody?
I did. They're in the living room. Come on in.
Okay.
That package under your arm, Mike, what is it?
Patience, me lad, patience. Everything in due time.
Mike, you told me on the phone that Mackenzie was innocent and to release him. Well, I haven't.
You mean you've got proof on him?
Mackenzie came clear across the continent just to stop Madame Turlow from publishing that book. He admits he was going to bribe her secretary to steal the stuff for him. And Sabadell placed him here at the house at or about the time of the killing. That's enough for me.
There's just one hitch, Inspector.
What?
How about the killer trying to remove Sabadell, too, at the very time you had Mackenzie at headquarters?
Say, that's right.
Yeah. Unless Sabadell's ex-wife did it in a fit of anger.
Miss Barill, this is Mr. Shayne.
So, I understand I have you to thank for dragging me out at this unearthly hour.
Yes, Miss Barill. Mr. Buck, how are you?
As well as could be expected.
Phyllis, will you look up those carbon papers now?
Yeah, right away.
I believe Inspector Faraday has told you of the shooting of Maestro Sabadell, so the first thing we want to know from both of you is, where were you during the past hour?
Well, I was at home, reading the newspaper story about tonight.
Oh, an incomplete story, I'm afraid. And you, Miss Barill?
Also at home.
When Miss Knight left you and Sabadell, or should I say escaped from you, what happened?
Nothing.
You and Sabadell had a fight. He accused you of killing Helen so he couldn't marry her.
I told him I didn't, and it's the truth.
All right. Now, honey, how about the carbons?
All checked. Madame Turlow was still working on the chapter, My Husband.
And?
We were right the first time. She's anything but flattering to Mr. Buck.
Rubbish. She was very kind to me.
Well, here's the carbon sheets. We found them on Madame's desk, and they were used only twice. I just held them up in front of my vanity mirror and read what she'd typed, and it was not flattering.
Well, how was I to know that? I thought it was all favorable to me.
Well, that's a minor issue now anyway. The real key is Helen Smith, the secretary.
How do you mean, Mike?
Madame Turlough was against a marriage between Helen and Salvador. She told us it would never happen. Now, doesn't that strike any of you as a little strange? Employers usually don't have such control over the lives of their secretaries.
Okay, Mike, but get to the point.
Ah, that is the point, Inspector. And now you wanted to know what I have in this package.
Yeah.
First, the music score we found in Madame Turlough's hand. A baritone aria from Rigoletto.
The Cortegiani Virazzi.
Pronunciation by courtesy of Miss Phyllis Knight. Thank you,
you.
darling. And next we have Phil's record album of the same opera. Angel, will you warm up the Madame's phonograph for me?
If you ask me, this is all very cheap and dramatic.
Operatic is the word, Miss Burrell. You see, when Madame Turlough was shot, she made a dying effort to tell us who killed her and Helen, especially Helen. She tore a very special aria from the score of Rigoletto in a desperate gamble somebody would understand it.
Mr. Shayne, I don't believe you are the man to give us a course on opera appreciation.
Well, we shall see, Miss Burrell.
Phonograph's ready, Mike.
Okay, darling. Now, do you people know the plot of Rigoletto and what this aria means?
Well, of course. I have sung Rigoletto.
I'm afraid I have only a hazy idea.
All right. This is the setup. A gang of the Duke's courtiers have just kidnapped a girl. Now this guy Rigoletto is cursing them. Now he's begging them to give her up, and they won't. Now he tells them the secret. The girl is his own daughter. Well, does that mean anything to you, Miss Burrell?
Not a thing.
You, Mr. Buck?
I can't say that it does.
Okay, then I'll put on the other record. Now, this is the end of the opera, the payoff. Miss Burrell, as an opera star, tell us what's happening on the stage right now.
Why, Rigoletto had planned to kill his enemy, the Duke.
Right. He has the body in a sack, and then he makes a discovery. Now, listen carefully, Mr. Buck. Rigoletto opens the sack and sees a girl's body. He cries, "Speak, oh, speak to me, my darling daughter. Oh, awful fate. By my hand she hath fallen."
What?
What's
Mike,
My child. Helen was my child.
Helen was Shalaine's daughter?
Then Buck is her father?
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yes, her father. And her murderer.
There you are, Maestro.
Very well.
Well, are you feeling better?
Mr. Shayne, to you, bigger congratulations. Your work, bravo. She's the most brilliant.
Well, thank you, Maestro. I thought it was pretty good myself.
Good. Well, Buck could hardly add anything to his confession. He hadn't seen his daughter Helen since she was 6 years old. Buck says he just wanted to scare the madam out of publishing her book. Helen tried to grab the gun, it went off. Then he had to shoot again.
Mr. Salvador, you had something you wanted to tell me privately. Now, can you talk now?
Yes, I can. Tonight, I see aria from Rigoletto in a madam's hand.
Mm-hmm.
The ideas have come to me. Maybe Helen is not orphan the way she should think. Maybe she is the daughter of Madame and Mr. Buck. The same idea Mr. Shayne have, but I must tell in a private.
Well, why under the sun would Jelaine Turlough keep such a secret from her husband and her own daughter?
We in opera are strange people. Madame Turlough live and breathe opera. She's a very dramatic. She's an enjoy secret, just like a storybook.
Speaking of operas, Angel, I noticed you got another record album up at your apartment. Maybe if I studied it, I might get the answer to another problem.
Mike, not another crime.
Well, a different sort. It's the marriage of Figaro. Catch on, Miss Knight?
Then, Mr. Shayne, you must translate better than your Rigoletto.
Huh? But just a minute ago, you were complimenting me about...
See, only your thinking. But the aria, no. I've never heard such a bad translation.
Oh, Mike. Dear, I was so proud of your learning and your culture.
Well, what about you? You didn't correct me. You're supposed to be the highbrow in this partnership.
Oh, I am.
Opera, music, books, poetry, reviews. Climb down off that pedestal, you fake.
Why, Michael Shayne...
Phil, there's only one book a man wants a woman to review.
I know. A cookbook.
Right.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
When my telephone rang, it jerked me out of one nightmare and right into the middle of another, where a woman with a secret, a worried man, and a shadow out of the past met with fear and fury in the dead of night.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Friend from Detroit.
A wood nymph dressed in nothing but a veil of dewdrops. She was pirouetting from one huge bluebell to another on gossamer wings. And with every turn, she smiled and came closer. But just as I reached out for a hand, something happened. The bluebells changed into old tomato cans and started to ring. A bandy-legged little man with a jackhammer went to work on my head. I fell over a cliff, and just before I landed on a red-hot pile of broken Scotch bottles... Oh, I woke up. But the jackhammer didn't stop. I switched on the light and looked at my watch. It was 1 in the a.m., and the phone on my bed table was screaming for an answer. Hello?
Marlowe, this is Dave. Betty's gone. She's in trouble. You gotta help me, Marlowe. You gotta come over to my apartment
Wait a minute. Who is this?
Dave Pryor. I run the coffee joint on the corner. You know me.
Yeah, sure, Dave. I remember. What's the matter?
My wife, Betty, she's gone. You gotta help me.
Dave, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm in bed. Besides, you know I don't monkey with family quarrels.
It's not like that, Phil. Believe me, I'm scared for her. Phil, please, come over to the apartment. 2000 Beechwood right away. It's a matter of life.
Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Marlowe, I thought you'd never get here. Look, somebody fired a shot through the door, and when I got back with the aspirin, Betty was gone.
All right, wait a minute, Dave, hold it. I'm not even awake yet. Look, sit down. Take it from the top. Slow.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it started this morning at the coffee joint when a fancy guy came in and talked to Betty. She waits on the table.
Yeah, I know. What do you mean fancy?
Well, a slick dresser, cufflinks, stick pin, all that. I didn't know him, and Betty tossed him off to me as a masher. Maybe he was, but she seemed upset.
Lower, huh?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, tonight about 9, another guy came in, a chunky bird with a deep voice. Betty had just got back from shopping, and I was in the kitchen. See, when I heard a tray of dishes fall and Betty came back, white as a sheet, she was scared, Phil, scared.
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Go ahead.
I looked out, and that chunky guy was leaving. Betty insisted he had nothing to do with it, that she was just nervous.
Was somebody else in the place at the time?
Let's see. Yeah, some Tribune reporter that comes in every night was up at the counter. He was the only one.
And Betty stayed on the job till you closed, huh?
Yeah, till midnight. But, Phil, she was in a bad shape.
Mm-hmm.
After we got home here, she sent me out with some aspirin. I was only out for 15 minutes, Phil. When I came back, she was gone. And look, this bullet hole in the glass door to the backyard. Somebody out there shot at her. And maybe hit her or
something. All right, Dave, steady. Now take it easy. You and Betty have a gun?
No. Why?
Well, in the first place, the bullet went out through this glass. It didn't come in. And another thing, Dave, who did you call tonight after you phoned me?
Why, nobody.
Phone directory on the dresser here is open to the B's. Boone to wardrobe. Mean anything to you?
No, I didn't even realize it was over there. I looked you up in the classified.
Mm-hmm. Okay, come on. Let's take a look in the backyard. Any light out there?
Yeah, I rigged one up for the barbecue. Oh, look, Marlowe, there must
take
be
it
something
easy. Now, we'll straighten this out, believe me. Now, let's see. The line of sight seems to run somewhere between the barbecue and the gate. No footprints, though. Maybe.
Marlowe. Marlowe, here by the tree. It's a hat. Gray snap brim, initials VR on the sweatband.
VR. Mean anything to you?
Why, no. What? Sure, that's Van Remini's hat. He's the newspaper guy I told you about.
Tribune reporter that was in your place tonight?
Yeah.
Why should he be dodging bullets in your backyard?
I don't know.
Dave, where's Betty from?
Detroit? When she came out here, I gave her a job.
And then you both fell for each other and got married, huh?
Yeah, 2 years ago next month. And we've been happy, Phil. We've been...
Yeah. Now, look, Dave. Why did you call me instead of the cops?
I guess I'm afraid she's mixed up in something bad.
You know, if it turns out that way, I'll have to call him myself.
Okay, Phil. But you're on my side until you know for sure.
Yeah. All right, now you stay here, close to your phone.
Okay.
I'll check with you. Right now, I got to get a line on a bare-headed reporter. He can get us started if he hasn't lost anything more than his hat when I find him. So long, Dave. A reporter's hat, 2 strangers, and a bullet hole somehow added up to the fast fate of a hard-working kid named Betty, whose husband's only claim to fame was selling the best cup of coffee in town. It made no sense, but as I walked up the street toward my car, I figured that through Van Remini, I could get to the first answer. I was wrong. The first answer got to me. A thick hedge suddenly sprouted arms. One jerked me around while the other held the cold throat of a .45 against my throat.
Your car registration tag says your name is Philip Marlowe.
No kidding. How do you suppose that happened?
But it doesn't mention your racket. Shamus, maybe?
Could be. And you?
I'm a tourist.
Oh, sure. Just out to see the sights.
That's it. One in particular. $25,000 that belongs to me. I don't want any interference from you or that square inside there.
You mean Dave Pryor?
I mean Dave Pryor. I'll go back in there and tell him to cool off. The little woman is all right. She's just helping an old friend, you might say.
Might I say you're the friend?
Never mind. Unless Mr. Jitters in there kicks up a fuss, everything will be fine. Betty knows what she's doing. She's got a lot of talent for it. Too much to waste slinging hash. And remember what I said, Marlowe. Lay off.
I'll remember more than that about you, Foghorn.
Just remember to count 10 before you move, boy.
Well, there's no point in trying to outsmart a .45. And with 3 steps, Foghorn vanished in the night. Also gone was a big chunk of my respect for a doll named Betty Pryor and a taste in old friends. Just so I wasn't jumping to conclusions, I went to my car and drove down to Hollywood Boulevard. At the first all-night gas station, I stopped and put in a call to the Tribune, where a guy on the desk told me, through a mouthful of mango cigar, that unless Remini was at Bungalow 24, Beverly Crest Hotel, covering the murder of an ex-Detroit hood, he was fired. And he hung up. But the one word Detroit made the call a jackpot, so I headed for the hotel on the double. It was pink and Spanish and squatted in a grove of well-behaved palm trees at the edge of a domesticated jungle, which gave the illusion of privacy to a string of bungalows that weren't. But number 24 had all the privacy of a glass-faced cutaway beehive when I pulled up in the middle of 2 squad cars and an ambulance and went inside. Sprawled on the floor in front of a desk was a very well-dressed Exhibit A. Complete with cufflinks and stickpin and presiding as usual was Detective Lieutenant Ibarra, who didn't see me until I walked up beside him.
What are you doing here, Marlowe?
I can smell blood clear across town. What's the story, Ibarra?
The name is Spec Willard, a gambler from Detroit. Retired out here to California a few years back to play horses and women. He was shot to death at about 8 o'clock tonight by a person or persons unknown.
Another gang job?
No, I don't think so. Looks more like armed robbery that got out of hand.
How so?
We found a currency wrapper from a local bank that read $25,000 in an open drawer in the bedroom. And one of the bellhops saw a woman, unidentified so far, run out of here about the time the coroner says that Willard was shot.
A woman?
Yeah. That fits because he was known to be quite a nightclubber and general playboy. You wouldn't happen to know something about this woman, would you, Marlowe?
Me? Certainly not. No, I'm after a man, a live one, I hope.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Marlowe, take this nickel. In case you should just happen to hear something, I want you to spend that on a phone call to the police department. Now, who is it you're looking for?
A Tribune reporter named Van Remini, you know him?
Unfortunately, that's him over there, the sticky-fingered one by the window, swiping that book of matches just now, the one without a hat.
Oh, yeah, I know. Thanks, Lieutenant. I'll see you. Hey, Remini, can I talk to you a minute?
Yeah, sure. What's on your mind?
I'm Philip Marlowe, private detective.
Don't apologize. What's up, Marlowe?
No girl named Betty Pryor?
Pryor?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Yeah. She and her husband run a one-arm joint on Franklin, don't they?
That's right, Remini. I understand Betty got into a little trouble tonight. Heard about it?
Nope. Wouldn't worry, though.
Trouble's not new to Betty.
Yeah, that's one popular school of thought. Incidentally, you seem to be going a long ways out of your way on this run-of-the-mill murder story, Remini.
You're taking a long way around to the point, pal. Get with it. I'm in a hurry.
Okay, pal. But keep it under your hat, won't you? The gray one, I mean.
Oh, so that's how...
Yeah, that's the way it is, yeah. Now, do you mind telling me what you saw in Pryor's backyard tonight?
You name it. Shall I play dumb or lie?
Suit yourself.
See, my press card's just as good as your license, sweetheart. It gets me in, gets me out again. In my dodge, that's called reporting.
Remini, I'll squeeze the truth out of you eventually.
I'm sorry I can't wait. We got a deadline. Anything else?
Yeah, one thing, a match.
Yeah, sure, Marlowe. Anytime.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And, Remini.
Yeah?
Don't hang on too long, huh? Liable to singe your pinkies. The reporter blew out the match and looked at me steadily for a moment. And his lips shaped a word I ignored. Then he walked away. I had seen enough of the book of matches he'd stolen to know it was in the Star-Kissed Room, a glossy, glass-roofed dine, dance, and drink emporium near Arthur Murray's studio on Wilshire Boulevard. So I made like I was in for the night and watched Remini leave. All the way to his car, he kept looking back over his shoulder as if he expected to be followed. I waited till he was out of sight, and then I headed for Wilshire in the Star-Kissed Room. But when I got there, it was closed. Remini's car wasn't in the neighborhood, and the only thing that kept the trip from being a total loss was a spotlighted picture. 10 feet square of a sultry, svelte chanteuse labeled Carla Borden. Whose come-on-in smile and almost costume was a cinch to increase the accident rate of the block by 20%. But then I took another look at her name and got back to business. It started with a B, as in phone book, opened to Boone and Bordeaux. I found a directory, got it open to Boone and Bordeaux, and halfway down the page was Borden, Carla, 2840 North Lucerne. It took 10 minutes to get there and 2 more to find out she had an apartment, number 17, at the end of the first floor hall. The door was open and I started for it, but got back close to the elevator when a woman came out and ran down the corridor toward me. It was Betty Pryor. Hold it, Betty. Whoa.
What? Marlowe, what are you...
Never mind the stall, Betty. I've been in a long time.
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look, you left a pretty worried guy at home.
Dave, did he send you after me?
That's right.
Why can't you fools leave me alone? Why does he have to be so stupid?
Hey, you've got a few ideas mixed up, kid.
Oh, sure, I'm wrong. I'm the one who's all mixed up. Let go of
Not
me. You...
until I've got a couple of things straight. Now, what happened? Did life in a hamburger stand get a little stale?
Yes, you two-bit snoop.
Okay. Dave thinks you're in trouble. I think you're in trouble, and I think somebody waved a few bills at you, and you lost your grip.
Why?
And you're in so deep now you can't get out, and it's no more than you deserve. Now, come on. We're going right back down the hall to Carla's apartment. We're going to have a little chat, just the three of us.
No, I won't. Let go.
Come on.
Take your hands off, Marlowe. Stand still.
Well, my 2 chums, the foghorn and his .45 caliber equalizer.
Easy does it. You were lucky the first time. Well, Betty, did you get it?
No, something went wrong. Something terrible
Shut
went...
up. Marlowe isn't deep. We'll talk after he's out of the way. All right, you. Get in that elevator, chum. And we'll wait right here to see you leave. Go on.
That .45 makes you awful brave, chum.
This way we don't offend the lady by being uncouth. You get a chance to go up in the world. Just put your finger on the button.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on. All right. Now, all you have to do is push.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, the most famous neighbors in radio, the Ronald Colemans, will pay Jack Benny a visit again tomorrow as CBS's great Sunday night gets underway with another star-studded group of famous entertainers. Amos and Andy, Lum and Abner, Eve Arden as the gay schoolmistress, our Miss Brooks, and Helen Hayes as a hillbilly. These are only 4 more of the 10 great entertainments which will come your way tomorrow night. Go visiting with the Colemans on all of these same stations on The Jack Benny Show. And hear the rest of CBS's great Sunday Night 10 as they come one by one over most of these stations. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Friend from Detroit.
My cage on cables was 10 exasperating seconds getting to the next floor. And I was another 10 getting free of it, back down the stairs and out into the dark street where the red splash of a taillight disappeared around a corner. And that was all that was left of Foghorn and company. So I turned back toward Carla Borden's room. When I stepped across the threshold, I found that with the exception of a single bureau that was still intact, apartment number 17 looked like it had just played host to the vortex of a cyclone. The bed, a chest of drawers, another bureau, a desk, everything was inside out. In the middle of all that was the body of Carla Borden. Blood from a deep, ugly cut on her head, staining the snow-white front of her Angora sweater. I saw something else, which reminded me that this was not the first corpse of the night. The plush leather frame was shaped like an oversized lifesaver, and in it was the picture of a handsome man, all smiles, inscribed, "With love to my very best girl, Speck Willard." It was 10 minutes before I got through to Lieutenant Ibarra, who was still up at the Beverly Crest Hotel. And after I told him about Carla and her connection with the late Mr. Willard and Betty Pryor and my connection with Dave, I stopped talking and listened.
Marlowe, we just learned that Willard had some kind of a $25,000 caper going with one of his old mobster friends from Detroit, named Joe Lazar.
So maybe it's something with a voice and actor below bottom?
The same, Phil. Anyhow, it looks like they worked out a gambling deal for old time's sake. At the last minute, Willard tried to welch on Lazar and got killed for his trouble. And Lazar searched the place until he found the $25,000.
No. That part doesn't fit, Ibarra.
How so?
Well, I've run into Lazar twice tonight. I know he and the money are still strangers.
Oh?
After what happened here with the team of Betty and Lazar getting to the singer Carla, I figured they're still looking for it. Also, I figured Carla was somewhere near when Lazar killed Speck Willard, and that she took the money and... Call you later, Ibarra. We got clumsy company in the hall outside. All right, ballerina, get your foot out of that bucket and come on in with your hands up. Well, the man with the very long nose for news. What brings you around, Remini?
For one thing, the fact that you got no corner on brains, Marlowe, and for another, who did that to her?
Our mutual friend, Betty Pryor, and her running mate. I believe they were looking for $25,000.
Did she and Joe Lazar get the money, Marlowe?
No, they... Hey, Remini, how did you know the man with Betty was named Joe Lazar?
Haven't you heard? I'm a good reporter, Marlowe, the kind that keeps eyes and ears open and mouth shut. It isn't until I know the whole story.
Which, as far as you're concerned, is precisely what?
That I happen to be...
You happen to be?
That I happened to be in Dave's restaurant early this evening, where I recognized the only other cash customer as Joe Lazar, an out-of-work mobster from Detroit. He said something to Betty that scared her right out of a tray of dishes, so I figured I'd find out what was going on. I've been in on the show ever since.
Yeah, including a corny blackout up at 2000 Beechwood Drive where you lost your hat running away from a bullet.
That's right.
Yeah.
And just so you don't toss and turn when you get around to going to bed tonight, I'll fill in the rest. I followed Betty and Dave from the restaurant to their apartment. I watched her get rid of Dave, and then when I saw Lazar come in, I moved up close to the window.
And stayed there until Lazar spotted you and threw a bullet your way?
You're very clever.
Yes, I am, man.
But before that happened, I heard him tell Betty that Speck Willard had talked about a girl singer at the Starkiss room named Carla Borden. And that since he didn't know Carla on sight, she could have been the lady he'd seen running out of Speck's apartment with the $25 grand.
Oh. Now that phone book of Dave's open to the bees ties in.
I'm so glad. Now, Marlowe, lest we digress too far, how come this one bureau here hasn't been turned upside down along with everything else?
I don't know. Any more than I know why you're holding back so much from the law.
Well, maybe it's because I don't like cops, Marlowe. Oh, black ones. Or maybe it's because I'm in the same kind of racket as you. Chin way out and a lot of fast talk just so papers can know what's going on an hour ahead of the rest of the world. Well, there's no $25,000 in here. I got to blow.
Before Ibarra shows?
Before Ibarra shows. He always arrives with an entourage, Marlowe, one that includes other news hounds. So it's me for a fast cab and downtown to my paper with a story. So on, fellow. See you around.
Hey, wait a minute, Remini.
Yeah?
I'll give you a lift. I'm going that way myself.
Okay.
I got a story, too. A lousy story I've got to tell a nice guy named Dave. Come on. All the time we drove, Remini half-faced me and smoked one cigarette after another while he rattled on about Joe Lazar. The great story he had and a lot of other things I didn't hear because
from here to there.
I was busy trying to find the right words with which to tell Dave Pryor that his wife was no good. So when we were about halfway to
I got a
Beechwood
date.
Drive and Remini, who
I'll
was
call
pushing
it in.
close to his deadline, decided to get out and phone his story in from a drugstore, I was glad.
So long, Marlowe.
A second after that, I knew I was kidding myself. Because even with just silence for company, I was still no place with the right words. 10 minutes later, when I stood in front of Dave on the steps to his house and stammered out the facts just as I had run across them, I forgot about words, right or wrong. I thought instead about my client, a badly hurt guy, but one who would never say die.
Marlowe, I can't believe all this. I won't. Tell me, where's Betty now?
I don't know, Dave. Now, look, maybe we ought to head for police headquarters because sooner or later we're each going to have a story to tell Lieutenant Ibarra. Come on, my car's over here.
Okay, Phil. I guess that's the only thing to do, all right.
Yeah, I guess so. Here. Better have a cigarette, Dave.
Oh, thanks.
Kid, we'll try to make this as painless as we...
As we what, Marlowe? What is it?
Hmm?
Well, what are you staring at?
Front seat.
But I don't see anything, Phil. What is it? What are
Shut
you
up,
staring
Dave. Shut up. Give me a minute, will you? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Come on, Dave. Pile in.
But why, Marlowe? Where are we going?
Darkest room to play a long shot. Slapped my foot down hard on the accelerator and kept it that way right through a string of I didn't care what color traffic lights until 5 minutes later when we screeched to a stop, away from the side entrance to the Starkist room. I left Dave in the front seat, piled out fast, and ran a dozen yards to an abrupt halt. At the sight of something that turned the long shot I was playing into an odds-on favorite. It was the stage entrance door, open a couple of inches, and in front of that, and unconscious on the hard sidewalk where it had fallen, was the clad in blue form of a private patrolman, his pistol holster conspicuously empty. Inside, I slowly picked my way along an L-shaped corridor until I saw a shaft of bright yellow from a flashlight that was moving away from a door marked Carla Borden. It brought me up short and flat against the wall. But then as the man on the other end of the beam of light moved away from me, I got a very steady grip on the .38 in my pocket and started after him. A minute later, he entered the main room of the club, and it was there as he started across the glass ceiling dance floor that I recognized the very self-confident gait of a very self-confident guy. And that made the next move mine. Bar's closed, Remini, and don't move, Buster. I'll blow your head off. Ah, looks like you're making news this time, good reporter. Or isn't that package in your hand the 25 grand you just found in Carla Borden's dressing room, huh? The same Carla Borden you murdered not an hour ago in an apartment on Lucerne, where you first thought the money was, where Betty Pryor surprised you before you could finish searching, where you later returned in the role of an all-American newsboy so you could get to that last bureau.
All right. I've heard enough, Marlowe. But I'm not going to stick around for more details.
You make a break and I'll shoot, Remini.
Try it, Eagle.
Stop, Remini, stop!
Marlowe,
Nice shooting, Marlowe. But don't turn around because where I'm standing it's dark, and where you're standing it's light. Now throw your gun away, fella. Come on, toss it. That's better. All right, Betty. Get over to that dead newspaper guy and get the money. And we'll take care of the private detective here.
What do you mean, take care, Joe? I can't go along with murder.
Spec Willard's death didn't seem to bother you any.
Shut up, Marlowe.
Spec Willard. Joe, you killed...
Yes, I killed Spec. That Welcher. 8 o'clock tonight. And I had to stay undercover, but still get my hands on the money. So I came to you for help. I didn't tell you about the killing because I didn't think you'd play ball if you knew about it. Now, all that's history now, and I'll still go to your dear husband, Dave, and talk lots about the kind of cheap kid you used to be in Detroit if you don't get moving. Now, what do you say, Betty?
Say no, Joe. I also say I made a mistake in the first place, letting you use me to run your filthy errands, just so the guy I love wouldn't have to know about the kind of people I once ran around with before I had any brains.
All right. That's the dumb way you want it. That's the dumb way it'll be. Taking care of 2 years is much harder than taking care of one.
What about 3, Lazar?
Dave, stay back.
No, Marlowe, no. I've stayed back too long already. I've stayed back while Betty has been risking her life to protect what we've got.
If you take another step, I'll shoot, kid. I warned you for the last time. Stay back.
No, Lazar, I won't.
You thinking scum, Lazar?
Oh, Dave, you're hit.
Yeah. But I'll be all right. I'll be all right now, Betty.
Mrs. Pryor?
Dr. Reed.
Marlowe, the doctor says Dave's going to be fine in a couple of days.
Yeah.
Caught one on the shoulder, the other on the hip.
He certainly had courage, didn't he?
Yeah, and you did all right, too, Betty. Mixing in this whole mess just to keep the home fires burning. Tell me, whatever made you think that a guy like Dave wouldn't understand that you turned over a new leaf?
Well,
Dr. Reed wanted in
I don't know, Phil. I guess I wasn't very smart.
No, you weren't, Mrs. Pryor, but you're lucky because Marlowe here was. And that brings me around to a loose end, Phil. How did you know that Remini was your man?
Know that? Because of something I saw in the upholstery of the front seat of my car he borrowed. Tufts of snow-white Angora, which was the kind of sweater that Carla Borden had on when she was murdered, after they struggled.
And since you didn't touch the body yourself, they couldn't have come from your suit.
No. And Remini was the only other one who had been in my car. So I figured that the Angora fuzz had gone from Carla's sweater to Remini's suit to my upholstery. All of which means that Remini must have been in Carla's room before I got there as well as after. See? And then once I thought back about his getting out of my car to phone his story in, I realized that when I dropped him near a drugstore, he had also been near the Star-Kissed room.
Yes. That's exactly where he'd headed.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Phil, Joe and I followed both of you from Carla Borden's place because, well, after Joe put you in that elevator and we ran, Joe said we had to return and wait for Remini, who was sure to come back and finish his search.
And the whole business because Lazar, after he had murdered Speck Willard, was afraid to publicly go after Carla Borden. And the money he felt was his.
Yes. And he knew about me and Dave because Speck Willard accidentally dropped into our place this morning.
Correction, baby.
What?
Yesterday morning.
Oh.
It's now 9 a.m. Oh. And a good time to call quits, huh? Good night, kids. By the time I got back to my apartment on Franklin, it was 10:30 in the too bright morning. I was sporting sandpaper eyelids and a knot in the small of my back that felt like a wet dish rag. Oh, but once I had all the shades down and was undressed and in bed, I forgot about that. And I thought instead of the wood nymph dressed in nothing. What a veil of dewdrops. But then suddenly I stopped. The telephone. I got out of bed. I picked it up with both hands, opened the dresser drawer, and jammed it deep under all the socks I owned. And then I got back to bed. And the wood nymph, in her veil of dewdrops, she was pirouetting from one huge bluebell to another. Oh, my. On gossamer wings.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Dinelli, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Betty Pryor, Peter Leeds as Dave Pryor, Harry Bartell as Van Remini, and Ed Begley as Joe Lazar. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra was played by Jeff Corey. The special music was by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It was a hunt through a jungle of city streets, with danger waiting at every intersection, until halfway through, when the hunters became the hunted, and death brought an end to the game.
The Colemans visiting Jack Benny, plus Amos and Andy, Eve Arden, and Helen Hayes as a hillbilly. Yes, that earlier announcement about CBS programs tomorrow night sounded great, didn't it? Except you Philip Marlowe fans may have been wondering, isn't there a mystery show among that great Sunday night 10 on CBS? Of course there is. One of the great detectives in the mystery world, Dashiell Hammett's one and only Sam Spade.
Sam will be here, hard-hitting, fast-moving as always. Tomorrow night, on most of the same CBS network stations.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo and Fitch's shaving creams, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Rogue speaking. I guess it wouldn't be polite for me to make the statement that Judge Colin Baker was a snake. I'll just say I think there was some truth in the rumor that he did shed his skin 3 times a year. The judge, who isn't a judge anymore, was a big barrel-chested guy with a dramatic mop of wavy white hair worn in a sort of a modified wind-blown bob, the better to impress the juries with. He'd made himself a reputation back east as a fire-eating DA, and then later as a hanging judge. He'd been out here about 5 years and had built a statewide reputation as a brilliant criminal lawyer on a set-a-thief-to-catch-a-thief basis. He had just won a big case, and he was having a cocktail party at his penthouse apartment on top of the building, which housed his plush offices. Betty Callahan had covered the trial, and now she and a photographer from her paper were covering the party. I tagged along. Oh, there was a dandy crowd there. Pasty-faced politicians, tired-faced women, and the old two-faced judge in all of his glory.
I think it's a lovely party.
Oh, Richard, isn't this a lovely place? Clear up here on top of this building. Just like living on a mountain.
Yeah, only you can't lock the bottom entrance of a mountain. You see anybody here you would really like to know?
Now, don't be bitter. You know I had to come here tonight. I don't like these people any better than you do.
Well, get it over with as soon as you can. Let's go someplace where I can take my hand off my pocketbook.
Well, my dear Miss Callahan, I'm sorry I couldn't get over to you before. Indeed I am. I saw you come in, but... Richard Rogue, I'm so glad you could come, sir.
Thanks.
And now, my dear, I suppose you like some pictures. I see you have a photographer with you. How thoughtful of you.
Yes. Could I get a group around the fireplace? Just you and the people connected with the trial, the defendant and the witnesses.
Of course. I'll round them up for you immediately.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah? You ready to go? Hey, they're sure serving good liquor here. Real scotch. None of that near scotch I get at the bar.
Good. Now, here's what I want, Mike. Get me some shots of the group that's forming over by the fireplace.
Right.
We'll put the judge in the middle. And have everybody congratulating him and the man he saved from the gas chamber.
I can think of a few captions for that picture.
Richard.
Yeah, we couldn't print them. You can't call a prominent guy like the judge a crook. And you can't call a murderer after a bought jury says he's not.
You get the idea, Mike.
Come on, Mike. You stay right here, Richard. I'll be back as soon as we've covered the art angle on the story.
And then we leave, right?
Yeah, just as soon as I can, dear.
I wandered around in the crowd and listened in to scraps of conversations. Jim Dorset, an oily politician on the judge's payroll, was talking with a Mary Miller. Mary is a self-made wealthy widow whom the judge had defended after she'd poisoned her husband. She was glaring hate at the judge like a death ray, and I moved within earshot of them.
Well, Mary, you enjoying yourself at this testimonial to our friend's genius?
I'd rather be at his wake. I'd enjoy my cocktails more.
You can count me in on that, too. I'm surprised at you, though, Mary. He got you out of a pretty bad spot, didn't he?
Yes, for exactly half the money Fred left me. I didn't kill Fred, you know. I was innocent.
Oh, sure. Well, here's to meeting you again soon at his wake.
Happy little gathering. The laughter, which was bouncing off a high ceiling, had all the gay spontaneity of an open grave. But everybody was getting along with the judge. He was a big man. He had lots of money, lots of power. In a way, I couldn't help admiring the old boy, posing over by the immense fireplace, tossing that snowy mane of his about, and filling the rooms with his deep-throated laughter. Betty finally got all of the pictures she wanted and came glaring over to me. I got a little lump in my throat like I always do when I see Betty. Oh, if Mark Antony could have seen her, Cleopatra would have been in the second barge, rowing.
We'll leave in just a moment, Richard. We have to stay and drink one toast to the judge. He's going to be hurt if we don't.
Well, I wouldn't want to cause him pain.
Oh, he's getting our cocktails now. He's going to bring them over.
Okay. Did you get some pretty pictures of the old windbag?
He's charming. I like him.
Shh.
Here he comes.
How can you like a guy like that?
Well, here we are. Hope they're not too strong. Miss Callahan, I wonder if you would forgive me if I borrowed Mr. Rogue for just a moment. I have something I wish to ask his advice on privately.
Why?
Couldn't we make it tomorrow, Judge? Betty and I are...
Tomorrow will be too late, I'm afraid, Mr. Rogue. This will only take a few minutes. You won't mind, will you, Miss Callahan?
No, of course not.
Okay, all right, Judge. Where do we go?
My study, right through here.
How are you, Judge? Judge, you sure did a fine job.
Now, I received a rather alarming note tonight, Mr. Rogue.
Yes? When?
It was under my glass when I returned to the serving table after those pictures were taken. Here it is.
Paper and envelope from the dime store, huh? Well, can't trace them. Well, let's have a see here. Have a good time, you murderer. You won't be alive at this time tomorrow night. You're going to celebrate an anniversary. You can't run so far that I won't find you and kill you. Unsigned, of course. Printed in block letters with no skill. Anybody could have written that.
And anybody could have left it there on the serving table.
That's right. There have been 100 people drifting in and out of here. You, take the note seriously?
Rogue, I've had threatening letters before, of course, but this one, well, I have a hunch about it. A premonition.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. First, when it comes to good grooming, your mirror can't tell you everything. It can't tell you how much clean, fragrant hair adds to that indefinable something called charm. Don't take chances on detracting from your loveliness. Keep your hair fresh and clean-smelling at all times by using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo regularly. This clear, golden liquid shampoo lathers magnificently and washes away dust, dirt, perspiration, and unpleasant odors from your hair. Fitch's saponified shampoo is made from mild coconut and pure vegetable oils. It never leaves the hair dry or harsh feeling. Thus, you can use it as often as you like and be sure that your hair is shining clean and free from offending odors. Have a professional application of Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo the next time you're at your barber or beauty shop. Or buy a bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Ask for the economical large size, 16 ounces for $1. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
I didn't want to go to the party in the first place. But I wanted to be with Betty Callahan, and she had to be there. It was a victory cocktail party which Judge Colin Baker was throwing to celebrate the fact that he'd cleared another guilty murderer. I wasn't particularly happy when the judge took me in his study and showed me a note threatening him with death within the next 24 hours. In fact, I didn't pay much attention until I looked at the judge's face. He was scared.
Rogue, I've had threatening letters before, but this one... Well, I have a hunch about it, a premonition.
Oh, what are you going to do about it?
The safest place in the world for me to stay is right here in this penthouse, and I want you to stay with me, Rogue.
Me?
I'll pay you well for your time, and...
What's well?
I'll give you $500 if you'll stay with me for the next 24 hours, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, 500 clams, huh? Well, Judge, that makes it very interesting.
You'll accept the assignment then?
Like a flash. Just let me explain it to Betty Callahan. I was supposed to take her out tonight.
Very well. I'm sure Miss Callahan will understand when you tell her about the fee. I need you, Mr. Rogue.
So busy you have to break your date with me. That's a habit of yours, isn't it, Richard?
Oh,
Well, you won't ever have to do it again. You'll never have another chance to.
Oh, but Betty, baby, listen, the judge figures someone is going to try to kill him tonight. You don't want to be a party to a murder, do you?
You're not worried a bit about the judge, and you know it, Richard. You're thinking of that $500.
Well, is that bad? 5 bills will buy a lot of entertainment. You can have a lot of joy on $500. Don't knock it. Don't sneer at it.
Well, I suppose I might just as well get Mike to take me home. I should have known that you'd get a better offer. You always do. Mike?
Yes, Miss Callahan?
Well, Miss Callahan, I'm afraid I owe you an apology.
Oh, no, Judge. I can't very well blame you. If my friend Richard is so crazy about that money.
Judge, I got word for you. I can't take the assignment.
But I have your word, Mr. Rogue.
Well, I wouldn't want you to break your word with anybody else, Richard. Oh, no. Are you ready, Mike?
You can shove off, Mike. I'm taking Miss Callahan home.
Well, okay by me.
I'm really sorry, Judge, but...
Now, look, you two youngsters, there's no point in having a disagreement over this. Why don't you just stay here until the rest of the guests leave? They're beginning to leave now. Then, Mr. Rogue, you can take Miss Callahan home and come back.
That would leave you alone for about an hour.
There's only one entrance to this place. That's my private elevator. I'll give you the key. You can lock it as you leave. No one can possibly get up here.
Oh, I don't want to cause all that trouble.
Oh, it'll only be a little while, baby.
I hope you'll do this favor for me, Miss Callahan. I need Mr. Rogue's moral support tonight. Even at my age, I feel that I'm too young to die.
Betty and I hung around for another hour until all the guests either walked or were helped from the cocktail party. Then the judge and I went through the penthouse like acid goes through cotton. We looked under everything that was raised from the floor and behind everything that stood a foot high. Then we turned on the floodlights and searched the area surrounding the penthouse. Then the roof. There was nobody there. The judge was alone when Betty and I rode his private elevator and locked it with a foolproof lock before we got into my car and headed for her place. Betty was annoyed, and that ride home was as romantic as a tub full of wet wash. But she'd been annoyed before, and I wasn't worried. I left her at her apartment and fiddle-footed out to my car. I opened the car door, bent to get in. Oh! Lightning struck me in my ear. I heard the thunderbolts rocketing past and latched onto one. For a wild ride through the firmament. Stars kept exploding in my face, but I hung on until I saw my home away from home. Oh, good old Cloud 8. I let go, dropped an eon or two, and landed as softly as a smoke ring. I didn't open my eyes for a moment.
Chiefy, wake up. You're home.
Oh, hello, Igor.
I didn't think you were ever going to get here, Rogie. I was worried.
Where have I been?
I saw you go by here a couple of centuries ago. You went right past. I saw you way upstairs knocking at the pearly gates. But they wouldn't let you in.
Igor, this isn't... Oh, tell me that this isn't...
Oh, no, Chiefy. You're way north of there, and you're alive.
Oh, I'm glad to know that. What happened?
Somebody knocked you out of the park, Rogie, and then you went for an automobile ride, and then...
Oh, I gotta get out of here.
Oh, yes, you do.
right, Igor. Give me a shove.
So long, Chiefy. See you next week.
Hello, Urban. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm trying to get these handcuffs off you.
Oh, where are we?
We're in the hills above Mulholland Drive. Somebody brought you up here, chloroformed you, and handcuffed you to this tree with your own handcuffs. You need a bodyguard, Rogie.
How did you find me?
Well, I got a phone call telling me where you were, to bring a file. Stand still or I'll leave you here.
Oh, okay. Who did it?
I'm waiting for you to tell me that.
Oh, I don't get it.
Somebody wanted you out of the way for a while, Rogie. Now, do you want to tell me what you're mixed up in?
I wasn't on a case, and I... Ooh, careful. Oh!
There. Now, you'll have to get a new chain for your bracelets, but anyway, you're unharnessed from that tree.
Look, Urban, I was supposed to be bodyguarding Judge Colin Baker last night.
Bodyguarding that crook? Why?
Well, he got a death threat and a note found on his serving table during a cocktail party.
Go on.
Yeah, somebody promised to kill him within 24 hours.
Well, what'd you leave him for?
I took Betty Callahan home. Somebody must have followed me when I left the judge's penthouse. They knocked me out as I left Betty.
Oh, maybe we'd better check on the judge's health. Maybe that note wasn't kidding. How do you feel?
Woozy.
You can hang your head out the window on the way back. We'd better see whether your client needs a bodyguard or an undertaker.
My head was full of feathers and my hands felt heavy on my arms. My mouth was lined with brown blotting paper and my shoes were full of lead. I wasn't feeling very well as I got in Urban's official sedan and headed for the penthouse where I'd left Judge Colin Baker. My head ached like a broken heart until I took a couple of pills from Urban's first aid kit. And by the time we pulled up in front of the office building, I felt like I had a chance at living if I wanted to, and I decided I wanted to. The private penthouse elevator was still locked, just as I'd left it, and that made me glad. We entered it.
Maybe we should have called before we took this trip.
No, I want to see the old boy. I owe him an apology, if he's still alive.
How could he be dead unless somebody else had a key to this elevator?
Well, they didn't. The only other key is on the judge's key ring. He told me that.
Then what are you worried about?
I'm not worried. I just hate to give him back those nice, crisp C notes, that's all. I hope he's up. Well, this is it.
Oh, good Lord.
Well, the judge will never be any deader.
Blue in the face. He's been strangled, Rogie.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, a word to the ladies. It's long been acknowledged that fragrance and charm go hand in hand. But unpleasant hair and scalp odors can banish charm in a hurry. By using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo regularly, you can keep your hair flower fresh and fragrant. That's because Fitch's saponified shampoo makes billows of fragrant lather that floats away dirt, oily film, and displeasing odors from the hair. Then the lather rinses away easily and completely. You see, Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo contains its own special patented rinsing agent. This rinsing agent works right with the plain rinse water to assure you that your hair will be sparkling, radiant with all its natural color highlights. And there's no danger that your hair can offend others with unpleasant scalp odors, for Fitch's saponified shampoo leaves it dewy fresh and fragrant. Next time, ask for Fitch, F-I-T-C-H, Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Maybe I was surprised when I saw Judge Colin Baker looking up at me from the floor of his living room. I'm not sure. I had a hunch. Don't ask me why. I just had a hunch that he was dead when Urban brought me out of that stupor up there above Mulholland Drive. Judge Baker's face was as blue as a policeman's coat as he lay there, and his eyes were staring, wide open. Urban and I walked over to him.
He's been strangled, Rogie.
Yeah, looks like it. Any marks on his throat?
No marks. Looks like there was a struggle, though. Table kicked over.
How could anybody get in here? That elevator was locked. There's no other entrance.
What are you trying to do? Tell me this guy's not dead?
No, he's dead, all right, but how could he be strangled? Cigarette, Urban?
No, thanks, Rogie. So, he was murdered, wasn't he?
Yeah, no.
That calls for the medical examiner.
Well, I don't get it. There was nobody here when I left. There's been nobody here since. There's a peculiar odor in here. Smell it?
No. Sit down, Rogie, while I look around. There's been a murder. You're mixed up in it, and I want to talk with you.
Oh, you think I killed him? I didn't know him that well. Wasn't even mad at him. Hey, what's that?
A check. A check for $2,500 made out to the victim and signed by Mary Miller. Was she here last night?
Yeah, she was here. And she didn't like the judge. But I never heard of a dame her age doing a human fly act.
Maybe she had a key to the joint.
But she didn't. Believe me, she didn't.
Where's the phone?
Oh, it's in the bedroom.
Oh, I'm going to use it. Wait here, Rogue.
There was a peculiar odor in that room, a faintly familiar odor, but I couldn't place it. My poor old beat-up mind was whirling a million revolutions a minute and getting no place. And then I remembered the note the judge received. It had mentioned an anniversary. So I decided not to wait. Instead, I took that long elevator ride and grabbed a cab for the library.
May I help you?
Oh, yes, I want to see the files on the Gotham City newspapers for the last 10 years.
All right, sir. It's going to take me some time to get them out of the storeroom. Any specific dates?
Yes, I would like to see copies of the editions 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 years ago today.
All right, sir. If you'll just have a chair. You sure you'll feel all right? You look ill.
Oh, I always look like this, thank you. Just get me the papers, please. They're mighty important. Confidentially, I think they're going to solve a murder. The librarian got me the papers. I went to work on them. Gotham City was the city where Judge Colin Baker had made his reputation as a hanging judge. My hunch was as strong as a bride's coffee, and it paid off. In the issue for 7 years ago that day, I found the name of Judge Colin Baker on the front page. A man he had sentenced to the chair for murder had been executed, screaming his innocence. Within an hour after the electricity had torn through the body of this man, Harold Michaels, the real killer had confessed. And this was the anniversary of that legal murder. I called Betty Callahan at her paper. She wasn't there. She was covering the police investigation of Judge Baker's murder. I took a cab back to the judge's penthouse.
Oh, isn't this terrible, Richard? If it hadn't been for me insisting on you taking me home, the judge would have been alive.
Or I would have been dead.
Where have you been, Rogie? I told you to stay here.
I've been out doing your work for you, Urban. I got the motive for this murder.
You have, Richard?
Now, what did the medical examiner have to say, Urban?
Oh, you know the doc. He just did a little muttering about cyanide. Won't give any official opinion until he's had a chance to analyze the contents of the body. What's your theory on the motive?
Well, Hey, Betty, where are you going?
I'm with the working press. Mike and I are going to get some pictures.
All right.
I can hear that massive intellect of yours ticking, Rogie. And I recognize that far-away look in your eyes. Now, what goes? Don't stand there like a dummy. If you've got any theories, let me in on them.
Cyanide, huh? Look, Urban, this place is air-conditioned, isn't it?
The penthouse is. The building isn't.
Yeah? I'll be back in a minute.
Hey, where are you going?
I'll be back in a minute. I want to check that theory of mine. Cyanide. That word brought back that dainty smell I'd noticed in the apartment when Urban and I had discovered the judge's body. Cyanide. The odor of cyanide is brought out by cigarette smoke. I had been smoking when I detected it. The pieces of this murder were falling in place like a well-trained chorus. I found the ladder that led to the top of the penthouse where the air conditioning machinery was located, ran up the ladder, gun in hand, and there he was, the murderer, just lifting an earthenware crock from inside the housing of the intake fan on the air conditioning system. Put it down, Mike.
Make another move toward me, Rogue. And I'll let you have this crock full of acid right in your face.
What good'll that do you, Mike? You can't get away.
Another 5 minutes and I would have been home. Free. How'd you figure me, Rogue? Why'd you have to horn in?
I looked up the Gotham newspapers for 7 years ago today, the day Judge Baker executed a man named Harold Michaels, an innocent man. Was he your brother? Your name's Michaels, isn't it?
He was my father. And I executed the man who executed him. In his own private gas chamber. Just like they do it at Quentin. I waited a long time for the chance.
Look, Mike, I'm not arguing right or wrong with you, but now you're a killer. And I'm going to take you in. Put that crock down.
No, I don't think so, Rogue. I'll just stand here. I have to think.
Just for my information, Mike, how did you delay the action of the gas until you knew the judge would be alone?
I thought of everything. I didn't want to hurt anybody but Baker. I hung the cyanide pellet over the acid on a piece of cotton cord. I tested it 6 times. You know, it took a drop of acid 3 hours to eat through the cord. I'm glad I killed him, Rogue.
I'm coming after you, Mike.
I'm not waiting, Rogue. I don't like the gas chamber.
Mike, don't come back here.
I'm not sorry for anything. Tell him that was my payoff line, will you, Rogue? So long.
No, don't, Mike. Don't jump. Mike's plan for murdering the man who'd caused his father's execution was as near perfect as any murder will ever be. While the guests were having whoopee at the cocktail party, he put that jar of acid in the air conditioning intake, hung the cyanide pellet over it, and was back at the party, leaving that note before anybody missed him. When he found that I was going to return to spend the night with the judge, he had to knock me out, get me out of the way for at least 5 hours. 3 hours before the cyanide fell into its acid bath, and 2 more hours which it took for the air conditioning system to completely change the air in the penthouse. Oh, it's clever, I thought. Yes, it looks like I did it again. Had a narrow escape, though, but that didn't bother me. I drive every day in the Los Angeles traffic. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next week, will you? We have a story for you about a black-eyed senorita from Argentina, a Latin-type corpse, and a mysterious gold piece. We call it Latin type.
While for while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo. Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few...